Content summary. Li Ku, who traveled to the Tang Dynasty during the Jingguan era, initially planned to use his skills as a multi-level marketing lecturer to brainwash a group of loyal followers and live as an inconspicuous prince. However, 8 years later, he discovered that he had brought an entire National Strategic Reserve warehouse with him. Thus, Li Ku completely liberated himself, deciding to be a carefree prince who feared neither heaven nor earth. First, he started a newspaper to boost his reputation. Next, he established an iron smelting factory to control the steel production of the Tang Dynasty and seize money from the aristocratic families. Then he sought benefits for craftsmen and government soldiers, uniting all who could be united. When Changsun the Elder attempted to target Li Ku, he found that outside the court, the world was already dominated by Li Ku. Just when Li Ku was ready to enjoy his carefree life, Emperor Li ShiMin declared, "Ku, I've already named you as the crown prince." Li Ku responded, "No, I don't want to be emperor. Even a dog wouldn't want to be one. Chapter 1. Tang Dynasty. In the 9th year of Jingguan, in Chang'an City, on the street. "Quick, make way, make way. The Prince of Shu is coming." A passerby hurriedly told a nearby vendor. "What's there to be afraid of? The Prince of Shu doesn't bully ordinary people." The vendor retorted, "Ah, I heard the Prince of Shu is looking for trouble with Changsun the young master." The passerby quickly replied. With a whoosh, the vendor immediately packed up his stall and moved it further inside the street. The Prince of Shu was quite good to the people and never bullied them. He had even helped many disaster victims in the past. But if the Prince of Shu were to fight with those sons of the powerful, that would be another matter. Among them, Changsun the young master was the most unfortunate. Before the 5th year of Jingguan, things were fine. He only got beaten about 7 or 8 times a year. However, after it was announced that Princess Chang'e was to marry Changsun the young master, his misfortune began. Not only was his marriage disrupted by the Prince of Shu, but over the course of the year, he averaged 1 beating per month. Last month, it was said that Changsun the young master was beaten because he accidentally stepped into a shop with his left foot while walking down the street. "You're slandering me." Li Ku, walking down the street, felt a bit gloomy hearing the murmurs of the people around him. He had no time to deal with Changsun Chong today. Moreover, last month's beating had nothing to do with him stepping into the shop. It was clearly because Changsun Chong wanted to back out when he saw Li Ku. How could he tolerate that? Today, he was going to confront his cheap father. He was going to take office. He had traveled over 8 years, and finally, the golden finger in his mind was usable. With the truth gun that absolutely did not belong to this era in his arms, Li Ku felt confident. He didn't want to stay in Chang'an any longer. His cheap father had recently started to support Li Tai, and the 1st and 4th brothers were constantly vying against each other, which was quite bothersome. Why argue when neither of you will end up as emperor? He didn't want to get involved in these troubles. He really didn't understand what was so great about that broken throne. Being an emperor meant waking up earlier than a rooster, sleeping later than a dog, and working more than the tenants of landlords, with critics like Wei Zheng to scold you. And you couldn't even retort. Who would want to do that? Ezhou was great in the future. The Chengdu plain would be far from the emperor, and the Shu road would be difficult to enter and exit. Wouldn't it be nice to be a local emperor? No need to manage government affairs, but still be the biggest. Prince of Shu, I heard the young master Changsun hasn't left his residence today. Why not wait a bit? A bold citizen said from the roadside. Upon hearing this, Li Ku couldn't help but smile. Oh, there was someone giving him a heads up. I say, don't slander me. I, Li Ku, am a scholar not here to fight, him here to reason. Li Ku loudly declared. With a bang, the term scholar made the surrounding citizens burst into laughter. The Prince of Shu is a scholar. One who reasons? The common folks of Chang'an laughed at that. Everyone in the Tang Dynasty, from the emperor to the common people, knew that the Prince of Shu bore the most resemblance to the emperor himself, but had the character of the Duke of Song Chung Yaojin. Oh wait, the Duke of Song sometimes did reason, but the Prince of Shu never wasted words when it came to fighting. I could felt a bit speechless. Forget it, he wouldn't bother with these commoners. They didn't know anything about the Prince of Shu. As a soul who had traveled from the future, his understanding of the Tang Dynasty and the Jingguan era was based solely on historical texts without emotional records. So how could he know anything? To avoid offending too many taboos of this era that could lead to blame, he could only take the initiative from a young age, as long as you were bold enough and didn't follow the rules. Once everyone got used to it and it became common knowledge, you could say some irregular things, and naturally, no one would care. Live well in this era. He had put in a lot of effort. The whole process was filled with bittersweet tears. Li Ku was not going to beat Changsun Chong today. Although he hadn't beaten him this month, he could always do it tomorrow. With his destination in mind, Li Ku headed straight for the palace. He disliked riding in horse-drawn carriages. The wooden wheel carriages of this era were a real torture to sit in. The only thing he hadn't let go of since arriving in this world was exercising and practicing martial arts. So Li Ku was very strong. Of course, if he wasn't strong, how could he withstand Li ShiMin's military baton? Today, there was no court meeting. Upon entering the palace, Li Ku arrived near the Taiji Hall and directly grabbed a eunuch. "Is my father in the Liangyi Hall?" Li Ku asked. The eunuch, startled by the sudden question, turned around and, seeing it was the Prince of Shu, felt relieved and quickly bowed, saying, replying to the Prince of Shu, His Majesty, is in the Liangyi Hall handling state affairs. Are there any other ministers present? Li Ku nodded and continued to ask. No, Only His Majesty is working alone, the young eunuch hurriedly replied. You continue with your work. After Li Ke left, the young eunuch wiped the sweat from his forehead, relieved it was the Prince of Shu. Although everyone said the Prince of Shu was just a warrior who had learned bad habits from the generals, the young eunuch didn't see it that way. The Prince of Shu was quite kind to them, except in cases of serious mistakes otherwise. His attitude was generally amiable. If he hadn't seen the fourth prince first and taken the initiative to bow, he would have been in big trouble today. Outside the Liangyi Hall, before Li Ke could even enter, he shouted loudly, "Father, I'm here." For this form of address, Li Ke had gotten used to calling it privately over the years, and Li ShiMin had also gotten used to it. There was no helping it in the Tang Dynasty. The formal address for father was either Your Excellency or Father in official settings, while privately it could be I or Yi, or even brother. All of these conflicted with Li Ke's decades-long habits of addressing. So he simply called it Father, a term that had existed since the Three Kingdoms period, though it wasn't the most popular official term in the Tang Dynasty. Hearing the voice from outside, Li ShiMin felt a headache coming on. He thought, his personality isn't like this Yang Fei's personality, isn't like this, how did such a? If it weren't for the striking resemblance to his youthful self, Li ShiMin would have suspected something that a.s. for Li Ke's form of address. Li ShiMin no longer cared, he didn't dislike it either. Over the years, what Li Ke had done, one by one, was far more significant than a mere father, and it was a miracle he hadn't been driven to death by him that Li ShiMin did not invite him in because he knew that this kid had no manners in front of him. Sure enough, with a creak, as soon as the voice on the other side fell, Li Ke pushed the door and walked in. "What are you doing here again?" Li ShiMin didn't even look up, instead focusing on the memorial in front of him. "Look at what you said. I'm here to see my old man. Do I need a reason for that? I just wanted to see how you were doing today, how your health is." Li Ke grinned as he approached and plopped down on a chair not far from Li ShiMin. I should mention that this chair was made by Li Ke. He really didn't understand how to make glass or soap. Who would study those things in their spare time? In his previous life, he studied electronic engineering, which was of no use in this era. However, when it came to things like chairs, which are meant for comfort, he could easily whip them up. The traditional kneeling and sitting in the Tang Dynasty was too uncomfortable, and those wooden stools and couches were not any better. After he made it, naturally, he let his dear father enjoy it first, so this chair gradually spread in popularity throughout the Tang Dynasty. Chapter 2 Showdown. "You're not angry with me. That's good." Li ShiMin looked up at Li Ke with a frown. Although he said this on the surface, inside, Li ShiMin felt quite pleased. Even though Li Ke was a bit reckless and had a personality similar to that of Cheng Yaojin and Yu Qigong, his innocent heart sometimes moved Li ShiMin. As an emperor who initiated the Xuanwu Gate incident, Li ShiMin was actually very anxious inside, fearing that his descendants would follow the same path he took. Therefore, he valued familial ties deeply in his heart, but as an emperor, he had to maintain his authority. Besides, when they were young, few of his children dared to be open in front of him, so the kind of family affection he wanted to experience was naturally absent. Only Li Ke, with a straightforward personality, would say whatever was on his mind and never hid anything from him. If he needed help, he would boldly come over and say so, which precisely struck at Li ShiMin's most vulnerable spot. After all, there shouldn't be any barriers between a father and so. Despite the disdain on his face, the times he spent with Li Ke were his most relaxed moments, even more so than when he was with Guan Yin's maid. There was only one condition: as long as this little rascal didn't make him angry. Hee, then does that mean you're in a good mood today, Dad? Li Ke asked with a smile. What do you want? Did you do something wrong again? Li ShiMin instantly became alert. Am I someone who only makes mistakes in your eyes? Li Ke was a bit speechless. Isn't it? Just think about it, starting from when you were 8 or 9. There have been people reporting to me about you from time to time. Haven't I been upset enough? I'm going to be driven to death by you. Li ShiMin shot him a sideways glance, as if to say, don't you know this in your heart? Cough. That was all youthful recklessness. I've grown up now, and I'm here to ask you for something today. Li Ke coughed lightly, quickly changing the subject. If I didn't do that, could I chat with you so easily? What is it? Let me hear it first. Li ShiMin remained unmoved like a mountain. This kid never just agreed to anything if he did. Who knows what would be waiting for him? I want to take up a post. Li Ke laid his cards on the table. Take up a post? Which post? You mean Ejo? Li ShiMin was momentarily stunned, but quickly reacted. Yes. Li Ke nodded decisively. Why did you suddenly think of this? Li ShiMin frowned. Looking at Li Ke, he suspected that this kid might be plotting something bad again otherwise. Why would he randomly think of taking a post? Which royal prince would want to take up a post when life in Chang'an is so comfortable? What do you mean suddenly? I've been thinking about it for a long time. I just don't want to get involved in the conflict between my older brother and the fourth one. It's annoying. Li Ke spoke directly. Some things are harmless to say, but others don't dare to speak up. However, over the years, Li Ke had long understood Li ShiMin's mindset. Historically, Li Chengxian rebelled in the 17th year of the Zhenguan era, but in reality, he was forced into it. He never wanted to rebel. The main reason was the change in Li ShiMin's attitude and the fact that Li Chengxian was also a bit of a weakling. Although Li Chengxian rebelled in the 17th year of Zhenguan, Li ShiMin had gradually given Li Tai hope of becoming the crown prince, which had long begun, at least by the Ninth year of Jingguan, there were already signs. The conflict between Li Chengqian and Li Tai had been deepening for a long time. In the 5th and 6th years of Jingguan, Li Tai had held important positions. Even if he wasn't an official, wasn't this also a reflection of Li ShiMin's attitude? Next year, Li Tai would be titled King of Wei, so one can imagine the psychological pressure on Li Chengqian. The position of crown prince is not easy to hold, so who would want to be the emperor? What have you heard? Li ShiMin frowned. I need to hear anything? Dad, there's nothing we can't say between us. Let me be straightforward, isn't it about the crown prince? The rumors outside that you want to depose my older brother and establish Li Tai as the crown prince haven't been around for just a day or two. I don't believe you don't know. Li Ke said freely. Bang. Li ShiMin slammed the table with a heavy hand, standing up with a face full of anger. Nonsense. Speak. Who told you this? If it were another one of Li Ke's siblings, they might have been scared out of their wits by now. But after 8 years, Li Ke had long figured out Li ShiMin's temperament. If it were a minister, Li ShiMin might really kill them when angry. Actually, it wouldn't be likely for close ministers either. But when it came to his son, that was absolutely impossible. In fact, Li Ke felt that Li ShiMin was just putting on a show, intentionally acting. Dad, come on, don't be angry. You've been mad at me too many times as I've grown up. Besides scaring me, what else can you do? Am I wrong? If not, you can hit me with 20 military sticks to vent your anger. Li Ke shrugged. Li ShiMin. The anger he had worked up suddenly dissipated, mainly because over the years he had truly been rendered speechless by Li Ke, who had long established that image in his mind. Speak if you have something to say. Li ShiMin sat back down. Not in a good mood? I don't think that Li ShiMin wouldn't curse in fact. He had led troops in a battle before, and swearing among soldiers was quite normal. When Li ShiMin was with Chang Yaojin and Yu Qigong, his tone was much coarser. Nothing much, I just want to go to Yizhou to take up a post. I don't want to get involved in these messy affairs. I just want to be a carefree prince. Li Ke shrugged again. Don't you have any ambition? Li ShiMin was almost driven to death by Li Ke. You came to find me just to be a carefree prince. Dad, we're family, we don't need to speak in circles. Don't talk about whether I have ambition or not. Besides, my older brother is still the crown prince. Even if you really depose my older brother, would I have a chance? Li Ke ignored Li ShiMin's slightly changing expression and continued casually, since I have no chance, of course, I want to be my carefree prince. One must enjoy life when in success, don't let the golden cup face the moon empty. What a good line. One must enjoy life when in success, don't let the golden cup face the moon empty. Li ShiMin was momentarily stunned by this line. The cold sweat was about to break out on Chong Lin's forehead, who stood not far behind Li ShiMin. Li ShiMin's trusted aide and personal eunuch. Chong Lin had a resilient mind and had seen many things, but every time this Prince of Shu came, his words made Chong Lin feel alarmed, mainly because this Prince of Shu truly had a lot of guts and dared to say anything that if anyone else dared to speak like this in front of Li ShiMin, they would truly be asking for trouble. But this Prince of Shu, Chong Lin could only smile. Riley, this lord, earned his freedom through countless military rods, house arrest, and monthly penalties. Others simply didn't have the guts. Chapter 3. Letting go of oneself. Li ShiMin looked Li Ke up and down, his expression somewhat strange. How could Li Ke have such an understanding? At that moment, Li ShiMin suddenly remembered that Li Ke, despite being a bit of a rascal growing up, had always excelled in his studies. Why haven't you had the chance? Li ShiMin didn't mind discussing this topic with Li Ke. He would never do this with anyone else. But with Li Ke, it didn't matter, as that was just his character. Li Ke not only dared to discuss this in front of his elder brother Li Chengqian, but he even spoke about the deposed crown prince. What a reckless young man. Dad, can you stop deceiving yourself? Just one thing, who is my mother? A princess from the previous dynasty. With that identity, how could those ministers allow me to become the crown prince? Let's not joke about it. Li Ke rolled his eyes and spoke with some exasperation. Li ShiMin, if anyone else dared to speak to me like that, do you believe I would punish them with a military rod? But with Li Ke, forget it. It's useless. He's been beaten since childhood. Military rods are as common as rice for him, and they have no deterrent effect. Mainly, Li ShiMin could never truly hit his own son. He had been stern a few times, and there were occasions when he really had the guards hit him with a military rod. But this guy, even with a bruised bottom, still didn't change his character. What could Li ShiMin do? It's his own flesh and blood. Would he really beat him to death? However, to be honest, Li ShiMin really didn't expect Li Ke to say something like that. Who said that? The emperor is chosen by me. Who the crown prince is my decision. What does your mother's identity have to do with it? Li ShiMin was somewhat embarrassed and angry, although it was true. How could he admit it? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Really? I don't believe it. Li Ke glanced at Li ShiMin and then casually spoke. You're going to drive me crazy. Li ShiMin was almost infuriated by Li Ke's tone. Did he look down on his father? Dad, I'm not here to ask you for the crown prince position. To be honest, I wouldn't want to be emperor, even if you gave it to me. Just let me take office. Li Ke quickly interrupted Li ShiMin's anger. Li ShiMin, why does everyone want to be emperor, but Li Ke doesn't want to? Today, tell me why you don't want to be emperor. If you don't say, you can go home with 40 military rods. Li ShiMin glared at him. Isn't it because of this broken position? You wake up earlier than roosters and sleep later than. Li Ke almost let something slip, and if he continued, he would really get hit. although he had long gotten used to it over the past 8 years. Who wants to get beaten for no reason? Sleep later than what? Go on. Li ShiMin sneered. He might not know much about his other sons, but he knew Li Ku well. As soon as he bent over, Li ShiMin knew he would say something ridiculous, and it definitely wouldn't be good. Ahem, sleep later than getting beaten, like you, working hard for the common people, like that spring silkworm that dies when it runs out of silk, and the wax torch that turns to ash when it burns out. For the ordinary people, you endure humiliation and bear burdens in the face of the powerful families. You could be said to face the crowd with a cold glare and bow low like a humble ox. I can't match your spirit. Li Ku earnestly spoke. Li ShiMin looked at Li Ku with a strange expression. Where did you copy those few sentences from? Look, who am I? I am your former Qin Wang of the Great Tang, now the Emperor of the Great Tang, and the future Heavenly Khan who will rule the 4 seas, Li ShiMin's son. I didn't copy those sentences. Li Ku quickly replied. Li ShiMin. All right, you mean you want to take office, right? Li ShiMin narrowed his eyes to stop him, mainly because he felt a bit guilty this reckless man suddenly started praising people, which is hard to take. Yes. Li Ku nodded immediately. If you don't want to get involved in these matters, then don't participate. What does it have to do with you going to take office? Li ShiMin asked him calmly. Dad, have you ever heard a saying? Li Ku said somewhat helplessly. What saying? When you're in the rivers and lakes, you can't control your own body. Li Ku said with a look of emotion. Li ShiMin looked Li Ku up and down. All right. In order to take office, this kid has quite a way with words. I never realized this kid had some knowledge. Taking office isn't impossible, but if you go there, your current position is the Grand Commander of Ezhou. You will have to take over all military and administrative affairs of Ezhou completely. Li ShiMin said calmly. Don't. Li Ku quickly replied, then earnestly spoke. Dad, I tell you this won't work. Looking through history, there have been many similar highest administrative officials, but this can easily lead to local officials deceiving their superiors, abusing their power, and even the risk of rebellion. So, the best way is to achieve military and political separation. The highest military leader in the area only handles military affairs, while the highest administrative leader only handles administrative matters, and the logistics of the local military leader need to be supported by local administration. Similarly, the security aspect of local administration also needs to be handled by the local military leader. This way, both sides can form a check and balance. If you're afraid of local military leaders accumulating power, it's best to regularly rotate the highest generals, and if possible, establish a military academy with you as the principal to train the mid-level generals of the army. In this way, mid-level generals will truly be loyal to you, and with rotations, the chances of this happening can be minimized. And for princes, having status and position is good, but not holding real power is best, to avoid any ulterior motives. So even if I go to take office, it's best for me to take a nominal position. And for administration and military matters, you can send others to report directly to you, solving all future troubles. Li Ku earnestly advised. While the expressions of Li ShiMin and Changlin were quite strange, today really is a day when the sun rose from the west. Even Cheng Yaojin has started giving administrative lessons to Changsun Wuji. But to be honest, many of Li Ku's ideas made Li ShiMin's eyes light up. The problem is this kid really considering the Great Tang? Isn't all this just a way to do nothing and be a carefree prince? Thinking of this, Li ShiMin felt anger rising from somewhere. How could I have given birth to such a scoundrel after working so hard for so many years? Look at you. With your usual performance, do you think anyone would woo you? You still feel troubled? For what reason? Just because of that lie trading company you set up? Li ShiMin looked at him, and when he reached this point, he felt somewhat exasperated. Do you know that among scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants are the most despised? And yet you spend every day scheming about this. Hey, how fresh. Dad, how you eat, dress, and use money every day? Isn't this all thanks to merchants? Why can the common people of Chang'an use goods from the 15 routes and 360 states of the Great Tang? Isn't this all thanks to merchants? You're just lifting the bowl to eat and putting down the chopsticks to curse. Li Ku quickly retorted. Li ShiMin raised his eyebrows. Did you come here today just to get hit? Chapter 4. This isn't the script. Li Ku almost jumped up when Li ShiMin said a hit. He really meant it. Wait, I was wrong. Father, our Li family is the emperor, the royal family, which means the world belongs to you. So you could just listen to the farmers, artisans, and merchants. There's no need to take it seriously. Just think about it. Farming, as the foundation of a nation, being placed second is understandable. What is craftsmanship? The craftsmen of the world. It's not an exaggeration to say that everything we eat, wear, and use is related to craftsmen. And how can we improve farming tools without craftsmen? Without craftsmen, we would still be using slash and burn agriculture. As for weapons, without craftsmen, could the Tang army be invincible? Is there any water conservancy in the country without craftsmen? How many bridges cross the rivers? How many boats travel across the Tang? Your palace, the carriages you travel in, the chopsticks and bowls you eat from, each of these is related to craftsmen. Yet such important craftsmen are placed in third place. Is this right? Furthermore, let's talk about the merchants at the bottom of the hierarchy. People say merchants pursue profit, but look around. Which so-called noble family completely gives up on business? among the princes and ministers, who doesn't own a few businesses or inns? And merchants also undertake the most important logistics and circulation in the country. Our Tang has only a few granaries in a super city like Chang'an. Without merchants, who would transport the grain? Who would transport the cloth? Merchants allow the Tang to be even more prosperous. Merchants are an indispensable part of the entire country's society. Finally, let's return to the first-rank gentry. How many families are just living off the hard work of the common people, sucking their blood? Yet, the biggest group of parasites ranks first. Think about it. Why is that? It's just because these gentry monopolize books, using them as a tool to control the common people. Don't take it the wrong way, there's a saying you've heard before. A dynasty flows like water, but families are as solid as iron. Li Ke had completely let himself go there. Were things he had never dared to say before, but now he was free that if things got too bad, he could just run away. With that thing in his mind, where couldn't he go in this vast world? Li ShiMin looked at Li Ke with a strange expression. Have you forgotten that our Li family is also a noble family? Isn't that just asking for trouble? Li Ke instinctively replied. You. Li ShiMin was almost infuriated by Li Ke. This rebellious son, where did you even hear that? Ahem. It's a misunderstanding. Father, isn't it just that the position determines the perspective? Our Li family is different now. We are the royal family, representing this country. Naturally, we must consider the common people, so we can't be mixed up with the noble families that Li Ke quickly said. So, for the sake of our royal family's reputation, I feel it's my duty to go to Ezhou, to supervise Ezhou, to develop the livelihood of the people there, and let every household set up a longevity tablet for you. No way. Li ShiMin replied without thinking. Why? Li Ke was a bit confused. He hadn't expected Li ShiMin to agree immediately, but this outright rejection was too abrupt. Hadn't he just said he would work? Nothing, I'm not dead yet, and you haven't fulfilled your filial duty, and you want to run away? Dream on. Stay obediently in Chang'an. Li ShiMin glared at him. Father, don't you usually complain that I cause you trouble in Chang'an? Don't I make you angry? If I go to Ezhou, you won't see me, and your heart won't be troubled. Li Ke was a bit anxious. It would be out of sight, out of mind. But when I want to hit someone, wouldn't I not be able to find anyone? Li ShiMin glanced at him indifferently. Come on, look at how fat Li Tai is. He clearly lacks exercise. You could just beat him up whenever. Since you want him to inherit the eldest brother's position, as the saying goes, heaven gives great responsibilities to those who must first suffer. Beating him is cultivating him. Li Ke quickly responded. Li ShiMin, Chang Lin, are you going to leave or not? I'm telling you, this matter is not up for discussion. If you say another word, it's 10 military sticks. Li ShiMin said, glaring. Li Ke, fine, you're noble, you're amazing, you're awesome. I can't provoke you, but can I hide? Without saying another word, Li Ke turned around and walked away, because his experience over the past 8 years told him that if he didn't leave and said another word, Li ShiMin would really follow through, and he didn't want to be beaten for no reason. Watching Li Ke leave, Li ShiMin didn't particularly emphasize keeping a secret, because he understood Li Ke. This kid might act foolishly in front of him, but he would never speak ill behind his back. He certainly wouldn't leak this kind of thing. However, his mood was anything but calm. This kid, his character hasn't changed, but what he said today gave Li ShiMin a huge impact. Chang Lin, Li ShiMin said. Your Majesty. Chang Lin took a deep breath and quickly bowed. What do you think? You heard what Li Ke said today. Do you think he said that out of his own volition? Li ShiMin asked. Chang Lin paused. Li ShiMin's question didn't seem genuinely curious, but clearly wanted to gauge it from an outsider's perspective. Replying to Your Majesty, although His Royal Highness of Shu is a bit reckless, he is not foolish. On the contrary, His Royal Highness is very smart. Do you think Duke Su is foolish? Chang Lin said softly. Li ShiMin nodded. Indeed, Cheng Yaojin seemed undisciplined, but was not foolish at all. However, Li Ke's words today contained many points that struck Li ShiMin deeply. He also knew that these words others truly could not say, including the ministers in court. Let him go to Ezhou. Li ShiMin quickly denied it in his heart. That was impossible. What if he got comfortable and decided to stay there? Of course, Li ShiMin wouldn't admit that among all his sons, Li Ke was actually the one who brought him the most comfort, despite often causing trouble and saying things that made him furious. Leaving the two instruments hall, Li Ke felt a bit frustrated. He didn't know what was wrong according to his expectations. After what he said today, his father would definitely have some thoughts, whether angry or contemplative. He would consider his opinions. Then he could do more to persuade Li ShiMin to let him take the position. As a result, Li ShiMin didn't even think about it and directly rejected him. This wasn't how it was supposed to go. He had been able to gauge Li ShiMin's reactions accurately for the past 8 years. What was going on today? After thinking for a long time, Li Ke couldn't figure it out and was angry. No, he needed to see where Chang Sun Chong was. Was he leading with his left foot today? He hadn't beaten him up this month yet. Li Ke thought and acted, heading straight for the city gate. But before he could go far, he ran into several palace maids hurrying over. The leading maid was someone Li Ke recognized. She was one of the personal maids of Empress Chang Sun, and the one beside her seemed to be a maid of Chang Lo. Chapter 5. Feeling comfortable upon seeing Prince Shu Wang, several maidservants quickly bowed. Why are you in such a hurry? Where is Changle? Your Highness. The Empress summoned the son of Chancellor Chang Sun Chong, into the palace and asked us to find the princess and bring her back. The leading maidservant quickly replied. Changsun Chong has entered the palace? Where? Li Ke's eyes lit up. What a coincidence. I was just thinking about you, and here you are? He should still be on his way. The maidservant paused for a moment and instinctively said, I see. You can go now. Li Ke waved his hand and then ran toward the palace gates. The maidservants were momentarily stunned by Li Ke's actions. The leading maidservant suddenly remembered something. Her eyes widening in shock as she hurriedly said, Quick, go find the princess. I will report to the empress. Prince Shuang must be looking for trouble with Changsun Dalong. After saying this, the maidservant immediately turned around and rushed back the way she came. She had just realized that Prince Shuang had never had a good impression of Changsun Chong. The two had fought countless times since childhood. When the empress summoned Changsun Chong, he would definitely be the first to enter the palace, and Li Ke was waiting along the route to the Hall of Governance. Li Ke was fast, and from a distance, he saw Changsun Chong entering with the guards. Upon seeing Changsun Chong, Li Ke rushed forward without a second thought, shouting, Changsun Chong, do you still want to marry my sister? Li Ke was still shouting, but he had already sprinted over. Since the moment he crossed over, while he might have relaxed in other areas, he had never let up on his martial training. Changsun Chong, who was walking with the guards, was suddenly startled by the shout. When he looked up and saw the person charging at him, he was instantly dumbfounded. Li Ke. He reflexively turned and ran. However, Li Ke had been waiting for him, and Changsun Chong was just a frail scholar. How could he outrun Li Ke? He had barely taken a few steps before Li Ke caught up to him. Your Highness, I was just being chased by Changsun Chong. Changsun Chong hurriedly tried to explain. But before he could finish his sentence, Li Ke had already landed a punch squarely on his eye. Changsun Chong let out a cry of pain. His words caught in his throat. Seeing no way to escape, he squatted down on the ground, covering his head with his hands. You're becoming more and more outrageous. You see me and immediately turn to run. Am I a flood or a beast? You must be asking for a beating, right? Li Ke shouted while he continued to hit him. Changsun Chong squatted there with his hands over his head, rolling his eyes in his mind at Li Ke's words. What excuse do you think I have to avoid being beaten? If I didn't run, wouldn't you say I wasn't afraid of you? You'd beat me again, right? Damn it. Of course, he only dared to think this to himself. Your Highness, stop hitting him. Changsun Dalong was summoned into the palace by the empress. The guards were also dumbfounded, but they didn't dare to intervene, as this was nothing unusual. This young master had once beaten Changsun Chong in front of the emperor. Although Li Ke had punched Changsun Chong, he had received 20 military canes from the emperor in return. Get out of the way. Just because he saw me. He turned and ran. Am I that scary? He deserves it. Li Ke shouted. Changsun Chong felt like he was about to die. If Li Ke weren't a prince and this weren't in the Taiji Palace, he would have cursed him out long ago. Why do you think I ran? Don't you know? To clarify, Li Ke is not a sister complex. However, in his past life, Li Ke was an only child and had always wanted a younger sister. Especially since one of his close friends had a sensible and obedient younger sister, Li Ke was even more envious and jealous. When Li Ke crossed over, Li Lizzie had just turned 6 years old, the age when a little girl is the most cute and well-behaved. Moreover, Li Lizzie herself had a tranquil personality. And every time she saw Li Ke, she would obediently call him third brother. Although she was just a cheap younger sister, that third brother call, along with years of getting along, naturally fostered a very good relationship. Of course, Li Ke liked his sister for one reason, but he also cared for his biological mother, concubine Yang. Because of her identity as a former princess, although Li ShiMin favored her, she had always been marginalized by the other concubines in the harem. Li ShiMin could not manage this, and concubine Yang was the type to be cautious and never spoke about such matters to Li ShiMin. Therefore, Li Ke treated several daughters of Empress Changsun well, and as their relationship improved, Empress Changsun would naturally pay more attention to concubine Yang. Additionally, the little girls were quite likable, and after years of interaction, their bond naturally deepened. As a result, when he heard that she was to marry that bird-brained Changsun Chong, Li Ke was naturally displeased. The key point was that Li Ke could not stand Changsun Wuji. Among the 24 ministers of Lingyan Pavilion that Li ShiMin had, Li Ke had met them all, and it had to be said that the later evaluations of Changsun Wuji as being sinister were not unfounded. This guy was indeed a bit treacherous. After arriving in this world, some of the behaviors of the Changsun family further confirmed this. Moreover, if Li Ke remembered correctly, in history, it was Changsun Wuji who caused his own demise. For someone who could possibly kill him, Li Ke felt he must take the opportunity to eliminate him. Since he had this awareness, Li Ke naturally could not allow Li ShiMin to become more entangled with Changsun Wuji. Another reason was that historically, Li Lizzie had passed away at the young age of 23, which was closely related to her marrying at 13. Having spent several years with Li Lizzie, Li Ke regarded this obedient younger sister as his own sister. How could he bear to see her die young? The marriage granted in the 5th year of the Jingguan era was disrupted by Li Ke, and now Li Lizzie was 15 and still unmarried. He heard that Li ShiMin seemed to have some thoughts about it again recently. If it really came to that, Li Ke wondered if he should use this thing in his arms as a black gun. However, having used a black gun once, this thing could not be brought out in the Tang dynasty unless absolutely necessary. Li Ke naturally would not do that. Furthermore, a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. He needed to resolve the Changsun family without any mishaps. After giving Changsun Chong a bruised face, Li Ke calculated the time and decisively fled. If he didn't run now, the guards going to report would be back soon, and then, out of face, he would have to endure a beating from Li ShiMin. However, if he ran away, there was a high chance he would be fine. It wasn't far from the Hall of Two Instruments. Li Ke was also quite measured in his strikes. At most, he would only give Chang Sun Chong a bruised face, not injuring his bones, and he would recover in 2 or 3 days. If he hit too hard, not to mention the trouble he would face, he wouldn't be able to hit him a second time. That would be considered provoking Li ShiMin. Right now, this was just a fight. The concepts were different. After Li Ke ran away, Chang Sun Chong straightened his clothes and stood up from the ground. Although he was grimacing in pain, he was already used to it. Ever since he had annoyed Li Ke as a child, he had been beaten countless times over the years, especially after news spread that he was to marry Princess Changle. He had received even more beatings. There was no helping it. Everyone knew that Li Ke had a good relationship with several of his sisters. Well, Chang Sun Dalong, I have already informed His Majesty. Let me take you to the medical clinic, a guard said helplessly. No need. Let's just go like this. It's nothing. Chang Sun Chong waved his hand. The guard thought, is this what experience from being beaten too much looks like? Li Ke ran quickly, and as he had thought, Li ShiMin had already received the news. Upon learning that Li Ke had beaten Chang Sun Chong, who was summoned into the palace by Empress Chang Sun, Li ShiMin slammed the table in anger. This unfilial son, he must have done it on purpose. Li ShiMin shouted furiously. Chapter 6. The old Yin by beside him. Chong Lin let out a bitter laugh, whether intentionally or not he couldn't tell. Since the 2nd year of the Jingguan era until this year, the 9th year of Jingguan, Chang Sun Chong had been beaten every year. At first, it was manageable, but later, when His Highness the Prince of Shu learned that Li ShiMin intended to marry Chong Lu off to Chang Sun Chong, he was beaten at least a dozen times a year, averaging at least once a month. Thinking carefully, it seemed this was only the 2nd time he had heard about it in the 9th year of Jingguan. Cough, Your Majesty. Does His Highness the Prince of Shu know your plans again? If it involves changing a prince, Chong Lin would definitely say nothing. But he knew that sometimes Li Ke needed someone to ease things a bit. Are you talking about Chong Lu's marriage? When Li ShiMin heard this, he felt a bit of a headache. By the end of the 5th year of Jingguan, he should have prepared a dowry for Li Lizzie, and in the 7th year, she was supposed to formally marry Chang Sun Chong, but it was all messed up by Li Ke. That rascal insisted back then that it was bad for a girl so young to marry, harmful to her health. He even said that if his mother hadn't married Li ShiMin so early, she wouldn't be so frail and sickly now. And he didn't want his sister to suffer so young. For this, the 14-year-old Li Ke stubbornly took 20 military whips and didn't repent. That time was a real beating. 20 military whips, the rascal's backside was all bruised, yet he wouldn't give in, saying only one thing. If you want to marry my sister, either you beat me to death, or I beat him to death. Later, even Empress Chang Sun couldn't stand it, and pleaded with Li ShiMin. After all, Li Lizzie was her biological daughter, and what Li Ke said had some merit. For the sake of his half-sister, Li Ke could endure such heavy injuries, which naturally moved Empress Chang Sun. Li Lizzie's biological brother hadn't made such sacrifices. Moreover, she married Li ShiMin at 13, and her health had indeed never been good. Since Empress Chang Sun stood up to plead, Chang Sun Wuji naturally couldn't ignore it, and also interceded, saying that the 3rd prince was doing it for his sister's good, and it would be better to wait a few more years. Thus, the matter dragged on, and now it was already the 9th year of Jingguan. It was normal for him to have this idea, starting preparations this year. The earliest marriage could be next year, by which time Chong Lu would be 16. Not too young. In fact, Li ShiMin's later change of heart toward Li Ke was also because of this incident. Because Li Ke was willing to endure such suffering for his sister, this sibling bond was a great comfort to Li ShiMin. He had staged the Xuanwu Gate incident, but he absolutely didn't want a similar situation to happen to his own children again. Li Ke's protective feelings for his sister were Li ShiMin's greatest consolation. I'm just speculating. Chong Lin didn't dare to say more, but he pondered in his heart that His Highness the Prince of Shu was probably not upset over Chong Lu's matter, but rather just in a bad mood. And Chang Sun Chong just happened to appear, making it convenient. From what Chong Lin knew of Li Ke, this was definitely something His Highness the Prince of Shu would do. So what should we do? We can't really let Chong Lu marry at 20, can we? What family has their daughter marry at such an age? Li ShiMin felt a bit of a headache. How about I privately probe His Highness the Prince of Shu another day? Chong Lin tentatively asked. Although Li Ke couldn't decide on the marriage, he could certainly cause trouble. Chang Sun Chong was beaten black and blue. How could he possibly marry? Forget it. Let us talk about this later. That rascal must have already run away. You send someone to personally go to Guanyin Bai, properly comfort Chang Sun Chong, and grant him 100 guan. Say it's for medical expenses, and send someone from the Imperial Medical Office to check on him. Li ShiMin waved his hand helplessly. Yes. Chong Lin bowed and responded. In Taiji Palace, at the Shanshui Pavilion, a girl around 15 or 16, with bright eyes and a beautiful smile, was sitting there enjoying the scenery when suddenly a maid rushed over. Your Highness, it's bad. What's wrong? Why the fuss? The girl looked at her, made with some confusion. Your Highness, His Highness the Prince of Shu has beaten Chang Sun Dalong again, right in the palace. I heard it was Her Highness the Empress who called him over, and then His Highness the Prince of Shu caught him. The maid chattered, recounting the events. Upon hearing Li Ke's name, The girl first showed a hint of a smile, but then quickly reacted, her face showing a trace of anxiety. Why is third brother fighting in the palace again? If father catches him, won't he get whipped again? What should I do? I'll go plead for him. The nearby maids couldn't help but stifle their laughter. It seemed in the eyes of the siblings, Changsun Dalong was not human, right? Not even asking a word. However, they also understood that it was indeed something His Highness the Prince of Shu would do. He often told Chang Lu about the bad things Changsun Chong was doing outside, and over time, it was no wonder Chang Lu had a bad impression of him. Especially since Changsun Chong often went to brothels. What girl wouldn't he mind that? The princess was a girl too. Your Highness, he wasn't caught. How could His Highness the Prince of Shu let your Majesty catch him? The guards reported that after His Highness finished beating him, he ran off just in time. The maid who reported the news covered her mouth and said with a smile, "Not caught. That's good." Chang Lu immediately breathed a sigh of relief. After leaving the palace, Li Ku's subordinates quickly approached him. Seeing the carriage brought over by the guards, Li Ku raised an eyebrow. "What is the matter?" "Yes, Your Highness." Get in the carriage with me." Li Ku nodded, then led the way into the carriage, and a middle-aged man quickly followed. Once the carriage door closed, Li Ku asked, "What happened?" "Your Highness, we received news from the Changsun residents that Changsun Wuji and the Zheng family from Xinjiang intend to unite against our Yu Lai Trading Company, wanting to suppress it to secretly reduce your financial power. The area where the Zheng family operates is the main purchasing zone for our grain trade," the middle-aged man said in a deep voice. "Additionally, Changsun Wuji is also preparing to impeach you at the Grand Court meeting the day after tomorrow." Li Ku raised an eyebrow. Xinjiang Zheng family? The 5 surnames and 7 noble houses. The 7 major families of the Tang dynasty, right? Having been in the Tang dynasty for so many years, Li Ku certainly felt the influence of the 5 surnames and 7 noble houses. History says that the Tang royal family struggled to marry women from the 5 surnames and 7 noble houses because these families practiced internal intermarriage. This is also why it is said that Li Yuan's family, the Li family, was seen as trying to take advantage of the 5 surnames and 7 noble houses. From Li Ku's current perspective, this matter was very likely true. As of now, Li ShiMin did not have a hard demand for marrying into the 5 surnames and 7 noble houses, as his main targets for marrying off his children were the 24 ministers of Lingyan Pavilion and other important officials. But the influence of the 5 surnames and 7 noble houses was undeniable. For example, Changsun Wuji's wife came from the Xinjiang Zheng family. But she was not a legitimate daughter, only a branch. Currently, the natural disasters in the Tang dynasty had mostly passed, and grain prices were gradually stabilizing. The grain trade was just part of our business. Even if it was completely discontinued, it wouldn't matter. Li Ku pondered for a moment, then raised his head and said, "Tianming, have someone organize all the businesses operated by the Xinjiang Zheng family. Are we going to compete?" Tianming looked at Li Ku in surprise. Over the years, Li Ku had never managed the Yu Lai trading company he personally established, even though it had grown into a huge entity. Chapter 7. Who says this prince is just a brute? Of course, when dealing with the old Bai of the Changsun family, we cannot give them any opportunities. Li Ku sneered. Did they really think this prince knows nothing? Did they really think I haven't done anything in the 8 years since I crossed over? Li Ku indeed did not understand how to make soap, glass, or curved plows, but as a modern person, he had done some things. Before doing this, Li Ku originally wanted to create a loyal and reliable team for himself. As for how to build it, he had to mention a legendary experience from his previous life. In his last life, when Li Ku graduated from high school, he planned to go out to work, but was deceived by a friend into a cult. During the entire summer of his senior year, Li Ku experienced a brainwashing session in the cult. However, Li Ku was very smart and good at learning from a young age. After studying there for a while, he discovered that their methods had some validity. He dedicated more than half a month to participating in learning and successfully rose to the position of leader. Within a month, he became an instructor. By the end of the summer vacation, he had successfully reversed the brainwashing of the people in his group and reported them to the police after leaving. Even after being arrested, those people told him that once they got out, they would follow Li Ku. So, when he traveled to the first year of the Tang dynasty, he felt insecure and thought about using this method to create a team loyal to him. However, most people in the Tang dynasty had not received an education, and no one understood the cult's methods. The people of this era were quite ignorant, lacking culture, and ordinary people still believed in deities. Moreover, Li Ku predicted a series of disasters such as droughts and locust plagues in the 2nd and 3rd years of the Jingguan period, and the results shocked him. The subsequent brainwashing work was not conducted by Li Ku himself but entrusted to his subordinates, and the scale of the business continued to grow. Later, Li Ku had to split some functions of the business. For example, he established the first escort agency in history, the Longmen Escort Agency, specifically for transporting goods. Some of the business's bases established in and called Yujian Inn, which became the largest chain inn in the Tang dynasty. The main business, the Yuelai business, expanded into various aspects of the Tang dynasty, but the most important parts were the western regions and the northern Turkic grasslands. Now, within the Yuelai business, there were many brainwashed people from the western regions and Turkic people whose loyalty was off the charts. However, because the Yuelai business was growing rapidly in 8 years, Li Ku hardly touched a penny from the business. All the profits were used for expansion. He didn't expect that Changsun Wuji would actually want to take action against the ULI business. The ULI business was quite low-key in the Tang Dynasty because anyone who joined had to undergo a brainwashing process, making it easy to keep secrets. Therefore, the outside world had very little understanding of the business's scale and information, and given the closed nature of information in this era, no one knew just how big the ULI business was. However, it was not difficult to know that the ULI business belonged to Li Ku, as he had solved some problems for the business, and, in the Tang Dynasty, doing business, especially with large enterprises, without a background was impossible. Li Ku could obtain intelligence from Changsun Wuji's residence by selecting suitable individuals from the ULI business and placing them there. Yes, I will immediately go and organize the information. Tianming perked up immediately, excitedly bowing to Li Ku. 8 years. Your Highness, do you know how we have spent these 8 years? We could say we've spent them in guilt. The business has been established for so many years, and not a single penny has been provided to Your Highness. Instead, we need Your Highness to stand up for us. Everyone in the business has been holding their breath, wanting to contribute to Your Highness. But Your Highness just doesn't need it. There's nothing we can do. After all, our master is a prince of the Tang Dynasty, who doesn't lack anything. Instead, the money earned needs to support us, who were originally commoners. Everyone dares not forget Your Highness's grace of rebirth before joining. They were almost struggling on the brink of life and death every day. Now they are well-fed and warmly dressed, living better than most people in the Tang Dynasty. How can they not feel guilty? Now Your Highness finally needs them. Li Ku did not stop him. Tianming jumped down from the carriage, took a horse from a nearby guard, and rode off. After Tianming left, Li Ku closed his eyes. In his mind, there was a space that had been shrouded in mist for 8 years, and it was only yesterday that the mist completely dissipated, allowing Li Ku to understand what that space in his mind was. It turned out to be the place where he worked in his previous life. It seemed that the area had been cut off into an independent space. In his last life, Li Ku was an electronic engineer maintaining warehouse electronic equipment, and the warehouse he maintained was a National Strategic Reserve warehouse. When he traveled, it seemed that even the space around him had crossed over, but it was fixed in a void, blocked by a layer of mist. Once the mist dispersed, he could enter. Now that this space had unlocked an area of the office building where he used to work, the entire building had been unsealed. Last night, Li Ku went in to take a look. The building was empty, and time seemed to have stopped inside. All electronic devices and security locks were non-functional, and some security doors were in an open state. Moreover, in this space, the brightness of any area was the same for Li Ku. He could see clearly regardless of the presence of light. Li Ku knew there was a security room in the office building where armed police were stationed. He rushed in yesterday directly towards the security room and retrieved a Type 92 pistol along with 2 magazines. The only regret was that the National Strategic Reserve warehouse he worked for was not a military supply warehouse, but a civilian supply warehouse. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been maintained by civilian staff. However, even so, the security of the warehouse was protected by armed police, with a unit stationed nearby. While only a small team of armed police was responsible for daily security work inside the warehouse, it was unclear how large the area cut off by this space was. If the entire warehouse area had been included, Li Ku would be drooling. The National Strategic Reserve warehouse contained supplies that could be said to cover everything. However, he could only maintain external equipment and was unaware of what was inside. Li Ku decided to explore carefully today. All the equipment in the office building remained unchanged, but there were no personnel or other living beings, only himself. Moreover, no matter how long he stayed in this space, it seemed that time outside passed in an instant. Entering the building, Li Ku appeared in the security room he had visited yesterday, where there were still 10 automatic rifles. Unfortunately, the ammunition was limited, and he currently had no use for such heavy weaponry. After leaving the security room, Li Ku first searched the entire building. Most areas were normal, just documents and similar items, nothing noteworthy, until he found a large independent freight elevator and discovered something peculiar. This freight elevator had 4 underground levels. But if he remembered correctly, the other elevators in this building only had 3 underground levels. Moreover, this area seemed to have been a restricted zone that he could not enter before. This meant there was something underground here. Chapter 8. Is this the strategic reserve? Li Ku turned directly to the nearby emergency staircase. He couldn't climb down from the elevator shaft and could only find a way down the emergency staircase. After searching 3 times on the 3rd underground level, Li Ku finally found a security door in a very concealed corner. The entire security door was disguised as a regular room's hallway security door. Fortunately, these security doors were all in an open state, and Li Ku easily opened the door and walked in. Sure enough, in this room, turning the corner revealed a brand new staircase. After entering the next level via the staircase, Li Ku was stunned. In front of him was an arched passage at least 4 meters wide, extending to the left and right into the distance. Was there an underground warehouse he didn't know about? There couldn't be arms here, could there? Li Ku instantly felt excited. About 40 meters to his left, there was a prominent massive vault door, and he immediately ran in that direction. Upon reaching the entrance, Li Ku forcefully pulled open the vault door, revealing the space inside. However, once he entered, he was a bit taken aback because it wasn't any supplies he had imagined, and certainly not military supplies, but books. Yes, it was a dense collection of neatly arranged materials. Li Ku walked up to a bookshelf in front of him, which was categorized and labeled by subject and different types. The shelf in front of him was labeled as basic practical materials. Li Ku raised his eyes to look at the books on the shelf and immediately spotted a book with a strange title, Barefoot Doctor's Manual, for use in southern regions. He had never heard of this before. The unique red cover also made Li Ku feel it had a strong sense of the era. He directly took the book and flipped to the back. Indeed, the printing date was 1970. The state had actually printed this thing? Li Ku was very curious and opened the book, and when he saw the content inside, he instantly understood what kind of book this was. This was likely compiled during a special period to address the medical issues in vast ordinary rural areas. It didn't discuss anatomy, physiology, biochemistry, or pharmacology, but rather centered around problems. In other words, it listed all the common ailments encountered by ordinary people in southern regions at that time and provided different treatment plans directly based on these ailments, along with a considerable number of traditional Chinese medicine prescriptions. It even included things like how to massage a child with indigestion, what to do about chickenpox, what medicine to use for mouth sores, and so on. Moreover, there were many illustrations of Chinese herbal medicines, and the book was rich in both text and pictures, making it easy to understand for anyone who could read. Li Ku was dumbfounded. He instantly understood the benefits of this book. It didn't require you to become a systematic doctor, but it could quickly solve the vast majority of the public's medical problems in a very short time because serious illnesses were, after all, the minority. And what rural and remote areas needed most were these common ailments and problems. Indeed, the ancestors were impressive and resourceful. Li Ku had never heard of this before. And the key point was that this was still preserved in the National Strategic Reserve Warehouse. Shouldn't they be keeping more advanced scientific knowledge that is in line with the times? However, you might ask if it is useful in modern times. Actually, it still has certain value. At least for those who know nothing about medicine, this is definitely useful. Li Ku immediately looked beside it, and sure enough, there were different versions from different regions and provinces. It turned out this book was customized domestically back then according to different regions. Li Ku even saw versions in different languages, including those in the languages of domestic ethnic minorities. Not far from this book, Li Ku saw another book with distinctive features of the era called Friend of Dual-Use Talents for Military and Civilian. He had never heard of this either. Without hesitation, Li Ku picked up this book and began to flip through it. After roughly looking through the table of contents, Li Ku's expression was quite strange. This Friend of Dual-Use Talents for Military and Civilian contained military knowledge in the first volume about shooting planes, ambushing tanks, identifying landmines, avoiding nuclear bombs, and defense against biological and chemical warfare, while the latter part discussed everything from planting wheat, corn, raising pigs, ducks, and geese, to repairing tractors and electric motors, and even how to make braised pork and caramel. As for why there was a section on braised pork, Li Ku wondered if it was because the instructors liked to eat braised pork. Li Ku flipped through it and thought it was simply absurd. The front part was about studying good breed cultivation, urging sows to come into heat and ovulate, and reasonable fertilization, while the back started discussing planting melons and beans, fine-tuning motorcycles, building houses and floors, beginner photography, cooking, and so on. After roughly flipping through the entire book, Li Ku felt somewhat moved because the words reflected the anxiety of that special period, a desire to help the entire nation escape poverty and weakness, as if they wanted to write down all knowledge, using the simplest and most straightforward language for ordinary people to learn. But at the same time, this also meant that even if this book really encountered a nuclear war, it could quickly find countless useful things in a state of having nothing. Perhaps that is also the reason it appeared here. Li Ku found many books with distinctive features of the era on this bookshelf, such as Militia Military Training Manual, Selection of Traditional Remedies, Militia Anti-Aircraft Shooting Textbook, and so on. Whether these books were here for preparation after a nuclear war or merely for commemoration, it was clear that for Li Ku now, these items were simply treasures. In addition, Li Ku also found many basic engineering books nearby. These included what was referred to as traditional methods for making cement, the simplest methods for refining glass and other light industrial products, as well as how to prepare 3 acids and 2 bases, all detailing the production of relevant items under the most rudimentary conditions. Li Ku discovered that the relevant industrial books were linear, starting from the most primitive production methods, progressing to basic industrialization, and then gradually deepening. It can be said that according to these books, one could establish a complete industrial system. Is this what strategic reserves mean? Li Ku truly felt the weight of the strategic reserves. They really took all extreme conditions into account. Including the storage of paper books here is a consideration. While electronic materials can certainly store more, the safest storage method is still paper books. Looking at these books, Li Ku felt ambitious. With these things, becoming the richest man in Chang'an wouldn't be an exaggeration, right? He couldn't just sit idly by. What a small matter it was, with money. One could live freely anywhere. He had previously said he didn't know how to make soap, scented soap, or how to handle tea leaves and cloth. But now, everything was here. Coincidentally, wasn't Changsun Wuji looking to make a fuss? Then let him come. The Zheng family of the 5 surnames and 7 clans, right? Now the ULI business firm should also play its role. Chapter 9, this is at least the richest man in Chang'an, right? Li Ku thought for a moment and first selected a few sets of books from inside, such as books on spinning and weaving. Starting from the most basic looms and spinning machines to the historically distinctive Jenny spinning machine, and then to steam-powered spinning machines. The steam engine might not be needed for now, but the Jenny spinning machine would be enough. In the Tang Dynasty, this was a formidable tool. Originally, silk and cloth were the Tang Dynasty's greatest advantages. In addition, a set of flying shuttle looms was naturally taken out, including a jacquard loom specifically used for making patterns. These are the most basic machines, and there are upgraded versions later, but Li Ku temporarily doesn't need those upgrades. Regardless of ancient or modern times, to make money, food, clothing, housing, and transportation are the most basic necessities, especially so in ancient times. For ordinary people, these are the only concerns they have. In terms of food, aside from preparing relevant books on breeding poultry and livestock, Li Ku focused on seed selection and breeding. Unfortunately, he didn't know if there were other warehouses. This strategic reserve warehouse contained stored grains. Naturally, it also included food crops. Moreover, Li Ku knew that the food crops stored in the strategic reserve warehouse were not the kind that could only be planted for one season. The seeds available on the market can only be planted for one season, as they are specially cultivated by seed companies. However, the strategic reserves here are different. The seeds stored here can be used for replanting, although their yield is definitely not as high as those available on the market. Their greatest advantage is that they can be saved for future planting without rapidly degrading. Importantly, there are many seeds here that the Tang Dynasty does not have, such as corn, potatoes, and sweet potatoes. However, it's not a big deal that these seeds are temporarily unavailable. The existing crops can be scientifically selected and bred, and we can deal with that first. This warehouse for storing books is vast, divided into many different compartments. Li Ku did not check all of them, as it would take too much time, and much of the advanced knowledge would not be useful to him. He simply exited through the door and continued along the corridor, wanting to see what else was stored in this underground warehouse. Soon, he came to a second warehouse door. When he opened it and saw what was inside, he was once again stunned. The contents were still beyond his expectations. What was stored here was paper. Yes, paper. The only difference is that this paper is specifically designed for making currency. They are neatly categorized, packed, and stacked here. Li Ku has no idea how much currency could be printed from all this paper, but it is clearly of no use to him at the moment. Li Ku also checked the other warehouses. Currently, there are only 4 unsealed warehouses in the corridor. Besides books and currency paper, the remaining warehouse contains ink specifically for currency, and another warehouse has what appears to be disassembled printing equipment. The corridor continues to extend forward, but it is shrouded in mist, indicating that it will take more time to unseal. After tidying up, Li Ku chose to leave this space directly. In a flash, the scenery around him transformed back into that of a horse-drawn carriage, but he now had a few sets of books in his hands. However, these books cannot be shown directly to the craftsman. Setting aside the paper and printing methods, the content is written in simplified characters, which they might not understand, and they can only guess the meaning. Li Ku decided to dismantle a few of the books he temporarily planned to take out, extracting the illustrated parts so that he could let the craftsman make some of them according to the drawings. One should not underestimate the craftsmen of this era. In fact, many tools from later periods have their prototypes in this time, and carpenters are the best among all craftsmen. Upon returning to the Shuang mansion, Li Ku directly asked Tianming to summon the carpenters from the mansion. A total of 27 people came, spanning 3 generations of masters, apprentices, and grand apprentices. There were 3 master craftsmen, 6 core carpenters, and the rest were 3rd-generation apprentices. Greetings, Your Highness. Upon Li Ku's arrival, everyone immediately bowed in unison. Their eyes filled with admiration. Their loyalty was unquestionable, and legally, they belonged to Li Ku as their master. Can you understand this? Li Ku immediately handed the disassembled drawing of the Jenny spinning machine to the 3 leading master craftsmen. The 3 master craftsmen took the paper from Li Ku, and upon receiving it, they were immediately astonished. The quality of the paper was exceptional. It was dense, smooth, and very white. But they were even more amazed by the content on it. The illustrations were exquisitely detailed, especially the fine black lines and the extremely delicate small characters. How could they be written so precisely? They found some of the characters a bit unfamiliar, but focusing on the illustrations, they quickly realized that this was a production drawing of an item. The method of drawing was unheard of, yet the essence was clear at a glance. The person who invented this drawing method is undoubtedly a genius. This is incredibly important for the inheritance of their craftsmanship. May I ask, Your Highness, who created this drawing? One master craftsman could not help but ask. This is a secret. You don't need to worry about that. I can tell you that in the future, you will be able to create similar drawings, and even you master craftsmen might have the chance to publish your own books. Li Ku replied with a smile. Having lived in this era for 8 years, he knew very well what people valued most. Sure enough, when Li Ku said they were qualified to publish books, the 3 master craftsmen were so excited that they almost knelt down on the spot. If they hadn't deeply remembered the rules of Li Ku's mansion that prohibited kneeling for no reason, they would have done so. Yes, we understand, Your Highness. We can comprehend this drawing. Although the item is intricate, it is not difficult to produce. However, this machine seems to be a spinning machine. One master craftsman quickly recognized what the machine was for. Yes, it's a spinning machine. This is my research invention. And it can increase the current spinning efficiency by 16 times. Li Ke said with a smile. 16 times. Everyone present was shocked. The carpenters understood spinning machines well because most spinning machines required carpenters to create them, and there were even purely wooden spinning machines. The spinning machines in the Tang Dynasty were still at their most primitive stage, where one person spun one thread, and there weren't many large-scale spinning businesses. Most yarn was spun by ordinary people at home and then sold to merchants. Only very large-scale businesses had centralized spinning, but it was still basically one person responsible for spinning one thread. However, the spinning machine improved from the Jenny spinning machine could allow one person to spin up to 16 threads at once. The increase in manpower, material, and efficiency was tremendous. In the Tang Dynasty, where silk could serve as currency, this was undoubtedly a money-printing machine. In fact, if it weren't for the limitations of materials in this era, such as the difficulty in making finely polished iron gears and rotors, using wood instead would not be as smooth as iron rollers. The spinning machine could spin hundreds of threads at once. Chapter 10. Assembly line production. Although it cannot yet produce a more refined spinning machine, it is already sufficient to dominate the spinning machines of this era. The cost alone is on a completely different level. 16 times. Tianming listened with a sense of longing. This means that the fabric produced by their Uli trading company has a cost that is only 1/16 of other companies. Or even lower, because one person spinning 16 threads in the same amount of time as 16 people spinning 16 threads results in a significant difference in cost. The labor cost is only 1/16, not to mention the costs of the spinning machine production and the site, etc. How much capital does Uli Trading Company have now? Li Ke turned back to ask Tianming. Although he hadn't taken a penny from Uli Trading Company over the years, he knew that they had been saving money, ready to use it for him at any time. 80,000 guan, Tianming said proudly. Although 80,000 guan doesn't sound like much. Let us not forget that Uli Trading Company has been continually supporting some intelligence-gathering personnel besides normal business activities, which were all taught by His Highness. His Highness told them that doing business is like going to war, and intelligence is the most important. So basically, the people in major trading companies have spies gradually planted by Uli Trading Company, and the loyalty of these people is beyond doubt. With much of their funding provided by Uli Trading Company, over the years, Uli Trading Company has managed to save 80,000 guan while continuously expanding, which is indeed remarkable. To know, they often provide disaster relief in the name of His Highness and adopt orphans, many of whom cannot generate any benefits. Therefore, those fools outside always think His Highness is a reckless man like the Duke of the State, but they do not know where His Highness's true brilliance lies. How many inns are there in Chang'an City? In response to His Highness, according to your guidance, the 3 inns with the best geographical locations are located in the East and West Fang markets and in Shanhang. In addition, there are 7 other smaller inns located around different Fang areas in the outer city. Tianming replied respectfully. Li Ke nodded. The East and West Fang markets are the 2 largest markets in Chang'an. The layout of the entire Chang'an city is square, and Li Ke once suspected that the designer of Chang'an was not a Virgo. Overall, Chang'an has a total of 14 streets running east to west and 11 streets running north to south, neatly dividing the entire city into 108 Fang areas. The Taiji Palace of Li ShiMin is located in the center of the north of Chang'an City. South of the Taiji Palace is the Imperial City, where officials check in to work every day. The left and right sides of the Imperial City and Taiji Palace are the Palace City, where ministers and officials, as well as some noble families, reside. The main gate of the Imperial City is the famous Zhuke Gate. And the line from Zhuke Gate to the Ming Gate at the southernmost point of Chang'an is the north-south axis of the entire city, called Zhuke Street, also known as Tianmen Street. It, along with the street between the main gate of the Imperial City, Zhuke Gate, and the main gate of Taiji Palace, Changshimen Street, evenly divides Chang'an City into east and west. Common people cannot enter Changshimen Street, but Zhuke Street and the cross street in front of Zhuke Gate are the 2 most important traffic hubs in Chang'an City. Shanhang is located directly south of Zhuke Gate, on the right side of Zhuke Street. If it were not for Li Ke being a prince, he would not be able to buy land in this area. I forgot to mention that the shop in Shanhang is from the Changsun family. Li Ke had to discuss for a long time with Changsun Chong before he could buy it. Were these 3 inns purchased according to my requirements? Li Ke did not pay attention to the other inns, but was only concerned about these 3. Yes, Your Highness. We have bought all the shops around the 3 inns we could acquire. Currently, our 3 inns occupy the largest area in both the East and West Fang markets and within Shanhang. Not bad. Li Ke nodded slightly. He would start his own business in the future, and the locations of these 3 inns would be the most important flagship stores. Withdraw all 80,000 guan. First take out 10,000 guan and give it to Master Lu Daqiang, and let them produce the spinning machines in the shortest time possible. I also need weaving machines and jacquard machines from you, so please hurry up. If there are not enough people, let Tianming allocate more workers. Li Ke said. Right now, what the Uli commercial firm lacks the least is manpower. Yes, Your Highness. Tianming was so moved that he almost shed tears. Your Highness, after 8 years, you finally are willing to spend our money. Your Highness, you need 10,000 guan. Lu Daqiang was a bit excited. He didn't expect His Highness to remember his name, and he hurriedly said, 10,000 guan is too much. It's just making a spinning machine. How could it possibly cost that much? It will be needed because you first produce one, then prepare to find more workers for expansion. I want large-scale production of spinning machines. Although I don't know what industries the Zhang and Changsun families are engaged in, silk and satin must be among them. Li Ku sneered. Yes, Your Highness, if we are to produce on a large scale, we will probably need a lot of workers. Mainly because ordinary apprentices do not have the capability to produce, and we need Steward Tian to allocate a significant number of carpenters from elsewhere. Lu Daqiang hesitated before speaking. No, that will be enough. Li Ku waved his hand. You will adopt an assembly line production method. Assembly line? Lu Daqiang was somewhat confused. It's like producing molds and then assembling. Li Ku gave an example. Lu Daqiang suddenly realized. You mean, let us produce each part like a production mold, with each person responsible for one part, and then assemble it at the end? He nodded with a smile at Li Ku. So don't think that ancient people are foolish. Don't think assembly line production is so impressive. Although the concept of assembly lines didn't exist in ancient times, similar concepts were already in play during the Qin dynasty. Each group of apprentices would be responsible for polishing one part according to the same standard. In this way, they could quickly become skilled, and then the specialized personnel would transport these parts to a designated assembly workshop. The assembly personnel would also be assigned to specialized workers. The initial speed might be slower, but once they become proficient, since standardized production is adopted, if a certain part gets damaged later, they can still be interchangeable. Li Ku explained in detail. Although assembly line production has precedence in the Qin dynasty, it also existed in the Tang dynasty. But it could only be organized by the government. Craftsmen in the private sector were still more accustomed to one person crafting a complete product. For a simple reason, craftsmen in ancient times relied on skills and reputation to make a living. If the finished product made by oneself is handed over to others, if a certain part is unqualified, it damages the craftsman's reputation. They trust themselves more. Ordinary craftsmen find it hard to make a living, which is why everyone seeks out the most famous carpenters to make furniture. But there is no such problem when working for Li Ku. Chapter 11. No more delays. After hearing this, Lu Daqiang suddenly realized this is somewhat different from modular production. This way, the efficiency is evidently higher. And he also thought of a benefit. This allows for a significant degree of confidentiality. Although these people would not betray His Highness, it's just that they are afraid of unintentionally leaking information. If everyone only knows a part, it won't be easy to gather all the blueprints. Your Highness, I understand. Lu Daqiang bowed respectfully. Tian Ming, after the production is completed, immediately dispatch the personnel for silk spinning to conduct experimental production, and also prepare for the acquisition of silk and hemp. Additionally, inform the Western Region branch to collect a large number of cotton seeds and then expand large-scale planting. Li Ku issued a new order to Tian Ming. Cotton is already introduced into the Tang dynasty, but the amount planted is very small, mainly concentrated in the western states like Gaochang, Kuka, Yanqi, Gumo, and Shache. Gumo and Shache are the areas of Aksu in later generations, which are also important cotton-producing areas in Xinjiang. Gaochang and Kuka also have some cotton being planted now, but the Tang dynasty has not yet started large-scale cultivation. Yes. Tian Ming immediately bowed. If possible, after making a profit, we will buy cotton at a high price from Gaochang. By the way, we will internally rename it as cotton from now on. Li Ku pondered for a moment. Your Highness, Gaochang is far from us. Buying cotton will significantly increase our costs. Tian Ming hesitated. I know, the price will be high, higher than the price of food grown by the people of Gaochang. Let the people of Gaochang plant as much cotton as possible, preferably all cotton. As for food, we will buy it from nearby and sell it at a fair price. Li Ku added. Tian Ming was somewhat confused. What is Your Highness planning to do? Li Ku did not explain. This plan would not show results in 1 or 2 years. At least it would take around 3 years to see initial effects. As for the purpose, it's just the simplest economic means in later generations. Gaochang has always been quite jumpy. And while this is not something Li Ku needs to handle, it's Li ShiMin's matter. It affects Li Ku's ability to make money. Yes. Tian Ming did not ask questions and could execute it directly. Whatever His Highness said would go. First validate the technology of the spinning machine and weaving machine. Li Ku handed the blueprint of the flying shuttle loom to Lu Daqiang. After successful validation, we will directly expand production scale. After this year's spring silkworm silk comes down, we are ready to enter the fabric industry on a large scale. Yes. Also, find someone to help me translate the materials. I will read them out loud and have someone transcribe them. Once this part of the materials is translated, find someone to start large-scale breeding of pigs and acquire various animal oils and vegetable oils. Li Ku instructed again. The few sets of books he brought out included spinning machines, weaving machines, jacquard looms, as well as the methods for making soap and scented soap, and the method for frying tea. In fact, Li Ku had already figured out frying tea to a large extent. Over the years, he could not get used to the boiled tea of the Tang dynasty. They add everything to it, which he couldn't stand. Although he didn't know how to fry tea, he knew it was about frying tea leaves in a pan, so he would let someone experiment with it. If it doesn't work once, try 10 times, 100 times. As long as you understand the principle, it's not difficult to get it right. So frying tea had actually been accomplished. Li Ku had been drinking fried tea for several years. For him, who drinks tea in one gulp, there isn't much of a difference. But he still brought over the technique for frying tea. After all, having the correct method is always better, right? Your Highness, not many people eat pork. The common people are not very willing to raise them. Tianming hesitated. In the Tang Dynasty, pork was not eaten by anyone. At least not by those with a little wealth, so naturally, fewer people raised them. The main meat in the Tang Dynasty was mutton. Just raise them. They taste much better than mutton. Li Ku did not explain further. Pigs are treasures. You could say pigs are humanity's greatest invention. There is not a single part that is useless. That's just too tragic. Yes, that's all for now. You can arrange it. Li Ku waved his hand. As for other basic materials, such as cement, Li Ku now also had the information, but it was unnecessary. Let's make money first, and then everything will be simple. Now, call a few people to come with me to the study. Yes. Tianming immediately bowed. Li Ku was just about to take people to the study to copy books like Breeding of Quality Breeds and Prompting Sows to Estrus and Ovulation, when a guard rushed in urgently. Your Highness, the Empress has summoned you to the palace. Li Ku paused for a moment. The Empress called for him? Could it be to support Chang Sun Chong? That seemed unlikely. Over the years, Chang Sun Chong had gotten used to being beaten, and he hadn't seen the Empress stand up for him. Where's the messenger? Li Ku asked, somewhat puzzled. He left. The guard chuckled awkwardly. The messenger dared not stay longer, fearing that the Prince of Shu would do something unpredictable. Once the message was delivered, they ran off, knowing that in front of the Prince of Shu, even delivering a message is not like other ministers' households. After so many years of blood and tears, everyone had learned, so the messenger left quite decisively. What does this mean? Am I that scary? Bring him back. Li Ku raised an eyebrow and spoke loudly. Your Highness, he came on horseback. The guard quickly saluted. Damn it, I miscalculated. Next time, tell the guards in advance to make sure to keep the messenger. It wasn't that he wanted to do anything, but mainly he wanted to secretly inquire whether Li ShiMin was using the Empress's name to summon him for a beating. Don't trust that cheap old man's integrity. It's long gone. After all, Li ShiMin had done a lot of such things in front of him. He mainly knew he was going to get beaten, and Li Ku had indeed resisted imperial edicts before. Li ShiMin was also infuriated. It was originally a matter of beating with a military stick, and he couldn't really kill his own son, could he? Of course, Li Ku's resistance was also a little trick. For example, when someone reported that the messenger had come, he would know the content of the edict in advance, and he would run away pretending he hadn't received it. I didn't receive it, so of course it doesn't count as defying the edict. If it were openly defying the edict, he wouldn't dare. If the Empress called, Li Ku still had to go. Over the years, he had developed a bit of admiration for the Empress. The virtuous Empress recorded in history was not undeserved. After all these years, despite the conflicts between Li Ku and the Changsun family, the Empress was still kind and friendly when she saw Li Ku, and it wasn't an act. Li Ku could feel it. Moreover, in many matters, she was fair and had often pleaded for Li Ku, sparing him from Li ShiMin's military stick. Chapter 12. I Have Requests, Part 1. After some hesitation, in order to avoid getting beaten, Li Ku first put on the cushion he had prepared underneath his clothes. And then he simply rode into the palace. On the main street outside the city of Chang'an, due to the large number of common people, it was not allowed to gallop unless there were special circumstances. However, inside the palace, it was permitted. There were special horse paths because many officials had important matters to attend to in the palace, so riding horses and carriages was allowed. Once inside the palace and past the Tai Chi Hall, Li Ku saw several maidservants waiting for him, with the leading one being the maidservant he had seen next to the Empress before. Your Highness, Her Majesty the Empress is waiting for you. The maidservant secretly glanced at Li Ku, and sure enough, the Prince of Shu had beaten Changsun Dalong again, and this time it was quite severe. Where is she? Li Ku asked casually, actually testing whether Li ShiMin was present. In the Lizing Hall, the maidservant replied. Oh, then let's go? Li Ku sighed in relief. At this time, Li ShiMin generally wouldn't go to the consort's residences because he had a lot of state affairs to attend to. Following the maidservant, they quickly arrived at the Lizing Hall. Once here, Li Ku felt much more relaxed. The two maidservants at the entrance saw Li Ku coming and directly opened the hall doors. Before Li Ku even entered, his voice reached inside first. Mother, your son has arrived. When facing the Empress, Li Ku still had to show some respect. After all, she was not his biological mother. Here, it must be mentioned that the term mother was first used by Li Ku. When he first called her that, it was completely influenced by later generations. In fact, it was not common to call it that in the Tang Dynasty. Privately, one would call their biological mother a Nyang, and the Empress would be called your Majesty or Mother. Li Ku hadn't thought that much at the time and just called out. And although both Changsun and Li ShiMin were a bit surprised, they didn't correct him. They understood what it meant. Later, as Li Ku continued to call her that, it spread, and other princes and princesses followed suit. While speaking, Li Ku lifted his leg and walked inside. As soon as he entered, he instantly saw a familiar figure. Upon seeing the figure, Li Ku didn't think at all and directly turned in another direction, loudly saying, Mother, I suddenly remembered I have a gift to give you. I'll go back and get it. After saying that, Li Ku turned around to run. What the hell? How did Li ShiMin end up here today? With a chuckle, the Empress, who was standing next to Li ShiMin, couldn't help but laugh. Come back. Li Li ShiMin glared and shouted angrily. Oh dear, mother, I heard father calling me. I'll go first. Li Ke didn't look back and shouted again, running outside. If you leave today, I'll marry Chong Lu off tomorrow. Li ShiMin sneered. Ga? Li Ke's hand on the hall door immediately stopped. He turned around nonchalantly and said, Oh, father, you're here. I thought you were outside. At this moment, Li Ke finally noticed that Chong Sun Chong had not left and was standing silently in the corner with panda eyes. Empress Chong Sun was very happy and smiled, saying, This child is too delightful. None of the other princes and princesses are like him. All right, Kuer, come in. I promise your father won't hit you today. She added with a smile. Hey, mother, you should have said so earlier. Father, you're here too. Li Ke immediately relaxed and waved to Li ShiMin as a greeting. Li ShiMin's temples throbbed. This rebellious son. Beside him, Chong Sun Chong twitched at the corner of his mouth, thinking, Damn, this kid really is something. I don't regret getting beaten. I've never seen anyone talk to Li ShiMin like that. Mainly, he couldn't witness the daily interactions between Li Ke and Li ShiMin, but his father might have. The way Li Ke acted was completely shocking to him. Now that he thought about it, if Li Ke wasn't afraid of Li ShiMin, then getting beaten by him was nothing unusual. Suddenly, he felt much better about it. Kuer, speak nicely. If you keep this up, your mother can't guarantee she can hold your father back. Empress Chong Sun chuckled softly. She rarely saw such emotions from Li ShiMin. It was only moments like this, when facing Li Ke, that she felt Li ShiMin was a flesh and blood father, not just an emperor. Mother, did you call me for something? Li Ke quickly asked after a moment of hesitation. Not much. Mainly I discussed with your father about the marriage of Chong Lu and wanted to seek your opinion. Empress Chong Sun replied with a smile. Li Ke was somewhat surprised. Was the dictatorial ruler Li ShiMin actually asking for his input today? Wouldn't he just make the decision himself? Mother, they say the eldest brother is like a father. Although I am not as good looking as my eldest brother, I am still a handsome elder brother. As a handsome brother, I think the one worthy of my sister must be a great hero, both civil and military. Li Ke began to persuade without hesitation. He didn't dare say he had to be better than the champion marquis in martial arts and Zhuge Kongming in literature, at the very least. He should be better than Li Guang in martial arts and Zhou Yu in literature. Li ShiMin's mouth twitched. You really dare to say that? If there was a minister here, they would spit on you. The kind of person he mentioned, could they even be found in the Tang dynasty? Empress Chong Sun, however, was very pleased. Regardless of whether Li Ke's words could be taken seriously, it was clear he was thinking of his sister. Chong Sun Chong was observing silently, pretending not to hear, while inwardly cursing Li Ke in various ways that no one would ever know. And speaking of our beautiful sister, she truly deserves to be described as, with the beauty of flowers, the voice of birds, the spirit of the moon, the demeanor of willows, the bones of jade, the skin of ice and snow, the grace of autumn waters, and the heart of poetry. Li Ke ignored Li ShiMin's twitching mouth and continued. I think she can be called one of the four great beauties alongside Shi Shi, Wang Zhaojun, and Zhao Chan. Shut up. Li ShiMin could no longer endure it and directly yelled. You say you're uneducated, yet you can still come up with these flattering phrases about women? You say you're well-read? Zhao Chan is a title for a female official in the Han Dynasty. Who has that name? Is that so? Li Ke was taken aback for a moment, but quickly spoke again. I, Li Ke, the Prince of Shu in the Tang Dynasty, may not have many other talents, but I excel in being stubborn. How can that be? Zhao Chan is indeed a title for a female official in the Han Dynasty. And in the book I wrote, Romance of the Three Kingdoms, Zhao Chan is a synonym for the most beautiful woman in the world. I say it exists, so it exists. Li Ke argued back. Li ShiMin, do you still have any shame? How did I end up with a son like you? You even write books? You? Write books? Li ShiMin took a deep breath and looked Li Ke up and down. What? Not possible. Feeling guilty? Li Ke had no idea what feeling guilty was. His skin was already thicker than the walls of Chang'an. Besides, if Luo Guanzhong had a problem, he could come find me. Hundreds of years later, when he sees my Romance of the Three Kingdoms, he would have to say, Prince of Shu is amazing. Forget it. I didn't call you here to boast. I called you to talk about your sister's marriage. You previously said she was too young to marry, which is bad for her health. This year she is already 15. And if we start preparing now, she will be 16 when she marries next year. That's not too young, right? I'm warning you. This is my final tolerance. Li ShiMin warned Li Ke, mainly because he was afraid this brat wouldn't give him face. Father, is this what you call discussing? You've already made the decision. What more is there to discuss? Li Ke immediately replied, but he secretly rolled his eyes, realizing that Li ShiMin's words were actually preparing for him to retort. Otherwise, why call him to discuss anything? Li Ke didn't want to use the reason of close relatives not being able to marry. That wouldn't work in the Tang dynasty. Since ancient times, such prohibitions were limited to paternal relatives. Cousins didn't count. Moreover, who gave you the right to change a tradition that has lasted for thousands of years with just one sentence? Who do you think you are? The Yellow Emperor? The prejudices in people's hearts are like a mountain. Even if a nation's massive media promotes something, people still think that the government is out to harm them. In this chaotic era, a 17-year-old prince like you thinks that just saying close relatives can't marry will suffice? Is close kinship defined by you, Li Ke? Who do you think you are? Even what Li ShiMin says doesn't matter. The 5 surnames and 7 clans intermarry, and they don't marry outsiders. forcing later Li Ji to prohibit intermarriage among certain families. For political benefits and family continuity, what does close kin marriage matter? It's too naive to think otherwise. As for investigating the disadvantages of close kin marriage, Li Ku didn't want to bother. It was not feasible. Elite families would be investigated. Wouldn't that lead to trouble? If my child dies young, you ask me why? Are you rubbing salt in my wounds? Ancient people valued face above all. This would deeply offend people. As for investigating the common people, don't be ridiculous. Do you think it's the later generations? In this chaotic era, adults can't even feed themselves. And the infant mortality rate is so high that later generations can't even imagine it. These rates are many times higher than the deformities caused by close kin marriage. Moreover, ancient people were ignorant. Sometimes deformities were seen as auspicious. Are you going to tell me about disadvantages? So let's do it my way. Today, Chang Sun-chung is also here. Whatever requirements you have, tell him. Once Li Ji marries him, you can't just hit him anymore. Li ShiMin frowned. Father, I'm not saying this is something I should discuss with him. It should be his father who handles it. The orders of parents and the words of matchmakers are involved. He has no say in it. Li Ku glanced at Chang Sun-chung and said directly. Li Ku's words made Li ShiMin's blood pressure rise again. You dare to mention the orders of parents and the words of matchmakers? What did you say when you stirred this matter up a few years ago? Life is precious. Love is more valuable, right? At that time, why didn't you mention the orders of parents and the words of matchmakers? Stop talking nonsense. I'm talking about your requirements for him. Naturally, I will discuss it with his family. I'm telling you, if you propose a requirement to him and he fulfills it, then you can't trouble him anymore. Li ShiMin glared at Li Ku. Having gotten used to talking to him like this, he also started using I. Then my requirement is not high. He just needs to be able to beat me in a fight, Li Ku confidently stated. Chang Sun-chung thought to himself, forget it. I'll hold it in. If I say too much, I might let something slip and get myself killed. If I could beat you, I would have done so long ago. Can I endure for so many years? Li ShiMin's face was already dark. If he could beat you, would he still be getting beaten by you every month? Speak nicely. Li ShiMin took a deep breath. Then he just needs to be better than me in martial arts or wrestling. Li Ku said loudly without changing his expression. Li ShiMin. If it weren't for Chang Sun-chung being here, he would have to maintain his dignity, and Li ShiMin would have started cursing. Tell me, what's the difference between these two? But this time he couldn't say that Li Ku was not doing his job. Dad, don't glare at me. Confucius said, a gentleman masters the 6 arts, rights, music, archery, charioteering, writing, and mathematics. Everyone says I'm a reckless man, but I require him to be no worse than me in the 6 arts. Is that unreasonable? Li Ku said with a smile. Li ShiMin, Chang Sun Empress, Chang Sun-chung. At this moment, the expressions of the three were somewhat strange. How many literate people in the Tang dynasty can meet the requirement of the gentleman's 6 arts? But if you take it seriously, Li Ku actually meets the criteria. At this moment, Li ShiMin suddenly realized that although his third son had a somewhat peculiar character, he indeed had real skills. Chang Sun-chung could barely manage rights, music, and writing, and he might not even be better than Li Ku in those. As for the other three, he definitely couldn't surpass Li Ku, especially in mathematics. Li ShiMin knew that Li Ku was unmatched in arithmetic. What? You can't even do that? Li Ku turned his eyes sideways to Chang Sun-chung and said with a hint of mockery. To be honest, Li ShiMin didn't know what to say at that moment. You could say Li Ku's initial demands were ridiculous. Fighting was indeed absurd, but if you put it another way, competitions or wrestling sounded a bit better. However, Chang Sun-chung was not a military general, so these two wouldn't be acceptable either. But when Li Ku mentioned the gentleman's 6 arts, how could Li ShiMin respond? Because Chang Sun-chung was a scholar. As a scholar, could he say that Confucius was wrong? After all, the gentleman's 6 arts were proposed by Confucius. Chang Sun-chung took a deep breath. He couldn't be a turtle anymore. If he didn't speak now, the marriage would probably really fall through. In fact, Chang Sun-chung didn't want to marry the princess because marrying her would mean he would completely cut off his political ascent. However, as the eldest son of the Chang Sun family, he couldn't just think of himself. Perhaps someone would mention Prince Chai, but Prince Chai was an exception, because Chai Shao, as the founding prince of the Tang dynasty, married the princess before the Tang was established. At that time, he couldn't even be called a prince. Your Majesty, it's my lack of skill. His Highness the King of Shu is a dragon among men, beyond my reach. Therefore, I sincerely request His Highness the King of Shu to give me a chance to marry the princess. Chang Sun-chung bowed deeply to Li Ku. You must be cursing me in your heart. No need to be so formal. I'm easy to talk to. I don't fancy you, and you don't have to fancy me. You can curse me, but only limit it to cursing me. Li Ku said lightly. I dare not. I beg your Highness to give me a chance. Chang Sun-chung didn't even lift his head. Li ShiMin and Chang Sun Empress didn't intervene, as both knew their goal today was to resolve the conflict between Li Ku and Chang Sun-chung. If they wanted to marry Li Lizzie, they couldn't avoid Li Ku. It was impossible for them to actually fight to the death. As a prince of the Tang dynasty, it was reasonable to be dissatisfied with your brother-in-law. Li Ku was indeed a bit reckless, but what he did wasn't too outrageous. Although the things he did seemed absurd, in reality, when it came down to it, compared to many princes, what he did wasn't considered excessive. The Tang dynasty had just been founded, and the current atmosphere was still quite open. However, a marriage agreement that had been negotiated couldn't just be dissolved like that. This matter had to be resolved sooner or later. Looking at Chang Sun Chong bowing, Li Ku took a deep breath. No wonder he had the old Chang Sun family's genes. He was quite patient. Li Ku also knew that simply stirring things up wouldn't work. If Li ShiMin was determined to give an order, Li Ku would have no way out. So if he wanted to stir things up, he had to get both sides' approval. All right, today, with father and mother here, I won't make it difficult for you. Li Ku took a deep breath. Hearing Li Ku say this, Li ShiMin and Chang Sun Empress were both startled. The formal way Li Ku addressed them indicated that he was serious. This kid, although he was a troublemaker, always kept his word. Your Highness, please speak. My previous demands may have been too high, but one thing, if my sister marries you, her living standards naturally cannot be low. I cannot let my sister live poorly. Therefore, I have one requirement. If you cannot meet it, then voluntarily dissolve the engagement with my sister. Do you dare to agree? Li Ku asked with a cold smile. Li ShiMin paused. He always felt that this kid Li Ku seemed to be digging a pit, but before Li Ku stated his conditions, he couldn't guarantee anything. There are some things I can't decide. Chang Sun Chong hesitated. Such a major matter was not something he could decide. Father, mother. Li Ku turned to Li ShiMin and Chang Sun Empress, bowed first, and then continued, the conditions I propose are definitely not excessive. If Chang Sun Chong, or the Chang Sun family, cannot meet them, then dissolve their engagement. I wonder if father and mother can agree. Of course, I do not require Chang Sun Chong to agree now. He can go back and discuss it with Duke Qi. First, tell me your conditions. Li ShiMin hesitated and spoke. My conditions are very simple. As I, Li Ku, have grown up, father, apart from the monthly allowance you give me, you haven't given me any other rewards, and you have penalized me a lot. So I have one requirement, 1 year. I give you or the Chang Sun family 1 year. After 1 year, the betrothal gift from the Chang Sun family cannot be lower than the dowry I give my sister. If it is less than the dowry I provide, then this matter is off. Li Ku said, extending a finger. Remember, it is the dowry I, Li Ku, give, and it has nothing to do with my father. Chapter 14. Digging a pit. Li Ku's words were firm, and this condition was indeed not outrageous. Although Li Ku was a prince, in reality, as he grew up, apart from the wave of rewards he received when he was in theft, Li ShiMin really hadn't given him much money apart from his monthly allowance. Mainly, Li Ku was too irritating. It was good that Li ShiMin hadn't penalized him, let alone reward him. As a prince, Li Ku's expenses for supporting his subordinates were considerable. As a prince, his living standards couldn't be lower than others, and all of these represented high expenses. With the little money Li ShiMin provided, it was already good enough to maintain. If you were to say how much dowry Li Ku could provide for Li Lizzie, everyone probably had an idea. Originally, dowry was something parents prepared, and the brother would symbolically prepare some gifts. As for the Chang Sun family, over the years, just the rewards from Li ShiMin were considerable. Not to mention the Chang Sun family's connections with various other noble families, and many of the industries they managed were quite profitable for the Tang dynasty. Even some merchants with lower backgrounds were not allowed to sell those industries, so the profits were naturally considerable. Therefore, Li Ku's conditions were really not excessive. After hearing Li Ku's conditions, Chang Sun Chong was also stunned for a moment. He had only one thought. Is that it? He had been oppressed and bullied by Li Ku for too long, and after so many years, he had already prepared mentally for some perverse conditions. But he never expected it to be just this. Chang Sun Chong was almost impulsively about to agree, but he held back. Because this matter had to be decided by his father. So, Chang Sun Chong, are you a man? If you are a man, you won't be unable to provide for your future wife's living expenses, right? You wouldn't, right? Li Ku said in a sarcastic tone. Li ShiMin rolled his eyes, as expected. All his seriousness was just a facade. This kid simply couldn't be serious. Father, mother, do you agree to my condition? Li Ku didn't wait for Chang Sun Chong to speak, and directly turned to Li ShiMin. He knew that this matter had to start with Li ShiMin's involvement. If Li ShiMin didn't speak out, no one else's words would count. Marriage is a serious matter. How can it be treated lightly? Li ShiMin's expression turned stern. Father, this is my condition. If you can't even agree to this, how can my sister have a good life after marrying over? I don't want my sister to live a life of hardship. If you don't agree to this condition, I can't guarantee what I might do. Li Ku immediately started acting foolishly. Chang Sun Chong almost lost his temper. Hardship. The eldest princess of the Tang dynasty. The legitimate wife of the eldest son of the founding hero of the Tang dynasty. How can you tell me she would live in hardship? Kur, I know you're thinking of Lizzie's well-being. How about this? Let Chang Sun Chong go back and discuss it with Duke Qi. As your mother, I have to say, if the Chang Sun family can meet the conditions, you can't cause trouble. Can you guarantee that? Chang Sun Empress spoke up. She knew very well that if Li Ku really wanted to cause trouble, he could definitely do it. After all, Li ShiMin wouldn't kill him. Confinement or military punishment wouldn't scare this kid. If he started acting up, it would be a real headache. If the Chang Sun family can't meet the conditions, I, Li Ku, will voluntarily dissolve the engagement with Lizzie. I keep my word. Li Ku said seriously. Good. Remember what you said today. So, Chang Sun Chong. Li ShiMin took a deep breath and spoke up. I am here. You go back and discuss it with Fuji, convey Li Ku's words. Although Li Ku usually acts foolishly, he always keeps his word. Moreover, your Chang Sun family can't possibly give less in betrothal gifts than what Li Ku is offering as a dowry, right? If Fuji has no objections, I agree to this matter. Li ShiMin said calmly. Yes, I will return to discuss it with my father right away. Chang Sun Chong immediately replied. Wait, Li Ku, If Duke Qi agrees to your conditions, there's one more thing. During this year, you cannot trouble Changsun Chong. If you do, this matter will be immediately nullified. Li ShiMin turned to look at Li Ku and said, as long as Duke Qi agrees to my conditions, as long as he doesn't provoke me, I certainly won't cause him trouble. After all, if Duke Qi meets my conditions, he will be my brother-in-law. As an older brother, I naturally can't bully him. I have to consider my sister. Li Ku nodded decisively. Thank you, Your Highness. I will return now. Your Majesty, Empress, I take my leave. Changsun Chong bowed. Go. Li ShiMin waved his hand. After Changsun Chong left, Li Ku also bowed and said, Father, Mother, I will take my leave as well. I need to hurry back to earn my sister's dowry. All right, hurry up and go. Don't cause unnecessary trouble. Remember what you said. Li ShiMin waved his hand. Li Ku bowed again and then turned to leave. Watching Li Ku's departing figure, Li ShiMin felt that something was off. He sensed that this kid was digging a pit. But he couldn't quite pinpoint it, because the conditions Li Ku proposed were indeed not excessive. Otherwise, based on Li Ku's previous behavior, he could do even more outrageous things. And he still didn't have a good way to deal with Changsun Wuji. Scolding or beating wouldn't work at all, and killing was out of the question. What could he do? Erlang, don't be too harsh on Kuer. Although his personality is a bit reckless, he is really good to his sisters, Changle, Qingyang, and Jinyang. If those sisters hadn't married early, his relationship with them would probably be quite good. Changsun Empress spoke softly. I know. You should rest now. Don't tire yourself out. Your health hasn't been good since giving birth to Xinqing. Li ShiMin gently said, supporting Changsun Empress, his eyes filled with rare tenderness. After Guanyin, maid gave birth to Zizi. Her health deteriorated, and with the birth of Xinqing, Li ShiMin felt somewhat guilty. He knew he shouldn't let Guanyin maid get pregnant again. But there were some things he couldn't control. I'm fine, Erlang, don't worry. Changsun smiled, and reached out to pat Li ShiMin's hand. Li Ku left the Lijiang Hall, and not far down the road, he saw a small figure by the roadside. Upon seeing Li Ku approaching, the little one immediately ran over, calling out in a babyish voice, Third brother, third brother. Oh Zizi, what are you doing here? Li Ku's face broke into a smile. Zizi was someone he had watched grow up, just 3 years old this year, and in reality, just past 2, still not very articulate. Third brother. I came to wait for you. Sister was crying just now, so I came to find you. Zizi said in a babyish voice. Who is sister? Li Ku paused, and then gently asked. Third brother, third brother. Another obedient voice came from the side. Li Ku looked up and saw a little girl about 5 or 6 years old. At once, Li Ku understood who had been crying. It was Princess Qingyang, and the other one must be Changle. Qingyang, come here. Li Ku waved, and Qingyang ran over. The maids following the 2 princesses stayed at a distance, not approaching. Tell third brother, did sister just hear you talking to father and mother? Li Ku gently asked. When that bad person came, mother called sister over. Mother didn't let us listen, and later sister came out in a bad mood. When third brother came, sister and I were right behind. Jinyang, in her babyish voice, unusually explained clearly. Chapter 15. Trust in third brother, let us go find your sister. Li Ku bent down to pick up Jinyang, and then took Qingyang's hand to walk forward. The maids following them naturally followed obediently. They knew very well Li Ku's status in the hearts of the 3 princesses was much stronger than that of their older brother and fourth brother. In the small garden of the Lijiang Hall, Li Ku saw Changle wiping her tears. Come, let me see who this little cat is. Li Ku smiled and leaned closer, asking playfully. Changle, rarely not avoiding him, turned her tearful eyes towards Li Ku. The moment she saw him, she broke down, and the tears that had just stopped began to flow down again. Before Li Ku could react, Changle stood up and dashed into his arms, crying. Li Ku was momentarily stunned. Changle was now a young lady. At her age, girls in the Tang Dynasty already had thoughts about gender separation, although they were siblings. The last time Changle had actively hugged Li Ku was before she turned 10, so one could imagine her feelings now. Didn't you see the shocked faces of the maids behind Changle? Whoa, third brother, do I really have to marry Changsun Chong? I don't want to marry. Changle cried in a muffled voice. Li Ku suddenly felt a bit regretful. He could understand Changle's feelings, mainly because he had told her too many bad things about Changsun Chong before. Naturally, she had no good feelings for him, and suddenly learning this news would understandably cause her to break down. What girl doesn't dream of a Prince Charming? The husband in Changle's heart must be the kind of towering hero that Li Ku described, definitely not someone like Changsun Chong. In fact, in this era, it was very rare for both parties to know each other well before marriage. Don't worry, you won't have to marry, Li Ku said softly. Really? Changle lifted her head from Li Ku's embrace, her emotions stabilizing a bit, and her face showing some shyness. Did you just hear that? Li Ku asked, looking at the girl whose cheeks were still glistening with tears. Changle nodded in a muffled manner. Don't worry, as long as they agree, a year later. Third brother will definitely prepare an unmatched dowry for you, Li Ku said with a cold smile. As long as the other party dares to agree, Li Ku won't lose. However, they are from the Changsun family, and third brother, you don't have much money. If not, I can give you all the savings I have, Changlu said worriedly, as she knew very well that Li Ku didn't have much money. Who said third brother has no money? In the past, third brother was just pretending. Li Ku smiled and reached out to ruffle the girl's hair. Then why did sixth brother say you have no money and borrowed money from me? Changlu asked curiously. Li Yin borrowed money from you? Li Ku raised an eyebrow. Oh no, it was just that Changlu was anxious for a moment. And her mouth was a bit clumsy, not knowing how to lie. Alright, third brother knows. Let me tell you, third brother has money. And also, don't lend money to sixth brother. I'm deliberately ignoring him. Next time he wants to borrow money from you, just say all the money went to me. Li Ku smiled and reminded her. Changlu obediently nodded. Alright, you can rest assured, third brother will definitely prepare a huge dowry for you. In a few days, third brother will show you the first one. It's something that third brother made a lot of money from. Li Ku said with a smile. I understand. But what is third brother? Changlu wiped her tears and asked curiously. Let third brother keep it a secret for now, and you will know when the time comes. Li Ku said with a smile. Okay. Changlu was not the type to compete with others. Although she really wanted to know, she obediently agreed since Li Ku didn't say anything. Don't worry, just be happy and be your princess. Leave the rest to third brother. Li Ku said seriously. Changlu nodded. Then third brother will leave first. If you have nothing to do, go out for a stroll. And remember to take Jin Yang and Qing Yang with you. However, Jin Yang's health isn't very good, so in spring when the flowers bloom, Jin Yang should avoid places with too many flowers. Li Ku added another reminder. Okay. Li Ku said a few words to Jin Yang and Qing Yang before turning to leave. Historically, Chang Lu and Jin Yang both died young. Chang Li's body seemed fine, but her early death might be related to marrying and having children too early. Although Empress Chang's son suffered from respiratory illness, it wasn't serious overall. Respiratory illness refers to diseases of the respiratory system, but Li Ku wasn't a doctor, so he didn't understand. He just knew it wasn't serious. Empress Chang's son also died young, passing away at the age of 36, which in later generations could be considered a woman's most beautiful age. She had already given birth to 3 sons and 4 daughters, and her early death was certainly related to having too many children too early. In fact, according to historical records, the Li Tang family should have hereditary diseases, somewhat like hypertension, but Li ShiMin was healthy and nothing was evident. However, Li Chengqian's foot disease was definitely not caused by the recorded fall from a Turkic cavalry. Li Chengqian did fall from a horse, but he didn't fracture any bones. It was just a sprain, and a sprain wouldn't lead to disability. Li Ku secretly learned about some of Li Chengqian's ailments. He suspected that Li Chengqian might have diabetic foot, but he had no evidence. However, some of Li Chengqian's habits and symptoms did resemble diabetes. If it was indeed diabetic foot, then it would be understandable why Li Chengqian later began to give up on himself. Diabetic foot in the later stages is indeed worse than death, and the entire sole of the foot could rot, making walking difficult. According to historical records, Li Chengqian did have difficulty walking in the later stages. If it was a fracture from a fall that caused a limp, even if it healed, it wouldn't inexplicably worsen. Li Chengqian had diabetes, which was the term used in this era, but Li Ku hadn't asked about it, mainly because he couldn't treat diseases, and understanding these things was of no use. Moreover, it was easy to arouse suspicion from others, and he didn't want to get involved in those troublesome matters. Jin Yang, on the other hand, seemed to have inherited Empress Changsuan's respiratory illness, with a bit of congenital asthma, but it didn't seem serious. The ancients didn't understand this disease very well, and some treatments were actually wrong. For example, when Jin Yang was sick, the imperial physician was afraid she would catch a cold and didn't allow the room to ventilate, keeping the windows closed. This is absolutely unfriendly to asthma patients. Li Ku could only make some changes to her living habits, but he wasn't sure how much influence that would have. After leaving the palace, Li Ku returned to his residence and called for Tian Ming. He thought for a moment and brought out the method for making glass. In fact, the production of glass is very simple. It's just that people in this era don't understand it. The requirements for the furnace are slightly higher, but the technology of this era is already capable of achieving it. Chapter 16. Each has their considerations after Li Ku left. In the Li Zheng Hall, Empress Changsun lay on the couch, and Li ShiMin sat beside her, with 2 maidservants standing opposite them. Is that it? Li ShiMin asked again. Yes, Your Majesty, Prince Shu said just that. The maidservant replied respectfully. This kid is quite good to his sisters. Li ShiMin raised an eyebrow, but I always feel there is something off about it. Your Majesty, Empress Changsun said with a smile, since we have already agreed, there is no need to dwell on it. In any case, Kur is right. The Changsun family can't let his dowry be inferior, right? They can't compare to the dowry Your Majesty gives, but they can't even be worse than Kur. That wouldn't make sense. Although the Changsun family is Empress Changsuan's natal family, in reality, since she married Li ShiMin at the age of 13, she has been very clear that her life is tied to Li ShiMin. She cannot stand on her family's side, even if her family makes a mistake. Empress Changsun would not plead for them. She and her husband's family are one entity. I know. I hope this kid won't stir up any trouble in the future. By the way, how is Zizi's health? Li ShiMin asked. Much better. You know, Kur is right about some things. Ever since he made Zizi's room more ventilated, encouraged her to exercise daily, and kept her away from places with many flowers, Zizi's health has improved a lot, and she's gained quite a bit of weight now. Empress Changsun spoke with a smile. Is that his ability? That's Sun Simiao's ability, Li ShiMin said irritably. Empress Changsun smiled, but remained silent. The words were said by Li Ku, and although Li Ku claimed it was what Sun Simiao said, who knows if it's true? Empress Changsun has already seen some things clearly. Sometimes, what Li Ku says, although he often claims it's from others, when you actually go to find the references, You can't find them. Clearly, this child has great talent, but never shows it. After Chang Sun Chong left the palace, he rushed home at the fastest speed, as Chang Sun Wuji was still waiting for his news at home. Upon returning home, Chang Sun Chong went straight to the study and recounted everything that happened in the court to Chang Sun Wuji. He hit you again. Chang Sun Wuji looked at Chang Sun Chong's somewhat bruised eyes, his expression dark. Although in court, Chang Sun Wuji always smiled at Li Ku over the years. Li Ku hitting Chang Sun Chong was like hitting his own son. Even if Li Ku is a prince, how could Chang Sun Wuji not be angry? Hitting a dog still depends on its owner. Yet Li Ku hitting Chang Sun Wuji's son is even more casual than hitting his own servants. Chang Sun Wuji has long been suppressing his anger. It's fine. My child has gotten used to it. He has just been showing off these years. When the crown prince ascends the throne, it will be his turn to look good. Chang Sun Chong sneered. Speak cautiously. Chang Sun Wuji immediately frowned. Yes, father. What do you think about Li Ku's request? Chang Sun Wuji glanced at Chang Sun Chong and asked. It's all up to father to decide. Chang Sun Chong replied. You know, sometimes Li Ku is right to scold you. You lack a bit of manliness. Of course, I need to make the decision, but you should also have your own thoughts. Chang Sun Wuji was somewhat irritated. He felt that Chang Sun Chong had been subdued by Li Ku. Yes, father, I think we should agree, Chang Sun Chong said straightforwardly. We definitely have to agree. Over the years, how many times has he beaten you? When you were young, you could say you were naive. But now you are just a few years away from adulthood, and he is still so barbaric. This is a slap in the face for our Chang Sun family. If it weren't for the sake of his majesty, could I let him act recklessly? Li Ku has put forward this condition. If our Chang Sun family can't even agree to this, then we will have no face in front of the officials of the Qi Kingdom in the future. As for Li Ku, there's no need to think. His trump card is that Yueli Trading Company, right? Does he really think we don't know? I've already had your mother's family help investigate it. Although they operate in various industries, they don't have many of their own assets. It's all low buy and high sell business behavior. As long as we cut off their source, that trading company will collapse instantly, Chang Sun Wuji said with a cold smile. Moreover, some of the things he has done recently are indeed excessive. At the court meeting the day after tomorrow, I will definitely impeach him. Chonger, tomorrow at court, I will agree to Li Ku's conditions, but you need to be careful. In this year, he will definitely find trouble with you. And you must not let him have any leverage over you, Chang Sun Wuji said, taking a deep breath. I understand, father, Chang Sun Chong nodded. After sending Chang Sun Chong away, Chang Sun Wuji began to ponder quietly. Li Ku must be dealt with. Somehow, a way must be found to eliminate his image in His Majesty's mind. The reason Chang Sun Wuji did this was simple. Li Chengqian's illness had a serious trend. He had diabetes, which started mildly, but had gradually worsened over the past year or two. Chang Sun Wuji had checked historical records, and those with diabetes generally did not live long. Although Li Chengqian was only 17 this year, the current emperor was still in his prime, and living for another 10 or 20 years should not be a problem. It was uncertain what Li Chengqian's health would be like by then. The key point was that his foot ailment had a serious trend as well. This was precisely why Li ShiMin had the idea of deposing the crown prince. Li ShiMin had privately mentioned wanting to establish Li Ku as the crown prince. Since the second prince died young, Li Chengqian and Li Ku were actually born in the same year. If anything happened to Li Chengqian, Li Ku would be the eldest. This was also because Chang Sun Wuji had repeatedly advised His Majesty that historically, the crown prince must be the legitimate son of the empress. Even if there was a problem with Li Chengqian, they would still have to establish Li Tai. This is why, in the past couple of years, His Majesty had started to give more responsibilities to Li Tai. For Chang Sun Wuji, who the crown prince was did not matter as long as he was the legitimate son of Empress Chang Sun, no matter who it was. Chang Sun Wuji would still be the uncle of the emperor. As one of the earliest ministers to follow Li ShiMin, Chang Sun Wuji understood him very well. Since Li ShiMin had privately mentioned wanting to establish Li Ku as the crown prince without anyone else suggesting it, it meant that Li Ku held a significant position in his heart. Although he had been persuaded to abandon this idea, that persuasion was not secure. Therefore, Li Ku had to be dealt with, no matter what method. Of course, killing him was impossible. The best approach was to tarnish his reputation, making it impossible for Li Ku to gain the recognition of other ministers. This was also why Chang Sun Wuji had not taken Li Ku's trouble seriously over the years. Being the first merit holder of Lingyan Pavilion and the Duke of Qi was not an easy task. Chapter 17. No wonder it's His Royal Highness the King of Shu. Li Ku was actually unaware of these situations. Many things Li ShiMin would not tell him. He was just a time traveler and not omnipotent. After arranging matters, Li Ku was at ease waiting for the results. Although he had not done much in these 8 years, he had laid a very solid foundation for himself. At least he was not short of manpower. He could find suitable people and channels for anything he wanted to do, including having enough personnel. At this moment, Li Ku was reading a book. He held a political book that he had found in the warehouse library. He had not read this set of books in his previous life, but in this life, Li Ku felt he should take a good look at it. Those who understood foreign affairs in his previous life knew that political books abroad were not taught the same way as in the country, meaning just that. In this life, Li Ku decided to read this book thoroughly whenever he had free time. The next day, Li Ku got up early in the morning. After getting up, He first followed his own regimen and then combined it with the combat techniques of the Tang army for a complete set of exercises. After finishing these, he quickly rushed to the palace. Today was the court meeting day. The Tang court meeting was different from those of later dynasties. It was held once every 5 days. And during the rest of the time, officials worked in their respective offices. Because Li Ku held an official position, even if he had not formally taken office, he still needed to attend court. However, the intelligence from Yueli Trading Company indicated that today, the old Changsun was going to impeach him. He wondered what reason and excuse would be used this time. Over the years, since he started attending court, the old Changsun had not stopped impeaching him. Although these were trivial matters, in the royal context, there is a saying, in the royal family, there are no trivial matters. Anyway, these officials could always twist things to claim they affected national security and stability. Li Ku was quite exasperated. It was just a few beatings of his son. Was it really that serious? There was nothing much to say at court. Everyone was quite familiar with the process. After seeing Li ShiMin and greeting him, Li ShiMin granted seats to everyone. They all sat down on chairs on either side of the hall. The chairs invented by Li Ku were also used in the court. Since some older ministers with mobility issues could not handle the previous kneeling position, the chairs were much better now. In this regard, the Tang dynasty was indeed more open than the subsequent dynasties. Once Li ShiMin allowed them to speak if they had matters to bring up, Changsun Wuji immediately stood up. Your Majesty, I wish to impeach His Royal Highness the King of Shu. Changsun Wuji spoke loudly. The other ministers remained unmoved, as they were used to it. Over the years, Changsun Wuji had frequently sought trouble with Li Ku. Although most of it was indeed based on facts, when it came down to it, they were just trivial matters, even including some personal conduct. It once led everyone to wonder if Changsun Wuji had been possessed by Wei Zheng. After all, Wei Zheng held the position of censor and was known for criticizing people, and that position was meant to supervise the emperor. But Changsun Wuji was not like that. Everyone knew that for a prince, these were just trivial matters. What do you wish to impeach? Li ShiMin asked somewhat helplessly, unsure of what Changsun Chong had said to Changsun Wuji after returning home yesterday. I impeach His Royal Highness the King of Shu for being idle and indulging in pleasures all day, not striving for progress, which tarnishes the virtues of the Tang royal family. Furthermore, he has been recklessly beating others in the palace, which is unbecoming of his conduct. As a prince, he should set an example and work hard to alleviate your Majesty's burdens. Yet he spends his days fighting cocks and walking dogs, lingering in brothels and flower houses, which undermines the dignity of the royal family. Therefore, I respectfully request your Majesty to confine His Royal Highness the King of Shu for a year and a half, allowing him to focus on studying at home and deeply reflect on his actions and mistakes. Changsun Wuji spoke loudly with a blank expression. On the other side, Sheng Yaojin couldn't help but roll his eyes and leaned on the armrest of his chair, starting to doze off out of boredom. Damn it. Li Ku also rolled his eyes, thinking, can't you come up with something new? When Tianming told him that Changsun Wuji was going to impeach him, Li Ku thought there would be some new material, but it turned out to be the same old excuse. You've used the same excuse for so many years. Aren't you tired of it? I have something to say. Li Ku stood up and spoke loudly. Go ahead. Li ShiMin waved his hand helplessly. This was a normal occurrence. But not letting them speak wasn't an option either. I'm asking you, Duke of Qi, are you done yet? Can you change your approach? You've been using the same excuse for years. Aren't you tired? Li Ku spoke loudly. Oh, good lord. As soon as Li Ku's words came out, the military officials on the other side instantly opened their eyes. Did His Highness the King of Shu wake up on the wrong side of the bed today? In the past, when Changsun Wuji impeached him, although he argued back, it mainly highlighted how to turn the dying into the living, fearing that Li ShiMin would really confine him. But today he actually confronted him directly? Not bad. Sheng Yaojin straightened up. Your Highness, are you still bold enough to refute? I've been impeaching you for so many years with the same question, and you still haven't shown any signs of repentance. Doesn't that just prove that you need to be confined to focus on your studies? Changsun Wuji, as expected of a master of intrigue, instantly seized on Li Ku's verbal flaw and directly rebutted. Sheng Yaojin and some other martial men sneered. These schemers were like this, always catching people out on their words. The King of Shu was about to be outmaneuvered by this old schemer. However, before Sheng Yaojin could finish his thoughts, he heard Li Ku speak again. Why should I feel embarrassed to refute? What you said is nonsense. I've tolerated you for so many years, but today I won't hold back. Let me ask you. I'm not the crown prince. Of course, I want to indulge in pleasures. If I were to work hard and govern well, which crown prince in history has sat securely? My elder brother is here today, so I'll speak my mind. I've read military books. Duke Wei is here. Ask him if my military knowledge is sufficient. If I were to work hard and govern, would my elder brother be able to sleep peacefully? Li Ku rapidly fired off a string of words. A few officials were so startled by Li Ku's words that they choked on their own saliva. Li Jing, who was specifically mentioned by Li Ku, widened his eyes in shock, and Sheng Yaojin and the others had similar reactions. All the military officials looked at Li Ku with one thought. This is bold. As expected of His Highness the King of Shu. How daring. He actually dared to say such things. Even Changsun Wuji had a look of astonishment. One could imagine how impactful Li Ku's words were. Li ShiMin's face darkened with anger, but it wasn't because of the content of Li Ku's speech, but because he wondered, are you crazy? If you want to say this in private, fine, but in front of so many people, you dare to throw out anything? Chapter 18. An agreement. Changsun Wuji was caught off guard by Li Ke's words, and for a moment, he didn't know how to rebut. Everyone understood this logic. But damn it, what's the point of saying it? Who would bring these issues up? The problem was, Changsun Wuji really found it hard to refute because the person sitting in the high position, Li ShiMin, had indeed worked hard to govern. And his influence in the Tang army was very strong, which eventually led to the Xuanwu Gate incident. Now that Li Ke had said this, how could Changsun Wuji refute? This was a headache for him. This guy wasn't playing by the rules. Your Highness the King of Shu, the Crown Prince is right here. Do you think you are implying that the Crown Prince has no capacity for tolerance, and that His Majesty has no capacity for tolerance? Changsun Wuji was momentarily at a loss. Li Ke's boldness was overwhelming. His head couldn't keep up, and he could only awkwardly find a reason to respond. Why are you bringing my elder brother into this? I dare to say it, so I'm not afraid of my elder brother misunderstanding. Don't think that just because my elder brother is the Crown Prince, if my father abdicated and handed the throne to me, I wouldn't want it. Li Ke said calmly, speaking with a sense of courage. Li Ke's words made everyone in the court break into a cold sweat. Is His Highness the King of Shu trying to get himself killed? But everyone also felt that His Majesty wouldn't possibly punish the King of Shu for just a few words. Li Chengxian also broke into a cold sweat. He was a bit uncomfortable with Li Ke dragging him in, but after hearing the latter part, he instantly felt good about it. Third brother, say whatever you want. Big brother definitely won't respond. You're really impressive. Changsun Wuji was also thrown off by Li Ke's words. How was he supposed to respond to this? Li Ke could say this because he was father and son, but he couldn't get involved in this conversation. No matter how he spoke, it was inappropriate. As a cunning and calculating person, Changsun Wuji needed to carefully consider every word he said, but Li Ke's words left him with no way to respond. Fortunately, Li ShiMin, who was sitting above, couldn't hold back any longer. Li Ke, Li ShiMin directly shouted angrily, thinking that if he didn't speak up, this rascal wouldn't know what else he might say, and that would be embarrassing. Your son is here. Father, please calm down. I just spoke without thinking. Besides, what I said comes from the heart. I really don't understand what you all are afraid of. What is wrong with saying these things? Choosing an heir for the country is a very normal matter. With my personality, can I be emperor? Obviously not. Even if you all choose me, I wouldn't want to be one. Only someone like my elder brother is the proper candidate for emperor, so I'll just be a carefree prince. Father, don't be angry. Choosing an heir is not wrong. Throughout history, who hasn't chosen an heir? Li Ke said seriously. Li ShiMin, you really are a genius. Saying whatever you want. All the officials, no, please don't mention us. This matter is between you two, father and son. We wouldn't dare to. Oh no. Other princes wouldn't dare to say this either. Only you, His Highness the King of Shu. Only you dare to say it. Well, let us not talk about this then. Duke of Qi, I know why you were targeting me. It's just because I made a request yesterday that made you unhappy, right? You think I, Li Ke, look down on your Changsun family, don't you? Today, with all the dukes and officials here, let them witness it. Yesterday, the Changsun family once again proposed to my father about marrying my sister, Princess Changle. Li Ke didn't give everyone a chance to react, and continued. Duke of Qi has always complained that I bully Changsun Chong. As everyone knows, I have always opposed Changsun Chong's proposal to marry my sister, Princess Changle. They came to me again yesterday, and I couldn't keep opposing them, so I made a request. If the Changsun family cannot meet this request, we will dissolve the engagement. Let me tell you about my request. You all can see if it's excessive. My request is very simple. Set a 1-year deadline. By this time next year, the bride price proposed by the Changsun family for marrying my sister must not be lower than the dowry I, Li Ke, give to my sister. If their bride price isn't even higher than mine, then the engagement will be dissolved. It's my dowry, not my father's. Do you all think this is excessive? As Li Ke spoke, he cupped his hands towards the surrounding officials. It's not excessive, Duke of Qi. Your Changsun family wouldn't be unable to come up with this little bride price, would you? Sheng Yaojin, who had always been at odds with Changsun Wuji, immediately chimed in with a gloating tone. Yes, Changsun Sikong, you wouldn't dare to agree to even this? It's only natural that your bride price is not as good as His Majesty's dowry. If you can't even compete with a prince who hasn't even reached adulthood, you wouldn't be so stingy, would you? Wei Qigong also spoke out loudly. Who said that? I promise this matter. If the betrothal gifts offered by the Changsun family are not even comparable to the dowry of His Highness the King of Shu, then your Majesty should naturally annul our engagement. Otherwise, I would have no face to seek the hand of the princess. Changsun Wuji's face darkened as he spoke directly. He couldn't avoid this matter. After all, if he disagreed, it would be too embarrassing. A prince who had not yet reached adulthood relied on the royal monthly stipend. And even if Li ShiMin offered rewards, they were not much. Although the Changsun family was not a major aristocratic clan, Changsun Wuji could be considered the foremost minister of the Tang dynasty. If they could not provide such a betrothal gift, it would indeed be shameful. Alright. The Duke of Qi is indeed straightforward. Since that's the case, a man's word is his bond. I hope the Duke of Qi will not go back on his word when the time comes. Li Ke clapped his hands to finalize the matter. In reality, this had to be said by Li ShiMin. He did not yet have that status, but Li Ku was afraid that Li ShiMin might hesitate. In any case, he had said everything, so those words didn't mean much anymore. Li ShiMin, sitting above, stiffened his expression. He certainly could not agree directly. He had to be modest and reassure Changsun Wuji. However, this rascal did not wait for him to speak and directly sealed the matter, leaving Li ShiMin no room to casually respond. If he said that Li Ku was wrong, wouldn't it imply that his daughter could not be married off? So he could only glare at Li Ku with his eyes, urging him to get down quickly. Rest assured, our Changsun family keeps our promises. If our betrothal gifts are insufficient, we will naturally have no face to seek the hand of the princess, Changsun Wuji said with a cold smile. In that case, I shall take my leave. This is the court, a place for discussing national affairs. How can we let such a trivial matter disrupt the court session? After saying this, Li Ku directly walked back to his seat. All right, the court session will continue. This matter ends here. Next, does anyone have anything to report? Li ShiMin spoke directly. At this moment, Changsun Wuji could only bow and retreat. It was then that he suddenly realized that he had been mixed up and beaten by Li Ku. His previous impeachment had turned into a minor issue. Chapter 19. Where did His Highness the King of Shu get such courage? Despite feeling 1,000 grievances in his heart, Changsun Wuji could only return to his seat, as other ministers had already stepped forward to report other matters. Sitting in his place, Changsun Wuji couldn't help but glance at Li Ku, feeling a bit surprised. Was Li Ku's earlier action unintentional or deliberate? If it was intentional to directly dispel his impeachment with those words, then it proved that his thoughts were not as reckless as they appeared on the surface. However, that shouldn't be the case. After so many years, if Li Ku were smart, he wouldn't be in this situation today, as he had done too many foolish things. Shaking his head slightly, Changsun Wuji suppressed his doubts, as Li Ku's actions over the years had left a deep impression. If he told others that Li Ku was a scheming person, they would probably laugh and think that Changsun Wuji had been overshadowed by Li Ku. In fact, over the years, Changsun Wuji had always had the upper hand in their conflicts, causing Li Ku to suffer quite a bit and even receive punishment from Li ShiMin multiple times. If it weren't for this, Li Ku wouldn't target his family's eldest son for no reason, which was a bit unfortunate for Changsun Chong. Thinking of this, Changsun Wuji couldn't help but curse inwardly. That reckless man. How brilliant and martial the emperor is. Yet he produced a son with a character just like Cheng Yaojin and those rough men. Truly, the heavens are blind. Such a face resembling the emperor so closely is wasted. Changsun Wuji pondered in his heart, while the other ministers in the court couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from their foreheads, secretly glancing at Li ShiMin to confirm that he didn't seem particularly angry, or rather, that he had already shifted his focus to state affairs, which relieved everyone. However, each person couldn't help but think about what had just happened. His Highness the King of Shu must have been emboldened today. His audacity is truly astonishing. He dares to say anything. Fortunately, they knew his character, and the emperor wouldn't hold it against him. Li Ku looked at the ministers and dukes present, pondering in his heart. In fact, Changsun Wuji's alliance with the Zheng family was quite difficult to deal with. If it weren't for his Uli commercial firm already having a nationwide presence, this matter would have simply been destined for failure. The 5 prominent clans and 7 influential families are not to be taken lightly. Their influence is immense, especially concerning politics. Considering the 5 prominent clans and 7 influential families, Double Li, Wang, Zheng, Double Cui, and Lu, it seems that beyond the Li family, there are no members of these 7 clans in the upper echelons of the Tang dynasty. However, in reality, the 5 prominent clans and 7 influential families have long infiltrated all aspects of the Tang dynasty. Changsun Wuji's wife is of the illegitimate branch of the Xingyang Zheng family. The reason why the highest-ranking officials in the Tang dynasty currently have no connections to the 5 prominent clans and 7 influential families is that the Tang dynasty has only recently been established. However, many mid to low-ranking officials in the Tang dynasty are indeed connected to the 5 prominent clans and 7 influential families. Just think about it. In later generations, officials have a significant influence on commercial activities, let alone in ancient times. If it weren't for Li Ku being a prince, this matter would be truly difficult to manage. However, Uli commercial firm is his foundation, and in business, what truly matters is the product. No matter how strong the connections you have, you can't maintain low prices. Li Ku sneered. Indeed, his current wealth was not even comparable to the Changsun family, and he estimated that he might not even have as much money as Changsun Chong can mobilize, mainly because Li Ku has a troublesome brother, Li Yin. Historically, Li Yin was not a good prince. He was a playboy. Fortunately, in this life, he had Li Ku managing him. He has some bad habits, but not many major ones. He just likes to play a bit, and playing costs money. His little money is never enough, and he often relies on their mother, Consort Yang, for subsidies. Li Ku has to subsidize him too. To be honest, Li Ku takes the beatings from Li ShiMin, while Li Yin takes the beatings from Li Ku, but the problem is that he doesn't learn his lesson. Sometimes, Li Ku also feels a bit of a headache. He even admires those who have been tormented by him. The court session ended smoothly. After it concluded, Li Ku decisively greeted everyone and directly left, fearing that Li ShiMin would come looking for him later, as he seemed to have been a bit too audacious in his speech just now. If he didn't leave soon, he would be in for a beating. Watching Li Ke's retreating figure, all the ministers were somewhat amused. They had seen similar situations countless times over the years. They were also surprised. Li ShiMin's character, needless to say, is very decisive and bold, while Consort Yang is gentle in nature. How did she give birth to such a son? To say something disrespectful, if you said Li Ke was Cheng Yaojin's son, it would feel completely fitting. In the following days, Li Ke did not plan to go out. Outside the city, he had his own estate, which included his tenants in the land granted to him by Li ShiMin. However, he now wanted to start making money on a large scale, beginning with glassmaking. He had already studied the technology of glassmaking, and it really was simple. Although what he produced was not as good as modern glass, in this era, it would already be considered a miracle. You could sell it as crystal. Even more miraculous is that mirrors in this era definitely have a market. Mercury mirrors can truly be sold as luxury goods. He was eager to see Changsun Wuji's reaction when the time came. However, Li Ke naturally did not leave at this moment. He was waiting at the Chengtian Gate. To get out of the Taiji Hall, one has to pass through 3 walls. First the Taiji Gate, then the Jiada Gate, and finally the most important Chengtian Gate. Standing at the Chengtian Gate and looking south towards Chang'an, on the left side is the Changlu Gate, and on the right side is the Chang'an Gate. Outside the Chengtian Gate is the important imperial city, while inside are the offices of all the important government offices in Chang'an, except for a few offices. The rest will operate here. Between the offices on both sides is the Tianmin Street, which is 150 meters wide. Generally, officials working in the left side offices exit through the Changlu Gate, while those in the right side offices exit through the Chang'an Gate. At this moment, Li Ke was naturally waiting at the Changlu Gate, and the reason was simple. The Ministry of Personnel was on the left side. Changsun Wuji would naturally be coming this way as well. Most officials exiting the Changlu Gate immediately saw Li Ke standing there, and in an instant, all the officials who saw him stopped in their tracks. Would His Highness the Prince of Shu really confront the Duke of Qi directly? Most people's first thought was that this was mainly because Li Ke had left a deep impression on them. The old veteran Cheng Yaojin, who was at the front, also halted and decisively made way for Changsun Wuji behind him. Cheng Yaojin now served as the left general commander, and the left army was right next to the Ministry of Personnel. Changsun Wuji naturally saw Li Ke as well, and his heart skipped a beat. Mainly because this reckless man could do anything. It wasn't a matter of fear, but if Li Ke were to hit him, wouldn't that be a huge embarrassment? Hey, big brother, I'm waiting for you, Li Ke said without even looking at Changsun Wuji. He was waiting for Li Chengqian. And as for why he was waiting for him, it was naturally to annoy Changsun Wuji. Third brother, are you looking for me for something? Li Chengqian was taken aback. His relationship with Li Ke wasn't too bad. In fact, Li Chengqian had a decent relationship with all the princes, except for Li Tai. Big brother, let me tell you. A new courtesan has arrived at the Huiyue Tower recently, and she sings very well. Today I'm treating you. I'll take you to enjoy it. Li Ke said loudly. Changsun Wuji's face instantly darkened. He had just impeached Li Ke in court for being unproductive, indulging in eating, drinking, and playing, lingering in brothels. And now Li Ke was inviting the crown prince Li Chengqian to a brothel right in front of him. Moreover, he, Changsun Wuji, was the crown prince's uncle. Chapter 20. Successful production. The nearby Cheng Yaojin and others were almost laughing to death. Indeed, His Highness the Prince of Shu never holds back on revenge. If it weren't for the fear of His Majesty causing him trouble, he would probably have invited Li Chengqian right outside the Taiji Hall. Being able to hold back until the Changlu Gate was already a great respect for Changsun Wuji. Your Highness, please don't ruin the brothel. Cheng Yaojin rolled his eyes and tried to smooth things over. After all, he knew that Li Ke was not truly inviting Li Chengqian. The brothel is indeed a place to listen to music, but you can't really go just to listen, Cheng Yaojin said with a wink. Ha! A group of military officials burst into laughter, mainly because His Highness the Prince of Shu had been going to the brothel for so many years, and he was truly there to listen to music. Unbelievable. The beautiful courtesans inside, who wouldn't want to have a taste? But His Highness the Prince of Shu was really just listening to music and had done nothing else. So, every time they brought it up, they couldn't help but laugh out loud. Get lost, you don't know anything. Besides liking to touch women's butts, what else do you like? Li Ke rolled his eyes and spoke directly. Haha, Your Highness, you're still young and don't know the joys of these places. A few military officers laughed. The civil officials nearby frowned and involuntarily moved aside a few circles, while Changsun Wuji coldly snorted and walked away. Li Chengqian also helplessly said, Third brother, go play by yourself. Big brother has something to do, so I want to accompany you. Hee. Okay, then I'll visit big brother another day, Li Ke said with a grin, then cupped his hands towards Li Chengqian. Li Chengqian nodded and walked away with a limp. In fact, because of his foot ailment, Li ShiMin allowed him to ride in a carriage, but Li Chengqian refused and insisted on walking. Watching Li Chengqian's back, Li Ke paused slightly. In fact, Li Chengqian had a very good character. After crossing over these years, Li Chengqian could truly be called a good big brother and a good crown prince. Not only was he diligent in learning how to become a good emperor, but he was also very kind to all his younger brothers and sisters. As for the absurd things he did later, Li Ke felt it was due to his foot ailment worsening and Li ShiMin wanting to replace him as crown prince because of this issue, which led Li Chengqian to give up on himself. After all, he was very diligent in his studies. When he was young, Li Chengxian studied with Li Ku and the others, and that was much more competitive than students in later generations. Just think about it, a person who works diligently, studying hard for more than 10 years from the age of 8, and in the end, someone tells you that all your previous efforts were in vain. It's like an excellent student who studies day and night since childhood, with grades sufficient to get into Tsinghua or Peking University, only to be told by the family before the college entrance examination in senior year, don't take the exam, even if you get in. You won't be allowed to go to school. You'll just stay home and work. Anyone would probably go crazy. After Li Chengxian left, Li Ku casually cupped his hands towards Cheng Yaojin and the others. Duke Su, everyone, I take my leave. Let us drink together another day. I'll treat you to the strongest wine. His Highness the Prince of Shu keeps his word. Cheng Yaojin smiled and also cupped his hands towards Li Ku. Watching him leave, Li Ku headed straight for his manor outside the palace. While at that moment, Li ShiMin was also waiting for Chong Lin's report. How is it? Li ShiMin asked Chong Lin, who had returned. Back to your majesty. His Highness the Prince of Shu left early. Chong Lin almost blurted out the words ran away. Humph. Li ShiMin snorted coldly. This rascal, why doesn't he show such insight on ordinary days? He runs away the fastest at this moment. Do you think we underestimated this rascal? Li ShiMin couldn't help but ask. Chong Lin was silent. He couldn't respond to this question. Fortunately, Li ShiMin didn't expect him to, but continued. You saw in court just now. This kid diverted the topic and directly neutralized Changsun Wuji's impeachment without a trace. And moreover, he bypassed me and settled this matter directly. That is quite a skill. Chong Lin remained silent. Your Majesty, you really think that diverting the topic? This is precisely His Highness the Prince of Shu. If it were anyone else who dared to say such a thing, you would have already raged and executed them publicly. Then, Your Majesty, what do you think about this matter? Chong Lin asked, trying to flatter a bit. Forget it. It was originally agreed upon like this. And after Changsun Wuji agreed, it's fine. Li Ku won't go looking for trouble with Changsun Dalong, which saves me from daily worries. Li ShiMin waved his hand. Chong Lin immediately understood. However, Chong Lin had another thought that he hesitated to voice, but ultimately didn't say. Li ShiMin noticed his expression and immediately said, if you have something to say, just say it. Your Majesty, I have an immature idea. What if a year later, the dowry brought by His Highness the Prince of Shu really exceeds the betrothal gift of the Duke of Qi? Chong Lin asked tentatively. Li ShiMin suddenly froze. That is a good question. It was something they had never considered. But it's unlikely, right? Although the Changsun family is not as established as some long-standing noble families, they have been rewarded with considerable gifts for their contributions since the time of the Li family's rise to power. Over the years, they have also been entrusted with many commercial ventures, yielding significant profits. What does Li Ke have? Apart from the Yulai trading company he created, which he reportedly hasn't taken any money from, it merely breaks even. What else can he offer? Can this be compared to the betrothal gifts from the Changsun family? Although Prince of Shu has a reckless personality, Your Majesty, think about it. Over the years, the Prince of Shu has never engaged in a battle without assurance. Chong Lin added. Li ShiMin, with what you said, Li ShiMin suddenly felt that things were not very stable. The problem is, he really couldn't think of where Li Ku could get money. He couldn't be corrupt, right? He doesn't have the conditions for that. The situation is what it is. We can discuss it later. Li ShiMin felt a bit of a headache. It was already too late to think about it now. The key is that if the betrothal gifts from the Changsun family turn out to be less than what Li Ku offers, even if he regrets it, Changsun Wuji would never lower his face to backtrack. However, amidst his headache, Li ShiMin was also a bit curious. He wanted to see how Li Ku managed to earn so much money in just 1 year. Back at the farmhouse outside the city, Li Ku did not go out. He wanted to patiently wait for Lu Daqiang and the others to finish preparing what he had planned. According to the progress reported by Tian Ming yesterday, it wouldn't take long. In fact, Li Ku's guess was correct. Just a day later, Tian Ming excitedly came to report. Your Highness, the spinning machine and weaving machine have both succeeded. Oh, let's go take a look. Li Ku also stood up excitedly, thinking, Changsun Wuji, just wait to eat dust. More money, huh? Chapter 21. The pressure of the times. Li Ku followed Tian Ming and quickly left the farmhouse. Arriving at a neighboring courtyard specifically set up by Tian Ming for the production of the items Li Ku had provided. By the time Li Ku arrived, the assembled machines were already neatly arranged in one part of the yard. Even the prepared silk and spun yarn were ready for production. A spinner and a weaver were waiting in front of the machines. Greetings, Your Highness. Upon seeing Li Ku arrive, everyone's faces were filled with excitement. They had already tested the machines and called Li Ku over only after confirming their success. They didn't know how to describe it, only saying it was astonishing. Your Highness is indeed a dragon among men. No need for pleasantries. Start the test with the spinning machine first. Li Ku waved his hand. Yes, Tian Ming gestured, and the spinner immediately began to operate, turning the large flywheel next to him, which activated 16 smaller flywheels to spin. As they rotated, the prepared silk began to intertwine rapidly, turning into yarn. The speed increase was more than 16 times. Once improvements were made in bearings and balls, the large flywheel could be powered by a steam engine, and it wouldn't just be 16 strands, it could be 160 strands. Good. Li Ku clapped his hands excitedly. Well done, Tian Ming. Reward him. Yes. Tian Ming immediately bowed. As for how much to reward, Li Ku didn't need to say. The Yulai Trading Company had a complete reward and punishment system, and he had always placed great importance on these craftsmen. So they would definitely receive much more than those in other households. Silk and fabric had a monetary function in the Tang Dynasty. It should be noted that silk and fabric are different. Although they are made from the same material, clothes made from fabric are of lower value than silk. Mostly used by ordinary people, along with cheaper linen. Those who could use fabric were often considered the middle class of Tang, while the majority of the lowest class wore plain clothes, possibly having one or two outfits made of fabric that they were reluctant to wear. Furthermore, fabric could be used as currency in the Tang Dynasty. The main reason for this was that during the early establishment of the Tang, there was no currency issued, and the currency of the Sui dynasty was very poor quality. Coupled with wars, large-scale goods trading was insufficient, so fabric began to serve as a part of the currency. The Tang began minting the Kaiyuan Tongbao in the 4th year of Wuda, but the coins minted were not enough for market circulation. In fact, throughout the Tang Dynasty, until after the Ensure Rebellion, the minted coins were always insufficient. Thus, producing fabric now was akin to printing money. This was a money printing machine. However, due to fabric serving as currency, the profit margin was not very high. Raw materials accounted for about 30% of the cost, labor and resources accounted for about 40%, with profits around 30%. This explains why noble families became wealthy. Everyone could produce money. If you can produce 70% of the cost and use it as a full piece of currency, how could you not be rich? However, fabric also had to consider the issue of loss, as it was still prone to damage. Let's try weaving as well. Li Ku pointed to the nearby fly shuttle loom and said, yes. The weaver over there immediately began to work, and it was evident that the fly shuttle was weaving back and forth in the loom, with the efficiency of weaving increasing even faster. Previously, this was all done manually. Your Highness, we've done some simple calculations, and the weaving machine's efficiency can be increased by about 8 times. Tianming took a deep breath. And our total cost from purchasing silk to spinning and weaving is about 1/20th of others, with logistics and transportation costs taking up the vast majority. In other words, according to market prices, the labor and material cost of one piece of fabric was originally 121, and now we only need 6 won? Yes. Our cost to produce one piece of fabric is about 96 won, while others' costs are 210 won, and the current market price is 300 won per piece. Tianming provided the final answer. Very good. How long will it take to produce a complete set of machines? Li Ku looked at Lu Daqiang. Your Highness, with enough manpower, if we use the assembly line production you mentioned, I estimate that when our workforce exceeds 300 people, we can produce one spinning machine and one weaving machine every 2 days on average. Lu Daqiang responded quickly. Tianming, mobilize the workforce. 600 people. Produce at the fastest speed. Additionally, inform Yulai Trading Company to purchase silk from within the surrounding area of Luozhou, specifically targeting the Zheng family in Xinjiang, at a price of 100 won per piece of fabric. Li Ku sneered. He wanted to dig up their roots. As for whether Li Ku had that much money, this had to do with the unique circumstances of the Tang Dynasty since fabric could be used as money. This meant that the raw materials Li Ku bought could be processed into finished fabric that could be used directly as currency to purchase silk from the common people. This was much more efficient than selling. The Jiangnan region of the Tang Dynasty was not the main production area for silk and fabric. That would come later. Currently, the main production areas for silk and fabric were in the vast northern regions of the Tang. Your Highness, but most sericulturists have contracts. And the merchants who control the silk often have contracts as well. The influence of the Zheng family is still quite significant. Tianming hesitated. Directly purchasing from the common people, they can do it, but there are contracts involved. The common people absolutely dare not break their contracts with certain families, regardless of the size of the family. They are not something ordinary people can stand against. Wait. Li Ku pondered for a moment and directly called for a stop. He suddenly had an idea, but it was somewhat vague in his mind. Immediately call someone to my study and bring over the box with the books wrapped in silk that I brought back from the city, Li Ku said. Yes. Tianming, confused, quickly instructed someone to do it. Master Lu, you all continue working. Also, Master Lu, once the spinning machine and weaving machine are running smoothly, hurry up and start building the jacquard loom. After the initial phase, hand over these tasks to the subordinates to supervise. And your main task is to see if you can improve the spinning and weaving machines. If you can improve them, I'll go find my father and grant you a title. Li Ku waved his hand. Yes, Your Highness. Lu Daqiang and the others immediately knelt down. Daily life in the Tang Dynasty didn't actually require kneeling. A simple bow and greeting was enough when meeting Li ShiMin. However, this time they genuinely knelt down. A title? Not to mention them. Even many aristocratic families coveted such an opportunity. Could these craftsmen really have a chance for a title? But since His Highness said it was possible, then it was. Li Ku never underestimated the wisdom of the ancients. Although he had subsequent books, those books mostly talked about direct improvements like steam engines, which were a complete overhaul in terms of power and technology. What Li Ku wanted them to do was to see if they could enhance efficiency while maintaining the current manpower, making it more labor-saving and worry-free. The ancient master carpenters were comparable to the level 8 machinists after the establishment of the nation in later times. They were truly impressive. Chapter 22. Is this considered overkill? While Tianming sent someone to fetch the books, Li Ku was mentally calculating. He roughly knew the financial revenue of the Tang dynasty in the 9th year of the Jingguan era, which was about 5 million yuan, of which about 2 million yuan was in copper coins, and grain, silk, cloth, and cotton accounted for about 5 million yuan. Among them, silk accounted for about 4 million bolts, with each bolt being 4 zhong, worth 22 million yuan. Cloth, made from various types of hemp, was measured in duan, with 1 duan being 5 zhong, totaling about 16 million duan, worth 41 million yuan. 1 duan was roughly equivalent to 1 bolt, about 151. The cotton here was not cotton, but silk cotton, a high-end product made from pure silkworm silk resembling cotton, measured in ton, with 1 ton weighing 6 liang. Priced at 81, with about 85 million ton, worth 150,000 yuan. The grain was worth approximately 75 million yuan. This means that silk, cloth, and so on accounted for about 58 of the Tang dynasty's financial revenue. After calculating, Li Ku had a rough idea in his mind. Tianming soon returned with the books. After a few minutes, Li Ku opened the educator's anthology and began to read attentively, while Tianming quietly waited nearby. Lu Daqiang and the others had already packed up and continued to work. After about an hour, Li Ku looked up and said to Tianming, "I have an idea. Help me analyze it." "Your Highness, please speak," Tianming immediately responded. "You said the influence of the 5 surnames and 7 clans is enormous. But they can't control everyone in the world, right?" Li Ku began. In the early Tang dynasty, the tax policies implemented were completely different from those in later generations. The Tang dynasty executed a tax system based on land and labor, meaning what? The Tang implemented a land distribution system, where all the land in the world was distributed to the common people, such as 100 mu per household, of which 20 mu were permanent land that could be passed down to future generations, while 80 mu were leased from the state to the common people. The tax system collected taxes based on the number of adult males. In the north, 2 shur of millet were collected per male, while in the south, 3 shur of rice were collected. Adjustments were made based on regional specialties. In mulberry and silkworm areas, 2 zhong of silk and 3 liang of cotton were produced. In hemp-producing areas, 25 zhong of cloth and 3 jin of hemp were required. Adult males had to serve 20 days of corvée labor to the state each year, but could use silk as a substitute, at a rate of 3 feet per day. The land tax was similar to an asset tax, requiring a payment or offset of 2 shang per mu of land. Additionally, the Sui dynasty and the early Tang dynasty were the only periods in the country that did not implement a monopoly on salt and iron or levy commercial taxes, meaning that businesses had no taxes. Moreover, salt and iron could be produced and sold freely. Such a system also meant that the influence of the 5 surnames and 7 clans over the common people was not as great as the influence of landlords over the common people in later generations. The influence of the 5 surnames and 7 clans over the common people stemmed more from their influence over officials, as they monopolized books. And almost all officials came from them. That was their greatest power. However, breaking this influence would be difficult for Li ShiMin, but for Li Ku, after glancing at the books in his hand, he had a somewhat strange expression. No wonder some people in later generations called this a dragon-slaying technique. Of course not. The world is the Li family's world, Tianming quickly said. Moreover, the families of the 5 surnames and 7 clans don't have that many people. Their influence is more connected to some small families and small clans around them, forming a united front, right? Li Ku asked with a strange expression. Yes, Tianming replied, somewhat puzzled, not knowing what Li Ku was getting at. So, what if we disband the Yulai Trading Company? No, we can't call it disbanding. Rather, we should reform it according to all the counties and districts across the land, with each county becoming a separate trading company. And then this trading company unites these small families and small clans to directly purchase silk from them, without counting raw materials. Our production labor and material costs are about 6-1, while their production labor and material costs are about 121. Do you think they would be willing to produce a bolt of silk for us at 101? Li Ku asked curiously. Is that even a question? Of course. Tianming replied without thinking. These people would save on labor and material costs, and even transportation would be eliminated by purchasing silk directly from the common people, resulting in more profit than they would make by producing it themselves. Even a fool would agree. All right, then, a year from now, can I win over these small families and small clans? Li Ku asked another question. Of course you can. Tianming immediately said. Interests. Interests are the most effective means. So, what do you think, after I win over all the small clans and families, how much influence will the 5 surnames and 7 clans have left? Li Ku asked with a smile as he posed the final question. And can I use these small families and clans to influence the common people who sell silk? Tianming was stunned. He was completely dumbfounded. If that were the case, wouldn't it mean that His Highness's plan was unimaginable? At that time, would the influence of the large families and clans still be so great? Looking at Tianming's bewildered expression, Li Ku felt refreshed. This was what they called encircling the city from the countryside. This was about uniting all possible forces. Those powerful families and clans were the big merchants and landlords. They must be opposed. The remaining ones are all uniting forces. The educators are amazing. For the time being, I am just a processing factory. But this processing factory monopolizes all production technology. When other powerful families and clans want to catch up, they will find that playing a price war. Li Ku would make them cry. The production cost of hemp cloth is somewhat lower than that of silk. The Tang Trading Company's production cost is about 100 won per yuan because hemp cloth is sturdier, more durable, and less wasteful, making it easier to spin than silk. Do you understand now? Li Ku asked with a smile. Got it. Your Highness, what do you mean? Tian Ming asked again. Apart from the Yu Lai Trading Company in the western regions and the grasslands, all the Yu Lai trading companies in the silk and hemp production areas within the Tang Dynasty will be given different names based on county units for concealment, allowing them to decide the names themselves. These trading companies will specifically contact all the small families below, informing them that a bolt of silk costs 100 won and a bolt of hemp cloth costs 81, and we will help them with production. They don't need to transport it. We will handle that ourselves. Inform the Longmin Escort Agency to allocate forces. Once Lu Daqiang and the others have produced the looms and spinning machines, transport them to all the silk and hemp production areas as quickly as possible. Additionally, we will purchase silk and hemp at an extra 10 won per ton, with no restrictions. Li Ku said solemnly. Yes. Tian Ming was also thoroughly excited. How much money would this be? The Tang Dynasty produces millions of bolts of silk and hemp every year, calculating that we could earn 70 won per bolt. That would amount to 700,000 guan. 700,000 guan. The Tang Dynasty's annual tax revenue is only 10 million guan. That is almost equivalent to 1/10 of the Tang's total revenue. Although we can't monopolize all the silk and hemp production in the Tang Dynasty, this is still the Tang Dynasty. If this were in later generations, just the logistics system of Yu Lai Trading Company spread across the country could be valued in the trillions. Chapter 23. Is making money that difficult? This matter was personally arranged by Tian Ming. The true strength of Yu Lai Trading Company lies in its terrifying cohesion, not in any name. Even if Yu Lai Trading Company ceased to exist, these people could still tightly unite together. That's the real strength. Likewise, their execution capability is undoubtedly strong. There are some things Li Ku hasn't told Tian Ming yet. This is only the first year. After establishing a complete cooperative relationship in the first year, in the second year, we can allow the small families to join the local trading companies and directly share dividends. Once they all become part of the trading company, it means they are on the same side as Li Ku. This tactic is called a cooperative society. By the way, Tian Ming, when negotiating with these small families, they definitely casually trust us. Have the king's seal stamped on a letter and quickly send a copy to each place. Li Ku waved his hand. He didn't care about his reputation. Why not use the identity of a prince that is so useful? In this era, if a trading company wants to cooperate with others, they also need to see your credibility. A trading company without a background is just waiting to be devoured. So using his seal naturally represents his identity. Is there anything more suitable than cooperating with a prince to make money? It's important to know that these small families want to attach themselves to big figures, but have no opportunity. Li Ku is actively giving them a chance. Yes. Tian Ming nodded immediately. Aside from that, keep an eye on the glass workshop's production. Has the tea roasting technique been updated? Li Ku asked again. The tea roasting workers have undergone retraining and will be proficient in another day or two, at which point we can start processing a large quantity of tea leaves. Well, I have also included methods for making white tea, red tea, and so on in the books I gave you, and those methods are being prepared. Li Ku nodded in satisfaction. Roasting tea is just the most common method for green tea. The Tang Dynasty still brews tea with milk and other random things, without any classification for tea leaves. The books Li Ku obtained contain not only the methods for tea production, but also the 6 major types of Chinese tea: red, green, oolong, yellow, black, and white, each with its own methods and origins. And these origins are the most important. For example, when it comes to black tea, most people are familiar only with ShiMin black tea, but in reality, Zhenghe and Minhong are also quite good. There are even more varieties of green tea, such as West Lake Longjing, Bilyuakun, Maofeng, Xinyang Maojian, and Lushan Yunwu, among others. Oolong tea is well known, with the famous Dahongpo being a type of oolong tea. Yellow tea includes Junshan Injin, etc. Black tea includes pu'er, which is categorized as black tea. White tea and black tea have wide production areas, belonging to different manufacturing industries. These can all be laid out in advance. There are some regions that the Tang Dynasty currently cannot control, but there are many areas that can be managed without issue. Although large-scale planting isn't like in later generations, there are still plenty of wild tea leaves, and as long as money is spent on acquisition, there are people who will go pick them. Currently, the most important tasks are the production of glass and soap. These two are our short-term profit goals. Li Ku reiterated. Fabric and silk are the biggest and most profitable industries, equivalent to printing money directly. Glass production is somewhat faster than soap. As Li Ku advised them to be cautious with soap, during the boiling process, glycerin is produced, which is a hazardous chemical, and carelessness can lead to casualties. This era lacks sufficient understanding of such substances. Glass, on the other hand, is relatively simpler. After waiting 2 more days, the glass was successfully produced. Looking at the piece of green glass pressed into a rectangular shape on the iron plate, Li Ku felt nostalgic. The windows and doors of his childhood home were made of green glass due to uncleaned iron elements. Now this piece of glass is already very close. Though it is still slightly rough, but that is not a problem. Once the process is found, the rest will be much simpler. Mercury is prepared, the mirrors are ready. And the glass blowers can also start trying. Li Ku instructed Tianming. In the early stages of the glass industry, items like cups and bottles are all blown by workers. Currently, to produce these tools, Li Ku can only rely on manual blowing, but that is okay. These items are luxury goods. It's temporarily impossible to popularize them on a large scale like fabric. However, the production of mercury mirrors took Li Ku another 3 days to complete. Tianming looked in amazement at the mercury mirror in front of him. Who would have thought that the combination of mercury and glass could produce such a wonderful item? The mirror reflects so clearly that Tianming has never seen himself so clearly before. How many have been made so far? Li Ku asked, pointing at the mirror in front of him. Your Highness, 7 mirrors of your height have been made in total, and there are more than 30 palm-sized mirrors, as well as 11 basin-sized mirrors. Tianming immediately bowed. After making 10 more large mirrors, stop there. Focus all efforts on making the rest. Have the blacksmiths, masons, and carpenters redo the workshop's furnace, enclosing the entire glass workshop and strictly prohibiting anyone from approaching. Speed up the training of related workers. Also, see if there is a way to improve the methods for making large mirrors in glass. Li Ku instructed. Yes. Load all the existing mirrors onto the cart and return to Chang'an City to make money. Li Ku said. Yes. Tianming was somewhat excited. These mirrors are sure to sell for a high price. Tianming went to instruct the staff to begin loading the mirrors onto the cart. This transportation is not easy. As for selling the mirrors, Li Ku didn't plan to go to other places. It's simple. For this era, Chang'an City is where the wealthy are most concentrated. Selling here is sufficient. In the future, we can expand to Luoyang and other places. Once Tianming finished loading, Li Ku eagerly took the mirrors and headed to Chang'an City. This item needs a spokesperson. The best spokesperson in this era is, of course, his cheap old father. When Li Ku arrived at the palace with the items, it was already approaching afternoon. Where's my father? Where is he? After entering the palace, Li Ku headed straight for the Liui Hall, as Li ShiMin usually stays there when he has nothing to do. His Majesty is in the Liza Hall today. The Empress is feeling unwell, the little eunuch replied. Li Ku nodded. Last winter, Empress Zhongsun had just given birth to Princess Xinqing right before the new year. In fact, after giving birth to her child, her health deteriorated, and then she had another one. Now, her health was only manageable within the royal family. If she were an ordinary commoner, she would have long passed away. Even so, Empress Zhongsun had held on until next year. Perhaps this was also the reason she wanted to marry off Changlo to the Hall of Governance. Li Ku nodded, then called out. And the guards following him immediately lifted the boxes to keep up with Li Ku. Naturally, they couldn't enter the palace by carriage. Instead, they brought in the specially designed boxes. Chapter 24. Father, how can you be so shameless not to give money? Li Ku quickly arrived at the Hall of Governance with a large entourage. Before he arrived, Li ShiMin had already received the report. Li Ku, bringing a whole bunch of boxes? Li ShiMin was somewhat puzzled, but he told them to let him in. Empress Zhongsun was feeling a bit unwell today. But lying down wasn't good either. She was currently sitting in the small garden of the courtyard. Hearing Li ShiMin's words, Empress Zhongsun smiled and said, Erlang, calm down. He must have something to discuss. Don't scold him for no reason. After all, he hasn't caused any trouble these days, has he? Li ShiMin was somewhat speechless. He glanced at Empress Zhongsun and said, You have such a high tolerance for him now? Just because he hasn't caused trouble for a few days, you're satisfied? People should be content and happy, right? Empress Zhongsun chuckled softly. Li ShiMin shook his head and didn't say much more. Li Ku soon came over with a large pile of items. From a distance, Li ShiMin could see it was quite a spectacle. He wondered what this kid was showing off this time. Seeing Li ShiMin and Empress Zhongsun enjoying the scenery, Li Ku immediately got excited, saying, Hey, let me show you my money-making skills. Changsun Wuji, right? The Changsun family, right? I tell you, the richest person in Chang'an City will be me. Even my dad won't be able to compete with me. I'm telling you. Hurry up. Hurry up. Li Ku called out proudly as he walked. Seeing Li Ku like that, Li ShiMin sneered. Before Li Ku could boast, Li ShiMin directly shouted, Li Ku, I haven't troubled you, and you dare to come here? Huh. Li Ku was stunned. He instinctively stopped in his tracks. He hadn't caused any trouble recently. Could it be that someone else had provoked him, and he was here to take it out on him? That wouldn't be the first time. What are you doing? Get over here. Li ShiMin yelled angrily when he saw Li Ku stop. Father, what do you mean? I haven't troubled you recently, Li Ku shouted back, refusing to approach. You haven't troubled me? Let me ask you, why didn't you attend morning court yesterday? Li ShiMin sneered. Morning court yesterday? Li Ku indeed forgot about that. However, he certainly couldn't admit he forgot. That would just give Li ShiMin a reason to scold him. Thinking of this, he boldly replied, Father, you can't blame me for that. What use is it for me to attend morning court? I already said last time, I'm a prince, and being a carefree prince is enough. Do you really expect me to work hard to expand the territory? If I did that, wouldn't it put you and Big Brother in a difficult position? Li ShiMin rolled his eyes. You really overestimate yourself. Empress Zhongsun found it somewhat amusing to watch the two men. She knew Li ShiMin was doing it on purpose. If he were really angry, he would have sent someone to find Li Ku yesterday. How could he wait until today? Just a moment ago, he was joking with her, saying that Li Ku had learned to avoid trouble by not attending morning court yesterday. All right, what nonsense are you talking? Get over here. What are you doing bringing all these boxes? Li ShiMin pointed at the boxes behind Li Ku. Oh, this? I came to deliver gifts to mother. Li Ku raised his voice again, realizing that Li ShiMin was just pretending to be angry. Oh, what gifts are you giving me? Empress Zhongsun asked curiously. Come, open it. Li Ku pointed to the boxes and said. The guards following Li Ku immediately opened the boxes and lifted out a square object. They then assembled a wooden frame and placed a full-length mirror on it. The mirror was framed in wood, covered entirely with the best wood, sandalwood. However, it wasn't purple sandalwood. Although the Tang dynasty had discovered purple sandalwood, it was a bit too expensive for Li Ku at the moment. So he used high-quality acacia wood, which was relatively cheaper. In fact, the current prices of purple sandalwood and black sandalwood were much lower compared to the Ming and Qing dynasties, mainly because of the abundance, by later generations. They had been nearly depleted. The standing mirror was covered with a layer of red cloth. Seeing such a large object, both Li ShiMin and Empress Zhongsun were drawn to it, and they both walked over curiously. Mother, this is a gift from your son, Li Ku said proudly. The reason he came to Empress Zhongsun first was that, as the empress, she had to be prioritized for gifts. Secondly, he obviously wanted to trick Li ShiMin into giving him money. Gifts were never given for free. As he spoke, Li Ku directly yanked down the red cloth. With a whoosh, as the red cloth was pulled down, the Mercury mirror, which shouldn't have appeared in this world, made its debut in the Tang Dynasty palace for the first time. When Empress Zhongsun saw the incredibly clear reflection in the mirror, she gasped in surprise. Even Li ShiMin almost exclaimed, but managed to hold it in. What is this? Empress Zhongsun asked in astonishment. Mother, this is the Mercury mirror I invented. And you can see the effect for yourself, Li Ku said with a smile. Empress Zhongsun curiously walked in front of the mirror, looking at the clear reflection of herself. Her face filled with amazement. To be honest, people in this era had no opportunity or means to see themselves clearly. Whether it was a bronze mirror or the surface of water, they could never be that clear. But at this moment, the Mercury mirror reflected her image in exquisite detail. So clear. Although she was the empress, she was still a woman, and women loved such things. This is what you invented, Ko-er? Empress Zhongsun asked in surprise. Yes. And I don't mind letting you know that I invented this mirror to make money. After all, I still need to prepare a dowry for our sister. Li Ku said earnestly. I invested several years of pocket money into the development of this Mercury mirror. My household hasn't even paid the servants' monthly wages for several months. This is why, once the mirror was successful, I immediately brought it over to honor you, Li Ku said seriously. Ah, that must have been tough on you. I didn't expect you to have such skills. Since you've spent all your funds, how much is this mirror? Mother will pay for it, Empress Zhongsun immediately said. How could I let you pay? People say that behind every successful man is a virtuous woman. Father can become the emperor of the Tang dynasty, and that is definitely inseparable from your support. As the mother of the Tang dynasty, you work hard day after day, and over time, you have accumulated stress and illness. As your son, how could I ask you for money for honoring you with something? If I marry a princess in the future, I must marry a woman as virtuous as you, and I will treat her well and buy her the best things in the world, Li Ku said earnestly. Li ShiMin, sitting beside him, initially felt quite satisfied with what Li Ku was saying. This kid was a bit of a rogue, but sometimes he could really talk. However, as he listened, Li ShiMin began to feel something was off. Why did it sound like there was a hidden meaning in his words? In chapter 25, it's all a trap. Empress Zhongsun was very pleased with Li Ku's words, not because he was giving her gifts, but because of his statement that behind every successful man there is a virtuous woman. This made her happy, as she had endured her share of grievances over the years with Li ShiMin. Many of those grievances had to be swallowed down with grit and tears. And even as empress, she still faced many troubles. The harem was not as peaceful as it seemed, but their close relationship allowed her to manage it better. Although some concubines in the harem stirred up trouble and had their own agendas, they still respected her. Throughout the harem, Empress Zhongsun had never caused Li ShiMin any worry. That can't be. Kur, you spent all your money to come up with this. I can't let you do this for free, Empress Zhongsun said with a smile. How much are you planning to sell this mirror for? Mother, when I say you can't spend money, I mean it. It's not just you. I have to prepare gifts for my sisters too, as well as for my mother and other concubines. As a son and brother, it's my responsibility, Li Ku declared. Although I can be a bit of a rogue sometimes, I am a man who takes responsibility. I won't shirk my duties as a son. This is a man's promise. Li ShiMin's face darkened next to him. He was starting to catch on. Oh, so you're implying something here, are you? Chong Lin, standing not far away, was struggling to hold back his laughter. He could tell that the Prince of Shu had made his point, and how could the emperor not respond? All right. Li ShiMin finally spoke up. Hearing him, Li Ku sighed in relief. Father, you finally spoke. I thought I was going to run out of things to say. You do have a point. This money shouldn't come from you or your mother, so it must come from me, Li ShiMin said, his tone somewhat sarcastic. Your humble servant doesn't dare refuse, Li Ku replied, bowing. Li ShiMin thought he might kick him out. Now he saw that this kid was indeed well read. But being well-read didn't mean he wasn't a little rogue. People read books to cultivate themselves, but this kid seemed to use reading as a tool to provoke him. The problem was, Li ShiMin couldn't deny Li Ku was right, and as an emperor, once he'd said something, could he take it back? How much is this full-length mirror? Li ShiMin asked, pointing at it, his expression dark. Not much, just this amount, Li Ku said, holding up one finger. Not much. You call 10,000 guan not much? Li ShiMin stared wide-eyed. Huh, is that how much you're offering? Then I need to raise the price, Li Ku replied. Father, you don't understand. Who else in the entire Tang can use this full-length mirror? Only you, my mother, and a few concubines can use it. At most, if you count my sisters. It's a limited edition. Others can't use it and wouldn't dare. This mirror is fully customized. It took 3 years of effort to successfully develop this batch. And we just finished making them recently, Li Ku explained earnestly, pointing at the mirror. Li ShiMin looked at the full-length mirror that was as tall as he was, thought about it, and realized it was indeed true. Apart from them, Li Ku couldn't sell it to anyone else. How many in total? Li ShiMin asked. 17 in total. You just need to give me 16,000 guan, Li Ku said, bowing again. Li ShiMin calculated in his mind. He had to admit. This guy had indeed prepared the numbers in advance. What? Does your father lack that 10,000? Li ShiMin asked, glancing sideways at him. Of course not. Li Ku straightened up and said seriously. One of the mirrors is for you. Buying mirrors for my mother, concubines, and sisters is your responsibility as a man. As their husband and father. I can't take that from you. This is your promise as a man to provide them with a good life. But the one for you is for the emperor who works tirelessly day and night for the people of the Tang, for the father who helps me, my brothers, and others to build a prosperous Tang dynasty so we can live in peace and enjoy life. You may not have noticed, but you already have white hair. Despite being so young and strong, the hard work has taken a toll on you. This small token of gratitude is nothing compared to what you've given, but it's the best I can do, Li Ku said sincerely. Li ShiMin was stunned, and so was Empress Changsun. Li Ku's words were straightforward, without grandiose phrases or historical references, yet they struck a chord with Li ShiMin. He silently glanced at Li Ku, then snorted, Humph. Don't get all sentimental. Do you think I need your little money? Here, take 20,000 guan. At least you have some conscience. Remember your mother, concubines, and sisters. Thank you, father. However, I feel a bit guilty taking this money, so I want to use it for something else, and I hope father and mother will agree, Li Ku said, looking ashamed. What do you want to do? Empress Changsun asked, somewhat moved. It's like this, in recent years. As the power of the Tang has grown and we've overcome various natural disasters, the situation has gradually stabilized. However, with the prosperity of the Tang, the population in Chang'an has increased, and I've noticed many young beggars in the city, as well as disaster victims from other places outside the city. The number of these disaster victims is rising, and while some people occasionally give them work, the money they earn is only enough to sustain themselves. Last winter, I noticed many disaster victims froze to death outside Chang'an. While every dynasty has its share of such people, if their numbers become too great, it will inevitably affect the stability of Chang'an and your reputation, father. Therefore, I plan to use this money to establish a royal welfare park for the Tang along the Weha River in the northwest of Chang'an, Li Ku said earnestly. What is that for? Li ShiMin frowned. I plan to put some of the businesses under my name in this park and prioritize hiring these disaster victims and beggars, especially the young beggars. Many of them are still very young, and if we let them grow up like this, they will inevitably become troublemakers, which is harmful to the country and the court. I intend to gather them, provide them with food and drink, and have them do suitable work to support themselves. This way, when they grow up, whether they become ordinary citizens or join the Tang army to fight for the nation, it will be beneficial for the country. This way, we can achieve multiple goals at once. Li Ku said seriously. Chapter 26. Approval. Li ShiMin and Empress Changsun exchanged a glance. Li Ku's focus and direction were quite something, which genuinely surprised Li ShiMin. The beggars and disaster victims had been reported by the magistrates of Chang'an County and Wanyan County. These two counties, as the capital districts of Chang'an, were divided by the north-south running Zhuke Street, with Wanyan County to the east and Chang'an County to the west. The impact of these beggars and disaster victims was significant. With a population exceeding 1 million in this era, it was unimaginable in ancient times. The security issues in Chang'an, with its total of 108 wards, were severe, and there were many idle and rogue individuals among them. This mix of people ultimately formed a persistent problem in Chang'an, characterized by gang organizations and secretive groups. While the secret organizations were related to spies from various countries, the gang organizations posed a major issue in Chang'an. The primary source of members for these gangs came from the beggars and disaster victims. They brought not only a problem of the Tang dynasty's image, but also serious social security issues. Now, Li Ku proposed a fundamentally different solution to the problem. It's worth noting that since the time of Li Yuan, similar issues had been reported by the magistrates of these two counties almost every year. However, regardless of whether the power of the Jingzhou prefecture was strengthened, whether the left and right Jinwu guards patrolled Chang'an, or whether the strength of the local militia was enhanced, none of these measures could fundamentally resolve the issues. Li Ku's proposed method made Li ShiMin feel refreshed and gave him a new perspective, especially since Li Ku's focus was completely different from that of ordinary officials. Other officials had also considered the issue of disaster victims or wandering people, but they hadn't come up with good solutions. However, Li Ku had thought of one. Indeed, you've finally come up with a good idea. Since this is for the country, let South discuss it in court first. The funding certainly cannot come from you. It must be provided by the court. Li ShiMin nodded appreciatively. Wait, Li Ku hurriedly interrupted. What are you joking about? If the court provides the money and you discover the truth, wouldn't that be a death sentence? Besides, if the court pays, who will claim ownership of these things in the future? Father, this is my heartfelt intention. Primarily, it's for you, mother, and my sisters. I'm holding on to this money, so I thought of this method as an experiment to test whether it works. If it does, you can hand it over to someone else later. However, this matter is not that simple, Li Ku quickly explained. Oh, tell me more, Li ShiMin asked curiously. Rehabilitating the disaster victims and beggars requires significant funding. I also thought about establishing factories to give these people some work, allowing them to be self-reliant. It's certainly impossible to solely rely on the court for support, as there is not enough money. This is a bottomless pit, because if the court were to support them entirely, there would inevitably be those who just want to waste their days away. So, what is the actual situation? I'm uncertain. I just want to discuss it with you, Father, and I will first test it on my own. Later, you can write a handwritten note for me, which I will have made into a plaque to hang in the park. This way, the disaster victims and beggars will understand your kindness. Li Ku had been compelled to speak in a cultured manner. Li ShiMin nodded in satisfaction. Li Ku's words were logical and well-supported, making it difficult for anyone to find fault. If this kid could keep this up, it would be great. Fine. I will write this handwritten note for you. This is a good thing. Li ShiMin nodded in satisfaction. Then I will go and purchase the relevant land from the magistrate of Chang'an County and bring the land deed to you. Father, Li Ku said as he strategically retreated. What are you talking about? Since you are doing this for the country, it's one thing to spend your own money, but you also want to buy the land? What place does that leave me as the emperor? Li ShiMin waved his hand decisively. Tomorrow, I will issue an edict to have the magistrate of Chang'an County allocate 10,000 acres of land to you for this matter. You keep the land deed. And if it doesn't work out in the end, consider the land a reward for you. Li Ku looked troubled. All right, Kur, listen to your father. Think about it. The reputation of this park is for your father's sake. If your father contributes nothing, and it gets out, it would harm the royal dignity. Empress Changsun said with a smile. Then I want to decline. Father, please write the characters for me now, and I will start right after I return. Li Ku praised Empress Changsun, affirming why he called her mother. Changlin, ink and brush, Li ShiMin said straightforwardly, waving his hand. This was a good thing. And he certainly wooed T refuse. Changlin immediately went to prepare. By the end of the Sui dynasty, Xian paper had already existed. And by the time of the Tang dynasty, it had become quite common. Xian paper is the kind of paper used for painting in later generations. In later times, many ancient texts and paintings were made, and some illegal individuals would use special methods to peel the Xian paper from these ancient texts and paintings, thus producing two paintings directly. They couldn't even be called counterfeit, as they were originally genuine pieces that had been split into two. Soon, the ink, brush, paper, and inkstone were all ready. Changlin was grinding ink for Li ShiMin, who looked at Li Ku and asked, what should I write? Father. Just write, Tang Dynasty Royal Welfare Industrial Park. By the way, if you don't mind, could you also write your name? This way, the common people will know that these characters were written by you, Li Ku quickly suggested. Li ShiMin nodded, without saying anything, and directly took up the brush to write. Before long, the characters Tang Dynasty Royal Welfare Industrial Park sprang to life on the paper, and on the left side of the Xian paper. Li ShiMin also wrote 4 characters, Li ShiMin's calligraphy. Thank you, Father, Li Ku bowed and quickly expressed his gratitude. All right, it seems you're quite thoughtful today. I'll write a few more characters for you, Li ShiMin said after a moment's thought. Don't. Li Ku hurriedly interrupted. Huh. Li ShiMin raised an eyebrow. Who dares to refuse when I'm bestowing characters? Li Ku didn't dare let him continue writing. The more he wrote now, the worse it would be when the truth came out later. So he wanted none of that excess. He, Prince of Shu, Li Ku, stood out for not being greedy. Yes, not greedy. One must understand the virtue of contentment. He, Prince of Shu, was quite content. I haven't achieved anything yet. The more you write for me now. If I fail later, wouldn't that reflect poorly on your judgment? So, when I succeed, you can write for me for 3 days and nights. And I want refuse, Li Ku quickly said. Get lost. You want me to write for you for 3 days and nights? Don't even think about it. Li ShiMin shot him a glance, laughingly scolding him before no longer bringing up the matter. Chapter 27. Everything for a little money, Part 1. I'll take my leave now. You and Mother can enjoy your love here, Li Ku said quickly. Huh. Li ShiMin was taken aback for a moment, then couldn't help but glare, saying, what nonsense are you talking about? Oh, Father. Don't think that just because I'm not married, I haven't read any books. What all women in the world seek is just the affection of their husbands. How many people want to show off their love, but can't? In the future, your and Mother's love will surely be a beautiful story. Li Ku quickly flattered, and then saluted Empress Changsun before taking his leave. Go on, Kur. You must never be reckless in your future dealings. If there is any trouble, just come find your mother. Empress Changsun couldn't help but smile and reminded him. Yes, I take my leave. I've left things for you in the palace. Li Ke said as he bowed. After leaving Li ShiMin and Empress Changsun, Li Ke quickly breathed a sigh of relief 100 meters away. He swiftly handed over the inscription just given by Li ShiMin to a guard who accompanied him into the palace, and whispered, "Go back. Give it to Tian Ming. Find the best craftsman. First find a large tree to carve a large plaque, then look for a huge stone, and prepare a stone carving. The huge stone can wait. We will find a suitable one later." "Yes, Your Highness." The guard carefully took the rice paper and quickly left. Here, after Li Ke left, looking at the expression on Empress Changsun's face, it was evident that Li Ke's words before he departed had a significant effect. Li ShiMin couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, thinking, "This rascal knows quite a bit. You all can leave now." Li ShiMin thought for a moment and waved his hand. Chang Lin and the others immediately bowed and turned to leave, though they wouldn't go too far. Once they left, Li ShiMin strode over and embraced Empress Changsun from behind. Feeling Li ShiMin's embrace, Empress Changsun suddenly felt grateful to Li Ke for some reason, although they had been husband and wife for many years and understood each other well. Such intimate gestures were mostly reserved for the nighttime in the palace. Warm embraces like this had only happened when Li ShiMin was younger. "Erlang." In a moment, Empress Changsun couldn't help but softly call out to him. Feeling Empress Changsun's warmth in her voice, after so many years as a couple, Li ShiMin knew her intentions well. He couldn't help but feel a bit emotional, realizing that he was actually less perceptive than that rascal. "Guanyin maid, you have been wronged over the years." Li ShiMin also spoke softly. "Erlang, what are you saying?" "I have no regrets marrying you," Empress Changsun said slowly and deliberately. The two embraced quietly for a moment, speechless. Meanwhile, Li Ke had people leave 2 full-length mirrors with Empress Changsun and a few small mirrors before he went to find Chang Lu, Cheng Yang, and Jin Yang, who lived not far from Empress Changsun. Chang Lu, being older, had her own sleeping quarters, while Xin Cheng, who was still less than a year old, was taken care of by someone close to Empress Changsun and lived with her. Cheng Yang and Jin Yang also lived together separately, but very close to Empress Changsun. Generally speaking, these 2 little ones liked to hang out with Chang Lu and didn't enjoy spending too much time with Empress Changsun and Li ShiMin. Sure enough, Li Ke easily found the 3 little ones playing in the small garden next door. Xin Cheng and Jin Yang were frolicking, while Chang Lu was playing the guqin. Upon seeing Li Ke enter, Cheng Yang and Jin Yang immediately jumped up and ran towards him, shouting, "Third brother! Third brother!" As they ran, Li Ke smiled and bent down to pick them both up, one in each arm. Cheng Yang was a little shy, as a 5 or 6-year-old girl. She understood quite a bit, but fortunately, the atmosphere in the Tang Dynasty was relatively open, so she didn't shy away. "Third brother, I missed you," Jin Yang immediately said in a babyish voice. "Did you miss third brother or the toys third brother brought you?" Li Ke asked with a grin. "I miss third brother because you are the only one who plays with us. Even ninth brother doesn't want to play with us. And the big brother is always busy, and fourth brother, Jin Yang pouted. The ninth brother in Jin Yang's mouth would later be known as Emperor Gaozong of Tang. Li Ji, but he was only an 8-year-old kid right now. All right. Third brother has brought you good things today," Li Ke said with a smile as he set the 2 little ones down. "What good things?" Jin Yang and Cheng Yang's eyes lit up as they asked in unison. Li Ke waved his hand, and the guards behind him brought over a box. Not far away, Chang Lu also curiously walked over. He didn't hide it, and directly had them take out the mirrors from inside the box and opened it. When they saw the incredibly clear mercury mirrors inside, both Jin Yang and Cheng Yang gasped in surprise, while Chang Lu also covered her mouth in astonishment, staring at the mercury mirror in awe. "How is it? How do you like third brother's gift?" Li Ke asked proudly. "Third brother, you're amazing." Cheng Yang immediately looked up with stars in her eyes. After saying that, she lowered her head to make faces in front of the mirror with Jin Yang. "Third brother, this is so clear. What is it?" Chang Lu asked curiously. "This is a mercury mirror. It's something third brother earned for your dowry. I put in quite a bit of effort." Li Ke said in a low voice to avoid Jin Yang and Cheng Yang hearing. When Chang Lu heard this, she instantly understood, and her eyes became a bit misty. None of her brothers had cared this much about her, including her eldest and fourth brothers, who would just greet her when they met. "If third brother isn't good enough, it wouldn't be a big deal for me to marry him," Chang Lu said softly. "What are you talking about? Don't worry, if in a year, the Chang family can offer more dowry than what I give you, unless someone in their family is as talented as third brother." Li Ke emphasized the word talented, meaning unless someone was also a time traveler like him. Chang Lu nodded vigorously. "All right, third brother can't stay with you any longer. I have things to do. Now I need to go to Mother Empress's place, so you all have fun," Li Ke said with a smile. "I want to go too." The 3 princesses almost simultaneously exclaimed. "All right, let's go together," Li Ke said with a smile and nodded. Because Li Ke treated all 3 of them well, the 3 little ones also had a very good relationship with Yang Fei. When Li Ke wasn't around, they often went to visit Yang Fei. Yang Fei's palace was on the right side of the Liangyi Hall. Traditionally, the left side was considered more prestigious, and Empress Changsuan's governing palace was on the left side of the Liangyi Hall. The customs of the Tang dynasty were not as strict as those of the later Ming and Qing dynasties. Even the palace was quite casual. In fact, many titles in the harem were brought by Li Ke, such as Mother, Empress, and Son. At first, Li Ke didn't understand them at all, and when he later figured it out, It was too late to change since no one corrected him at the beginning. And it would have been quite strange to change later. However, some rules still had to be followed, such as when princes and princesses visited concubines in the palace. They must first come to the empress. Chapter 28, Everything for Little Money, Part 2. Mother, I'm here. Upon arriving at Yang Fei's place, Li Ku, in his usual style, shouted from a distance, Mother, we're here too. Jin Yang and Cheng Yang, being little, followed Li Ku's lead, though they technically shouldn't call her mother. But calling her that wasn't inappropriate either. Hearing this, Yang Fei in the room quickly came out. If it were just Li Ku, it might have been fine. But hearing Jin Yang and Cheng Yang's voices too, she felt she had to come out. Yang Fei had a gentle nature and was usually favored. But she never took her favor for granted. She was very aware of her position in the harem. She and her nominal sister, another Yang Fei, who was Li ShiMin's sister-in-law, were both products of political marriages. Later generations often say that Li ShiMin was lecherous and had peculiar preferences. In reality, while he might have been lecherous, marrying his sister-in-law was not due to any special preference. It was purely political alliance. Li ShiMin married Yang Fei to gain the support of the Yang family, the family of Yang Guang, after the fall of the Sui dynasty, to support the Tang dynasty. Due to the fall of the Sui dynasty, there were many powerful families in the early Tang dynasty, and the influence of the Yang family from Hongnong was too great. If they had supported the descendants of the Sui, it would have been uncertain whether the Li family could establish themselves. However, later on, the Yang family from Hongnong did indeed support the Tang dynasty. The young Yang concubine, who was actually Li ShiMin's sister-in-law, is of the same reasoning. She was the granddaughter of the Sui noble Yang Xiong, also belonging to the Hongnong Yang family. Within the same powerful family, there were different voices. And after Li ShiMin married the young Yang concubine, the branch of Yang Xiong no longer entangled themselves. It seems that among Li ShiMin's concubines, there were none from the 5 surnames and 7 houses, but that is not the case. The former crown princess of the late Tang's crown prince Li Jianqing, who is also Li ShiMin's sister-in-law, is actually from the Zheng family of Xingyang. They just didn't expect Li ShiMin to stage the Xuanwu Gate incident. The relationships are too complicated. Even Li Ku, to be honest, has not figured them out yet. The young concubine Yang understood her position clearly. After marrying Li ShiMin, she has always played the role of a good concubine, which is why Li ShiMin favored her. Concubine. The young concubine Yang is here. And Changlu also bows to the young concubine Yang. Changlu received education earlier and naturally wouldn't call Li Ku inappropriately. She didn't need to consider the implications of titles like other princes, so she still addressed her as originally intended in the Tang dynasty. Come in quickly, Kur. What are you carrying all this for? The young concubine Yang asked with a smile. I came to deliver something to you, mother. This is a gift from my father. Li Ku replied with a grin. From his majesty? The young concubine Yang was stunned for a moment, surprised that it was a gift for her. This was quite unusual, mainly because Li ShiMin usually had no place to spend money. Li Ku quickly had the mirrors brought into the young concubine's palace, and then took out the mercury mirror to show her. When she saw the mercury mirror, the young concubine Yang was also amazed. Did you get this? Yes. This is my father's way of showing he cares for you, mother, and for all the other concubines. Li Ku said with a smile. You're even charging your father for it. The young concubine Yang shot Li Ku a glare. This was something only her son could do. Sometimes the young concubine Yang felt helpless. She was originally a cautious person, but her son was bold and reckless. Many times she was anxious, fearing he might anger Li ShiMin one day. Over the years, she had indeed worried a lot because of Li Ku, but fortunately, although this kid was bold and outrageous, he had some sense and didn't do anything too extreme. Later, the young concubine Yang gradually came to terms with it, mainly because Li ShiMin had secretly comforted her. Mother, this isn't something I wanted. I absolutely refused it, but my father insisted on giving it. He says it's his responsibility as a man. You are his woman and daughter, and it's only right to spend money on you. I can't refuse. Li Ku quickly said. The young concubine Yang glared at Li Ku. Believing that she could trust him at most 30%, she knew what kind of person her son was. Concubine, this is from father for you. Just accept it. Besides, it's only right to give money to third brother. He spent quite a bit on this, and he doesn't have much income. Xingyang spoke up loudly. You all just favor your third brother. I really don't know what kind of charm he has over you, the young concubine Yang said with a smile. Hee. That's because third brother often brings us fun and delicious things, Jin Yang also said with a grin. He doesn't spoil you for nothing. In a few days, third brother will bring you some good stuff, Li Ku said while patting Jin Yang and Cheng Yang's little heads. Thank you, third brother. The two little ones didn't understand what politeness was and directly expressed their thanks. After sitting with the young concubine Yang for half an hour, Chang Lu took Cheng Yang and Jin Yang away. She knew her third brother might have something to discuss with their mother. Either way, Chang Lu was sensible enough to know that the marriage between her and the Chang Sun family was not a match. Once they left, the young concubine Yang glared and asked, have you interfered in Chang Lu and the Chang Sun family's marriage? How could I interfere, as her brother? I have to make decisions for my sister, Li Ku replied straightforwardly. You. The young concubine Yang hesitated. There were some things she found hard to say. The princes in the harem were all from the same father, but not the same mother, so there were inevitably differences in closeness. As someone who had experienced 2 royal families, the young concubine Yang had seen too much. However, Her son never cared about this. He treated everyone equally, even with the princes like Li Chengqian. Well, he didn't quite get along with Li Tai, but that was because Li Tai's attitude toward him was also not good. Li Ku had this personality. If you had a good relationship with him, he would be good to you. He completely followed his own preferences. However, he was particularly strict with Li Yun, which the young concubine Yang noticed. She knew that because Li Yun was his half-brother, Li Ku was somewhat different. Boys should be held to stricter standards. If Li Yun was not managed properly, things would really go wrong. He was not like Li Ku, who seemed to cause trouble but had rules in doing so, while Li Yun was completely clueless. Sighing at this, the young concubine Yang knew why her son was good to Chong Lu and the others. Their feelings were genuine, and it was also true for her as a mother. Although Li ShiMin favored her, because of her status as a former princess, she had always been marginalized in the harem. Li Ku treating his three sisters well naturally meant that Empress Chong's son would also take care of her a little. Her son seemed a bit foolish, but he was also very sensible, knowing how to help share her burden since childhood, so she couldn't really criticize him too harshly. Mother, why are you sighing? By the way, did Li Yun ask you for money again recently? Li Ku suddenly remembered that Chong Lu had mentioned Li Yun asking her for money a few days ago. Since Chong Lu was the legitimate eldest princess, Li ShiMin had always favored her, so her monthly allowance was much more than what Li Ku and the others received, and she had little to spend it on. So her little treasury was quite hefty. No, I listened to you and didn't give him anything. The young concubine Yang felt somewhat helpless. Mainly, Li Yun was indeed disappointing. In earlier years, she even had to sell her own jewelry to support Li Yun. At that time, she really had no money, even in the previous years. Empress Chong's son also had little money because after the Jingguan era, there were several years of great disasters, and the national treasury was not full. So Li ShiMin was very frugal. Chapter 29 Everything for a Little Money, Part 2. I'll go talk to him later, Li Ku said fiercely. A brother should be taught a lesson. Otherwise, why would he have built this muscle since coming here? Be gentle. If you hit him hard, it won't look good. The young concubine Yang said somewhat speechlessly. However, she couldn't say much. In her view, it was right for Li Ku to teach his brother a lesson. And Li Yun indeed needed it. If he's afraid of embarrassment, then he shouldn't cause trouble. Look at me. I get hit. But when have I ever been afraid of embarrassment? Li Ku said somewhat proudly. The young concubine Yang. Mother, I need a favor from you. Li Ku looked around and said in a low voice. What is it? The young concubine Yang asked curiously. Li Ku had never asked her for anything before. Please invite some of your friendly ministers' wives and hold a gathering. Just a gathering among women, Li Ku said quietly. And then, the young concubine Yang found it strange. The atmosphere in the Tang dynasty was open, and women could freely shop on the streets, so there wasn't really a concept of highborn ladies. Although the young concubine Yang was gentle, she still had some lady friends. Show off your mirror. Li Ku pointed to the full-length mirror beside them. The young concubine Yang was not foolish and instantly understood Li Ku's idea. Where do you get so many clever ideas? All right, mother understands. Mother, I'm leaving now. I still need to find Chong Lu. She has quite a few girlfriends, Li Ku said quickly. Go ahead. You don't seem comfortable here anyway. Yang Fei smiled and said. She understood Li Ku well. This kid just couldn't sit still. However, it was already the best among the princes that he could come by to chat with her occasionally. Looking at all the princes in the harem, few who don't live in the palace could do as well as Li Ku. Okay, I'm off. I've left the other mirrors here with you. You can distribute them to others and say they were bought by father. Li Ku pointed to the other boxes. Yang Fei nodded, sighed, and thought to herself. If she were a queen, her son would definitely be the crown prince. He would surely make a good emperor. Despite his recklessness, Yang Fei knew that Li Ku was very thoughtful and meticulous inside. Look at this arrangement. The mirrors were bought by Li ShiMin. But Li Ku left them all here for her to distribute to those concubines. Don't these concubines owe her a favor? Li Ku is her son. She thought too much. When would Li Yin be like his brother? After bidding farewell to Yang Fei, Li Ku went directly to find Chong Lu. When he arrived, Chong Lu had just returned not long ago, as it took time to get back from Jinyang and Shenyang. Third brother, Chong Lu was a bit surprised. Third brother needs your help, Li Ku said in a low voice. What is it, third brother? Chong Lu quickly asked. Go find your girlfriends, arrange a meeting, and have them come to you. The main purpose is to show off your full-length mirror. Then when they ask where you bought it, just say there's an inn that sells them, Li Ku quickly whispered. Ah, I understand. Chong Lu immediately grasped Li Ku's intent, her eyes squinting with a smile. She tilted her head and thought for a moment, then whispered. Then third brother, do you have any small mirrors? Give me one. I'll visit my sister-in-law first. Li Ku instantly gave Chong Lu a thumbs up, impressed by his sister's ability to think on her feet. Who is my sister-in-law? Naturally, it's the crown princess. My elder brother Li Chengqian just got married this January, and he dotes on the crown princess Su. As a person from Jingzhou with a strong influence locally, now that she's just become the crown princess, she naturally needs to build relationships. Other princes have to consider their influence when interacting with certain officials, but the crown prince doesn't need to. So there are many visitors to Li Chengqian's residence, including those who come through their wives. If this is given to Su, wouldn't it spread across various circles? With Su having one, wouldn't my elder brother's concubines have to buy one too? TSK. His sister's ability to take advantage of him was indeed remarkable. Oh, no, it can't be said like that. This is called helping sister-in-law maintain harmony in the harem. That's the right way to put it. Changlu chuckled to herself. Then I'll bring it to you later. A bigger one. Li Ku whispered. Got it. But third brother, you're really impressive to have tricked father out of 200,000 guan, Changlu said softly. Look at what you're saying. What do you mean tricked? You shouldn't say that. This is paternal love. Do you understand? This is the love father has for you all. Li Ku glared at Changlu. I understand, paternal love. Changlu laughed happily. In fact, she was quite influenced by Li Ku, even though she didn't show it usually. Her way of speaking resembled his when she was with him. But third brother, why are you taking in those beggars and refugees? They are all bottomless pits. Changlu was a bit puzzled, as well as that Tang Dynasty Welfare Industrial Park. Hee, you don't understand. Making money relies on selling things. How can real estate be faster? Li Ku chuckled. Real estate? Changlu heard a new term. She had a rough idea of its meaning, but didn't know what it specifically represented. Don't worry, you'll understand in a while. By then, you'll realize that the Changsun family is nothing. Li Ku smiled and said, Okay, I trust third brother. Changlu nodded vigorously. All right, third brother has to go now. You all need to get moving. Third brother has to take action too. Li Ku instructed Changlu before turning to leave. After leaving the palace, Li Ku didn't head to the estate outside the city, but went straight to an inn in Shanhang. Tianming was already waiting there. The 10,000 acres of land had been secured. An acre in the Tang Dynasty is smaller than in later times. 1 acre is about 540 square meters. So 10,000 acres would be approximately 4 million square meters, roughly equivalent to 54 square kilometers in later times. This area is definitely enough. However, the subsequent developments are inextricably linked to the actions of the inn. When Li Ku arrived, Tianming was already there waiting. Your Highness. Tianming bowed and saluted. How is it? Li Ku looked up at the entire inn. The renovation is complete, and the inn has temporarily stopped operating. Tianming led Li Ku inside the inn. Though it's called an inn, in fact, the whole area is quite large, and all the surrounding houses have been bought out. The renovations began according to Li Ku's ideas as soon as they were purchased. Facing the street is the main entrance of the inn. Upon entering, it splits into two. The right side is set up like a bar in modern times, while the left side serves as a restaurant. Further in, there's a very large courtyard. The courtyard is not small, and there are newly built small buildings all around it, themed to match the inn. Inside these buildings, there are independent rooms of considerable size. If someone from the future were to come here, they would immediately recognize that this resembles a shopping mall. In plain terms, in the future, this inn will be a one-stop shop for food, drink, and entertainment. Haha, people criticize Li Ku for visiting brothels. But do they think he really goes there for the girls? Oh yes. However, in this era, brothels are also called courtesans. But the meaning of courtesan as an entertainer is completely different from later times. Chapter 30. His Highness the King of Shu evaluates the skills of the courtesans. Li Ku and Tianming entered the main commercial area, which has been luxuriously decorated. In simple terms, this place is not meant for ordinary people to roam. Of course, the goal is to make money from the wealthy. The style of the entire room has not yet been fully furnished, but the floors are made of high-quality birch wood, chosen for its pale color, which enhances the brightness of the entire room. The windows in the Tang Dynasty are made of special paper, which does not allow much light in, making the rooms quite dim during the day. When the weather isn't cold, the windows are open for light. When can these windows be replaced? Li Ku pointed at the windows and asked, as he definitely wants to use glass windows. Since glass production has begun, with the strength of Yu Lai Commercial House, they can easily gather a large number of craftsmen to produce these windows in a short time. Your Highness, according to the current production progress, it will take about 10 days to complete the full replacement for this inn. Tianming immediately provided the time frame. 10 days. Will this affect the production of mercury mirrors? It doesn't affect anything. Although the production process of glass is quite complex, the actual manufacturing after completing the furnace is very quick. Pressing it into glass sheets requires skill. And currently, our defective product rate is quite high. However, these defective products are not wasted. They can be installed in some unimportant windows of our own houses. Tianming immediately said, That's right. Let's first complete the replacement of all the windows in this inn. Can the production quantity of mercury mirrors keep up? Li Ku asked again. Yes, the jacquard loom is expected to be completed tomorrow. According to your Highness's instructions, different patterns of silk will be woven here for the shop. Tianming nodded. If the spinning and weaving machines increase the efficiency of the weaving industry by dozens of times, then the jacquard loom has increased the efficiency of patterned weaving by more than 1,000 times. Because in this era, all simple patterns on high-end silk are spun manually, at a speed you can't imagine. More complex patterns require embroiderers to stitch them little by little. The jacquard loom will allow Li Ku to achieve industrialized pattern weaving. This can bring costs down to a level that would make all noble families cry. Of course, initially, Li Ku won't sell them at such low prices. Because silk with patterns is unaffordable for ordinary people, only the nobles can afford it. Since they are nobles, why sell it to them at such low prices? As long as he offers them a price advantage, that's enough. The key point is that the patterns woven by Li Ku will be identical from one piece of fabric to another, and there may even be pure patterned silk fabric. These fabrics will drive the women of the Tang Dynasty crazy. Let's first produce samples. The silk with different patterns will be based on the samples. Have the other few restaurants tested them? Lika nodded. The tests are complete, and all the chefs are in place. Your cooking skills provided by your highness will surely become popular throughout Chang'an. Tianming looked at him with admiration. He had never tasted such delicious food, especially the various stir-fries. He couldn't imagine how his highness came up with so many ideas. That's for sure, Lika nodded lightly. Has the soap been produced? Lika looked at Tianming. Yes, the manufacturing method isn't difficult, and we have already produced scented soap. Tianming immediately nodded. The scented soap can be placed here. Remember, different molds can be used for the scented soap. Make sure to create different grades for me, especially the packaging. It must be divided into 3, 6, and 9 grades. Li Ku instructed, as the soap wouldn't be placed here because it has future uses and won't be sold on a large scale for now. Soap also involves another technology, which is the degreasing of wool. Wool products are not usable if they are not degreased. Only the Turks use them. The Turks' felt houses and other items are made from wool, and since this era doesn't degrease wool, the sheep smell on them is so strong that even the Turks are affected by it. It's not an exaggeration to say that if you're downwind, you can smell the sheep odor on the Turks from dozens of meters away. Not to mention ordinary Turks. Even the Turkic nobles in Chang'an have a very strong smell. Even if they change into Tang clothes and bathe daily, they cannot get rid of that smell without living in the Tang for 3 to 5 years. In this era, if you want to marry a beautiful Turkic woman, there are beautiful women, but can you stand that smell? However, once the wool is degreased, it means that high-quality wool products can be made, and this won't earn less than silk. Yes, Your Highness. Tianming took a deep breath and bowed. However, Your Highness, regarding these places and some meeting rooms that do not require custom tables and chairs, how do you plan to solve this? Tianming hesitated and asked. I will instruct others to deliver those items. You don't need to ask who it is. Li Ku waved his hand. Understood, Your Highness. Tianming immediately agreed. There are some things he shouldn't know, and he was very clear about his role. Once you have replaced most of the windows and doors, I will prepare the remaining items for you. Li Ku nodded. Yes. All right, I leave this to you. Remember, this is our model project. You must do it well. The interiors of the 2 inns and the 2 markets must be done according to this standard. The doors and windows will also be replaced later, but before the replacement, make sure to wrap everything with red silk cloth so that no one can see inside, Li Ku instructed. Understood, Your Highness. All right, I am going to stroll around the Huiyue Tower and grab a bite. Li Ku waved his hand. Your Highness, so early? Tianming was taken aback. The courtesans at the Huiyue Tower should still be getting ready at this time. After all, brothels usually open in the evening, right? You know nothing. I am going to appreciate the skills of the courtesans. In the evening, that's not for appreciation. Li Ku scorned Tianming. You people are too mundane. You don't understand my good intentions. Yes, Your Highness. I was shallow, Tianming hurriedly replied. Indeed, is His Highness such a shallow person? Over the years in Chang'an, His Highness has been one of the most frequent visitors to the Huiyue Tower and several other establishments, yet he has never brought back any women. That truly highlights his integrity. Leaving the inn, Li Ku, along with his guards, headed directly towards Huiyue Tower. Li Ku was on horseback. A carriage was out of the question, as the bumps would hurt his ribs. However, the outer city does not allow galloping. They can only let the horses walk on the road. Chapter 31. The Prince of Shu knows nothing about art. Huiyue Tower is not far from the Shanhing Square. It is located in Pingkangfang. Where is Pingkangfang? Shanhing Square is west of Zhuke Street. Qingdao Square is east of Zhuke Street, and Pingkangfang is just east of Qingdao Square, with Wuban Square in between. What is in Wuban Square? The famous Guozijian. No need to explain what the Guozijian is, right? Huiyue Tower and other establishments are right next to the Guozijian in Wuban Square. Does that not indicate anything? Furthermore, Pingkangfang itself is in the same district as Huiyue Tower, along with temples like Putusai and Yangwasi. Historically, the famous family of Chu Suiliang was also in Pingkangfang. Look. So visiting brothels in the Tang Dynasty is nothing at all. Don't view Li Ku with a dirty mindset. He is there to appreciate the cultural life of this era. Li Ku was not slow. He quickly arrived at the entrance of Huiyue Tower with a few guards. When Li Ku arrived, several workers at the entrance of Huiyue Tower saw him and immediately bowed, flattering him as they said, "We greet His Highness, the Prince of Shu." Is Manager Lu inside? I will go in, Li Ku said lightly. Your Highness, please. We are open today, the workers hurriedly said, not daring to say a word otherwise. In the past, they tried to stop him, but the outcome was miserable. This is the Tang Dynasty. Otherwise, they would be even worse off. Because this gentleman even dared to hit someone like Changsun Dalong. What are they? Mainly, they didn't understand the Prince of Shu back then. Now they do. Anyway, if the Prince of Shu wants to enter, let him in. This gentleman is someone. Oh, opening so early today? Li Ku raised an eyebrow. Isn't the Cold Food Festival coming soon? So we opened a little earlier to warm up the atmosphere. The worker hurriedly bowed. Li Ku suddenly realized that he had been in this era for several years, yet he still didn't understand some holidays. Mainly, many habits from his previous life are deeply ingrained. This era doesn't have the solar calendar, only the lunar calendar. The Cold Food Festival, which is the day before the Qingming Festival, prohibits the use of fire after dawn and encourages the consumption of cold food, hence the name Cold Food Festival. It has been passed down since the spring and autumn period, and by the time of the Tang Dynasty, many activities gradually developed on this day. In addition to the traditional tomb sweeping, there were activities like spring outings, kuju, a form of soccer, and cockfighting, which greatly enriched the lives of the people. In the city of Chang'an, these activities naturally included everything. As a regular entertainment venue, the Huiweb building had to keep up with the festivities, making the Cold Food Festival particularly lively. Thus, it is said that since ancient times, festivals for the dead have been more lively for the living. Li Ku said nothing and directly strode inside. A servant inside quickly called out, "The Prince of Shu has arrived." In the past, they didn't announce arrivals because people came here for fun, not to show off. There were many people of status, but everyone enjoyed themselves. Who knew that someone once foolishly spoke ill of the Prince of Shu, resulting in the Huiweb building being closed for business that day, with everyone just watching a fight. Later, the manager Liu of Huiweb building learned that when the Prince of Shu arrives, it must be announced. That has status. Li Ku didn't care and walked straight in. Upon entering the hall, wow, it was really lively, even though it wasn't tea time yet. Several tables were already filled with people. Li Ku scanned the room and saw several well-known young masters already waiting. "Oh, the Prince of Shu is here," shouted a burly young man at one table. Li Ku raised his eyebrows. This was his brother-in-law, although he hadn't successfully married. Cheng Huayang, the second son of Duke Cheng Yaojin. This guy historically married Princess Qinghe, who was only 10 years old. Ridiculous. However, because Li Ku hadn't resolved the issues with Chong Lu, naturally, the marriage with Qinghe hadn't succeeded either. Qinghe's mother didn't even rank as a noble consort, so her status was relatively low. Although she was also a daughter of Li ShiMin, he rarely saw her. She lived in a more remote area, and Li Ku had met her a few times, but perhaps due to her mother's influence. She was somewhat introverted and had a relatively unfamiliar relationship with Li Ku. However, he hadn't skimped on small gifts, as she was still his sister. So Qinghe's attitude towards Li Ku was among the closest. "What brings you all here?" Li Ku strode over and sat down at Cheng Huayang's table. On the table was Yuqi Gong's son, Yuqi Baolin, who was older, already 26 years old, and held an official position. He didn't expect to see him here today. "I have seen the Prince of Shu, Yuqi Baolin and his companions, Qin Xiong's son Qin Huaidao, and Li Jing's son Li Dijian, also written as Jian, all greeted Li Ku. "Oh, I confirmed it. Li Jing's son is not named Jin Jia Mujia? Or Nijia? Your Highness, we're not idle. We're on break today, so we came. I heard you mention at court that there's a new courtesan at Huiwei building, so we came to take a look. I heard you even invited the Crown Prince." Yuqi Baolin said with a grin. Li Ku rolled his eyes. Nonsense, wasn't he just provoking people? Of course, there were new girls. Li Ku actually had a good relationship with these sons of military generals, but it was limited to a few who joined the army. He didn't get along with those who followed the literary path. Mainly, they looked down on him, thinking he was a rough person, rougher than their fathers and brothers. Li Ku found it absurd. Wasn't he that just the pot calling the kettle black? You don't know why? Li Ku glanced at him. I know. Actually, I came to find you today, but I found out you weren't in the city, so I just called them to come over first. Yuqi Baolin pointed to Li Dijian and the others. Your Highness, if it's about visiting a brothel, you're the expert. We're counting on you. We're usually busy with official duties and don't have time to come, Li Dijian said with a grin. Get lost, Li Ku glared at him. Your Highness, I heard that Du He and Fang Yai will be coming over later. What do you think? Shall we have some fun tonight? Yuqi Baolin lowered his voice. Fun your sister. Li Ku knocked on the table and said lightly, Am I such a violent person? Why would I bully someone upon meeting? Yuqi Baolin, Li Dijian, Qin Huaidao, can you remove the word sister? Prince of Shu? What's wrong with the Prince of Shu? He doesn't know a damn thing about music, chess, calligraphy, or painting. A drunken voice came from above. Li Ku raised an eyebrow, damn it. Isn't this just slapping me in the face? Chapter 32. I want to hit people, so I don't have time to hold back following the voice. He looked up and saw a swaying figure coming down from upstairs. What time is it? And he is already this drunk. However, judging by his attire, he was clearly a nobleman. After all, ordinary people wouldn't dare to insult Li Ku. When the drunken man turned to look down at them, Li Ku and the others immediately recognized him. This person was none other than Prince Liu, Li Yuanchang. Li Ku sneered and stood up without saying a word. Hey. Yuqi Baolin quickly grabbed him, smiling wryly. Third brother, come on, I'll call you brother, okay? Didn't you just say you're not a violent person? Forget it. He's drunk. Besides, he's your seventh uncle, if you hit him. That's right, at this moment. Standing on the staircase on the second floor was Prince Liu, Li Yuanchang, the seventh brother of Li ShiMin and Li Ku's seventh uncle. However, he was only 1 year older than Li Ku. Who said I would hit him? Am I such a violent person? Li Ku glanced at Yuqi Baolin and stood up. Yuqi Baolin gave a bitter smile, not daring to pull him back. They all understood Li Ku's personality. He was much more reckless than those of them from military backgrounds. He would really dare to fight, although Li Ku hadn't physically fought any of his elders yet. It didn't mean he wouldn't dare. Standing up, Li Ku directly grabbed a jar of wine from the side and headed upstairs. No, I beg you. If you down that jar, someone will die. Qin Huaidao quickly pulled Li Ku back. What? Does the Prince of Shu want to hit his uncle? Li Yuanchang stumbled down from upstairs. Your Highness, I beg you. Please, you're magnanimous, magnanimous. Why bother with a drunkard? Manager Lu of Huiyue Building also rushed out, speaking softly in front of Li Ku. Yes, Your Highness, it's not worth it, not worth it. Yuchi Baolin and the others quickly chimed in. Several other tables around them were filled with nobles from the city, but at this moment, they naturally didn't dare to intervene. They didn't have the power to do so. Hee, Baolin, you should all know that my drinking capacity is not high. Li Ku sneered a few times, and then raised the jar of wine to his mouth, and began to pour it into himself. Li Ku had already drunk the wine of the Tang Dynasty. The alcohol content of the drinks in this era was not high due to the lack of distillation technology. The highest was just over 10 degrees, barely reaching 20 degrees. Li Ku had long experimented with it, and he didn't know if it was due to his time travel influence, but he could drink several jars of this kind of wine without much problem. He wouldn't get drunk at all, aside from a bloated stomach and needing to visit the restroom a few more times. Li Ku wasn't someone who enjoyed drinking in his past life. Although the alcohol in the Tang Dynasty wasn't particularly strong and didn't taste too bad, he still didn't like it. Therefore, in this life, Li Ku had drunk alcohol, as it was necessary to socialize with the soldiers. However, to avoid drinking more, he pretended to have a low tolerance for alcohol, which nearly everyone in the Tang Dynasty's second generation knew. Li Ku's actions left everyone dumbfounded. What was he doing? He really drank a whole jar of wine as if it were water, gulping it down. Pretending to be drunk was something Li Ku was professional at, with years of experience. After finishing, he smashed the wine jar and let out a belch, then slurred his words, saying, "Was it you just now? Let me tell you. Today, not just you. Even if my father, the king of Qin from the great Tang Dynasty, came, I would still have to argue with him. Although I might not be able to beat him." The crowd was stunned. What kind of ridiculous act was this? If you didn't want to argue with a drunkard, why would you get yourself drunk? They were all at a loss for words, staring in disbelief, including the few ladies in the center who had been singing and playing music. They were very familiar with His Highness, the King of Shu, who was liked by everyone mainly because he was down to earth, spoke nicely, and joked with them. Importantly, he genuinely didn't care about their status. How many of the nobles here treated them as mere commodities? Some even dared to speak openly in front of them. But only His Highness, the King of Shu, interacted with them on equal terms, and it was heartfelt. Because of this respect, all the ladies here wanted to share a bed with His Highness, the King of Shu. However, he never came here for that. They had seen His Highness fight, but they had never witnessed such a scene before. Li Yuanchang was also dumbfounded. Although he wasn't that drunk, he had actually offended Li Ku in the past, but Li Ku didn't know it. A couple of years ago, Li Ku had beaten a few of Li Yuanchang's servants on the street, who were helping him with a matchmaking attempt for a young woman, who was from an ordinary family. Saying it was matchmaking was just a euphemism. It couldn't be called abduction, but it was close. As how could an ordinary family resist a prince of the Tang Dynasty? However, the girl was unwilling because she had someone she liked, and it caused quite a stir, which Li Ku happened to witness. The outcome of that incident is not worth mentioning. The girl's family didn't suffer much since Li Ku intervened on their behalf. But Li Yuanchang held a grudge, thinking Li Ku was intentionally targeting him. However, he also knew he couldn't confront Li Ku. He was just a brother of Li ShiMin. While Li Ku was Li ShiMin's son, he was well aware of the difference in their statuses. It was a miracle that Li ShiMin didn't take their lives. However, Li Yuanchang had his ways. He was close to the crown prince, Li Chengqian, and had gained some favor from Li ShiMin. Knowing Li Ku was coming, he intentionally came down from the private room upstairs where he had been drinking. In his mind, he was still Li Ku's uncle, and he was certainly too afraid to hit him, as hitting someone of the same generation was different from hitting an elder. But he never expected Li Ku would down an entire jar of wine. That could lead to trouble. "Li Ku, what are you doing?" Li Yuanchang shouted in panic. Li Ku didn't say a word. As Li Yuanchang turned to run, Li Ku moved even faster, stumbling forward and grabbing him by the collar from behind. "Are you bullying the weak? Are you so fearless? Are you picking on your juniors?" Li Ku pulled Li Yuanchang down and mounted him, then threw a punch. The crowd thought, "We don't know if you've had too much to drink, but are you sure you're using those idioms correctly?" Chapter 33. Wherever there are brothels. Everyone loves the King of Shu. The scene before them was extremely violent, but no one dared to intervene. Who would dare step in when two princes were fighting? If they accidentally touched one of the princes during the scuffle, it could end badly, especially since one of them was His Highness, the King of Shu. No one could stop that. Did you not see? Just now, His Highness had already done this, and that to fight against the King of Lu. Who would dare to intervene? "Stop, stop, uncle was wrong," Li Yuanchang shouted loudly. He was a somewhat delicate scholar, naturally looking down on Li Ku. Although the Tang Dynasty had just been established, and Li Yuan and Li ShiMin could be said to have built their kingdom through battle, there were scholars who abandoned their pens for arms, and those who believed that reading was paramount. Li Yuanchang was quite good at calligraphy and painting, and was diligent. But he thought Li Ku's brutish nature was a disgrace. Of course, whether there was a personal grudge involved was known only to him. The problem was, at this moment, he was the one getting beaten. Moreover, Li Ku's punches really hurt. Li Ku was very experienced in handling fights. After all, he had been brawling since he was 9. And for 8 or 9 years, he had beaten Long Sun Chong at least 100 times, making him quite experienced. He knew how hard to hit and where to hit so that it would cause pain but not serious injury. He had the authority to speak on that. Several gentlemen. Please persuade His Highness, the King of Shu, to stop. Don't hit anymore. Manager Liu approached Wei Qi Baolin, looking distressed, bowing and making gestures of respect. Oh, Manager Liu. It's not that I don't want to help you, but look at all these people around. Who would dare to intervene? I wouldn't dare either, Wei Qi Baolin quickly replied. Feeling sympathetic. He knew Li Ku too well. If he dared to intervene, the drunk Li Ku would definitely turn on him. Don't think that Wei Qi Baolin and the others were powerful just because they were military officials. Although they couldn't compare to their fathers, they were still military officials. However, in reality, they truly couldn't beat Li Ku. When it came to fighting without weapons, Li Ku had far more experience than them, and his physical condition was not lacking at all. This guy clearly knew his own temperament, so he would never get beaten. Manager Liu's face, which was over 40, turned into a bitter melon. Although His Highness, the King of Shu, was truly good and had no airs about him, as long as you didn't cause trouble, he was much easier to deal with than other princes, or rather, not just other princes, but all the other nobles. However, when His Highness, the King of Shu, caused trouble, it was genuinely trouble. Having just beaten another prince, it was uncertain whether his establishment, the Huiyue Tower, could continue operating. I was wrong. This prince was wrong. Li Yuanchong clearly wasn't as experienced as Long Sun Chong. If it had been Long Sun Chong, he would have already covered his head with both hands and hunched over, lying down and giving up, knowing that Li Ku would stop once he got tired. But Li Yuanchong was still trying to stop Li Ku, twisting and turning his body, while Li Ku had already mounted him, pinning him down with his legs, making it impossible for him to avoid Li Ku's punches. If Long Sun Chong were here, he would definitely say, why bother? Just let him hit you. Once he's done, it's over. Phew. Li Ku let out a sigh, stood up from the ground, and said, oh, you can't say that. Getting drunk and fighting is somewhat tiring. I'm a bit dizzy from standing so abruptly. I tell you, you'd better go find my father to complain right now, lest it be too late tomorrow. Li Ku stumbled, and Wei Qi Baolin quickly supported him, while Li Ku staggered and pointed at Li Yuanchong, saying, no, you should go complain to my grandfather. I should be looking for my father. Li Ku added. Wei Qi Baolin almost couldn't hold back his laughter, saying, Your Highness, do you think this is a children's fight? Seeking out parents? The crowd around them struggled to suppress their laughter, but dared not laugh out loud, as anyone who did might find themselves next in line to seek their father. Li Yuanchong opened his mouth and his face turned crimson, with a noticeable bruise on his left cheek. He wanted to say something threatening, but seeing Li Ku's demeanor, he ultimately did not dare and hurriedly left in embarrassment. Watching Li Yuanchong leave, Manager Liu finally let out a slight sigh of relief. She wasn't afraid of retaliation. This kind of situation wasn't her fault. And if they sought revenge, it would only bring shame upon themselves. Generally speaking, it wouldn't be blamed on her. Moreover, if they did retaliate against her, the authorities would somewhat speak on her behalf. Of course, there were those who were troublesome and bullied shopkeepers, but such encounters were rare among the top nobles. Another reason she wasn't afraid was because of His Highness the King of Shu. Although he liked to stir up trouble, he never implicated others in matters caused by his own mischief. If someone was involved, His Highness the King of Shu would definitely intervene. Come on, move aside. Li Ku waved his hand, pushed Wei Qi Baolin away, and looked at him with disdain, saying, I just don't like you people who are so pretentious. Coming to this brothel, who doesn't know your intentions? Clearly, you're lusting after their bodies, yet you insist on acting all elegant, coming here to listen to music. Wei Qi Baolin replied, The King of Lu offended you. I didn't offend you. Why are you blaming me? The courtesans on stage giggled, not taking it to heart. Watch me. Pushing past Wei Qi Baolin, Li Ku staggered toward the central platform used by the courtesans for performances. Come on, Qingchan, help me up. Oh, Your Highness. I'm coming. One of the beautiful young women on stage flashed a smile, quickly descended, and without hesitation, held up Li Ku's arms, assisting him onto the platform and sitting him down in one of the chairs. Your Highness, are you all right? Does your hand hurt? Your Highness. A total of 4 beauties gathered around, chattering and asking after him. Seeing this, Wei Qi Baolin and the others felt envy and jealousy. There was nothing they could do. The women in this brothel were indeed not like those from lower establishments. These girls might one day leave with someone and become a concubine, but they would never allow anyone to become a guest of honor in the brothel. The women here couldn't be forced, but that didn't mean they couldn't be. As long as you were willing to bear the consequences. Forcing someone meant directly abducting a common woman. Indeed, they could be considered common women. As the brothels of the Tang Dynasty had not reached the level of those in later times, they didn't provide that kind of service. This place was genuinely a venue for listening to music and relieving boredom. Of course, the men who came here, as Li Ku said, did indeed come for the bodies of these girls, but it had to be mutual consent. Moreover, the girls here were truly talented and beautiful, every aspect a top choice. The princes and nobles who liked them were not ordinary people. As long as it was mutual, that was fine, but if forced, there were many willing to stand up for them. Chapter 34. This is the charm of His Highness the King of Shu looking at the courtesans, who usually wore pretentious smiles and exchanged pleasantries with them, now showing genuine concern for Li Ku. It was false to say that those who came here were not envious. There was no difference between ancient people and modern people. Ping Fang in the Tang Dynasty was very famous. Who wouldn't come here to participate in the imperial examination or for other matters in Chang'an? The attitudes of these courtesans towards Li Ku were not because of his status. As Li Ku said, Li Chengqian and Li Tai had also been to Ping Fang. At most, these courtesans would be respectful, but nothing special beyond that. Only for Li Ku was it different. People are indeed infuriating. Li Ku first waved his hand, indicating he was fine, then pointed at the scholars below and said, "You people, if you come here, don't be so pretentious. If you're lusting after someone's body, just admit it instead of pretending to be so high-minded. It's not that I look down on you, drinking flower wine and listening to music, and you can't even admit your true purpose. Aren't you men?" Li Ku directly shot his criticisms, but this was a common occurrence. The people below had seen enough. It was His Highness the King of Shu, after all, and nothing he did was surprising. However, most people did not refute his words. Many were just murmuring in their hearts, "What a disgraceful thing to say. Who is without a bottom line like you? Filthy. Hey, you people, if you like someone, you should understand what they're thinking. You don't even know what they're thinking and want to become their honored guest. How can you claim to be knowledgeable?" Li Ku looked at them with disdain. Then, "Your Highness the King of Shu, what do you think they're thinking?" A scholar, whether out of sarcasm or genuine inquiry, boldly asked. "What are they thinking?" Li Ku repeated, smiled, and then raised his head to look at the several women surrounding him. Each one looked at Li Ku shyly, and they truly were beauties in their own right. If their looks were put online in modern times, they would surely be internet celebrities, and they were all natural beauties, each with their own charm. Oh, the corrupt feudal society. The courtesans also looked at Li Ku curiously. They wanted to know if he really understood what they were thinking. Li Ku smiled lightly and said, "Before the hairpin year, just learning to weave clouds in their hair, then learning songs and dances. At the banquet, the sons of nobles share their fortunes. Just a casual smile is worth 1,000 gold, and I'm often afraid that fleeting beauty will easily fade, wasting precious time. Having received your grace, it's good to be the master of flowers. No matter how far apart, why not return hand in hand? Forever abandon those fleeting companions, lest others see me as a morning cloud or evening rain." As Li Ku spoke, the eyes of the surrounding girls grew brighter, and when he finished, their eyes were sparkling. If it weren't in a public setting, they might have burst into tears. Even so, the more emotional Yang Anning on the left already had tears shining in her eyes. Meanwhile, some scholars below were stunned. "Is this really His Highness the King of Shu? You're joking with me, right?" The problem is they've definitely never heard these lines before, and even if there are lines, no one could write about matters concerning the brothel and courtesans. "Your Highness," Yang Anning softly called out, her voice so sweet it would make one's bones feel lighter. The talents of these brothel women were truly not low. They had all read books, so they understood Li Ku's poem. In fact, these poems to ancient people were like modern people reading modern poetry. They could instantly grasp the meaning. Looking at the shocked expressions of the scholars below and the expressions of the girls, Li Ku could only internally exclaim how impressive Lu Yong was. No wonder he was the kingpin of the brothel world. Indeed, his words had tremendous impact. Yes, of course this poem couldn't have been written by Li Ku. It is Lu Yong's Mi Xianin. Although it belongs to the Tang poetry and song lyrics tradition, the Tang dynasty did have Ci poetry. Ci originated in the Liang dynasty and flourished in the Sui and Tang dynasties before becoming widespread in the Song dynasty. In fact, Li Bai also wrote Ci poetry. The content of this poem is quite simple. It speaks of a courtesan girl who has not yet undergone the hairpin ceremony, which is the coming-of-age ceremony for women. In the Zhou Li, a girl must wear a hairpin on her head to mark her adulthood, also known as the Shantou ceremony. The original text mentions that she has just completed the hairpin ceremony, but considering that girls in the Tang dynasty generally matured earlier, princesses married at 12 or 13, and commoners were similar, Li Ku changed it to not yet 15, suggesting that she should style her hair and learn singing and dancing. It depicts a courtesan girl, born into a brothel, who is not in control of her own life, merely existing to entertain the wealthy young lords who frequent such establishments. These courtesans possess both beauty and talent, winning the favor of many aristocrats, who would spend lavishly just to elicit a smile from them. However, what they truly desire is not wealth. Their biggest concern is akin to that of the hibiscus flower. As time slips away, for a woman's youth is fleeting. The second half of the poem expresses their hope to meet a worthy partner who can help them escape their suffering. The phrase "forever abandoned" clearly indicates their desire to completely break free from their current lifestyle. Although Li Ku understands courtesans, it is largely based on the information overload from later generations and countless analyses by internet experts. Moreover, no matter who it is, even if they understand, can they comprehend as well as Yongge does? The Prince of Shu is indeed talented. Wei Qi Baolin boasts a little, but in truth, he cannot grasp it. It's not that Wei Qi Baolin hasn't read, he surely has, but he doesn't particularly enjoy reading. And what he reads is naturally unrelated to poetry and prose. Qin Huaidao and Li Dijian were also somewhat dumbfounded. Indeed, the Prince of Shu has some talent. Just look at those few women. If Li Ku were to make a move, they would undoubtedly shed their clothes without a moment's hesitation. "Your Highness, why not go upstairs to rest?" Yang Anning suggested softly. "No need, I can just sit here. Listening to you play is quite a delightful experience." Since ancient times, it has been difficult to bear the favor of beautiful women. Don't think of me as a good person, knowing someone's face but not their heart. Who knows if I'm hiding any sordid intentions? Li Ku said bluntly. The scholars below immediately turned pale. Your Highness, winning these women's favor is one thing. But why are you hinting at something else? Your Highness, keeping some thoughts hidden is indeed sordid. If you speak openly, that would be a sign of a broad mind. Even if you truly have sordid intentions, I am willing to accept them. After all, it's just a worthless life, Yang Anning said gently yet firmly. Below, the innkeeper Lu and the old matron of the brothel also exchanged glances, thinking, my lord, if you keep this up, my ancestors will be following you too. Lu's expression was noted by Li Ku, who felt a sense of satisfaction. This was the effect he wanted. Did you think Li Ku was just idly chatting here every day? Chapter 35. Let us talk. Li Ku wanted to respond to Yang Anning's comment. But Wei Chi Baolin thought otherwise. Nonsense. Clearly, it's about seeing people. If I were to say openly that I want to sleep with you, you definitely wouldn't agree. However, after thinking it over, Wei Chi Baolin realized he didn't want to get beaten. He stayed silent, but someone in the crowd clearly disagreed. While they might not dare confront Li Ku, a courtesan wouldn't hesitate to speak. Miss Anning, I want to ask, if I say I want to sleep with you, does that count as being open-minded? Someone asked loudly. Yang Anning, unfazed, smiled and nodded. Of course that counts as being open-minded, but I still wouldn't agree. And that is fine, right? The person was momentarily speechless, realizing it was a double standard. Lu, our sisters aren't feeling well today. Could we close the doors to guests? Yang Anning turned to Lu. Everyone, you've heard Miss Anning. It's quite disappointing today. So all your expenses will be on the house, and I apologize for that. Lu immediately turned to bow to everyone. They exchanged glances but didn't say much, merely greeting Li Ku before leaving. In the end, only Wei Chi Baolin and a few others remained, looking at each other, unsure whether to stay or go. What are you doing? Waiting for me to sing for you? Li Ku glanced at Wei Chi Baolin and the others. The four of them. Li Dijian, Your Highness. You rest here. We three will go to Mingyue Tower. After all, the brothels in Pingkong Fong were not limited to just Huiyue Tower. Aside from the more upscale establishments, there were many other venues as well. However, they generally didn't go to the lower-end places, as those were frequented by common folks who went to listen to music. The entertainment industry in the Tang Dynasty was also divided into high, medium, and low tiers. The four of Wei Chi Baolin quickly left. In an instant, Huiyue Tower became empty, leaving only Li Ku as the sole guest. Fortunately, it wasn't peak visiting hours. Otherwise, it might be difficult to usher people out. Your Highness, shall I escort you upstairs to rest? Lu cautiously asked. She was not young anymore and had experienced the transition from the Sui to the Tang Dynasty. So she was very careful. Someone like Li Ku was someone she definitely couldn't provoke. Forget it. No need to go upstairs. Just call the young ladies down. Li Ku thought for a moment and then clapped his hands, saying, to be honest, I'm not quite used to being called Your Highness. I can't just call these girls young ladies, so I can only call them Miss or Young Miss. Yes, Lu said, a bit puzzled, but promptly ordered someone to fetch them. Soon, the girls from Huiyue Tower came down. When they saw Li Ku, they all greeted him with cheerful smiles. They were quite familiar with him and knew he was usually very easygoing. Li Ku watched them come down and couldn't help but nod. He had to admit, his taste was quite good. There was a reason he often came to Huiyue Tower. He had long had his eye on these girls. The courtesans of Huiyue Tower were among the highest quality in Pingkong Fong, with only two others, Mingyue Tower and Tanshun Tower, being comparable. The remaining ones were relatively lower in quality. The second reason was that Huiyue Tower had no backers, or rather, it had no one behind it. A brothel in Pingkong Fong would definitely have someone backing it. These people might not appear openly, but most of the income from these establishments had to be given to the people behind them. Huiyue Tower, however, had none. It wouldn't be accurate to say there was none. One could say the owner behind Huiyue Tower had fallen. However, even though the owner had fallen, Huiyue Tower had been operating relatively stably, and since the previous owner was quite discreet, no one knew about this matter, allowing it to remain peaceful for many years. Li Ku learned about this by accident when Yueli and was developing its connections, and there happened to be one informant who was not truly an informant. He just inadvertently had a connection with Huiyue Tower. Everyone, let us find a place to sit. Today is a good opportunity to chat, Li Ku said with a smile. This way, he wouldn't need to pretend to be drunk. Among the girls present, none were naive. They knew very well what to say and what not to say. Actually, I have a question. Have you ever thought about your future? Li Ku asked with a smile. Your Highness, I'm sure you've thought about it. But what is the use of thinking? We are all of low status. What future can we have? The best future is to find a man who can tolerate us and become a concubine. That would already be the best outcome. A girl next to her spoke with a smile. Although she replied with a smile, Li Ku could still hear the bitterness in her tone. Li Ku knew a bit about the backgrounds of these women in the brothel. A significant portion came from low-status families, and some were from families that had fallen into disgrace, such as the wives and daughters of officials who had committed crimes. Once these people became of low status, their descendants would remain so forever unless someone helped them change their status. Overall, the Tang Dynasty was relatively better, generally, even if someone committed a crime. It usually only affected the family of the main offender, and concubines were rarely implicated. These women often faced two outcomes. The first was to remain of low status, and the second was exile. In fact, if given a choice, most people would choose the first rather than exile. Although once exiled, one's freedom would not be severely restricted as long as they did not leave the place of exile. Very few chose exile. The reason is simple. Places of exile are often harsh and desolate, and during the Tang Dynasty, they were usually in Lingnan, which corresponds to the later regions of Guangdong and Guangxi. Consider modern Guangdong and Guangxi, which are developed due to technology. In ancient times, these areas were filled with poisonous creatures, and the ethnic minorities living in the deep mountains were truly fierce during this era. In those places, without any tools, surviving would be incredibly difficult. In Chang'an, even if one was of low status, whether in a brothel or as an official prostitute, as long as they worked hard, they wouldn't have to worry about food and drink. Is that what you all think? Li Ku smiled and asked the other girls. Manager Lu was also sitting in a chair, but at this moment, she felt a lump in her throat and a prickling sensation on her back. She felt that something bad was about to happen, but she felt powerless to stop it. Your Highness, just say what you want to say. Our choices are quite limited. Or rather, we have no choices, Yang Anning spoke up. Yes, Your Highness, just say it, the other girls echoed. Li Ku smiled and said, have you ever thought about living a different life, where no one looks down on you, where no one cares about your status, and you can do whatever you want? Go shopping, buy things, meet someone you like, fall in love, and eventually marry and raise children? Li Ku's words stunned everyone for a moment. They all had the same thought. Of course they wanted to. But where would they find such an opportunity? Chapter 36. If you want to take them all. Upon hearing this, Manager Lu instantly felt a darkness before her eyes, and she couldn't help but speak up. Your Highness, what do you mean by that? I mean nothing. I'm helping them buy their freedom. What? Is it not allowed here? Li Ku asked with a smile. Buy their freedom? Upon hearing this term, most of the women's expressions dimmed slightly. Even if they could buy their freedom, those who were average-looking or older certainly wouldn't catch the eye of the Prince of Shu, which left them with no opportunity. However, the few women on the stage, including Yang Anning, suddenly brightened up and looked at Li Ku with anticipation. Well, of course. Your Highness, who do you want to buy freedom for? Manager Lu asked, steeling herself. All of them. Li Ku pointed to all the girls around and said lightly. Manager Lu was stunned, and the surrounding girls were equally shocked. One girl couldn't help but speak up loudly. Your Highness, if you buy us all back, will you even be able to handle it? Li Ku almost choked on his own saliva. He looked toward the voice and saw a boldly looking woman in her 30s. All right, it's fine now. In this era, a woman in her 30s was equivalent to an aunt in her 50s in later times, quite formidable. What are you talking about? I'm buying you back to give you a better life. Li Ku's face darkened. Was he really that lewd? Yes, Your Highness. We can work and be useful too. The woman, seeing that Li Ku didn't blame her, became bolder. All right. You really don't understand the good intentions of this prince. After I buy your freedom, I will find a way to elevate you from low status to commoner. Moreover, I will provide you with a job, and you can freely choose someone you like to marry, Li Ku said calmly. Li Ku's words left all the girls stunned, including the woman in her 30s, who was already considered older in this Huaihua Tower, especially since many women in their 30s outside were already grandmothers. Commoner? Wasn't that what they had been dreaming of? After Li Ku arrived, he learned that the household registration in the Tang Dynasty was not as some later marketing accounts claimed, dividing it into 5 ranks: noble, common, merchant, slave, and lowly. In reality, this was a misunderstanding. The household registration in the Tang Dynasty only had 2 types: commoners and low-status individuals. In fact, the official designation was not commoners and low-status individuals, but registered and unregistered households. Registered households were those qualified to stand alone and become a family, all of which were commoners, while unregistered households depended on registered households and masters, hence they were low-status individuals. This included work households, entertainment households, miscellaneous households, private retinues of noble families, laborers, and slaves. Women in brothels were accurately classified as entertainment households and slaves. Nobles and gentry, or more accurately, the 4 classifications of scholars. Farmers, artisans, and merchants were actually annotations on the household registration system and classified by profession, such as craftsmen. Here, craftsmen and work households were different. Work households referred to those who had sold themselves and worked for their masters, while craftsmen were registered, indicating they possessed the skills of a craftsman. The restrictions on unregistered households in the Tang Dynasty were very strict. They had no freedom and no qualifications for buying houses, because unregistered households were technically the property of others. For example, Manager Lu held the contracts of these brothel women, which was also the reason for buying their freedom. After Li Ku bought them, the contracts of these women would merely be transferred to him. Their household registration wouldn't change, and they would belong to him. But their identity wouldn't change, and changing one's identity was extremely difficult. However, Li Ku had the qualifications and ability to do so. This was also why all these brothel women were stunned. Manager Lu, I think we need to talk. Li Ku dropped a bombshell and ignored the dazed girls, instead waving to Manager Lu. Manager Lu paused for a moment and then obediently nodded. Li Ku found a private room to talk with Manager Lu, leaving the group of girls in the hall. Anning, You have a good relationship with the prince. What does he mean? A woman with average looks asked somewhat anxiously. Sister Lu foamed. Actually, I'm not sure either. I just found out. Yang Anning shook her head slightly. Does the Prince of Shu really want to buy freedom for all of us? Can he afford it? Another girl from the brothel asked. Although they were all of low status, their worth was not cheap, mainly because of the number of admirers. I've saved up quite a bit. One of the women suddenly spoke up. Yes, I have money too. I have enough to buy my own freedom. I just didn't know where to go after buying it. So I've been holding on. Another girl suddenly woke up. Yes. Suddenly, everyone was invigorated. Entering the room, Li Ke looked at Lu Zhonggui in front of him and paused for a moment before speaking. Lu Zhonggui. Actually, the owner behind Huiyue Tower has long since fallen, right? As soon as Li Ke's words came out, Lu Zhonggui's body trembled slightly. She wanted to say something, but soon a bitter smile appeared on her face, and she seemed to relax all at once, nodding and saying, Your Highness sees clearly. Indeed, the owner of Huiyue Tower has long fallen. Over the years, I have worked hard to maintain this secret, and when I encountered some troubles, I relied on the favors left by those who came before to resolve them. In the end, I was still discovered. After finishing her words, Lu Zhonggui sighed, looking like she was resigned to her fate. In fact, she had long been mentally prepared. As a weak woman, being able to maintain the situation until today was all because when the owner of Huiyue Tower was still around, she had built good relationships with some officials who frequented Huiyue Tower. When she encountered minor troubles, these officials didn't mind lending a hand. Fortunately, the situation in the Tang dynasty had been stable in recent years, and with the new dynasty just established, there weren't many young rascals around. However, even so, maintaining this was very difficult for Lu Zhonggui, and the bitterness of it was something only she understood. It was not easy for a small character to maintain her position among so many big figures. So, I bought Huiyue Tower. Do you have any objections? Li Ke smiled and directly asked without saying much more. No, in the past 2 years. If it weren't for your Highness the Prince of Shu helping Huiyue Tower a few times, it would have changed hands long ago. Lu Zhonggui shook her head decisively. She knew very well that as long as she wasn't discovered, she could persist and maneuver, but once discovered, she wouldn't last a day. Well, but rest assured, the head manager of Huiyue Tower is still you, and all the profits Huiyue Tower has made over the years, I won't take a single cent. I just need their contracts and for them to work according to my instructions in the future, Li Ke said with a smile. Yes, Your Highness. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhonggui decisively relaxed. What was she waiting for with such good fortune? Having been the head manager of Huiyue Tower for so many years, she had seen too many people and things, and she had long understood everything. Only by being alive could there be all possibilities. Everything else was illusory. Chapter 37. From now on, you are all under this prince. Seeing Lu Zhonggui agree, Li Ke was somewhat impressed. Although he had guessed that the other party wouldn't resist, her prompt agreement showed that she was quite decisive. Then let's talk about the current situation of these young ladies and the situation of Huiyue Tower. Li Ke nodded and said, Yes, Your Highness. Currently, there are a total of 32 geishas in Huiyue Tower, and aside from one who has been married before, the rest are all maidens, Lu Zhonggui reported quickly. All maidens. Li Ke was taken aback for a moment. Yes, if they had someone they liked, they would inevitably leave Huiyue Tower. Those who remain cannot have relationships with other men, so naturally, they are all maidens. Lu Zhonggui looked at Li Ke with some confusion, thinking what was so strange about this. Isn't it normal? Not to mention her Huiyue Tower. Even the top 3 floors of the entire Pingkangfang are like this. Not to mention the highest end 3 brothels. Even other brothels are basically the same. Only the lowest bars would engage in some flesh trade. They aren't fools. Only by keeping their virginity can they be of the most value and be sought after by many. Therefore, the more talented and beautiful courtesans value their chastity even more. Every woman here understands this clearly, including Lu Zhonggui, who has always emphasized one thing to every newcomer. Their bodies are like famous paintings. The longer they are preserved, the more valuable they become, and the more sought after they will be. Seeing the look in Lu Zhonggui's eyes, Li Ke instantly realized that he had made a preconceived judgment. The reputation of brothels only gradually became associated with flesh trade during the Ming and Qing dynasties. In the Tang dynasty, brothels were genuinely respectable entertainment venues, places to listen to music. Rest assured, they are all maidens. I can guarantee this. Lu Zhonggui thought Li Ke was concerned about something else and hurriedly said, Why are you saying this? Do you think I'm lusting after their bodies? Li Ke looked at Lu Zhonggui with some confusion. Lu Zhonggui's expression was also somewhat strange. If you aren't lusting after those young ladies' bodies, could it be that you're lusting after mine? Although I am over 40, I have only been married once and have no children. It's not impossible. This prince has said that I want to give them a better life. However, I am still very happy because it makes me understand that although they are in the dust, they have not fallen into depravity. Li Ke nodded in satisfaction. How can I not be satisfied? Although he has no thoughts about these brothel women, it is still a good thing that the people under him value their chastity. So he is naturally very happy. Continue. Li Ke waved his hand. Yes, besides the 32 courtesans, there are also a total of 45 other servants. And their contracts are also in my hands, Lu Zhonggui continued. All right, stop here. You don't need to report on monthly profits or anything like that. From today on, Huiyue Tower will no longer operate and will close its doors. Besides that, All the profits from Huiyue Tower previously will be yours. I won't take a single cent. Li Ku waved his hand. Closed down. Lu Zhonggui was stunned. Yes, from now on, this place will only serve as their residence. I have new arrangements for them. Do you know of a tavern in Shanhang? That is mine, and I will have them perform there. Li Ku nodded. Okay. Although Lu Zhonggui didn't know what Li Ku wanted to do, she didn't want to ask further. Because from today on, I, Lu Zhonggui, am alive as the person of His Highness the Prince of Shu, and dead as the ghost of His Highness the Prince of Shu. Let's go leave. Li Ku waved his hand. Yes, Your Highness. Lu Zhonggui bowed. Coming out of the room, the young ladies who were eagerly discussing outside immediately stopped their conversation. Their gazes focused on Li Ku. Li Ku walked back to the center of the performance stage and smiled as he spoke. I have good news for you all. I have just bought the entire Huiyue Tower, which means I have redeemed you all. Wow. All the young ladies almost cheered out loud, with a few nearly kneeling down before Li Ku. Everyone quiet down. Li Ku waved his hand again, and all the young ladies instantly quieted down. Now I will talk about my arrangements for you. First, Huiyue Tower will temporarily be your residence, but it will directly close down and no longer operate, Li Ku announced. The ladies were not surprised by this, but they wondered if Li Ku intended to take them back to the Prince of Shu's residence. The second thing is that you will still perform and put on shows, but not at Huiyue Tower. Instead, it will be at the tavern in Shanhang. That is the property of this prince. At this point, Li Ku paused. These young ladies showed no reaction to the fact that they would still need to perform. They were not disappointed or anything like that. Seeing this, Li Ku continued with satisfaction. However, your performances in the future will be different from those at Huiyue Tower. Your performances will be scheduled in advance, which means that only this prince can decide what you perform, and the other guests can only watch. If they want to meddle or lay hands on you, don't worry. You won't have to step in. This prince will personally handle it. Upon hearing this, the courtesans stirred a bit. This was quite rare. Everyone knew that the Prince of Shu kept his word, and this was something they all understood. You should know that although they had the right to keep their innocence in the past, there were many guests who took advantage of them by acting drunk and causing a scene. They could not offend these people if they resisted too much. They would often face beatings, and in serious cases, they could even be killed. Even if they were killed, the other party might only compensate a small amount of money, and no one would stand up for them. The manager of the Huiyue building could not make that decision either. Now, with His Royal Highness the King of Shu to support them, this means such things will never happen again. Furthermore, your performances will definitely earn you rewards, and all the rewards will be yours. In addition, I will provide you with a monthly stipend, and you will have 2 days off every 10 days. After working for me for a year, I will release you to become good citizens. Moreover, even within that year, you can live like ordinary citizens. And if you meet someone you like, you can get married. I will provide you with a dowry. Li Ku smiled as he spoke. Your Highness. Yang Anning's eyes turned red, and she wanted to cry. What the sisters in the entire Huiyue building wanted the most was to become good citizens, wasn't it? But Li Ku casually told them that they could be released to become good citizens after a year. Even within that year, Li Ku was willing to be their support. Wasn't this what they had been dreaming of? And today it was realized so directly. Chapter 38. Has His Majesty found out again? Not only Yang Anning, but several other sentimental women also began to quietly weep. Today, you should rest well and consider what I said. If you are unwilling to continue performing, it's fine. I will arrange for you to do some behind-the-scenes work, and you will still be released to become good citizens after a year. Li Ku nodded lightly. I keep my word. All right, just like that. You all take a rest today. I will return. Manager Lu, come out with me and arrange for someone to take down the sign of Huiyue building. Li Ku turned and walked outside. Yes. After leaving Huiyue building, Manager Lu had already arranged for the workers to start taking down the sign. Today, have someone keep watch here. If any guests come, just say that Huiyue building is permanently closed and will no longer operate. If there are any issues, let them come to me. You stay here. Li Ku instructed one of his guards who was waiting outside. Yes. The guard immediately bowed and cupped his fists. Return. After giving the instructions, Li Ku turned and left. Looking at Li Ku's departing figure and the guard he left behind, Manager Lu was filled with emotion. In the entire Tang dynasty, she had never seen anyone like Li Ku. As for the character of His Royal Highness the King of Shu, it was known throughout the city of Chang'an. However, it was rare for someone like the King of Shu to stand up for a group of courtesans without seeking anything in return, not to mention anything else. Just today's actions. If His Royal Highness the King of Shu had stayed, Yang Anning and the others would have willingly served him, but he did not. There were rumors that His Royal Highness the King of Shu did not like women and instead preferred male companionship, but Manager Lu knew it was not like that. Several times, the way His Royal Highness looked at Yang Anning and the others was the gaze of a man looking at a woman. Having been the manager of Huiyue building for so many years, and having been a courtesan herself when she was younger, how could she not tell the difference? Having desires but being able to control them, His Royal Highness the King of Shu was stronger than all the other princes rumored to be. In the Two Instruments Hall, after finishing a day's state affairs, Li ShiMin rubbed his forehead, preparing to return to rest when a guard outside reported that there was something to report. What is it? Li ShiMin frowned and asked the entering guard. Your Majesty, His Royal Highness the King of Shu got into a fight at Huiyue building again. The guard reported in a low voice. Oh, is that so? With whom? Li ShiMin asked, unfazed. After so many years, he had heard too much. If it were you, you would be numb to it too. If he didn't cause trouble, he wouldn't be Li Ku. With His Royal Highness the King of Lu, the guard replied. What? This bastard? Is he rebelling? Li ShiMin instantly became furious, slamming the table and standing up. Li Ku getting into a fight was not an issue. Whether it was with Chang Sun Chong or with his other brothers, it was all between peers. But the King of Lu was his uncle. His own uncle. How could he beat up his uncle? Could Li ShiMin not be angry? However, Li ShiMin was not actually angry because the King of Lu was beaten. He didn't have much affection for those brothers. Moreover, these were all born after Li Yuan became emperor, so he felt even less affection. At that time, Li ShiMin was still out fighting wars and had only met these brothers once or twice. After that came the Xuanwu Gate incident. After the Xuanwu Gate incident, these brothers feared Li ShiMin even more, so they saw each other even less. What Li ShiMin was angry about was that he was afraid Li Ku would be labeled as unfilial, which was a very serious crime in ancient times. At the very least, it gave those ministers more reasons to attack Li Ku. What happened? Give me the details, Li ShiMin said quickly. Yes. The guard then quickly reported everything that happened afterward to Li ShiMin. Upon hearing that Li Ku first got himself drunk and then fought with Li Yuanchang, Li ShiMin was completely stunned. What on earth was this bastard thinking? Why was his thought process so different from normal people? For a moment, Li ShiMin's expression twisted. Part of it was anger, and part of it was wanting to laugh at Li Ku's outrageous actions. All right, you can go. After the guard left, Li ShiMin found it a bit amusing and helpless. Changlin, what do you think this bastard is thinking? Changlin, who had just heard about Li Ku's actions, was also shocked and nearly laughed out loud. After all, a normal person wouldn't do something like this. His behavior is beyond what ordinary people can comprehend. Changlin thought for a moment and then managed to say this. You could say he doesn't understand. He knows that fighting with his uncle is not a good reputation. And he even knows to get himself drunk to act recklessly. You could say he does understand. He knows it's something he shouldn't do. Yet he insists on doing it, Li ShiMin said somewhat helplessly. Your Highness, perhaps this is also His Royal Highness the King of Shu's alternative consideration. After all, there are many people like the King of Lu who want to find trouble with him. With this conflict, perhaps other princes will think twice before confronting His Royal Highness the King of Shu in the future. After all, there has yet to be a prince who can defeat the King of Shu. If they get into a conflict with him and inexplicably get beaten up, they will have to think carefully. Changlin thought for a moment and then spoke. He could think of this. Li ShiMin was somewhat surprised. Your Majesty, you might be too close to the situation. The things His Royal Highness the King of Shu has done over the years, one by one, I think there is a pattern to them. At least, Your Majesty, you don't think that in recent years, there have been fewer people who dare to provoke His Royal Highness the King of Shu without reason, right? Even the Duke of Qi, Changsun Sikom, has had conflicts with His Royal Highness the King of Shu privately, but most of the time, they have been able to let things go, Changlin said. Li ShiMin raised an eyebrow and turned to look at Changlin. This was indeed an unexpected evaluation. After carefully recalling what Changlin said, Li ShiMin felt that what he said was not untrue. After a pause, Li ShiMin couldn't help but smile. This kid was right. He hadn't read his military books for nothing. So what do you think I should respond to this? Your Majesty, I think you should not respond. If His Royal Highness the King of Lu does not impeach you, then you can pretend to be unaware of it. Changlin quickly bowed. Li ShiMin nodded. That is true. Then I will observe how it develops. All right, let us rest for today. Seeing that Li ShiMin's anger had subsided, Changlin also breathed a sigh of relief. He muttered to himself, Your Highness the Prince of Shu, I've tried my best to speak well of you, so please don't cause any trouble. It's not easy for me to rack my brains to praise you, but thankfully His Majesty believed me. I can't even convince myself of my own praises. If it weren't for the fact that Li Ku usually communicated with him in a casual and ordinary manner, treating him with genuine equality instead of using any strange looks, Changlin wouldn't have made such an effort to find ways to exonerate Li Ku. After spending so many years beside Li ShiMin, Changlin had seen too many officials and princes. Everyone treated him with great respect, but that was all due to the current emperor. Deep down, they still looked down on him as a eunuch, a worthless one at that. Only His Highness the Prince of Shu communicated with him without deliberately showing respect, talking to him just like a regular person. This seemingly ordinary interaction was, in fact, the most coveted thing for Changlin. Chapter 39. Isn't this ruining my reputation? Li Ku naturally didn't know that Changlin had said those things to help lessen any potential punishment for him. If he had known, he would probably have said, Thank you. It didn't matter that he returned home, but the Huyu Tower, one of the 3 major towers in Chang'an, was completely bought by His Highness the Prince of Shu and directly closed down, causing a huge stir in Chang'an. With the Cold Food Festival coming up in a few days, the business of other brothels was already on the rise, and as people gathered, the news spread quickly. I heard that His Highness the Prince of Lu was jealous of His Highness the Prince of Shu, and then His Highness the Prince of Shu got drunk and beat up His Highness the Prince of Lu. What? His Highness the Prince of Shu and His Highness the Prince of Lu got into a fight while drunk? What? They fought over a woman. And in a fit of rage, His Highness the Prince of Shu directly bought the Huyu Tower? What? The Huyu Tower belongs to His Highness the Prince of Lu, and His Highness the Prince of Shu took a liking to one of the women there. His Highness the Prince of Lu was unwilling to part with her, and after a period of entanglement, His Highness the Prince of Shu couldn't hold back any longer and beat up His Highness the Prince of Lu, forcibly buying the Huyu Tower. In just one night, this news flew everywhere, and by the end, it was hard to tell how much it had been exaggerated. It was likely that this gossip would spread throughout Chang'an by tomorrow. The next day, as soon as Li Ku got up, Tianming had already quickly organized the events from last night and handed them to Li Ku. Damn, Li Ku couldn't help but curse. Over the years, he had held back many times, but this time he couldn't contain himself. This was just too ridiculous. How could it be said that the Huyu Tower belonged to the Prince of Lu, that he fought with the Prince of Lu for Yong'aning, and then forcibly bought the Huyu Tower? When the hell did the Huyu Tower become the Prince of Lu's? No way. I need to see who is ruining my reputation. After having breakfast, Li Ku directly went out. However, after strolling around the street for a while, he quickly returned with a cheerful smile. I told you, all these years, my reputation hasn't been maintained for nothing. That rumor from yesterday was definitely spread by those literati. Sure enough, these scholars are not good people. Each one of them is a worthless old coin. But when he walked onto the street, the people's eyes were indeed sharp. Your news is completely unreliable. How could His Highness the Prince of Shu possibly get into a fight over a courtesan? If you said it was some other duke's son or another prince, that might be possible, but His Highness the Prince of Shu absolutely would not. Then why? If you say that the Prince of Lu accidentally bumped into His Highness the Prince of Shu and got beaten, I would believe it. But this matter absolutely cannot be attributed to His Highness the Prince of Shu. How can it not be possible? The Huyu Tower closing down and being bought by His Highness the Prince of Shu is true. Heh, you must be from out of town, right? Indeed. I've only just arrived in Chang'an. TSK, it's clear you don't know about His Highness the Prince of Shu's character. With the kind of conflict you mentioned, it wouldn't last a day or two. How could His Highness the Prince of Shu let a conflict last that long? You underestimate His Highness the Prince of Shu too much. If the Prince of Lu provoked him, His Highness the Prince of Shu would have acted right away. Jealousy and rivalry. That is too slow. This gentleman is correct. What kind of person is His Highness the Prince of Shu? If there's a conflict, don't say it lasts overnight. If he dislikes you, he would even act in the Tai Chi Palace. A brothel is nothing in comparison. Why would he wait so long to take action? Exactly, in my opinion, this news is the real deal. The Prince of Lu spoke disrespectfully first, and in a fit of anger, His Highness the Prince of Shu got drunk and beat the Prince of Lu right there. That's the truth. Huh. Didn't you say that His Highness the Prince of Shu takes revenge immediately? Why was he drinking then? Let me tell you. Do you think His Highness the Prince of Shu is a reckless man? He is both brave and wise. If he gets drunk and fights, that counts as a drunken brawl, which is different from beating up his uncle while sober. Isn't that still reckless? This was basically the evaluation of Li Ku by the common people of Chang'an that he heard. Indeed, they say the eyes of the masses are sharp. I wondered how someone would dare to casually fabricate stories about him. However, it had been so long today, and his cheap old father had not sent anyone to find him. It seemed that the events of last night had been avoided. Just as Li Ku thought, today, Li Yuanchong, who had woken up, felt a bit regretful. Why did I provoke him for no reason? Although he wasn't that drunk yesterday, he was definitely influenced by alcohol. Now look at this. How am I supposed to mix in the circle in the future? As for reporting to Li ShiMin, Li Yuanchong hadn't even considered it. Mainly, while Li Ku hitting his uncle was indeed unreasonable, the fact was that he was drunk. No matter how he got drunk, he was still drunk. What would it look like if a drunken uncle got into a fight with his nephew in a brothel? Isn't that embarrassing enough? And then you lose the fight and still report it? Wouldn't that be even more humiliating? Li Yuanchong was playing dead in his residence when after a while, someone outside announced, the crown prince has arrived. Hearing that Li Chengqian had come, Li Yuanchong hurriedly went out to greet him. Seeing Li Yuanchong come out, Li Chengqian smiled helplessly. Seventh uncle, are you alright? I'm fine. Just making you laugh, Li Yuanchong replied somewhat awkwardly. Hey, seventh uncle. Why are we talking about this? I just came to check on you. The third prince has no sense of weight. He has been spoiled since childhood. Even my father can't do anything about him. Just think about how many times he has faced my father's military rod since he was a child. He is just someone who doesn't learn from his mistakes. Why bother getting serious with him? Li Chengqian sighed and said helplessly. Yes, you're right. Delang. I just drank a little, Li Yuanchong said, feeling a bit embarrassed. I came to ask you something. Is the Huyu Tower your asset? Li Chengqian asked. Huh, no. Li Yuanchong was a bit confused. The Huyu Tower is my asset? What does that have to do with me? After returning home yesterday, Li Yuanchong had sulked for a while and then directly went to sleep with his concubine, completely unaware of what had happened outside. Really not. Li Chengqian looked at him and asked. This is really not the case. Delang, what happened? Li Yuanchong asked tentatively. The rumor outside says that the third prince fought with you over jealousy and then forcibly bought your Huyu Tower. If this is true, I will personally go talk to the third prince today, Li Chengqian said. No such thing. Li Yuanchong quickly denied it. He had already put Li Ku on his blacklist, and didn't he want to have anything to do with that little rascal in the future? Oh, then it's probably just some nonsense made up outside. Alright, seventh uncle. As long as you are fine, Li Chengqian nodded. If it were someone else, he actually wouldn't want to come, but Li Yuanchang had a good relationship with him and had always been his staunch supporter. So Li Chengqian naturally had to come and check on him. Coming out of Li Yuanchang's residence, Li Chengqian pondered for a moment. He didn't think too much about it. The third brother had always been like that, and he didn't dislike him. At least the third brother was quite respectful towards him as the elder brother. The relationship between the third and fourth brothers was not good, which was good news for him. Chapter 40. The Yujian Mall recently. The people of Chang'an City have been intrigued to see that the Yujian Inn located in the Shanhafang was surrounded by red silk cloth. Indeed, the entire Yujian Inn, several stories high, was enclosed by a bamboo framework and completely wrapped in red silk cloth. What surprised everyone was that the many houses surrounding the Yujian Inn actually belonged to the same family. These houses had been closed for a long time, and no one knew the reason. Now, it was clear that they were all part of one family. No one knew what was happening inside, but according to rumors, the Yujian Inn was actually an asset of His Highness the King of Shu. People inquired and heard that it was undergoing renovations. Everyone spoke with certainty, but no one knew exactly what was going on. However, many were waiting for the Yujian Inn to reopen, as they wanted to see how it would be decorated with such a grand setup. The red silk cloth alone used to surround the inn was quite valuable. Of course, this was nothing for His Highness the King of Shu. While outsiders were speculating, the powerful and influential people of the Tang dynasty were also guessing. But they were different from the outsiders. They probably knew what was to come. It was likely that His Highness the King of Shu was going to sell that mercury mirror. That thing was truly amazing, and many of them had already seen it. In particular, the female family members of various officials had been invited into the palace by concubine Yang to witness it. Some princesses, county lords, and young ladies from various officials' families had also been invited into the palace by Princess Changlo. Upon their return, the mercury mirror was praised to the skies. It was said that the reflections seen in it were many times clearer than those in a bronze mirror, even identical to what one actually saw. There was simply no difference. Many officials' wives and daughters returned home, urging their families to buy this mirror. Not to mention these officials. Even the crown princess Su Fei had learned about it, and the usually low-key crown princess mentioned it to the crown prince. Thus, the nobility of Chang'an City all wanted to know what this mercury mirror was all about. Changsun Wuji's expression darkened. He guessed that this thing was likely a scheme by Li Ku to make money, which explained why he dared to bet against the Changsun family. Although it wasn't a wager in the strict sense, Li Ku had never had the qualifications to do so before. Moreover, Changsun Wuji had also learned about the 200,000 guan deal between Li Ku and Li ShiMin. 200,000 guan was no small amount. The entire annual fiscal revenue of the Tang dynasty was only 10 million guan. 200,000 guan was already 1/50th of that. This was in the 9th year of Jingguan. If it were a few years earlier, Li ShiMin wouldn't have been able to come up with so much money. However, Changsun Wuji was not worried at all. He merely sneered. How naive. Did he think that relying on a mercury mirror could outdo the Changsun family? That mirror was indeed magical, and it seemed that every household would buy one. Every woman would love it. Not to mention women. Even they, the officials who needed to attend court, would also like it. Even the Changsun family would buy one. But could that thing really make big money? That mirror was a one-time purchase. As long as one was careful, it could be used for 10 years, 8 years, or even several decades without any problem. How much could Li Ku earn in a year? Furthermore, Changsun Wuji had heard that Li Ku had taken on a burden to get that 200,000 guan from Li ShiMin, dealing with the homeless and beggars in Chang'an City. Surely he knew how many homeless and beggars there were in Chang'an City? How much would it cost to support these people for a year? After deducting production costs from the 200,000 guan, how much money would he have left? One could only say he was still too young. So Changsun Wuji was not worried at all. In fact, he planned to generously buy a few mirrors from Li Ku's shop for his wife and daughter. However, although he was not worried, being outsmarted by such a small thing made Changsun Wuji feel somewhat uncomfortable. Li Ku, of course, was unaware of Changsun Wuji's thoughts. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. What a joke. If what this prince was doing were to be known by you, what would that mean? At this moment, Li Ku was directing people to arrange everything that needed to be set up. Your Highness, this sofa is so comfortable. Where did you get this chair? Tianming looked at the sofa in shock. Its base was wooden, seemingly covered in leather, but the filling was something unknown, softer than silk cotton. And once one sat on it, one would sink right in. Where did it come from? Of course, it was taken from the strategic reserve warehouse in his mind. Li Ku added in his heart that he had moved things for an entire night yesterday and was extremely tired. The entire office building was so large that Li Ku had moved most of the guest room sofas over, but even so, he hadn't finished moving them all. The main reason was that the office building was over 10 stories high, and there were too many sofas inside. The Yujian Mall could hardly use them all. These sofas were distributed among several main stores and also in a circle of open VIP rooms on the second floor. In addition to these sofas, there were chairs too. The chairs were uniformly purchased office chairs, not the rotating kind, but those used in conference rooms and by ordinary staff, with support legs shaped like A. The seat made of leather and sponge, and the backrest made of a mesh structure. There were even more of these chairs, and Li Ku estimated that he had hardly used 1/3 of them. All the VIP rooms, including those in the lobby below, used these kinds of chairs. This was somewhat beyond the scope, Not to mention that the steel used for the chair legs was something that couldn't be produced in this era. However, Li Ku didn't intend to explain it. Let them think what they wanted at that time. At this moment, all the main lighting windows of the mall had been replaced with glass. The rooms suddenly became much brighter. Not only that, but Li Ku also brought many different items. Some things that were absolutely impossible to describe in this era. For instance, large band-aids and women's sports underwear, both of which came from a newly unlocked warehouse. Li Ku found that the mist inside had expanded significantly, and although only a small part of a new warehouse was unlocked, it was unexpected that this new warehouse contained women's products. Currently, the two types of items unlocked were large band-aids and women's tactical sports underwear. To be honest, Li Ku had never known that these items were also considered strategic reserves. Now that he thought about it, it seemed normal. It appeared that sanitary napkins were indeed a type of military strategic material. As for women's tactical sports underwear, Li Ku noticed that all the styles were basically the same, without any flashy colors, all in military green. This should also belong to military strategic reserves, but he didn't expect that some of their warehouses had these as well. Let you know the weight of the national strategic reserves. Did you really think this prince moved bricks for nothing? Chapter 41. Business preparation. After checking on Tianming and the others' work, Li Ku walked directly to the backyard, where Yang Anning and her group from Huiyue Tower were rehearsing. Seeing Li Ku approach, a blush appeared on the faces of Yang Anning and the others, mainly because of the extremely embarrassing items that His Highness had presented to them. I don't know how the prince managed to say such private things about a girl's belongings without changing his expression, and even asked for their measurements. But that kind of underwear, which the prince referred to, is really comfortable to wear. Moreover, after putting it on, one's appearance becomes much more attractive. Mainly, the figure becomes more upright. Although this item doesn't have the body-shaping effect of modern women's underwear, it works great compared to the belly wraps and undergarments of this era. In fact, this era is characterized by low-cut outfits as recorded in later times, at least not during the Jingguan period. How is the rehearsal going? Li Ku remained unfazed. After all, he was a modern person, and this was nothing. As long as I'm not embarrassed, the embarrassment lies with others. Your Highness, we've already performed normally, Yang Anning said, suppressing her shyness and nodding seriously. They were rehearsing a song, and behind them was an orchestra composed of classic traditional instruments. That's right. Li Ku had already assembled a traditional music group. Pipa, lusheng, kongho, transverse flute, dizzy, harp, guzheng, guqin, eru, gaohu, waist drum, big drum, gong, and fork, among others. It can be said that all the most common instruments of this era were used. In ancient times, multiple instruments could play together, but there was no concept of harmony. Unlike later songs which would use so many instruments. But Li Ku could. Although he studied electronic engineering, he also had a little knowledge of arrangement, which he self-taught to pursue a girl who studied traditional music. One can only say that love has always been a driving force for human progress in many ways. Although Li Ku's learning was basically at an introductory level, and he had only arranged one song, it couldn't compare to those from professional music academies. Not to mention, even some high school students who had undergone professional training would probably surpass him. However, he had at least systematically learned some basic knowledge. So he first took out the one song he had learned and let Yang Anning and the others practice. This was the only one he had learned. As for the rest, he just needed to teach the concepts to the masters of music in this era and introduce this idea to them. Li Ku believed that this era definitely had talented individuals who could create various symphonies for him. This was not difficult for professionals. As for the name of the song, it wasn't a popular one. It was called Exploring the Window. This song has a classical flavor, and Li Ku learned arrangement using this piece as a template. It was a version released by 3 young ladies from a central media outlet, and Li Ku didn't even notice who the original singer was. Its arrangement mainly features traditional instruments, and some non-traditional instruments can also find alternatives. The use of operatic singing methods and various vocal styles made the lyrics somewhat novel for this era, but definitely not excessive. By the Tang Dynasty, there was already a concept of drama, although it wasn't as prosperous as in later times. It was just a budding idea. However, there's nothing wrong with Li Ku pioneering this in this era. Making money, after all, isn't shameful. As for the basic skills of these courtesans, there's no need to worry. One can only say that in later times, practicing songs was to make money, while in this era, practicing singing and playing was for survival. Which motivation is stronger? Need I say more? Moreover, the courtesans who could become top-tier ones in one of the 3 famous brothels of the Tang Dynasty must have exceptional talent, beauty, and figure. As for the operatic singing method, they all knew it, and in just 3 days, they learned the singing technique for this song. Really, Li Ku once again felt what a courtesan was in this era. They truly are one in a million. Not only do modern times have divine providence, but this era does too. Besides Exploring the Window, Li Ku didn't understand much about other pieces, but it didn't matter. He understood lyrics. Several lyrics from later times have indeed been adapted into songs, so he could just copy them. When the time comes, it wouldn't be difficult for the marketplace to make these women famous, right? Hee. Some fans of the Tang Dynasty are even crazier about their idols than in later times. Still, the bottom line is making money. It's not shameful. Li Ku planned to visit the nearby Mingyue building and Tanshan building in the next few days. He could recruit a few courtesans from there, but not the others. As those two establishments had real backing, Li Ku didn't want to stir trouble for now, as he had a lot to do. And a year's time is quite tight. After all, in this era, doing anything takes a long time, unlike later times. Just the expansion of a marketplace took nearly a year initially. This is also why Li Ku wanted to recruit from Huiwei Building. It was to imitate the integrated marketplace of later times for dining, drinking, and entertainment. However, those who could enter such a marketplace in this era would definitely be high-end users, and the number of high-end users is limited. As for how to attract these high-end customers, these courtesans are just what he needs. The official opening time of the marketplace is set for tomorrow morning, and the timing has been calculated by professionals. Li Ku didn't interfere and left it all to Tianming. Whether our marketplace can be popular tomorrow depends on you all, Li Ku reassured them. Your Highness, you're joking. We can only be the icing on the cake. Even without us, all the products in the marketplace will undoubtedly be popular throughout the Tang Dynasty. Yang Anning's eyes sparkled. She had never thought Li Ku had so many amazing goods. Not to mention anything else, just that mirror is enough to drive everyone crazy. Li Ku smiled. Encouragement is still necessary. Tomorrow, your new clothes will be delivered in the morning. Try them on early, and if there is anything unsuitable, just say so. We can make temporary adjustments, Li Ku said. Yes. Yang Anning and the others were somewhat curious about their new clothes. They already had quite a few nice outfits, as they had the financial means to purchase the best silk in the Tang Dynasty, except for tributes, so the clothes made were naturally top-notch. However, Li Ku truly looked down on those clothes. First of all, let us clarify that jacquard machines do exist in this era. In fact, jacquard looms have been around since the Han Dynasty, but their efficiency is very low, requiring manual lifting of the 4 threads. Nonetheless, the jacquard machines remain the most complex machines of the era. The Tang Dynasty also didn't make many technological improvements to jacquard machines. They still used the flower looms from the Han Dynasty, which were quite inefficient. However, these jacquard machines were already sufficient to give high-end silk different textural weaving methods, allowing high-end silk to have various simple patterns, although high-end designs still required embroidery. As for the jacquard machine in Li Ku's hands, he didn't know if it was the first-generation jacquard loom or one that had been improved in later times, but it could be produced in this era. However, Li Ku hadn't calculated the efficiency improvement. The key point is that it could directly weave silk into finished products with different colors and complex patterns, no longer requiring embroidery. Why do women in this era start embroidering their wedding dresses from a young age? Because it's simply too slow. The time to embroider a gorgeous wedding dress is measured in years. Chapter 42. Everything is ready. Li Ku had already seen the finished products of the jacquard machine. And of course, these products still had some differences from those embroidered by hand. True high-end still requires skilled embroidery. However, this is still a significant advancement. He wasn't targeting those high-end products. He was focusing on the everyday clothes women wear, which are also considered high-end in the Tang Dynasty because these silks have some simple patterns, which is the most obvious distinction between high, medium, and low-end silks. The mid to low-end silk is primarily solid color silk and plain silk. The so-called plain silk refers to the color of the textile material itself, which has not been dyed. After inspecting the store, Li Ku left and sent someone to deliver invitations. As for what kind of invitations, they were, of course, to invite his future clients to the opening ceremony, mainly targeting a few princesses like Chong Lu and Cheng Yang, though they were just add-ons. They were all too young to have any spending power. The main invitees were those of similar age to Chong Lu, or even older, such as the princesses, county lords, and dukes. For instance, the sisters of Li ShiMin and some ladies previously invited by his mother. Of course, men were also to be invited, such as Duke Qing Yaojin, Li Jing, and others. Although their presence would not be very useful, the invitations still had to be delivered. Then there were his brothers, like Li Chengxian and Li Tai, as well as princes like Li Yuanchang. The invitations were sent out, and whether they came or not was up to them. Although there was no court session the next day, many officials would still go to work, such as Fang Xianling and other officials who were actually quite busy every day. Most of these invitations were aimed at inviting their families, and whether they themselves attended was secondary. However, there was one person Li Ku forgot, and that was Li ShiMin. Mainly because Li Ku subconsciously thought of this as a small event. Inviting Li ShiMin would surely invite criticism, so he didn't call him. And not only did he not invite Li ShiMin, but he also didn't invite any of the concubines in the palace. Empress Chang's son was unwell and could not be invited, and his biological mother, concubine Yang, was not one to stand out. Although Li Ku was her biological son, this situation made it difficult for her to appear. As for the other concubines, there was even less connection. Is this brat doing it on purpose? Li ShiMin slammed his desk, his face full of anger. You invited everyone, but not your father. Lang, don't be angry. I think Kuer didn't mean it. He must have thought you wouldn't go. Empress Chang's son couldn't help but chuckle, as there were no outsiders present. Li ShiMin's emotions were naturally more direct. At this moment, Li ShiMin was like a child, or rather, when Li ShiMin was with Li Ku, it felt like a pair of adversaries. Li ShiMin didn't seem like the calm and decisive emperor of the Tang Dynasty, but more like a big kid. Although the father and son seemed to argue every day, Empress Chang's son knew that their father-son relationship was evidently very good. Cheng Qian and Li Tai made a mistake. However, Empress Chang's son couldn't say much. Both of her sons were grown, and how they interacted with Li ShiMin was something they knew in their hearts. Moreover, it wasn't effective just because she pointed it out. With so many princes, why was there only one Li Ku? Whether I go or not is my business. Whether to invite me is his business. Li ShiMin was somewhat angry. I can choose not to go, but you can't choose not to invite me. I see you're getting too arrogant, always asking for a beating. He called for Cheng Lu, Cheng Yang, and Jin Yang, saying, tomorrow I'll take those three over. Li ShiMin said coldly, I want to see how you explain this tomorrow. Okay. Empress Chang's son smiled and did not stop him. She probably understood that Li ShiMin was just putting on a brave face and was actually curious about what Li Ku had created. Especially since that mysterious and had been working on it for so long and was wrapped in red silk. Not only the common people of Chang'an were curious, but even Li ShiMin was very interested. The next day, Li Ku woke up early and went downstairs directly. He had stayed here the previous night. This was originally an inn. However, the number of rooms had decreased again, leaving only 12 guest rooms. And the prices had increased more than 100 times compared to before. From now on, this would be a high-end hotel, the Emperor's suite of the Tang Dynasty. The room's furnishings were quite luxurious, equipped with soap and a mercury mirror, though the mirror was not large, only the size of a basin, and it was wall-mounted. But if you wanted to buy this, it would also be a luxury item. The price was determined by Li Ku. All the beds in the rooms were replaced, and all the mattresses were changed to modern spring mattresses, sourced from the lounge in the office building. The entire office building was quite large, with a floor designated for security personnel's rest area, since these personnel rotated weekly and lived in the office building for a week. So the facilities inside were similar to those of a hotel, with everything needed. Therefore, Li Ku brought over 12 mattresses, and as for the remaining ones, of course, he would keep them for himself in case any broke down. When he went downstairs, Yang Anning and the other courtesans were already up, changing their clothes. When Yang Anning saw the outfit, she was a bit dumbfounded. How could this material be? The style of the clothes was not particularly novel, but what shocked her was the fabric. The lower half was entirely made of red fabric, and the edge of the skirt had a 2-inch wide green and other colored pattern design, interspersed with birds and beasts, looking very high-end. Besides that, the other fabrics were solid colors without patterns, but the upper part of the dress was beige with red trim, and the middle part featured pink peonies with tender green leaves. The entire fabric was like this, and these peonies were all identical. The key point was that when Yang Anning touched it, she was astonished to find that these patterns were not embroidered on. They were directly woven into the silk during the textile process. This was the inherent pattern of the silk itself. Yang Anning was stunned. She had never seen such silk before. The silk with patterns from the Tang Dynasty only had the simplest line-based designs. Even so, these seemingly changed weaving methods were a representation of high-end silk, including the patterns used for tributes to the palace. The complex patterned garments worn by the empress and consorts in the palace were all embroidered stitch by stitch. The embroidered patterns could be easily felt, but this was directly woven into the silk, and the weaving was so beautiful, even smoother than embroidered ones. This silk was incredibly expensive. Chapter 43. Grand opening. Li Ku was observing the arrangements being made by Tian Ming, and with his perspective from the future, his aesthetic sense was quite good. He had just stopped when Yang Anning came over, holding a set of clothes. What's wrong? Is the size not right? Li Ku asked curiously. No, Your Highness. This dress is too expensive, Yang Anning said, feeling a bit flustered. Just wear it if I tell you to wear it. What is so expensive about it? I see you're just afraid to wear it. Don't worry, we'll have plenty of this kind of silk in the future, Li Ku said. Yang Anning paused, then bowed and turned to leave. The Prince of Shu indeed understood well. Yang Anning was certainly afraid to wear it because she was sure that there was none like it in the palace. A courtesan wearing something better than the noble ladies from the palace. How could she not worry? It wasn't he that she was worried about herself. She was concerned about bringing any trouble to the prince. As for herself, once she decided to follow the prince, she had already stopped caring about herself. A scholar dies for a friend. A woman beautifies herself for the one she loves. His Highness not only appreciates her, but also understands her. What does it matter if her worthless life is given to His Highness? Since His Highness has said to wear it, then she will wear it. When Yang Anning returns, several courtesans are already waiting for her. Sister Anning, what did His Highness say? Several courtesans immediately ask. His Highness said to wear it. Everyone can wear it with confidence. His Highness said we have plenty of this kind of silk in our household. Yang Anning emphasized the words our household. Did His Highness really say that? A woman beside her, whose appearance was not inferior to Yang Anning, bit her lip and asked. Yes. Remember, His Highness said our household, Yang Anning repeated. Got it. The 4 women around nodded. The 5 of them are the top courtesans of Huiyue Tower, excelling in beauty, figure, and talent. As long as you understand. His Highness wants us to wear these clothes to promote our household's new products, so everyone should present their best selves. Yang Anning nodded. Yes. The several of them nodded and quickly went to change clothes. Li Ku was unaware of this, but since these courtesans came to him, they had shown a lot of initiative. There was still an hour before the auspicious time mentioned in the invitation, and Li Ku was already waiting outside. Surely some people came early. Li Ku couldn't just let one person in when he arrived because the entire Yujian Mall was still wrapped in red silk outside. The first person to arrive was Li Yin, third brother. The first to arrive, Li Yin, walked honestly to Li Ku and called out. Although Li Yin was a bit of a rogue, he respected his brother Li Ku, who shared the same mother. It's a good day today, so I won't beat you. I heard you borrowed money from Changlo. Li Ku glanced at him sideways. Hearing Li Ku's words, Li Yin immediately shrank his neck and cautiously looked up at Li Ku, saying, that was not my intention to borrow. It was Sister Changlu who heard me say I was a bit tight on cash recently and offered to lend it to me. You have really made progress. Back in the day, you needed mother to sell jewelry to support you, and now you even borrow from your sister. What's next? Are you going to borrow from Jinyang in a few days? Or from Xinqing? Li Ku said sarcastically, mainly because this kid deserved a beating. Third brother, I was wrong. Li Yin lowered his head honestly. All right, today is for business, so I won't waste my breath with you. After everyone leaves tonight, you stay behind. And we will have a good chat, Li Ku said lightly. Yes, Li Yin's face instantly fell, and though he wanted to resist, he eventually nodded in agreement. Mainly, if Li Ku hit others, maybe Li ShiMin would beat Li Ku, but if Li Ku hit him, perhaps his father Li ShiMin would even add more. He was in trouble. Third brother. While he was scolding Li Yin, a familiar voice came over. Li Ku looked up in surprise and saw it was Li Chengqian. He didn't expect him to arrive so early, and Li Chengqian was accompanied by a beautiful lady who was supporting him. I've met big brother and sister-in-law. I've met big brother and sister-in-law. Both Li Ku and Li Yin cupped their fists in greeting. Sixth brother is here too, Li Chengqian smiled. And the crown princess Su Fei beside him also greeted the two with a smile. Big brother, you have difficulty walking. You could have taken the carriage here. Why did you still walk over? Li Ku said generously. This year, Li Chengqian's leg ailment seemed to have worsened, but it must be said that in later years, due to Li Chengqian's rebellion, historical records about him were often biased, at least during this period. Li Chengqian could definitely be called a good crown prince and a good brother. Third brother, you finally want to do something. It's not appropriate for me to take the carriage here on such a big day, Li Chengqian smiled. He was a bit surprised by Li Ku's words. If it had been someone else, Li Chengqian might have gotten angry, as those around him knew he was most sensitive about his leg. He believed he hadn't reached the point of being crippled, but Li Ku had always been straightforward, saying whatever came to mind, so Li Chengqian didn't feel displeased. Instead, he thought that compared to Li Tai, Li Ku was in a completely different league. Although they had different mothers, Li Ku truly treated him like an elder brother. Actually, big brother came over this time to apologize to you on behalf of Uncle Seven, Li Chengqian said again. Stop, big brother, don't say anything more. His mistakes are his mistakes. It has nothing to do with you. Li Ku interrupted Li Chengqian's apology decisively. Li Chengqian wanted to say more, but just then, a group of people approached from a distance, and he had to keep quiet. The newcomers were Cheng Huailiang, Yuqi Baolin, and others. Li Ku quickly got busy because the people he invited had started to arrive one after another. Time quickly reached the auspicious moment. But everyone was still chatting at the entrance of the mall, and Li Ku had no intention of letting anyone in yet. Third brother, what do you mean by this? Isn't it almost time? Why aren't you letting everyone in? Li Tai said sarcastically, feeling a bit uncomfortable standing there because he was a bit plump. And standing there was indeed a bit unpleasant, especially since everyone was standing, and he couldn't find a chair. The only person sitting at the scene was Li Chengqian, whom Li Ku had insisted sit down by sending someone to get a chair. The outside of Yujian Mall was already filled with people, and it seemed that some important ministers hadn't come, but their families had all arrived. What's the rush? Aren't there still a few people who haven't arrived? Li Ku shot Li Tai a glare. Others might be afraid of him, but Li Ku wasn't afraid at all. However, he was also wondering what was going on with Chong Lu and the others. Why hadn't they arrived yet? Didn't she send someone to say they would arrive early? It was already time, and he hadn't seen them. Could it be that they were stopped by their father? But that didn't make sense. If they were stopped, they would surely send someone from the palace to tell him. Li Tai was about to say something else, when suddenly a clear sound of hooves came from afar. And then Chong Ling's figure on horseback appeared in front of them, along with his voice. Your Majesty has arrived. Chapter 44. Do you want to get hit? Hearing Chong Ling's announcement, everyone was a bit stunned. They hadn't expected Li ShiMin to come. Didn't you see that so many important ministers hadn't come? This meant that the news of Li ShiMin's arrival was definitely unknown to these ministers. If they had known, they would have shown up long ago. How could only a few military officials come? In the distance, Li ShiMin's carriage quickly approached, and seeing this traveling tent, everyone understood that Li ShiMin likely made a last-minute decision to come because his carriage was very simple, which was completely inconsistent with the emperor's travel specifications. Li Ku was stunned. Why did his father come? This uninvited visit. Although it was his fault, Li Ku's eyes were rolling as he wondered if he should run away. But he couldn't run. Today was the opening of his business, and if he dared to run, Li ShiMin would immediately announce the closure of his Yujian Mall. Sure enough, as they got closer, Li ShiMin directly stepped out from the first carriage, accompanied by concubine Yang. The Empress Zhang's son wasn't there. The carriage behind should be Chong Lo, Cheng Yang, and Jin Yang, the three little ones, since all the other princesses Li Ku invited had already arrived. I've met your majesty. I've met father. Everyone bowed and saluted. Indeed, the Tang dynasty did not practice kneeling as a formality, and generally did not shout long live, including among the common people. who rarely shouted it. Only in very significant occasions where there were kneeling rituals would they shout. On a daily basis, when these officials and nobles saw Li ShiMin, they only needed to bow and salute. No need for formalities. Li ShiMin first dismissed the formalities and then directly pointed his anger at Li Ku. Dad. Li Ku hurriedly spoke up. Do you want to be hit? Li ShiMin glared at him and asked. For most people present, the bizarre behavior between Li Ku and Li ShiMin was a topic of conversation during their leisure time, with the main subject being His Highness the King of Shu. However, very few were able to witness it firsthand, as most people had no chance to see it. Although they didn't know why Li ShiMin was angry, there were very few people who could make Li ShiMin display his emotions so clearly. Dad, can we do it another day? Today, in front of so many people. You can't hit me. The ancients said, if a son is not taught, it is the father's fault, Li Ku hurriedly said. Everyone, His Highness the King of Shu is indeed worthy of the title. You really dare to say anything. It seems the past legends were understated. This King of Shu is even fiercer than described. Do you dare to say that? Yes, if a son is not taught. It is the father's fault. Is there a problem with me teaching you today? Li ShiMin sneered. No problem, no problem. Dad, it is your duty to educate your son. Li Ku quickly replied, and while speaking, he ran directly in front of Li ShiMin, turning his backside towards him. Get lost. Li ShiMin was so angry that he laughed and kicked his backside. Hey, Dad, I can't get lost. Today is the opening day of my store. Your presence here makes it shine, so I still need to guide you. Li Ku quickly straightened up, casually brushed off the dirt from his backside, and spoke boldly. Others were truly impressed. Although Li Chengxian had seen it many times, he couldn't help but cast an admiring glance at the third brother. This kid is too good at taking advantage of the situation. If Li Ke hadn't made that move just now, Li ShiMin wouldn't have wanted to hit him. But out of face, he would have to let someone use a military stick on him today. But Li Ku played along. He presented his backside, and Li ShiMin just laughed and kicked him, considering it done. After all, Li ShiMin said he would hit him, but didn't specify how. A father's kick to his son certainly counts as a beating. As for Li Ku, being kicked in public wasn't a big deal at all. Take good care of your mother and your sisters. Li ShiMin glared at him. Yes. Li Ku quickly replied, then turned to greet Yang Fei, mother. Li Chengxian and a few others also bowed. Aunt. Yang Fei naturally returned the greeting. Chang Lu and the other three also exchanged greetings with Li Chengxian and the others. Cheng Yang then ran over with a smile. Hey, third brother, surprised? Surprised. Li Ku quickly answered, but while nodding, he kept rolling his eyes at Cheng Yang and Jin Yang. The two little girls were amused by Li Ku's antics, giggling, and even Chang Lu couldn't help but chuckle. Her third brother was really bold. All right, the time has come, let's begin. Li ShiMin waved his hand. Yes, the subsequent matters didn't require Li Ku to announce, as someone naturally came to perform a series of formalities, which was essentially just declaring the opening. The ancients treated openings quite seriously, and since it was his son's business, Li ShiMin naturally gave him this face, standing there waiting for the ceremony to end. As the last word was spoken, Li Ku rolled his eyes and quickly said, Dad. Mother, please come up and help me cut the ribbon. That's right, Li Ku even prepared a ribbon-cutting ceremony, mainly because this trend was popular in later generations. Li Ku thought since he was a modern person who time-traveled, he might as well do it for good luck. Ribbon cutting? Li ShiMin was taken aback. It's to formally announce the opening of my store. Li Ku quickly invited Li ShiMin to the small platform built at the entrance of the store. If Li ShiMin didn't come, Li Ku would have done it himself, at most inviting Li Chengxian up, but since Li ShiMin was there, naturally, it would be Li ShiMin and Yang Fei who would do it. Li ShiMin was curious but said nothing. Under Li Ku's polite urging, he stood on the platform facing the crowd below. Then, inside, the three courtesans of Huiyue Tower, Yang Anning, Lu Qingchan, and Yang Li, dressed in brand new luxurious attire, came out holding a red silk cloth. When the men saw the dresses on the three women, they didn't pay much attention, as they had seen even more splendid clothes. But many of the women present immediately recognized the difference in this silk. Their eyes sparkled. Under Li Ku's guidance, Li ShiMin and Yang Fei used two oddly shaped modern scissors to cut the red silk cloth. As soon as they cut the silk, the people prepared by Tianmeng behind them pulled hard, and the layer of red silk cloth that had covered the outside of the store quickly fell down with a whoosh. Wow! The crowd instantly erupted in countless gasps of surprise, including the onlooking commoners in the distance. Li Chengxian and all the guests stared blankly at the store before them, unsure how to describe it. In fact, it wasn't beautiful. The slightly green glass glimmered in the sunlight, making its first appearance on this land of the Tang Dynasty. Li ShiMin and Yang Fei, who turned around, were also somewhat stunned, because the glass-making technique was still not advanced enough to effectively remove the iron elements inside. The glass had a slight green tint, but overall it was still transparent. However, because of this color and the sunlight's reflection, everyone could see very clearly that what was supposed to be a window had a layer of transparent crystal. Glazed. Chapter 45. Today's music, aside from the building's structure still resembling the Tang Dynasty, wherever there was glass, it looked very similar to later generations. Wooden window frames were embedded with glass. Although the glass areas were not large, about 60 centimeters square, the impact was unparalleled for this era. In everyone's impression of the Tang Dynasty, transparency was only associated with crystal and glazed items. And now, It was actually used as windows by His Highness the King of Shu. What is this? Li ShiMin was the first to regain his senses. Looking at Li Ku beside him. Everyone, don't be overly surprised. This is glass that I researched, one of the materials used to make the mercury mirrors you've seen before. Li Ku smiled and said. Li ShiMin turned back to look at Li Ku's proud expression, narrowing his eyes slightly. Was he being fooled? A full-length mercury mirror he sold for 10,000 guan. Li ShiMin didn't know the cost of the mercury mirror, but based on his estimates, it might cost several thousand guan. Selling it for 10,000 guan wasn't expensive. Li ShiMin knew that mercury wasn't valuable. Of course, it wasn't valuable compared to 10,000 guan, as its cost was almost negligible. So, was this glass worth several thousand guan? If a piece of glass costs several thousand guan, the large area of the store before him, with about 8 or 9 pieces of glass per window, would probably need over 1,000 pieces of glass in total. Where would Li Ku find that much money? There was only one explanation. He had been fooled. The cost of this thing wasn't low, but it definitely wasn't as high as he imagined. If it weren't for the fact that this kid also applied for a Tang Dynasty Welfare Industrial Park and was preparing to gather and control the vagrants and beggars of Chang'an, Li ShiMin would have exploded on the spot. Everyone, please come in. Li Ku smiled and gestured for them to enter. Li ShiMin glanced at Li Ku but said nothing and directly stepped inside. As soon as he entered, Li ShiMin couldn't help but take a deep breath. Good heavens. To his surprise, the entire floor was covered with red carpets. His palace wasn't even this extravagant. Oh, I forgot to mention. This carpet is actually a modern disposable red carpet that Li Ku pulled from some conference rooms in the office building and brought over. The people who came in later were evidently quite shocked. How much did His Highness the King of Shu spend on this? Father, mother, big brother. Everyone please follow me. We will first go to the theater in the center of the mall to watch a performance, and then I will take everyone for a tour. Li Ku called out and led everyone towards the center. There weren't many people today, so everyone could sit in the lobby of the theater. Once they arrived at the theater Li Ku mentioned, everyone was immediately drawn to the tables and chairs arranged inside. The tables were all made of redwood, and next to each table were 6 chairs, but the design of these chairs was unique. Their support structure was made of silvery metal that looked like silver. The seat was wrapped in leather, but the backrest shocked everyone because it was made of a mesh woven from black silk threads. Could this hold up? Father, mother. Please sit. Li Ku took Li ShiMin and Yang Fei to the middle position. Li ShiMin curiously pointed at the backrest of the chair and asked, what material is this? Is it sturdy? You can feel it for yourself. It's very sturdy. Li Ku smiled. This material shouldn't exist in this era. It's the power of technology. Li ShiMin stretched out his hand to touch it, and immediately felt it was hard, completely unlike silk or similar materials. When he poked it with force, he felt a huge rebound, clearly indicating it was very sturdy, much more so than he had imagined. Not only Li ShiMin but everyone else was also curiously touching the material of the chair's backrest, guessing what it was made of. After feeling it, Li ShiMin simply sat down. As soon as he did, he immediately felt the difference. It was very comfortable, with the cushion being just the right firmness. When he tried to lean back, he initially held back a bit, knowing Li Ku wouldn't joke around, but he still had his doubts. It was just a mesh. How could it bear a person's weight? However, soon Li ShiMin gradually shifted his weight onto the backrest, and he could feel that the mesh behind him showed no reaction and was incredibly sturdy. Yang Fei also curiously touched it before sitting down. As Li ShiMin and Yang Fei settled in, everyone else followed suit. Li Chengxian, Li Tai, and Li Ku naturally sat at this table. But there were no chairs facing the stage, so they sat behind Li ShiMin and Yang Fei. Li Ku casually pulled a chair and sat down at the nearby table so that he was side by side with Li ShiMin, making it easier to explain things to him. Once everyone was seated, Li Ku loudly announced, "Start." Then rhythmic drumming began, and as the drumming played, the red curtain on the stage was slowly drawn open. Dressed in luxurious silk, the 3 courtesans, Yang Anning, Lu Qingchan, and Yang Li appeared on stage, each holding a round fan. Their stunning silk attire and makeup immediately catching the attention of many young people below. Everyone present recognized them. Weren't they the top performers from the Huiwe building? It turned out that the Huiwe building had been bought by His Highness the King of Shu. Then, soft music began to play. The moment the music started, everyone immediately felt something different. In this era, music was very popular among the nobility. Li Ku and the others had all learned music, especially the scholars. Li ShiMin and Yang Fei understood right away. They could tell this music was different because some of the instruments didn't seem to be playing in unison but were instead playing different parts. Moreover, the pitch of the instruments varied slightly, until, with a crisp drumbeat, Yang Anning began singing in an operatic style. She sang, meeting an old friend in a foreign land. Every step and every word is longing. Lu Qingchan took over. When the gold list is published, I don't recognize the old acquaintance on stage. As soon as the 2 lines of opera began, everyone was taken aback. They had never heard such a singing style before, but it was unexpectedly beautiful. Although the lyrics were somewhat straightforward, they had a unique charm. Li ShiMin slightly raised his eyebrows and glanced at Li Ku, but he said nothing, just appreciating it. He sang, during the bridal chamber ceremony, everyone celebrates. The beauty is matched with the talented scholar. Yang Li sang the 3rd line. Then the 3 of them sang together. Unheard. Each sigh in the play is a love-stricken heart. After finishing this line, the 3 began to move on stage, accompanied only by gentle music. Most of the audience was captivated. When the swallow departs, the red beans fill the branches. Distant travelers, do not ask about the return date. Who alone guards the clear waters of Xiangjiang? I do not know. What evening is this? When Yang Anning's gentle voice rang out. This time it was not in an operatic style, but in a normal voice, and everyone was jolted awake, feeling a refreshing clarity. If Li ShiMin hadn't been sitting right in front, it was likely that Cheng Huaoyang, Yuqi Baolin, and others behind would have already started applauding. When the swallow returns, there are no traces of the beloved. Surely there is intention, parting this time, unwilling to have long feelings with nowhere to send them. On a long journey, searching and seeking 1,000 miles. Yang Li continued the song, followed by Lu Qingshan. He paints vigorously and freely. She dances with sleeves and dreams of a beautiful date. In the play, there are feelings and intentions, meeting a stranger on a deserted road. In the floral world, the trio's operatic chorus suddenly gave people a refreshing feeling again. Chapter 46. Speak. What do you want to do? Although the current emperor of the Tang dynasty was sitting below, the three on stage remained composed. She sang. Meeting an old friend in a foreign land, every step and every word is longing. The people below, when the gold list is published. I don't recognize the old acquaintance on stage. He sang. During the bridal chamber ceremony, everyone celebrates. The beauty is matched with the talented scholar. Unheard. Each sigh in the play is a love-stricken heart. He paints vigorously and freely. She dances with sleeves and dreams of a beautiful date. In the play, there are feelings and intentions. Meeting a stranger on a deserted road. In the floral world, she sang. Meeting an old friend in a foreign land. Every step and every word is longing. The people below, when the gold list is published, I don't recognize the old acquaintance on stage. He sang. During the bridal chamber ceremony, everyone celebrates. The beauty is matched with the talented scholar. Unheard. Each sigh in the play is a love-stricken heart. Once the song ended, the three on stage neatly bowed towards Li ShiMin and Yang Fei, then bowed towards Li Ku before turning to leave. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It was completely different from the music of this era. Whether it was in the brothels or the theaters, they had never heard anything like it. But it was refreshingly beautiful. The highlight was the accompaniment. The music was so good that everyone noticed that the instruments were not playing in unison, but each played different notes perfectly, then combined together. Speak. Li ShiMin tapped the table, looking at Li Ku with an annoyed expression. Speak about what? Li Ku was somewhat confused. Are you still pretending? You specifically let me hear this piece just to complain, right? Speak. Today I'm in a good mood. I'll make a decision for you. Oh, for your subordinates. Who is it? Li ShiMin rolled his eyes. You sang it so clearly in your song. Do you think your father doesn't understand? Stop pretending to be confused. This song is not bad, but the content is just about a person who passed the imperial examination, married a new wife, and abandoned his hometown lover, right? Li ShiMin asked impatiently, tapping the table. Li Ku was a bit dumbfounded. He just wanted them to sing a song different from this era. This was the only song he knew. As for the content, he didn't think much about it. This is just a story I heard from someone, and I thought it was interesting, so I adapted it into a song, Li Ku hurriedly defended. A story you heard? From whom? One of the protagonists in this story must be an official of our Tang dynasty, right? Tell me who it is. Li ShiMin looked at Li Ku. When it says golden list title, isn't it referring to the imperial examination? The Sui dynasty's examination system was implemented only a few times, and you can't meet those people. So it must be our Tang dynasty. Li Ku was bewildered. How would I know these things? Hey, Dad, there's really no such person. I just heard a story and adapted it into this song. You know me, right? If there really were such a person, would I have to complain to you so indirectly? I would have gone directly to beat him up long ago. Unable to reason with him, Li Ku simply played dumb. After all these years, wasn't this the effect he wanted? Li ShiMin thought for a moment. It seemed reasonable. If he said someone else did it, that was indeed possible. But if Li Ku were to complain to him? Come on, by the time Li ShiMin found out, Li Ku would have already beaten the person to the point of needing a doctor. So why complain? Really not. Li ShiMin looked at him in surprise. Really not. Li Ku nodded decisively. All right, no is best. The song is good. You said you composed it? Li ShiMin looked Li Ku up and down. Yes. Li Ku straightened his chest and raised his head. Of course, this must be acknowledged. Then tell me, what is the score of this piece? Li ShiMin asked on the spot. Li Ku was not intimidated by this. First, he had learned about music in this era. It was necessary to learn. And while he didn't have to be an expert, he had to understand. Li Ku could even play the guqin in this era, though he didn't know many pieces. Secondly, Li Ku had also studied music in modern times. Although he hadn't studied deeply, he had some basic knowledge. With thousands of years of cultural accumulation, Li Ku was not afraid of anyone in this era teaching him about music. Sure enough, after Li ShiMin asked a few questions, Li Ku not only answered logically, but he also drew inferences from one instance, and even proposed several theories far beyond this era, which made Li ShiMin look at him with new eyes. However, while being impressed, Li ShiMin was also somewhat angry. This unfilial son, he was really not doing serious business, and was just indulging in his carefree prince lifestyle. Being so proficient in music, it naturally reduced his time for studying politics and military strategies. How could he amount to anything? Humph. Li ShiMin snorted coldly and turned to leave. Seeing his suddenly proud father, Li Ku was somewhat baffled. Dad, what's wrong with you? Your mood changes faster than anyone. Is this place just for listening to music? Li ShiMin walked ahead, and Li Ku naturally followed. After a few steps, he raised his head to admire the interior decoration as Li ShiMin asked. Of course not. This is mainly a place for shopping and dining, Li Ku quickly replied. Shopping? Dining? Li ShiMin understood, but was somewhat puzzled about how the two were mixed together. Dad, please follow me. Li Ku directly gestured for him to come along. And the others naturally followed. They walked to a nearby building, and soon the first shop appeared before them. Li ShiMin looked up and saw 3 characters on the sign, Ming Tang. That character on the sign. Next to the 3 characters Ming Tang, there's a small circle with the character Shu inside it. What does that mean? Li ShiMin asked, pointing at the small symbol with some confusion. Dad, this is a shop I have certified. It belongs to an exclusive trademark. This means that the certified shops are official ones. And any shop without this symbol is fake or a counterfeit. This way, all customers can quickly identify which shop is authentic, avoiding counterfeits and shoddy imitations. Li Ku quickly explained. That's a good idea, but are you really that unambitious? Li ShiMin said, feeling frustrated. Huh. Li Ku was somewhat stunned. Even if you were my dad, you can't just scold me like that. Sailing, what your father means is, are you going to be just a prince of Shu for your whole life? Li ShiMin's words made Li Chengqian unable to hold back, as his third brother's reaction was indeed a bit slow. What else? Li Ku was taken aback and instinctively retorted. But after the retort, he suddenly realized that if he remembered correctly, his father would appoint him as the king of Wu next year. He had forgotten about that. It seemed that in the Tang dynasty and ancient dynasties, the titles of kings were awarded based on the strength of the feudal states during the spring and autumn and warring states periods. Among the various titles, Jin, Qin, Qi, and Shu were the most prestigious because those 4 states were the strongest during that time. For example, the future Emperor Gaozong of Tang, Li Ji, was titled King of Jin, Li Tai was King of Wei, and Li Yu was King of Qi. The titles following those, like Zhou, Lu, Zhao, Wei, Liang, Yan, Dai, Han, Song, Wu, and Yu, were all among the top tier. The titles of dukes were also awarded according to this principle. For instance, Changsun Wuji would later be titled Duke of Zhao, and Sheng Yaojin was currently Duke of Su, followed by Duke of Lu, etc. Alright, you are also a prince. A member of the royal family. Let us change that character to Huang. Instead, Li ShiMin said casually as he walked ahead. Yes. Li Ku was instantly overjoyed. Being royal is even better. That raises the status. Chapter 47. Shock. Li ShiMin had already stepped into Ming Tang, while Li Ku quickly waved his hand, and Tian Ming, who was outside, immediately walked over briskly. Li Ku instructed Tian Ming to quickly replace the signboard, changing the small character inside the circle to Huang. Tian Ming took the order and left, and only then did Li Ku follow Li ShiMin into Ming Tang, with the others naturally following. Once inside Ming Tang, everyone couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, because there were many mercury mirrors here that many had seen in the palace. However, the largest among them was only a half-length mirror, about 1.2 meters tall, supported by a wooden frame about 20 to 30 centimeters off the ground. This way, once propped up, it was similar to a full-length mirror effect. But this batch of mirrors had wooden frames carved from mahogany, and the outer frames had beautiful patterns. In addition, there were mirrors of around 1 meter in size, half a meter in size, and they came in different shapes, rectangular, round, and oval. Various mirrors filled the shop. The crown princess, following Li Chengqian, had her eyes light up. What woman wouldn't tea like this? What is the price? Li ShiMin asked Li Ku, glancing sideways. To answer father, the full-length mirror, which is second only to you and the empress, is priced at 4,999 guan. And there are only 19 of them available. Li Ku pointed to the largest mirror. The next size down is priced at 1,999 guan. The smaller ones are 999 guan. Li Ku provided them with a rough estimate of the prices. This price was actually quite expensive. It should be noted that a stone of rice in the Tang dynasty was about the same price as a piece of silk, which was around 301. Calculating it out, 1 stone of rice in the Tang dynasty is equivalent to just over 79 kilograms in modern times, if we round down, using 1 stone as 145 jin. The cheapest rice today is about 15 yuan per jin, which means it's approximately 217 yuan. 1 won is roughly equivalent to 0.09 yuan, and 1 guan is 1,000 won. So this mirror, which is about the size of 1.5 meters, would be priced at around 4.5 million in modern terms. Cough. Li Ku doesn't earn much, really doesn't earn much. Because the larger the mirror, the more difficult it is to make. For a mirror like the one you have, successfully making one could result in the loss of dozens or even hundreds of them. And this mercury mirror is similar to ordinary glass. Once it breaks, it shatters into a pile of fragments. Li Ku deliberately inflated his costs. Hearing this, Li ShiMin was momentarily taken aback, realizing he had misunderstood him. Indeed, such items are not easy to produce, and losses are very normal. That's good. Li ShiMin nodded. Non-committal. Sailing. The crown princess beside him boldly spoke up. Sister-in-law, please go ahead. Li Ku replied directly. If I want to buy this mirror, can I just place an order with them? The crown princess pointed to some young maidservants nearby who were clearly acting as assistants. Yes, Li Ku nodded. All right, Li Ku. You accompany me to stroll around with your mother. You all stay here for now. Li ShiMin waved his hand, as he could tell that with him here, these people would feel embarrassed to make purchases. Yes, Li Kun nodded. It didn't matter whether he was here or not. All the staff had already been trained, and the reception would definitely be fine. We bid farewell to your majesty. Everyone bowed and spoke. Only Chong Lu and the other two said, we'll follow father. Li ShiMin didn't mind, and the few of them walked directly to the next shop. At the entrance of the shop, Li ShiMin looked up and saw the sign, Lang Xiangfei. What do they sell here? Li ShiMin asked. Soap, Li Ku replied with a smile. Soap? Li ShiMin looked somewhat puzzled. It's similar to lye, but the difference is that it's much more effective and cleans better, plus it has a fragrance, Li Ku introduced as he led Li ShiMin and the others into Lang Xiangfei. Upon entering the shop, a strong floral scent wafted through. In this era, there are no artificial fragrances. All scents are extracted naturally from flowers. So the smell in the shop is not overpowering. The soaps here are packaged according to different specifications and scents, divided into different counters. Demonstrate it, Li ShiMin said. The maidservant standing beside immediately responded, then reached into a basin nearby, filled with the most common colored fruits. Soon her hands were covered with color, and she demonstrated the soap's hand-washing effect to Li ShiMin and the others. This can not only wash hands but also for bathing and laundry. It washes very clean. And you smell good afterward, Li Ku explained. How much is this per piece? Li ShiMin was very interested. This is something that would be used daily. Not just by women, but also by men. The most ordinary one is 500 won per piece, and the most expensive is 3 guan per piece, Li Ku replied. You sell such cheap items? Li ShiMin looked at Li Ku with some surprise. Is a piece of soap for 3 guan cheap? This is a consumable. Li Ku quickly nodded, not mentioning that the cost of soap is even lower, approximately 20 won per piece. And the most expensive part is actually the wooden box it comes in. Cough. Giving benefits to the people, Li Ku said quickly. I will have Chong Lin count how many kinds of scents the palace prefers, and I will send someone to procure them. Li ShiMin nodded. Yes, Li Ku hurriedly bowed. After leaving Lang Xiangfei, the next stop was a shop specializing in silk, with only 2 characters on the plaque. However, when Li ShiMin and Yang Fei entered, they were stunned. They had not paid attention to the mercury mirrors and soap before, but in front of them in the silk shop were rolls of silk already laid out for display. Seeing the intricate patterns on the silk, both Li ShiMin and Yang Fei quickly stepped forward, picking up the silk in their hands. Li ShiMin stroked the patterns, which were completely woven into the fabric. Li ShiMin was somewhat shocked, but he didn't show it on his face. He couldn't lose face in front of Li Ku. He turned back to Li Ku and asked, is this also your industry? Yes, this is silk produced by craftsmen under my son who improved some weaving machines. Li Ku nodded straightforwardly. What is the output? Li ShiMin was very concerned, as silk is directly linked to currency in the Tang Dynasty, and he had to take it seriously. If the output is high, it may impact the cheapest silk and satin. Li Ku shook his head, saying that this high-end silk is obviously meant to make money and can't be produced on a large scale. The consequence of mass production is only one. It would impact low-end silk, and the profit margins on low-end silk are greater for Li Ku, so he wouldn't do that. The production part is meant to profit from the wealthy people in the Tang Dynasty. As for the other part, it is to be exported via the Yu Lai Trading Company along the Silk Road to Sasanian Persia and other countries, which is the real Golden Road. In fact, the dashur referred to in the Tang Dynasty does not only refer to the current Sasanian Persia in the Middle East, but encompasses all the countries in that region, which the Tang Dynasty collectively referred to as dashur. Chapter 48. What is called exorbitant profit? Upon hearing Li Ku's words, Li ShiMin looked at the price tags nearby again. A piece of silk ranges from several dozen to several hundred guan, depending on the patterns. This price is indeed expensive. But Li ShiMin knows that while it is expensive, it still isn't expensive enough. It's simple. Do you think the top silk prices in the Tang Dynasty are cheap? Not cheap. The top silk prices in the Tang Dynasty range from several dozen to several hundred guan per piece. They are exclusively supplied to the top nobles and prominent families. This amount of money means nothing to these families. Besides, when it comes to fabrics and silks, while they seem expensive, the annual replacements aren't that much. Even for wealthy families, the main household might only make a few sets of clothes a year. How many pieces of silk could that consume? You're offending people, Li ShiMin pointed out, rare for him to say so. Father, look at what you're saying. I'm lowering my own profit for the benefit of the guests. How can that be offending people? Li Ku chuckled. Li ShiMin shook his head without explaining. He could see that his son was indeed a bit reckless, but not foolish. He could understand this point, but he didn't care, so Li ShiMin didn't elaborate further. It was certainly partly due to Li Ku's status as a prince, but that was only one aspect. The prince's identity cannot block those prominent families. Otherwise, why would Li ShiMin be constrained by them? So Li ShiMin was curious to see how he would block those families. After coming out of this trading company, the following shops were temporarily vacant, with items that had no distinctive features. However, Li Ku planned to introduce some businesses here, as even in the Tang Dynasty, it was impossible for one person to monopolize all industries, and besides, he didn't have that much energy. It was enough to control the most profitable industries. After browsing these, Li ShiMin returned directly. Just coming here was already showing face to Li Ku. However, before leaving, Li ShiMin took advantage of the opportunity again. The sofa and those chairs. Send them to the Liangyi Hall. Oh, And prepare the place for the morning court in the Taiji Hall as well, Li ShiMin said nonchalantly while standing at the door. Father, no way. Li Ku was stunned. Those items were truly limited. One less would be a significant loss. What? Is it not acceptable to show filial piety to your father? Li ShiMin shot him a sidelong glance. Of course not. It is my duty to be filial. But I can only send those chairs and the sofa to Liangyi Hall, and I will also send a few to the Empress. But the quantity is limited because the raw materials are hard to come by and expensive. As for Taiji Hall, I don't think they can be used there. Li Ku quickly began to find excuses. Are you kidding? In the Taiji Hall, during court, there are at least dozens of ministers using these chairs. Li Ku would be at a loss. Why? Li ShiMin shot him a glance. Father, these chairs are designed for relaxation. You've sat on them. You should know that when you lean back, your whole body tilts backward, which is quite comfortable. But in court, how could that be appropriate? Moreover, those ministers might not even dare to sit like that. They would find it less comfortable than the previous chairs. Besides, you can't just replace your own chair, can you? If you don't change yours, why should they? Li Ku spoke quickly. Li ShiMin's dragon throne certainly couldn't be replaced, but its comfort level was just average. All right, then no need for Taiji Hall. Make sure the rear palace is arranged properly, and no money will be given. Li ShiMin waved his hand. Yes. Li Ku felt a bit pained, a huge loss. Li ShiMin couldn't care less and walked away, but fortunately, he left without Chang'e and the other two. Wow. Father is finally gone. I was dying of discomfort. As soon as Li ShiMin left, Jinyang and Chengyang cheered, hearing his two little cotton-padded jackets. Li ShiMin couldn't help but grin, but he pretended not to hear. Chang'e also covered her mouth and chuckled. Chang'e, you take Jinyang and Chengyang to have fun here. Today, third brother is very busy and can't take care of you. Come out again tomorrow, and third brother will treat you well, Li Ku whispered quickly. Don't worry. Third brother, leave it to me, Chang'e smiled. Jinyang and Chengyang were also very understanding. They never disturbed Li Ku when he was busy. Besides, for them, leaving the palace was more fun than anything else. Li Ku didn't go to see anyone else. If he did, wouldn't they try to bargain with him? In front of those servants, they wouldn't dare to haggle, so it was absolutely impossible for Li Ku to appear. Instead, he hid away so that they couldn't find him. Time passed quickly. The whole Yujin Mall was bustling with people all day long. Except for the initial invitation Li Ku sent out, it opened directly to the public afterward and naturally didn't block ordinary people from coming in. However, these ordinary people were also wealthy and powerful. Common folks wouldn't dare to enter. After all, there were princes and the like present. They wouldn't dare to offend anyone. In the evening, before the curfew, when the mall closed, everyone immediately began to tally today's earnings. Each shop had its own manager, all trained by Li Ku, who were not learning the arithmetic of this era but rather the typical bookkeeping methods of later generations, which were much more advanced than those of this time. The key was that these managers had learned Arabic numerals, so the accounts were done quickly. Your Highness, the results are out, Tianming said, his voice trembling as he held the account book. How much? Li Ku asked nonchalantly. The net profit is 460,000 guan. Tianming uttered a number that made one's scalp tingle. To know, in the 8th year of Jingguan, the total tax revenue of the Tang dynasty was only 10.5 million guan for a whole year. And Li Ku's mall earned 460,000 guan in one day. That's nearly 1/20th of the Tang's treasury income. How could Tianming have been so pleased with only 80,000 guan before? According to His Highness, he was just a penniless fool. The money earned by His Highness in one day was more than what their entire Yulai business saved in 8 years. How could they have thought of making money for His Highness? Tianming wanted to cry. Was their dream impossible to achieve? They just wanted to earn some money for His Highness. The limited edition Mercury mirrors sold out? Li Ku raised an eyebrow. He was not surprised. After all, that limited edition Mercury mirror was nearly 100,000 guan. In the Tang dynasty, the competition among nobles was much more severe than in later generations. At least Li Ku knew that many concubines from the harem had come to buy things today. Although Li ShiMin had already bought some for them. That was just the basics. Who wouldn't he want to look better than the other concubines? And the real contributors were the wives of various dukes and the concubines of princes and lords. Not to mention the influential aristocratic families. Yes, Your Highness. Everything has sold out. Not just the limited editions. Our stock is nearly gone. Tianming took a deep breath. It's too crazy. He never expected making money could be so easy. Don't be too excited. Today's profits are high because they were all waiting to buy things. In the future, the profits here will definitely decrease. Being able to maintain 10,000 guan a day would be good enough, Li Ku said lightly. On the surface, Li Ku remained calm. But he was also excited. What does 460,000 guan mean? In later generations, that would be a profit of 400 million a day. Tianming, my lord. You make it sound so easy with just a touch of your lips. Do you know what 10,000 guan means? Chapter 49. Isn't this forcing me? Alright. Don't worry about such small amounts of money. Li Ku waved his hand and asked, how is the strategy we are implementing? Currently, there are no issues. But all the money needs to be transported over. We only accept copper coins, not silk or satin, but transporting over 400,000 guan of copper coins will require many carts, and it's impossible to bring them all at once. Tianming felt troubled for the first time because there was too much money. Because Li Ku instructed not to accept silk and satin. Although silk and satin can be used as money in the Tang Dynasty, Tianming knew how cheap it was to produce silk and satin. So how could they accept high-priced silk from outsiders? This is too inconvenient. Li Ku suddenly felt a headache. Previously, Tianming and the others handled the purchases. But now Li Ku suddenly understood how inconvenient things were in ancient times. The amount of gold and silver in the Tang Dynasty was not large. It wasn't that there was none, but the quantity was limited. It was not easy to replace silk and satin with gold and silver as large currency. And it was unrealistic. To solve this problem, there is only one way. That is paper money. But this cannot be openly used as paper money. People of this era might not have such keen insight, but they are definitely not foolish. If you use paper money openly, you can wait to be confiscated by Li ShiMin. Li Ku knew his cheap old father well. He would never let go of anything that concerned the foundation of the state. So, a different name is needed, such as money ticket exchange coupon. He could encourage customers to deposit money in Yujian Mall in advance, becoming our members. Then we would provide them with these money ticket exchange coupons. They could directly use the money ticket exchange coupons to consume in our mall. At first, no one would realize the purpose of these things, and no one would spend it as money. But as time goes by, Li Ku could quietly expand its function. For example, the silk produced by Li Ku now is absolutely the highest quality and lowest price in the Tang Dynasty. Other merchants simply cannot keep up with Li Ku unless they can also develop more advanced weaving machines in a short period. However, the strength of technology blockade is well known to modern people. In ancient times, with the difficulty of information flow and the fact that most craftsmen had little education, it was even harder to break through technological barriers. Therefore, other merchants wanting profit must buy Li Ku's silk. Now the question arises, transporting large amounts of copper coins is extremely inconvenient, and you have to buy from Li Ku. In a long-term cooperation situation, can you store a payment in advance with Li Ku and then take my exchange voucher to directly pick up the goods later? Once everyone recognizes this, the exchange voucher can circulate outside. For example, if Li Si buys goods from Zhang San but has no money, if I have the exchange voucher from His Highness the King of Shu, isn't Zhang San also going to buy things from the king? I can just give you the exchange voucher. Zhang San thinks, hey, this is indeed quite good, let's do it this way, and thus a transaction is completed. After it's done, Zhang San won't immediately run to redeem the goods with the voucher. He will redeem them when he needs them. During this process, the exchange voucher has already transformed into a concept of currency. By that time, even if Li ShiMin wants to reclaim it, it would be difficult. Because the exchange voucher is linked to the silk and other hard currencies in Li Ku's possession, once those goods are no longer available, the vouchers become worthless paper. Isn't this whole scheme familiar? Any modern person understands that this is just like the dollar being forcibly linked to oil. Although Li Ku is not a financial expert, as a modern person witnessing it all, the principles of currency are quite simple. The problem is that he never intended to develop this quickly. It's all due to circumstances. Indeed, the saying makes sense. I don't like money, but when there's more of it, it keeps multiplying on its own, which is really troublesome. Tianming, find a large area of relatively hidden land within the scope of the King of Shu's estate, with no shade around. A lot of open space, preferably wasteland that does not occupy arable land, and is suitable for confidentiality. Li Ku directly issued the order. Yes. Tianming immediately straightened his face and respectfully bowed. By the way, how is the improvement of movable type printing going? Li Ku asked again. He had already introduced movable type printing, which has a very low technical cost. Since printing has not yet been popularized in the Tang Dynasty, Li Ku did not plan to upgrade it step by step. Woodblock printing is too troublesome, so he simply went straight to movable type printing. Lead blocks have been made, and the carving of characters is gradually progressing. It is estimated that it will take at least more than a month to complete the carving of the characters. Tianming replied seriously. First, use ceramic characters as a substitute. Quickly make a few sets. We need to print things. Li Ku took a deep breath. Don't forget about paper making. That's fundamental. Your Highness, we have already manufactured brand new printable paper. Following your suggestions, workers are testing bamboo, trees, hemp, and reeds. And the proportions of mixed glue are also being continuously improved. Although our paper is not as good as Xian paper, the production of Xian paper is too complicated. And our paper is cheaper, which is sufficient for printing ordinary books. We have already stockpiled a large amount of paper, Tianming stated seriously. Li Ku had started planning for papermaking and printing technology 2 years ago. Movable type printing is simple, as long as he explained the principle. Craftsmen of this era could quickly figure it out. Li Ku mainly guided them to improve and test different materials to see how to make the movable type last longer and be less costly. The quality of the printed material is better anyway, and Li Ku wasn't in a hurry to use it, as those craftsmen had been improving it for over 2 years. Papermaking was even earlier. Li Ku was more confused about it. He had no idea how to make paper, but this era already had papermaking technology. All he needed to do was tell them what materials were expanded in later generations and let them try them one by one, then produce better quality, more suitable writing paper. In this respect, he merely provided some material suggestions, while the rest was up to the craftsmen of this era to improve. However, Li Ku offered sufficient incentives, so these craftsmen worked quickly. You prepare the open land, and I will return to the king of Shu's estate in a few days. I have something new I am ready to use, Li Ku instructed. What he needed to explain was, of course, about the exchange voucher. Don't forget, there is a large amount of paper for making banknotes in Li Ku's underground warehouse. Printing the exchange vouchers on that paper is quite simple. And there is so much paper in the warehouse that Li Ku probably won't use it all in his lifetime, so he is not worried. Now, the more pressing issue is the printing machine. Movable type printing is definitely not feasible. The printing quality is too poor and easy to counterfeit. Although the paper itself has anti-counterfeiting features, not everyone has seen his paper. So he can only think of other ways, and a printing machine is the best solution. However, he can't use a printing machine specifically designed for banknotes. That thing is too complicated and requires specially made woodblocks, etc. Besides, the level of currency is too exaggerated, and it is not needed. In fact, using a modern printer to print relevant black and white text would suffice. Such a level of printed text, no one in this era could counterfeit. However, electricity is also an issue, but he has ways to solve it. Chapter 50. Are you done yet? Solving the electricity problem is not difficult, but Li Ku is not sure if these things can still be used. As a national strategic reserve warehouse, although it is not located in a remote area and does not lack electricity supply, strategic reserves are meant to avoid extreme situations, so backup power is essential. The entire warehouse area not only has backup generators, but also a complete set of photovoltaic power generation installed on the rooftop of the office building as a power supplement. Of course, this amount of electricity is laughable for powering a strategic reserve warehouse, but this set of photovoltaic panels powers an independent safety device, which does not consume much electricity. In total, 20 kilowatts of photovoltaic panels mean that on a sunny day, they generate 20 kilowatt hours of electricity in an hour, which is quite good. They are also connected to a complete, uninterruptible power supply system. This system can stabilize the voltage during sudden power outages and is powered by built-in batteries. When there is an external power source, it can directly store the electricity generated externally, making it a necessary supplement for important equipment. The only trouble is that Li Ku has to slowly disassemble the entire set of equipment in the space. At night, Li Ku still stayed in an inn, but he didn't remain in the room. Instead, he directly entered the space, planning to disassemble the items inside first, and then try them out when he returns to the king of Shu's estate outside the city to see if they are damaged. Actually, Li Ku had previously tested some small electronic devices. He had taken out some small electronic devices like tablets that were left in the entire space and found that they were all damaged. He had opened one and found that some chips inside were burned and distorted, likely due to the process of crossing over. However, after entering, Li Ku first disassembled all the photovoltaic panels and wires. He didn't need to move them, as long as he disassembled them. He could directly transport them back by just touching them, without any restrictions on location. After working all night, Li Ku was tired and finally ran out to sleep. The next morning, he got up early because it was time to attend court again. He pondered whether he should resign from his official positions under Li ShiMin. Considering that most of his roles were nominal, meaning he was technically an official but had others doing the work for him, it might be better to live freely in his estate outside the city. Thus, Li Ku was lost in thought until it was time for court. In the court, Li Ku was distracted, still contemplating his next plan, when suddenly Changsun Wuji stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, I wish to impeach His Highness the Prince of Shu." "Damn, are you done?" Li Ku blurted out instinctively. His words drew a sharp glare from Li ShiMin, whose expression clearly conveyed, "This isn't your first impeachment. Why are you so anxious?" In the court, without some decorum, how could things stand? Li Ku exchanged glances with his father. "Father, aren't you annoyed?" But he obediently kept quiet. "Your Majesty, I impeach His Highness the Prince of Shu for raising prices and disrupting market order. The silk and satin are vital to the Tang dynasty's economy. The silk sold in His Highness's commercial establishment yesterday was far above the normal price, which is detrimental to the market order of the Tang," Changsun Wuji asserted solemnly. Other ministers couldn't help but roll their eyes. Was Changsun Wuji afraid the Prince of Shu was making money because his family couldn't afford the bride price? The little silk produced by the Prince of Shu could hardly impact the market. How could that silk even circulate in the marketplace? They had all bought silk yesterday, and not just their wives and daughters. These officials themselves were quite impressed by the silk. Don't think men don't like fine clothing. The officials of the Tang dynasty were very competitive with each other, wanting fine clothes made for themselves. "So what do you think should be done?" Li ShiMin asked with a smile, showing no particular reaction. "I believe His Highness the Prince of Shu should lower the prices, and Your Majesty should send someone to investigate His Highness's costs, then set a reasonable profit margin for sale," Changsun Wuji said straightforwardly, bowing. "Damn it," Li Ku sneered. "Is this a disturbance? Come on, I'm not afraid of you." He stood up from his chair and quickly bowed, saying, "I have something to report." "What is it? Speak." Li ShiMin glared at Li Ku. "Don't cause trouble." Li Ku boldly declared, "I report to father. I believe what the Duke of Qi said is entirely right." As soon as Li Ku's words were out, everyone's eyes widened in shock. Cheng Yaojin even dug at his ears, doubting if he had misheard. Or perhaps His Highness the Prince of Shu had taken the wrong medicine. Otherwise, how could he say such a thing? Li Ke couldn't care less about their thoughts and coldly continued. What the Duke of Qi said is truly a blessing for the Tang dynasty, because the most important thing for a country is price stability. I suggest that the Ministry of Revenue lead the establishment of a separate department called the Price Bureau. As the name implies, it will set reasonable price ranges for all goods in commercial activities nationwide. If illegal price gouging occurs, or malicious price increases exceed a certain level, there will be fines, imprisonment, and title stripping. Because the Tang dynasty is our Li family's Tang dynasty, for us, if the national situation is stable, prices will naturally stabilize. During turbulent times, some unscrupulous merchants, even those backed by powerful families, will illegally raise prices. Currently, the Tang does not have specific laws to manage related prices, and when such incidents occur, it's hard to investigate and convict. The Price Bureau can routinely investigate the income of the common people and how much of their income is spent on relevant goods. Compile this data, and then macro-manage the relevant resources of the entire country. Anyone who does not comply with national regulations will be executed. Furthermore, I suggest that the most important resources like iron and salt be nationalized and managed by the state. Iron is a crucial national resource, affecting both armor and weapons, which are fundamental to the Tang dynasty, while salt is essential to the daily lives of the people. Since salt is a necessity for everyone, its price cannot be tampered with. As Li Ke passionately explained, everyone was left dumbfounded. Some ministers almost jumped up, while Li ShiMin raised an eyebrow with a strange expression. And cold sweat ran down Changsun Wuji's back, because while Li Ke seemed to agree with him, he had hit the nail on the head. Or rather, the key point for all officials. That is, during disaster years, although the Tang government strictly prohibited merchants from hoarding goods and raising prices, they didn't care during normal times. Who controls the prices in the Tang during normal times? The powerful families. If Li Ke's suggestion were adopted, it would mean offending all the powerful families in the world. The second point, national management of iron and salt, was something Changsun Wuji naturally understood the benefits of, as it would mean a significant increase in the Tang's fiscal revenue, since these two resources were the most important in the Tang. Moreover, Changsun's family operated the largest iron workshop in the Tang. Chapter 51. Come on, let us harm each other. Changsun Wuji's mind was completely boggled. Li Ke was not playing by the rules. Li Ke calmly looked at Changsun Wuji and said, Duke of Qi, what do you think of my suggestion? I agree with your view. I am willing to lead by example. After all, this Tang dynasty belongs to my Li family, and helping my father stabilize the situation in the Tang is certainly a good thing. Looking at Changsun Wuji, Li Ke couldn't help but smirk internally. Come on, let us harm each other. Is it impeachment, huh? Damn it, just because the tiger doesn't show its might. Do you think I'm a sick cat? Do you really think I won't fight back? Damn, this one do. Oh crap. Other ministers were already in an uproar, because Li Ke's proposal struck at the very core of all the ministers. Did they really think these officials were above the fray? Although the Tang dynasty wasn't like the later Qing dynasty, where officials often faced corruption, this was because the officials of the Tang were the largest families in the nation, the richest people in the country. They certainly looked down on petty corruption. This is one reason. The second is that the Tang's official system has two types. The first is the imperial examination, but not everyone can participate. Only the gentry can take the exam. Ordinary people, even if they are well-to-do, sorry, you can't take the exam. This is why the influence of the powerful families is so great. The second way to become an official is through recommendation. In simple terms, if you know a big shot and they are willing to speak well of you in front of the emperor, you can become an official. Li Bai is impressive, right? With just a few words, half of the prosperous Tang. But Li Bai didn't even qualify for the imperial examination, because he came from a family of merchants. You can read, you can write, you can learn, but to take the imperial examination and become an official, sorry, no way. So, during his middle age, after meeting Princess Yuzhen and the big shot He Zhizhong, he was recommended for an official position, but the position he held was only to record the emperor's daily life. In other words, he was just a scribe for the emperor. This is why Du Fu wrote that famous line, Li Bai, with a jug of wine, writes 100 poems, sleeping in the tavern of Chang'an City. When the emperor calls, he does not board the boat, claiming he is a fairy among the wine. This is also why Li ShiMin has always wanted to resolve the issue of powerful families, but has found it difficult until the time of Wu Zetian. In fact, apart from being ruthless, Wu Zetian's ability to resolve issues also stemmed from the fact that during that period, the powerful families could no longer monopolize books. The widespread dissemination of printing and papermaking technology was fundamental. On this basis, Wu Zetian could vigorously develop the imperial examination system. Otherwise, without enough scholars, promoting the examination system would be useless. If Li Bai had been born during the Jingguan era, he would not have been so talented, because even the merchant families of that time could not find enough books. Many books were unique copies, locked away by the noble families, and not allowed for public reading. Your Majesty, I want to impeach Duke Qi. Suddenly, Fang Xianling stood up amidst the crowd and spoke loudly. Li ShiMin raised his eyebrows. I impeach Duke Qi for personal gain, as he harbors personal grievances against His Royal Highness the King of Shu, bringing his personal emotions to the court. As the current Minister of Works, Duke Qi's actions are of no benefit to the country or to Your Majesty. Fang Xianling stated loudly. I second the motion. Another minister jumped up. Soon, other ministers followed suit. Li Ku watched this scene with a blank expression, as did Li ShiMin. After about 7 or 8 ministers stood up, Changsun Wuji finally bowed and said, I acknowledge my guilt. The impeachment by Duke Wei is valid. Please punish me, Your Majesty. Li Ku sneered inwardly. Although he had experienced similar situations for years, he had to admit that these people were quite clever. If Li Ku were not a prince, he felt he would not have survived a few chapters. Why did Fang Xianling jump out? In fact, Fang Xianling was not influenced by Li Ku's words affecting the interests of the Fang family. He jumped out because Li Ku's recent words and Changsun Wuji's impeachment put Li ShiMin in a difficult position. Li ShiMin was well aware of the harm posed by the noble families. How could Fang Xianling not know? But Fang Xianling knew there was no way to handle it. And once Li Ku spoke, it became awkward for Li ShiMin regardless of how he responded, and it would be very embarrassing. Was there any reason in Li Ku's words? Of course, there was. Because there was reason. If Li ShiMin did nothing, it would indicate he feared the noble families, at least compromising, which would be a huge loss of face. If he acted, could he enforce it? No. Countless people would certainly risk their lives to oppose it. At that point, the entire court would erupt, and Li ShiMin would still have to compromise, leading to even greater loss of face. So Fang Xianling jumped out. He was trying to help Li ShiMin, but he could not impeach Li Ku because Li Ku had already admitted his fault and even made a suggestion, saying Changsun Wuji was right, so he could only impeach Changsun Wuji. Moreover, it was Changsun Wuji who instigated this matter. If he hadn't provoked Li Ku would have been just a bystander, never participating in court matters. Now that Changsun Wuji had caused trouble, he became the target, and other ministers naturally followed suit. Sure enough, once Fang Xianling impeached, a large group of ministers jumped out, and Changsun Wuji quickly took the opportunity to back down, naturally resolving the issue. One can only say, as expected of the historical strategist Fang and the decisive Du, Li Ku felt a bit emotional. It was a pity that Du Ruhui passed away in the 4th year of Jingguan, leaving only old Fang now. In fact, Fang Xianling was quite capable. Among the orthodox civil officials, he was the only one Li Ku truly admired. All right, since Duke Qi acknowledges his guilt, I hereby punish you with half a year's salary. This serves as a warning, be more cautious in the future. Li ShiMin spoke calmly, seemingly without any emotional fluctuations. Your servant accepts the decree. Changsun Wuji said loudly. Li Ku. Li ShiMin turned to Li Ku again. Your son is here. Li Ku bent his waist helplessly, knowing his father was trying to find a balance again. House arrest outside the city at the King of Shu's residence for 2 months, prohibited from returning to Chang'an to cause trouble. Li ShiMin said calmly. Your son accepts the decree. Li Ku was overjoyed. Father, you're amazing. How did you know I didn't want to attend court? Of course, he could not show this. Instead adopting a very painful expression. Let's put this matter to rest and continue with the next agenda. Li ShiMin waved his hand. Changsun Wuji and Li Ku silently returned to their seats. The court returned to calmness, and until the court adjourned, Li Ku turned and left. Not wanting to look at that old guy for another moment. It was so annoying. However, Li Ku had not walked far when he was stopped by a guard. Your Highness the King of Shu, His Majesty has sent for you to wait at the Liui Hall. All right. Li Ku scratched his head. He did not think his father was still angry and wanted to continue scolding him, but probably had something to say. Chapter 52. Father, are you not afraid I will rebel? At the Liui Hall, Li Ku waited for a while before Li ShiMin returned. Upon seeing Li Ku, Li ShiMin did not do anything but directly said, Come, let us take a stroll behind. Li Ku had no choice but to follow. To be honest, he did not want to accompany Li ShiMin in the garden. Accompanying the emperor to stroll in the garden was more terrifying than accompanying a woman shopping, as the latter was only exhausting and costly, while the former might lead to a beating. In a small garden behind the Liui Hall, Li Ku followed Li ShiMin. With not many others around, the guards were keeping their distance, and behind them was Chong Lin. What are your thoughts on today's escort situation? Li ShiMin suddenly asked as they stood by the pond. A flowing river of dynasties, an ironclad aristocracy? Li Ku tilted his head and casually replied. A phrase he had said before. Chong Lin, standing not far away, was somewhat speechless. Your Highness the King of Shu, can't you comfort His Majesty a bit? But you did hit the nail on the head. Heh. Li ShiMin chuckled lightly. In a way, Changsun Wuji is my brother-in-law. But today you can see he is not on the same page as me, or more accurately, not on the same page as our Li family. Father, what are you thinking? Li Ku asked. Didn't I tell you last time? Once you became emperor, you bound yourself to this country. Those noble families, to some extent, are like parasites sucking your blood. Li Ku spoke helplessly. Moreover, from ancient times to our great Tang, women have been considered accessories. The noble families mostly used them for marriage alliances, never considering their happiness or that of their families. Li Ku added, You're going to tell me about Chong Li's marriage, right? Li ShiMin glanced at him helplessly. No, I'm just stating a fact. Isn't it clear to you? Father, after mother married you, she was no longer a member of the Changsun family, unless they needed her. Li Ku chuckled. Not to mention now, even 1,000 years later in modern times, there are still many people with this mindset. You seem to be quite open-minded. Li ShiMin looked at Li Ku. You're not looking for me to talk about this, are you? Li Ku said helplessly. You're not someone who needs comforting. Besides, for comfort, you could seek mother or my wife. Their embrace is much warmer than mine. Li ShiMin rarely did not glare at him, but instead looked at Li Ku with a strange expression, sizing him up. What are you doing? Li Ku felt a bit uneasy under Li ShiMin's gaze. How about I make you the crown prince? Li ShiMin suddenly blurted out. I want to do it. Li Ku shook his head vigorously without thinking. Just having Changsun Wuji staring at me is annoying enough. If I become the crown prince, all the ministers in the court will be watching me. None of the 24 ministers of Lingyan Pavilion are easy to deal with, not to mention the other ministers. And there's Wei Jing too. Eating and sleeping would have someone constantly nagging me. That is even more terrifying than having someone nagging in the passenger seat while driving in later times. The key is that it would offend Li Chengqian and Li Tai. And they would be the kind who would do everything possible to get rid of you. Just thinking about it made Li Ku shiver. Looking at Li Ku, who was shivering for some unknown reason, Li ShiMin felt a headache. Was it really that terrifying to be an emperor? Is it necessary to be this afraid, even after thinking about it? Changlin said, you two can enjoy your father-son happiness. But could you let me leave next time before you chat like this? It's even scarier to eavesdrop, okay? It's terrifying. Why don't you want to? Let me tell you. Being an emperor is so free, you can do whatever you want, no one will stop you. Li ShiMin patiently persuaded. Father, can you stop deceiving yourself? Li Ku was somewhat speechless. If you have the ability, go ahead and summon a courtesan to the palace to be your concubine, then I will believe you. Li ShiMin replied, son, although I know being an emperor is hard, you can't live in a world where you deceive yourself every day. Li Ku earnestly advised. Changlin, how am I deceiving myself? Li ShiMin couldn't help but get angry. I ask you, can you skip court and indulge in the harem of 3,000 beauties every day? Li Ku immediately perked up and asked quickly. Li ShiMin, let me ask you again. Can you never attend court and go out to enjoy the mountains and rivers whenever you want? Li ShiMin, can you just chop off anyone's head you want and be a tyrant? Li ShiMin, can you arbitrarily alter history, order the destruction of all books, and declare that you unified China? Li ShiMin's forehead was throbbing. Can you casually change the laws of the Tang dynasty? Modify those laws that are not beneficial for its development? Can you deal with the powerful families at will and make them relinquish their power? With some small countries provoking recklessly, can you send troops to destroy them at will? Li Ku directly bombarded him with a series of questions. This old man can. Li ShiMin shouted angrily. Oh, I heard that several countries in the western regions have been disrespectful to you. Why don't you destroy them now, like Tiahan or Tubo? Li Ku immediately responded. Li ShiMin glared at Li Ku, gritting his teeth, and said, I will destroy them sooner or later. Oh, I believe that. But why don't you take action now? Li Ku shrugged. Li ShiMin, you say I deceive myself every day. At least I deceive myself to comfort myself. You just want to provoke me, right? Did I give birth to you just to let you vent your anger? While speaking, Li ShiMin kicked Li Ku's butt. Li Ku didn't dare to dodge. Avoiding it would lead to more punishment. He patted his butt and couldn't help but complain. Father, you are too unreasonable. Every time you can't win an argument, you hit me. Having a son and not hitting him is meaningless. Li ShiMin glared at him and said, then why don't you hit Li Tai? If you can't bear to hit your beloved Qingke, there's still Li Yu, Li Yin, Li Yun, Li Zhen, and Li Ji. Li Ku quickly counted on his fingers. Li Yin, you are really my own brother. Changlin, get lost. One of you is enough. Why would I hit them? Which of them is as silly as you? Li ShiMin glared at him, but didn't hit him again. Then you say, am I old and annoying? Why do you keep coming to talk to me? Li Ku shrank his neck and said. Li ShiMin looked at him sideways. What were you just about to say? No. No. Li Ku quickly shook his head. All right, enough of this nonsense. You will eventually drive me to death. I called you here for a reason. I will have Zhou Xiaowei send 3,000 elite guards to you shortly, to be your own personal guards, and you'll have to pay for them yourself. Li ShiMin waved his hand and revealed his purpose. Why suddenly give me so many troops? I already have 2,000 guards, which is enough. Li Ku was somewhat puzzled. Why was Li ShiMin suddenly increasing his guards? Each prince theoretically has 2,000 guards, but it depends on whether they can afford it. Except for young ones like Li Ji. Some have more, some have less. Li Ku has exactly 2,000 guards. Of course, I'm giving you guards. What do you think I'm doing? Li ShiMin shot him a glare. Father, aren't you afraid I'll rebel if you give me so many troops? Li Ku couldn't help but ask. Get lost. Li ShiMin couldn't hold back and kicked him again. Then warned him with a glare. You can say this in front of me, but don't blurt it out in front of others. Be careful not to give them something to hold against you. Chapter 53. ISNT this pattern opening up? Changlin, who was standing nearby, looked a bit green. You two are fatherly and sonly. Can you let me leave first? Is there anyone like you? If I had a choice, I wouldn't want to serve you too. It's terrifying. Good. Before you just talked about the issue of abolishing the crown prince, and now you both have started discussing rebellion, right? The key point is that His Highness the King of Shu, you are really bold. Don't you know how the emperor came to power? You dare to say this directly. The problem is, although the emperor kicked the King of Shu, he clearly doesn't look angry. You are really too double-standard. Why haven't I seen you treat other princes like this? What? You say no one else dares to speak to Li ShiMin like this? Oh, then it's fine. Hee, then I can't say this in front of others. I'm not stupid. Li Ku chuckled a couple of times and quickly said, all right, it's settled then. I will have someone lead troops to find you shortly. Li ShiMin said, Father, forget it. I don't need that many guards. Li Ku thought for a moment, and then said, he probably guessed Li ShiMin's thoughts, probably fearing the powerful families would be detrimental to him. This is not something hard to imagine. At the beginning of the Tang Dynasty, it was precisely these powerful families that rebelled first at the end of the Sui Dynasty. Now that you've grown wings, I can't speak to you anymore, right? Li ShiMin squinted at him. Li Ku's heart skipped a beat. The squinting-eyed Li ShiMin was the most terrifying. If he showed his emotions, it would actually be less scary. No, let us do it this way. Let me share your burdens, and you can give me some injured and disabled retired troops. Li Ku hurriedly suggested. What do you mean? Li ShiMin was taken aback for a moment, instantly shifting his attention to Li Ku. Here we must mention the Tang Dynasty's system of militia. The so-called militia system refers to the previously mentioned, under the premise of the equal land system, the household citizens who own permanent farmland. Every adult male must serve for a year or two every few years. This was the case throughout the Tang Dynasty. During wartime, militia would be directly called to serve. Therefore, theoretically, everyone in the Tang Dynasty was a soldier, especially after the initial years. Almost all young men had served in the military, and these men could return home to farm and sustain themselves without additional expenses from the court. This ensured a certain combat capability, had a terrifying military force, and did not require extra financial expenditure, which is why the Tang Dynasty was so powerful in the beginning. However, before the Lushan Rebellion, due to a population explosion and severe land annexation, many officials, aristocrats, and powerful families had annexed too much land, leading to a shortage of land, undermining the fundamental system of the equal land system, and the combat effectiveness of the militia also sharply declined, which was one of the reasons for the outbreak of the Lushan Rebellion. The Tang Dynasty had a very complete way of handling soldiers. The Tang Code stipulated, if any craftsmen are on duty and the official households or servants fall ill and their masters do not request medical treatment for them, they will be punished with 40 lashes. If this causes death, the responsible person will be sentenced to 1 year in prison. Additionally, all armies in the Tang Dynasty had designated medical officers, including the Tai Bureau, which was not solely responsible for treating the emperor and the imperial harem, but a significant portion of the medical officers were tasked with treating the military. For injured soldiers, the Tang Dynasty generally awarded money, cloth, and other resources, as well as agricultural tools and plow oxen, and would also reduce taxes, especially regarding corvée labor. Furthermore, for some soldiers who were unable to go to battle but still had some strength, the Tang Dynasty would arrange for these soldiers to serve in local defense and public security positions, providing them with government salaries. Local officials and military personnel were often these soldiers' assignments. However, even so, due to the recent defeat of the Eastern Turks and the ongoing wars, the number of injured was substantial, posing a significant burden for the Tang Dynasty. Li Ku knew that there were many soldiers in Chang'an supported by the court, but their positions could not be arranged temporarily. For those who needed to be assigned but were already injured and unsuitable for battle, he thought that they still had some combat capability and could provide protection. Moreover, after the welfare industrial park gradually became formalized, there were many destitute people and beggars inside, requiring someone to maintain public order. This would also give the soldiers a chance to contribute and prevent them from becoming a burden to the court, while also ensuring his safety. Li Ku said with a smile. Li ShiMin fell silent. These individuals were indeed a hot potato, but they had fought for the Tang Dynasty, killed enemies, and made contributions. The court could not ignore their existence, yet no official or prince had ever been willing to help them in a personal capacity. Are you sure? Li ShiMin looked at Li Ku and asked. Well, as long as you give them to me. Father, how many are there in total? I'll see if I can take them all in. Li Ku nodded. Li ShiMin took a deep breath. I must tell you in advance, although they have some combat capability, they are all disabled and certainly not as good as elite soldiers. Oh, father, I know. How can I not know what those soldiers are like? But as the saying goes, they don't need the people of the Tang to recognize them or know them, but the mountains of the Tang know them. The rivers know them, and the Tang will not forget them. As a prince of the Tang, I have this obligation. Li Ku shrugged. Well said. Li ShiMin originally wanted to praise him but held back at the last moment. This kid shines when given a bit of sunlight, so he couldn't praise him. I will have someone equip them with armor and send it to you, Li ShiMin said, taking a deep breath. No, I don't want it. Li Ku quickly waved his hand. I'll just buy an iron mine myself and smelt iron to equip them. You should keep the armor for soldiers going to battle. All right. Li ShiMin agreed. As Li Ku had mentioned before, iron and salt in the Tang were not state monopolies, but privately operated. So Li Ku naturally had the right to buy iron mines and smelt iron. Do you have any other requests? Li ShiMin asked again. No, then father. I'm going back to my confinement, Li Ku said, a bit impatient. Seeing him like this, Li ShiMin's originally comforting emotions turned to irritation. Can't you have some ambition? Indeed, Li ShiMin intentionally confined Li Ku outside the city because he knew this kid preferred to stay at the manor outside the city and didn't like attending court. So he used confinement as a pretext to send him out. Otherwise, if Li ShiMin truly wanted to impose a punitive confinement, he would have confined him in the palace. Why would he let him run outside the city? That would be like letting a dog out for a walk, completely letting him go. Oh, right, father. I promised Changle and the others yesterday that I would take them out to play, but now that I'm confined, I can't take them. Why don't you let them come to my manor outside the city for a couple of days? It's not good for them to be cooped up in the palace every day. Li Ke suddenly remembered something and hurriedly said, I discussed it with those 3 girls yesterday. I can't let them down. All right, I understand. But you go back first. I will arrange for someone. Li ShiMin said with a cold smile. You like your sister, huh? Good. I'll send them to you. Chapter 54. Why so urgent to oppress your son? Hearing Li ShiMin say this, Li Ke thought about it and agreed. He should ride back to arrange things. He didn't want to take a horse-drawn carriage. The main streets in Chang'an were paved with bluestone, which was generally acceptable, but even so, many places were actually damaged. The roads outside the city, however, were completely dirt roads, making horse-drawn carriages quite uncomfortable in this era. The wheels were wooden and had no shock absorption. Riding a horse was much more enjoyable. In fact, Li ShiMin himself didn't like to take a horse-drawn carriage when going out of the city. Wait. Seeing Li Ke turn to leave, Li ShiMin called out again. Father, is there anything else you want to say? Li Ke turned around, his excited expression instantly changing to a painful one. But the transition was too obvious for Li ShiMin not to notice. He twitched his mouth and pretended not to see it, instead asking, in your opinion, what should a good emperor in a good country be like? Just this? Li Ke was taken aback. Yes, just this question. Go ahead, Li ShiMin prompted. Oh, that's simple. No marriage alliances, no reparations, no territorial concessions, no tributes. The Son of Heaven guards the country's gate, and the king dies for the state. Father, I'm leaving. Li Ke said a line and turned to run. Li ShiMin, Changlin. Li Ke ran away very quickly. Watching his back, Li ShiMin did not stop him. No marriage alliances. No reparations, no territorial concessions, no tributes. The Son of Heaven guards the country's gate, and the king dies for the state. Li ShiMin repeated these words in his mouth. And after finishing, he couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Changlin, standing behind Li ShiMin, remained silent. He knew that Li ShiMin had not achieved these 4 points. The first of which had already failed. The Tang had already married out 2 princesses, or rather, county princesses, to a leader of the Tiahan. Although it wasn't Li ShiMin's daughters, it still counted as a marriage alliance. Li ShiMin was momentarily bewildered by this statement. Did it stir his emotions? Yes. Did it ignite his blood? Yes. But was it difficult? Yes. His position determined his perspective. Sitting in Li ShiMin's position, he certainly knew how difficult it was to accomplish this. Did Li ShiMin not wish for future histories to record? During the Tang dynasty, there were no marriage alliances. No reparations, no territorial concessions, no tributes. The Son of Heaven guarded the country's gate, and the king died for the state? But it was impossible. If he really wanted to do it, he could. There was nothing he couldn't do. Tiahan was indeed strong, but in reality, it did not pose a threat to the internal affairs of the Tang. Just like back then by the Weishui River. When he and the Khitan and the Turks formed an alliance, did they really feel touched because he, Li ShiMin, dared to go out personally? Don't be ridiculous. The Khitan and the Turks knew full well that they couldn't take Chang'an. They lacked the time, tools, and conditions. Once they delayed too long, the Tang army would cut off their retreat, and they would be doomed. Thus, they were willing to pay for an alliance. Now, the Eastern Turks had already been defeated. Tiahan similarly could not threaten the internal affairs of the Tang. But to achieve all this, the precondition was that tens of thousands of people at the border had their families destroyed and were left with nothing, with no travelers on the roads. Do you think this is Kur's ideal? Li ShiMin suddenly asked. Changlin was startled. Your Majesty, you wouldn't really want to establish Prince of Shu as the crown prince, would you? The Prince of Shu himself said it very well. His mother's identity is the biggest obstacle, and the important officials in the court would not agree. However, Changlin did not say this. After a pause, he could only say, Your Majesty, do you remember the Prince of Shu's previous saying? One should enjoy life to the fullest, and not let the golden cup face the moon empty? But I believe the Prince of Shu has thunder in his heart, while his face is like a calm lake. Li ShiMin smiled and said noncommittally. He turned to Changlin and remarked, if he hears you say that, he might say, Good job, Changlin. Actually backstabbing me. Changlin laughed along. He had heard this phrase before, spoken by His Highness the King of Shu, and they all understood its meaning. I can see that he really doesn't want to be this emperor, Li ShiMin sighed. Although His Highness doesn't like this position, he has never forgotten his identity and his responsibilities as a prince. He may want to enjoy life to the fullest and not let the golden goblet face the moon empty. But he also has a compassionate heart that cares for the people and empathizes with their sufferings, Changlin said softly. Yes, that heart is truly precious. Looking at the other princes, including Li Chengxian and Li Tai, who also wanted the crown prince's position, they certainly did similar things, but they did them for the position. Not because they genuinely wanted to. Only Li Ke doesn't want this position, but when he can do something, he works hard at it. Though they may reach the same end by different paths, their original intentions are worlds apart. The monarch and minister fell silent. After a long while, Li ShiMin suddenly laughed and said, But this brat, does he think kings die for their kingdoms? I'm not happy about it. Changlin, go arrange for Changle and the others to go to the Shu Wang Manor outside the city for vacation, and do it as I say. Li Ke hummed a little tune, spurring his horse towards the Shu Wang Manor. He actually wanted to stop by a shopping mall on the way, but after thinking it over, he decided against it. Li ShiMin had indeed issued a house arrest order, and if he ran around and Li ShiMin found out, the location of his house arrest might change. He understood his father too well. If you give him face, he won't bother with you. But if you disrespect him publicly, don't blame him for being harsh. However, Li Ku still called over a guard to relay a message, while he himself took some guards and headed straight for the Shu Wang Manor. On the way to the Shu Wang Manor, Li Ku passed by the 10,000 mu land parcel allocated to him in Chang'an. The preliminary construction work had already begun, temporarily overseen by Tian Ming, who had pulled in craftsmen to complete it. Li Ku did not go to the construction site. Instead, he stayed on a high slope in the distance to watch. It was actually not far from the Shu Wang Manor, and the two were almost adjacent, making it convenient for Li Ku to control the area. Your Highness, our people are already spread throughout Chang'an. We have conducted a preliminary investigation of the beggars and vagrants in the city, especially the beggars, many of whom are controlled by some local ruffians. However, we have already gathered the data. Additionally, we have finished the handover with Chang'an County and obtained the registered data of the vagrants from them. However, the actual number of vagrants is greater than the number registered by Chang'an County. Well, let's go. After we return to the manor, give me a detailed report. Li Ku nodded and turned his horse down the slope towards his manor. Upon returning to the manor, Tian Ming didn't report directly, but went to organize the materials instead. Li Ku relaxed and comfortably lay on the lounge chair he had made, basking in the sun. This is the feeling I wanted, so carefree. Time passed until just before dusk when a guard reported that the princesses had arrived. Only then did Li Ku go out to greet them. However, when he stepped outside and saw the long line of horse-drawn carriages, he was stunned. One by one, the princesses were getting down from the carriages. And just the ones Li Ku could recognize at a glance included Princess Chang'e, Princess Yuzhong, Princess Bailing, Princess Qinghe, Princess Qingyang, Princess Gaoyang, and Princess Jinyang. No, Dad. Why the rush to bring them here? You didn't send all my sisters over, did you? Chapter 55. Are you happy with more sisters? Seen the third brother. Seen His Highness the King of Shu. The voices of the princesses and their maids rang out in unison, leaving Li Ku dumbfounded. Li ShiMin had indeed not sent all the princesses, but the only ones not sent were the two little ones, Changshan and Xinqing, who were still nursing and obviously couldn't come. As for the rest, Li Ku's mouth twitched as he faced 14 princesses. Dad, you're ruthless. Just wait. I'll marry a wife next year and also take a few concubines. I'll give you a whole bunch of grandsons to annoy you. Among them, Chang'e was the eldest, as those older than her were already married and could not come. The younger ones, due to Li Ku's interference in Chang'e's marriage, had their own marriage timelines delayed and were still in the boudoir, unmarried. Then Li ShiMin sent them all over at once. If it weren't for the fact that the two little ones, Changshan and Xinqing, were still nursing, he might have cleared out the young ones from the harem. However, looking at the smiling little girls in front of him, what could Li Ku do? They were all his sisters, although he was not too familiar with some of them. Compared to other princes, he was still relatively close to them as their third brother. Come here, don't be polite. Tian Ming, arrange the rooms. Li Ku quickly called out, thankful that his Shu Wang Manor was big enough. There were plenty of rooms, so accommodating these sisters was no problem. Among the 14 princesses, many were not very familiar to Li Ku. The ones he knew best were Chang'e, Yuzhong, Qingyang, and Jinyang. Yuzhong was raised by Empress Changsun, as her mother had difficulty giving birth, making her 1 year younger than Chang'e. As for Gaoyang and Bailing, he was somewhat familiar with them too. But this familiarity was only because Li Ku treated these sisters relatively well. Other princes were even less familiar with them unless they were born of the same mother. Most of the princesses were born to ordinary concubines, who had little status, and only a few concubines held significant positions in the harem. Unrelated princes rarely interacted with these ordinary concubines unless it was a major festival. However, these little girls were somewhat curious about Li Ku. They all knew his reputation and weren't afraid, as they understood that he treated these sisters well and that it was their father who had summoned them. Tian Ming first directed the maids to arrange rooms for these princesses, while Li Ku secretly gave Chang'e a glance. Chang'e chuckled softly and stayed behind. Once the little girls had all entered, Li Ku quickly walked over to Chang'e and whispered, you go and comfort them. I'll go get some things. I had prepared gifts for you, but now there aren't enough. I understand. Chang'e giggled, lowering her voice. Father sent us here together. I can't help it. I know. Especially with Qinghe's temperament. If it weren't for father's order, she wouldn't have left at all. Li Ku nodded helplessly. He certainly knew it was arranged by Li ShiMin. Then I'll go. Chang'e chuckled twice and turned to leave. Li Ku shook his head and changed direction. He had originally prepared gifts for Chang'e and the others. And while these sisters also had some, the special gifts were insufficient. He could only continue to rummage in his storage space for more items. In fact, the gifts he had prepared were just some dolls. There were many female employees in the office who liked dolls, and there were plenty in both the office and their dormitories. The quantity he had taken out before was definitely not enough. So Li Ku could only go back to search again and see if there were other suitable items to serve as gifts. Of course, it's impossible to take out anything too modern. There are just too many gadgets that these men use, and he can't possibly create them in a short time. If he takes them out and others see them and want them, he won't be able to explain their origin. In the specially prepared storage room, Li Ku quickly took out some dolls. There were both big and small ones, and he took out more than 20 in total. For a few that were too small, he simply put 2 or 3 together. In addition, Li Ku also took out some modern combs made of cow horn. Combs are something every girl needs. and the materials for these items cannot be analyzed by anyone in this era. Besides, combs are not rare. They are mainly exquisite and can also serve as gifts. In any case, Li Ku prepared quite a few miscellaneous items. However, there were some things that Li Ku needed to handle, such as cutting off labels that had production dates and addresses. As for the inconsequential labels, it didn't matter, let them be destroyed. He couldn't be bothered to think too much about it, let others guess. If they could figure it out, he would consider them winners. The time and the space was stopped for everyone except Li Ku, but even so, it was exhausting for him. Really, Dad, you are ruthless. If it weren't for so many younger sisters, Li Ku wouldn't have to work so hard. After everything was prepared, Li Ku suddenly remembered something. There were no women at home. There were certainly maids, but they wouldn't be suitable for receiving these princesses. And there were some things that Li Ku couldn't say to the maids. He called over a guard and said directly, "Go find Tian Ming and have him bring Yang Anning, Lu Qinchan, Yang Li, and Yang Yu to Shuang Manor as quickly as possible." Yes. Li Ku was not yet married and had no concubines, so there was no suitable candidate. If it were just Chong Lu and a few others, it wouldn't matter since they were already familiar, but there were a few sisters he hadn't met often, so it would be more convenient to find a girl to communicate with them. Actually, having Yang Anning and the others come over wasn't entirely appropriate, as they were all non-registered citizens, but they were educated, had read books, were more sensible, and had encountered more princes and nobles. Ordinary maids truly wouldn't dare to communicate casually with these princesses. As for the identity of courtesans, it didn't matter in the Tang dynasty. Courtesans were not like those in later generations who engaged in flesh trade. The courtesans in the Tang dynasty were very elegant entertainment venues, so people wouldn't view these courtesans in that light. After giving the instructions, Li Ku temporarily left these items where they were and then went to meet his younger sisters in the amusement park he had prepared for them. Yes, at Shuang Manor. Li Ku had created an amusement park for himself, initially intended for his future children, but now it was fine since these younger sisters were also not very old. It couldn't be compared to modern amusement parks. It was more like a kindergarten, with swings, seesaws, slides, and other simple and common entertainment facilities. Many of these facilities actually existed in ancient times, such as swings and seesaws. But Li Ku's place was different. At least it was more exquisite. Sure enough, as Li Ku approached the amusement park, he heard the laughter of his younger sisters, Jin Yang, Cheng Yang, and Gao Yang, among others. Chapter 56, Third Brother. This place is so much fun. Standing at the entrance of the amusement park, Li Ku looked up and saw 14 younger sisters. The older ones, like Chong Lu, Yu Zhang, Ba Ling, Pu Wen, Dong Yang, and Lin Chuan, were sitting on benches, either quietly reading or chatting softly. The younger ones, like Qing He, Lon Ling, Jin In, and Kong, Xian Xing, Cheng Yang, Gao Yang, and Jin Yang, were playing with some of the older sisters. Among them, Jin Yang was the youngest. And Gao Yang was also not very old, only about 5 years old. There had originally been a little girl with the title Jin Shan between Gao Yang and Jin Yang, but unfortunately, she passed away before she turned 1. The scene before him was very harmonious. To be honest, in his previous life, Li Ku really wanted a younger sister, but he never imagined he would have so many. He guessed that only in ancient royal families would there be this many sisters. It was like a little kindergarten. Each little girl was very cute. After all, Li ShiMin was quite handsome, but he had become plump, and that handsome face was perfectly inherited by Li Ku. Naturally, Li ShiMin's concubines were not lacking in beauty, so his sons and daughters could not be too bad-looking either. It seemed that it was still more fun here than in the palace. The palace was simply mind-numbing. He truly didn't understand why so many people liked to be emperor. Li Ku shook his head slightly. Even Qing He, who usually had a cold demeanor and rarely smiled in the palace, was now smiling and playing happily with her younger sisters. It was evident that her usual temperament was also largely influenced by her environment. Jin Yang's health was not good, but at this moment, while playing, her little face was flushed, and she showed no signs of discomfort. Standing at the door, Li Ku quietly watched for a while. Eventually, Jin Yang, who was playing, accidentally looked up and saw Li Ku, and she ran over giggling, "Third brother, third brother." Jin Yang's speech was still a bit unclear, with a slight accent, and she stumbled a bit while running, but it was no big deal. Mainly, in the palace, the maids accompanying Jin Yang would absolutely not allow her to run like this. "Hey," Li Ku smiled and responded, then squatted down, waiting for Jin Yang to run over before picking her up. "Little one, your eyes are so sharp. As soon as third brother arrived, you saw me." Li Ku reached out to pinch her nose. "Oh, this little girl is so cute. Why didn't my mother give birth to a daughter like Li Yin? If Li Yin had a younger sister, she would definitely be very cute, unlike now, which is infuriating. Of course, I have always been paying attention to third brother." Jin Yang's little face was beaming with joy as she nodded rapidly. "If I hadn't come early, I would believe it. So, this little girl can say nice things now. Is it fun here with third brother?" Li Ku asked with a smile. "It's fun." Jin Yang's eyes sparkled as she nodded. This place was much more fun than the palace because here, no one restricted her. The palace maids wouldn't dare to let her run freely like this. Although she was accompanied by a maid here, that maid had no say in this place and could only watch nervously from the side. "Your Highness, Jin Yang's health is not very good." The maid accompanying Jin Yang took the opportunity to lean over and whisper, "Don't worry, let her play freely. It's fine. Children of this age need more exercise, and it's not a big deal." Don't worry, if anything happens, it won't be your fault unless my father cuts me down too. Li Ke glanced at her and then said, these maids also had a hard time. If something happened to the person they were taking care of, they might lose their lives. Even after being in this world for 8 years, Li Ke, who had received more than 30 years of modern education in his past life, still found it a bit unaccustomed. Yes, the maid hurriedly bent down to bow and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Li Ke carried Jin Yang toward the group of princesses, while the maid quietly watched Li Ke's back, her eyes shining with admiration. The Shuang prince was so gentle. Never has a prince, or rather, never has a noble spoken to her so peacefully. The key point is that when His Highness the King of Shu spoke to her, she could feel that he truly regarded her as a person and understood her concerns. Unfortunately, she was the personal maid of His Highness the Jin Yang. If she were the personal maid of another noble family, she might have a chance to accompany them as a dowry to His Highness the King of Shu, to serve as his warm bedmate. Who knows who will have such good fortune in the future? Jin Yang's actions had already attracted everyone's attention. But since he was talking to Li Ke, everyone laughed and did not disturb them. Upon seeing Li Ke carrying Jin Yang as they entered, everyone immediately stopped their actions. Eager to greet them, Li Ke waved his hand and said loudly, feel free here with third brother. You all continue to play, don't mind me. Tonight, third brother will treat you to a big feast. Hearing Li Ke say this, the many younger sisters finally responded cheerfully, thank you, third brother. Third brother, put me down. I want to play too. Jin Yang still prioritized playing and wanted to come down after being held by Li Ke for a while. After putting Jin Yang down to let her play, Li Ke walked over and sat down beside Chang Lu and the others. Chang Lu, Yu Zhong, Ba Ling, and Lin Chuan sat together. The chairs they were sitting on were also modified by Li Ke into swinging chairs, similar to swings, but they couldn't swing too high. Below them were wooden chairs specially made with cushions. Li Ke sat down on a fixed chair beside them and smiled. So, how is it? Isn't it much more relaxed here with third brother? Yes, it is indeed a bit dull in the palace. Chang Lu nodded with a smile. This was something only she could say. The other younger sisters did not dare to speak. You can play for a few more days. Father sent you here to have fun. The weather hasn't completely warmed up yet, but it's more fun here in summer. Next year, it should be even more enjoyable here. Li Ke said with a smile. His amusement park renovation plan had already begun. Making cement with traditional methods was not difficult. Li Ke planned to create a large garden in his Shu Wang manner and plant some shrubs, pruning them according to the landscaping techniques of later generations. Finally, he would divert water from the Wei River to create a large artificial lake. More than 1,000 years later, let alone Li Ke. Even 2 horses in the country couldn't afford a few square kilometers of manor, but Li Ke could now. So, who would want to be that broken emperor? Li Ke was a prince, with a fief of 10,000 households, but in reality, it was impossible to have that many land and people. How many children did Li ShiMin and Li Yuan have? How could they possibly grant titles to them all? Li Ke's actual fief was only 1,000 households. The remaining 8,500 households were merely a symbolic title representing his status. However, based on the calculation of 1,000 households, with each household having at least 100 acres of land, that amounts to 100,000 acres of land, which is about 54 square kilometers, not counting the wasteland and mountains granted to Li Ke. Therefore, Li Ke had a lot of land available to use. Chapter 57. To repay His Highness's kindness with a broken body, even so, Li Ke was considered one of the few who actually had real fiefdoms. This was because he had helped Li ShiMin solve difficulties and then reduced the original fief of 1,500 households to 1,000 households, which earned him a real title. In reality, like most princes, princesses, and dukes, their actual number of fiefdoms was directly registered by the Ministry of Revenue. For instance, if Chang Lu had a fief of 1,000 households, then these 1,000 households would pay a certain amount of taxes each year, which would go directly to Chang Lu, not the national treasury. Others with titles were the same. Of course, there would still be fiefdoms. But someone Li Ke's age would have none. If one counts Li Ke's wastelands and mountains, he would probably have about 100 square kilometers of land belonging to him. However, in this era, wastelands and mountains were not considered valuable or cared for by anyone. But for Li Ke, the time traveler, this was all money. There were so many things to play with in those wastelands and mountains. While Li Ke was chatting with the younger sisters, the people sent by Tian Ming quickly arrived at a shopping mall in Chang'an City. Yang and Ning and the others were preparing for their performance. But they were directly halted. Lu and Yang, you didn't say anything wrong? Yang and Ning looked at the previous manager Lu in shock. As the former manager of Huiyue Tower, Lu Hong naturally came along, but now she only needed to take care of these girls' living issues. Because of the changed relationship, Lu Hong was more at ease, as perhaps one day these girls would end up on His Highness's bed. Although even if they followed His Highness, they might not have any title, it was certainly better than being of low status. Yang and Ning and the others continued to call her in Yang. No. His Highness personally instructed that the princesses have all gone, so you 4 should hurry and gather your things and help His Highness entertain the princesses, Lu Hong quickly said. Yes, I'll pack up right now, Yang and Ning hurriedly replied. By the way, wear appropriate clothes. We will be riding back in a bit, Lu Hong instructed. Taking a carriage would take too long, and by then, it would be dark already. It was already nearing evening, and riding was the fastest option. Don't underestimate these girls. They could all ride horses. Yes. Yang and Ning immediately turned to change clothes with the other three. Watching their retreating figures, Lu Hong sighed. I don't know if this is a blessing or a curse, but you all are lucky to have encountered His Highness to enjoy such treatment. If it were someone else, they might end up like me, living out the rest of their lives in obscurity. Lu Hong said this and suddenly seemed to think of something, smiling at herself. But soon she perked up again. After all, she was now considered to be following His Highness, wasn't she? When Yang and Ning returned to her room, she felt a bit dazed. Li Ke might not think much of it, as he was a modern soul, and having women visit was natural for him to entertain. But for Yang and Ning and the others, the impact was tremendous. Li Ke was not yet married, nor did he even have a concubine, at least not one that was publicly known. Unlike Li Changqian, who married in the 9th year of the Jingguan era, but had already had a concubine before then, having his first son in the 8th year of Jingguan, and now, asking them to help entertain was tantamount to being part of his inner circle, especially since they were entertaining princesses, who were the sisters of His Highness the King of Shu. Such work was generally something only the legitimate wife would do. If there was no legitimate wife, then a concubine could suffice. But how could His Highness the King of Shu not have one? Can you imagine someone who frequents brothels not having a concubine? It's not that Yang and Ning and the others looked down on themselves. But weren't those men who visited brothels there for their bodies? How many men, after visiting a brothel and listening to songs, would turn around and head to the next place? For someone of Li Ke's status, finding a few concubines would be too easy. Sister. Soon. Someone knocked on Yang and Ning's door, and the other three, named by Li Ke, squeezed in, holding some clothes in their arms. The three of them also had a hint of redness on their faces, clearly feeling as lost and anxious as Yang and Ning. Sister. What if His Highness the King of Shu? Lu Qingchan bit her lip and softly spoke. If we really go, will it cause some trouble for His Highness? After all, our status is here. Yes, sister, give us some advice. If we offend someone by going, wouldn't that cause trouble for His Highness? Yang Yu also spoke softly. The reason they came to ask Yang Anning is that before becoming a courtesan, she had status. Just by looking at their names, it's clear that 3 out of the 4 have the surname Yang. However, Yang Anning can only smile bitterly, although she was once prominent. She was very young at that time and can't remember many things, so she's not much different from the other 3. Anning Jia, if we go and offend the princess, I might die and it wouldn't matter. But the problem is, His Highness the King of Shu treats me this way. I can't bring him trouble, Yang Li said, nodding. Just as Yang Anning wanted to say something, there was a knock at the door, and Lu Hong's voice came from outside. What are you thinking? Hurry up and change clothes. Don't delay His Highness's important matters. Don't you know His Highness? He is never afraid of trouble in his life. Lu Hong's words woke the 4 of them up, and they quickly responded, immediately changing their clothes. Lu Hong, standing outside the door, shook her head, grateful that she thought of this and came up to remind them. Otherwise, they wouldn't know how long they would be entangled. Thinking of this, Lu Hong sighed again. Oh, my good prince, you probably don't know how much impact this has on these girls. If you can't keep them, then don't provoke them. If you can't have them later, they are destined to be lonely for the rest of their lives. Shaking her head, Lu Hong turned and walked downstairs. In her youth, she also had her own stories. Many of her peers already have big grandchildren, while she is still all alone. The 4 of them, having changed their clothes, quickly mounted their horses and left Chang'an City with the guards of Li Ke before the city gate closed. Although they were still a bit distracted on horseback, at least Lu Hong's words had an effect. They knew they couldn't delay His Highness's important matters. Li Ke, however, didn't think too much about it. If the 4 of them couldn't ride, the guards would just bring them back. They managed to arrive before dinner. Just as the sun was setting, Yang Anning and the others finally arrived at Shu Wangzhuang. Seeing the carriages parked outside the estate, they knew they must belong to His Highness's sister. Tian Ming was already waiting there. When he saw the 4 of them, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. You finally arrived. His Highness has been waiting for a long time. Come on, hurry up and follow me. Steward Tian. Do we need to prepare anything? Yang Anning quickly asked. We don't want to embarrass His Highness. Tian Ming assessed them and smiled. Looks good. Don't worry, let's go. Chapter 58. Arranging future ambassadors. Leading Yang Anning and the others to the backyard, they could hear Li Ke's voice from afar. Since it's your first time here at Third Brother's place, Third Brother is sure to prepare some gifts for you. Li Ke was currently arranging gifts for his sisters. Looking at these sisters, Li Ke couldn't help but disdain his father a bit, thinking, you want to annoy me, right? Hey, old man, you've miscalculated. These aren't just 14 sisters. They are 14 future ambassadors. It's easier to earn money from women and children. It's universal. Who in this era can sell better than 14 royal princesses? Having taken from Third Brother and helping Third Brother promote, isn't that reasonable? However, those toys were bought by other girls, so they couldn't be exactly the same. Therefore, Li Ke thought of a way, a blind box. A lottery. For the 14 people, Li Ke prepared a total of 14 sets of dolls, with only one being the largest and several smaller ones. Now, in front of Li Ke was a box with related numbers written on paper inside. Before Li Ke could start, Yang Anning and her 3 companions walked in. We have met His Highness the King of Shu and all the princesses. The 4 girls performed a formal greeting next to Li Ke. Li Ke waved his hand dismissively, while the eyes of the 14 princesses focused on them. Yang Anning and the others felt a bit overwhelmed. They were already nervous being stared at by one princess. And now there were 14. Third brother, who are they? Are they my sisters-in-law? Jin Yang asked in a baby voice. Jin Yang's words made Yang Anning and the others feel embarrassed, although they internally thought that Li Ku accepting them was a great blessing. Jin Yang's words didn't bring them any joy, only embarrassment, as they knew they were not worthy of Li Ku. They couldn't even be concubines, let alone the main wife. Ha ha ha, no, these are third brother's 4 capable assistants. They are here today to help third brother take care of you. Li Ku laughed and then playfully pinched Jin Yang's nose. Let me introduce them. They are Yang Anning, Lu Qingchan, Yang Li, and Yang Yu. If you have any inconveniences during your stay at third brother's, just let them know. As Li Ku introduced each one, they stepped forward to greet the princesses again. Alright, let us continue with the minigame we were playing earlier. Third brother has prepared a gift for you. Let us start the lottery with Jin Yang. Li Ku smiled and pointed to a wooden box with an opening on top. Jin Yang immediately curiously reached inside and pulled out a folded paper. Li Ku opened it and laughed. Number 11. Tianming. Li Ku waved his hand. Number 11 was considered a pretty good doll. Tianming immediately sent someone to the nearby room to get it, and soon, a large package wrapped in silk was brought out by a maid. All the princess's eyes were focused on it, and even Yang Anning and the others were curious about what was inside. Li Ku didn't keep them in suspense and directly opened it in front of them. When the silk was removed, wow, Jin Yang couldn't help but exclaim. As inside the package was a huge rabbit doll. The milky white rabbit was fluffy, and around its neck was tied a red carrot. The doll was about a meter tall, almost the same height as Jin Yang. Third brother, what is this? Jin Yang's little eyes sparkled. But she modestly asked Li Ku, although her fingers that were unconsciously reaching for her mouth revealed her desire. The other princesses also looked delighted. Little Gao Yang and Sheng Yang, both around 4 or 5 years old, had expressions that clearly read, I want it. This is a rabbit doll made for you by third brother. How do you like it? Li Ku said with a smile. I like it. Jin Yang immediately pounced on it. When she hugged the giant doll, its softness melted her heart. Whoa woo, third brother, it's so soft. Much softer than the little people my mother made for me. Jin Yang said in a muffled voice, trying to lift the big rabbit. But it was too big for her to hold. Come here and help Jin Yang hold it. Li Ku called over a 12 or 13-year-old maid, who was Jin Yang's personal maid. Jin Yang, let her help you hold it. You can play with it slowly when you get back, Li Ku said with a smile. Okay, come with me. Sit over here. Jin Yang quickly pointed to a nearby chair. The little maid immediately hugged it and walked over. In fact, this little maid was quite fond of it too. After all, she was only about 12 or 13 years old. Who should pull next? Li Ku asked with a deliberately cheerful smile. It's my turn, it's my turn. Gao Yang immediately jumped up. She was a few months younger than Sheng Yang. And at this moment, she was indeed the youngest. Looking at this historically famous little sister, Li Ku couldn't help but smile. No matter how outrageous her future actions might be, she was still a little girl now. Moreover, her outrageous actions might not be unrelated to Fang Yai. He picked up Gao Yang as well, allowing her to draw a number. Soon, she took out a smaller package, which contained 2 dolls. As one by one the sisters drew the gifts prepared by Li Ku, almost everyone was beaming with joy, because they were so surprised. Each doll was different. Although a few girls got smaller ones, there were several of those smaller dolls. Even the oldest, Cheng Lu, drew a little bear doll. How about that? Isn't third brother very good to you? Li Ku asked with a grin. Third brother, I like you. I want to marry you when I grow up. The little Jin Yang was the first to react, speaking loudly. Haha. Everyone couldn't help but laugh, but no one pointed out her mistake. After all, she was still young and didn't understand anything. Then you better grow up quickly, Li Ku said with a smile. Tianming brought over the items. Li Ku waved his hand and called for someone to bring over the items. Soon, a row of maids walked over holding some plates. The items on each plate were basically similar. Third brother, what is this? Sheng Yang asked curiously, looking at the items on the plate. All the princesses also looked curiously at the items on the plate, which looked like brushes but came in various colors. This is a toothbrush, used for cleaning the mouth. Li Ku pointed to his own mouth. At this time, the Tang Dynasty still didn't have toothbrushes. They used specially made silk combined with salt water for rinsing. The prototype of the toothbrush would only appear in the late Tang Dynasty. However, Li Ku had already roughly made a finished product before, but it was difficult to use, and he hadn't popularized it. Now, with the unlocking of the space in his mind, these items could be taken out. These toothbrushes were not a strategic reserve, but a batch of supplies prepared for logistical procurement. Although the quantity was not large, it was originally intended for hundreds of people, which was enough for their use. As for the toothpaste, it was all squeezed into exquisite sealed porcelain bottles. Unfortunately, the toothbrushes had no instructions after being unpacked, but the toothpaste had instructions on the outside. Even so, all the princesses were astonished, their mouths agape. This is a toothbrush. It's so exquisite. How is this made? And there are so many colors. Chapter 59 here. The joy is not to be thought of in the palace. Part 1. Cheng Lu and the others curiously picked up the toothbrushes in their hands. It was so exquisite. In this era, they hadn't even used toothbrushes yet, but now seeing this toothbrush, they knew it would be incredibly convenient to use. Inside the porcelain bottle next to them was the toothpaste. Just a little bit applied to the toothbrush, wet it, and brush your teeth. In a while, Third brother will demonstrate for you. When the toothpaste runs out, you can get more from third brother. There are plenty here. Li Ku pointed to the porcelain bottle and said, Third brother, this toothbrush must be expensive, right? Changlu asked curiously. Not really. Just use it with peace of mind. Li Ku replied with a smile. Expensive? These were bulk purchases, probably only worth 7 or 8 coins, but perfectly fine for normal use. There are also some things prepared for you. Li Ku called for Tianming to continue bringing items. Soon, Tianming brought out the combs that Li Ku had prepared. In fact, the combs were nothing special. The royal combs of this era were already quite impressive, and modern ones were just a bit more refined. Serving as a small gift, he handed these combs to them, which naturally sparked some curiosity. The items were carried by their maids. And Li Ku then waved his hand and said, Let's go eat. These items would naturally be arranged by someone, so they didn't have to do it themselves. However, when it came to eating, Jin Yang and the others immediately became interested. Oh, time to eat. Third brother, I want to eat something delicious. Jin Yang exclaimed loudly. Don't worry, third brother has prepared all delicious food for you today. Li Ku chuckled. In this era, when it came to food, no one could rival Li Ku. Before he arrived, what kind of food was there in the Tang Dynasty? Most were boiled dishes. Stir-fried dishes didn't exist, as there was no large amount of cooking oil available in this era. Of course, that was for ordinary people. For Li Ku, these issues were not problems. The simplest point was that even without vegetable oil, animal fat could also be used for stir-frying. Even in modern times, many families in the north still use lard and other animal fats for cooking. Tianming, have someone take them to the restaurant first. Li Ku waved his hand. Yes. Third brother, can I take my bunny to eat? Jin Yang looked at her big rabbit with reluctance. Eating might get your big rabbit dirty. Think about it. If the rabbit gets dirty, it's so big and hard to wash. How will you play with it then? Li Ku squatted down and pointed at her big rabbit. Then I'll have someone put it in my room. Jin Yang immediately rolled her eyes and said seriously, That's right. Li Ku smiled and patted her little head. Then handed Jin Yang over to Changlu to take care of. After the princesses all bowed to Li Ku, they left. Once they were gone, Li Ku looked at Yang Anning and the others and said, Tianming, arrange rooms for the 4 of them as well. And prepare a set of the toothpaste and toothbrush for them too. Yes. Tianming immediately bowed and saluted. For Li Ku's actions, Tianming had long since become indifferent. The prince was naturally different from others, and his vision was so grand that it was beyond what ordinary people could compare to. Your Highness, this is not appropriate. How can we use the same things as Her Highness the Princess? Yang Anning hurriedly spoke up. Li Ku glanced at her and then said, What are you talking about? Respect is held in the heart, not just in outward actions. By your reasoning, if the princess wears clothes, should you all not wear clothes either? And if the princess eats, should you not eat too? Yes. Yang Anning immediately bowed. Tianming took them to settle in their rooms and then came back to eat. Remember, in Shuang Zhuang, my rules are the rules. Li Ku waved his hand, signaling them to get busy. Yang Anning and the others nodded and turned to follow Tianming down. Li Ku then walked towards the dining hall. Chang Lu and the others followed the maid into the dining hall prepared by Li Ku. Upon entering, they were all amazed because what appeared in the dining hall was a very large round table, surrounded by 20 chairs. On top of the round table, there was a smaller round table. They didn't know what it was for. Everyone didn't need the maid to serve them and quickly sat down, but they left the main seat at the easternmost side for Li Ku, while the younger ones like Jin Yang and Gao Yang sat interspersed with the older ones taking care of them. Once they were seated, Li Ku entered, and seeing that everyone was settled, he smiled and sat down too. In fact, there was no concept of a main seat at such a round table. The round table was also taken out from the space. There was only this one table in the dining hall. He instructed Tianming to have the kitchen start serving the dishes, and the nearby maid immediately began to prepare plates and bowls for everyone. Soon, Yang Anning and her 3 companions arrived, and they were seated at the lower end of the table. The 4 of them felt a bit awkward, but they sat down nonetheless, remembering Li Ku's words from earlier. Third brother hasn't prepared enough today, so we'll just have a simple meal. By this time next year, third brother will make sure you can enjoy delicious food, even in winter, Li Ku said with a smile. In this era, even in the palace, it was difficult to find fresh vegetables in winter. One could only eat vegetables that could be stored for a long time and some special varieties, part of which were transported from the south, like radishes. The second part involved growing off-season vegetables with limited resources, which actually dates back to the Qin and Han dynasties in China. This was done near Chang'an at Lishan, where hot springs were utilized to grow melons and some vegetables for the palace. This was a common practice, but the area was too small, and the quantity too limited for Emperor Li ShiMin to enjoy them daily. However, now that Li Ku had produced glass, he could create greenhouse structures from it. While modern greenhouses use plastic film instead of glass, due to the high cost of glass, making vegetables too expensive, there are indeed some high-end varieties of vegetables and fruits that use all-glass greenhouses. In this era, it was also feasible. The higher cost didn't matter since Li Ku wasn't planning to sell them anyway. Soon, a variety of dishes were served on the table: sweet and sour ribs, sweet and sour pork tenderloin, guobao roe, battered pork, and scrambled eggs with chives. It's worth noting that the chives weren't grown by Li Ku, but were available in this era as they had already learned to keep vegetables like chives through the winter around Chang'an. Having passed the Qingming festival, in winter, chives and a few other vegetables that are more cold-resistant could sprout early. In addition to these, there were braised pork, braised carp, stir-fried garlic shoots with meat, smashed cucumber, potato stew with lamb, human lamb, and scallion lamb. Lamb was a staple in the Tang Dynasty. Finally, there was a vegetable salad. From these dishes, it was clear that they were all prepared from the kitchen in Li Ke's space. The potatoes were among the last available, since he had taken the rest out for breeding. Potatoes were a miraculous food in this era. As the only vegetable in nature that contains almost all nutritional elements, humans could survive solely on potatoes without lacking nutrition, something most people in modern times would scoff at. However, in this era, their yield was the highest. Although modern potatoes are bred from seeds, potatoes can also reproduce by themselves, which is an unavoidable fact. As for the seed bank, Li Ke would unlock it sooner or later. When Chang Lu and the others looked at the vegetables on the table, they were completely stunned. They had seen winter vegetables before, but never in such quantity, and many were unfamiliar to them. The aroma of the dishes nearly made everyone drool. After all, these dishes were made with full seasonings. The kitchen in the space, which could serve thousands, was never short of seasonings. Chapter 60. Enjoying this moment. Forgetting the palace. Part 2. Once all the dishes were served, Li Ke called everyone to start eating. Most of the princesses, who had grown up in luxury, were so engrossed in the food that they hardly spoke. This wasn't due to any rule, but rather because the food was simply too delicious. Who had time to talk? Socializing at the dining table has been a traditional culture in China since ancient times, and the saying no talking while eating has often been misunderstood in later generations. The notion of no talking while eating doesn't mean one can't speak at the table, but rather that one should not speak with food in their mouth. As it is impolite, this is the actual rule. For instance, Jinyang was eating like a little pig, using her chopsticks skillfully to push rice around while her eyes were fixed on the various meats on the plate, clearly a foodie. Gao Yang and Cheng Yang, who were slightly older at 4 to 6 years old, ate even faster, feeling relaxed since they were at third brother's house without their father watching over them. As for rules, who would bring up rules with third brother? Everyone knew that he was the most unruly in the entire Tang Dynasty. Initially, some princesses who were hesitant to come here and weren't very familiar with Li Ke changed their minds at this moment. Indeed, Sister Chang Lu was right. Third brother's place was fantastic. They couldn't wait to know when they could come back again. Even the four most concerned about propriety, Yang Anning, Lu Qingchan, Yang Li, and Yang Yu, unconsciously began to speed up their pace of serving food. It was just too delicious. They couldn't be blamed for losing their composure. The gap in eras was simply too vast. Not to mention the seasonings. Modern times had an overwhelming variety compared to the Tang Dynasty. What seasonings were missing in modern times? Many seasonings simply didn't exist in the Tang Dynasty. For example, chili peppers had not yet been introduced. But Li Ke found some small chili peppers and raw peppers in the kitchen. He wasn't sure if the seeds could be planted, but he instructed Tian Ming to extract the seeds while cooking. Whether they could be planted or not, they would try anyway. As long as one grew, it could flower and bear fruit, breeding further. Never underestimate the power of seasonings. Anyone who has studied the history of wars in the Middle East and Europe would be surprised to find that the entire history of warfare in these regions can be summarized as the spice wars. The so-called spices refer to various seasonings, or you could call it the pepper wars. Indeed, many famous wars throughout Western history, even those that led to the downfall of nations, were originally sparked by spices or pepper. At this moment, pepper was worth more than gold in the Middle East. Of course, these spices had other uses in those countries, but one could not deny the fact that they were almost all seasonings. Everyone was stuffed. Even Li Ke was no exception. Since the space had only recently been unlocked, he had only tasted authentic modern cuisine 8 years after traveling to this world. He was so moved. He had never thought he would be touched by food one day, living in modern times. He hadn't felt this way until he arrived in the Tang Dynasty, where even the food eaten by princes initially felt similar to pig feed. People depend on food for survival. These little ones had clearly eaten too much, especially Jinyang. If Li Ke hadn't stopped her, she would have kept eating. He was worried she might get sick, which is why he intervened. Come on, let's go out for a walk to digest, if you eat too much. Be careful not to feel unwell later. Li Ke hurriedly ushered everyone out for a walk. If someone had a stomachache late at night, Li ShiMin would come running from the palace to give him a beating. There was no helping it. Their father was also a daughter slave. It could be said that Li ShiMin treated these daughters well, even those born to minor concubines. Perhaps it was because they had been raised in the palace for so long. All the princesses felt a bit embarrassed, especially when they thought about how they had just eaten. Too shameful. But who could blame them when the food at third brother's place was so delicious? Even the usually cool-headed Qinghe had a slight blush. She had also eaten quite quickly. Third brother, can I stay here forever? Li Ke held Jinyang's hand, walking at the front. As she walked, she smacked her lips, clearly reminiscing about the meal, and then she asked this soul-stirring question. You can come if you want, but you can't stay here forever. Think about it. Isn't it sad for father and mother to not see little Jinyang in the palace? They really like little Jinyang too. And if you don't go back, they will be heartbroken, Li Ke said with a smile. Well then, how about I stay for several days, and then go back to the palace for one day? Jinyang tilted her head, thought for a moment, and then looked at Li Ke with big eyes and asked. Chang Lu, who was following behind them, couldn't help but burst out laughing. Third brother. If you keep this up, with Jinyang looking so carefree, I bet father will come looking for you. Jinyang, Gaoyang, Qingyang, these are all father's treasures. Ha ha. The other older princesses also laughed. Li ShiMin was actually quite good to them, but as they grew older, it was natural that they couldn't be as close as when they were younger. However, for the youngest ones like Jinyang, Qingyang, and Gaoyang, who were only 5 or 6 years old, they had the upper hand. Third brother, how about you move back to the palace to live? Gaoyang rolled her eyes and ran over to pull Li Ke's other hand. Yes, third brother, you haven't opened a residence yet, so you should go back to the palace. The 3 little girls Ankang, Xinxing, and Xingyang, all around 5 or 6 years old, also ran over and said. In just a meal's time, even Ankang and Xinxing, who were not very familiar with Li Ke, had been won over by him. Qinghe, Lanling, and Jinan, who were slightly older, around 8 or 9 years old, were a bit more reserved, but even so, they were also eager to join in. Seeing these younger sisters, Li Ke couldn't help but smile broadly. Hee old Li. The next time you want to spank me, I'll find someone to inform these sisters. With all 14 sisters coming together, just ask if you, old Li, can still make a move. Thinking of this, Li Ke couldn't help but laugh proudly. Third brother, what are you laughing about? Will you agree or not? Qingyang murmured. No, let me tell you. Li Ke squatted in front of the little girls, surrounding them in a circle. It's not that third brother doesn't want to go to the palace, but if third brother goes to live in the palace, I can't prepare these things for you. Like all the delicious food you had today, third brother had to prepare them with care. If I am in the palace, father definitely won't let third brother do these things, and you won't get to eat these good foods. Then third brother, don't go back to the palace, Jinyang said immediately. All right, it turns out you like good food, not third brother. Li Ke immediately pretended to have a serious face. No, I like third brother the most. Jinyang shook her head vigorously. Yeah, we all like third brother the most. The other little girls chimed in unison. Ha, good, let's go. Third brother will take you to play, and then we'll sleep later. Li Ke laughed and led the little girls towards the amusement park. Although it was getting dark, there were lanterns, so it was no problem. In the distance, Yang Anning and the others watched this scene, somewhat dazed. Is this the relationship between royal children? Even many wealthy families can't achieve such harmony. Chapter 61. No simple person in the royal family after taking the sisters for a stroll, as the saying goes. Walking 100 steps after a meal leads to a long life. After letting them digest and confirming that they wouldn't have stomach aches from overeating, Li Ke finally let them go back to rest. In ancient times, there weren't many entertainment options at night, and the only entertainment was making children. Unfortunately, Li Ke was not able to do so yet, which is why he got up early every day before the sun rose. Having slept enough, these princesses were naturally taken to their respective rooms. When Chang Lu and the others entered their rooms, they were slightly stunned because the beds inside were clearly different from what they had imagined. In the Tang Dynasty, beds were mostly placed horizontally against the wall, with posts at each corner and a canopy above to hang curtains for separation. Many wealthy families had warm bed maids for that, but here it was different. A double bed was prominently placed in the center of the room, with 2 cabinets on either side of the headboard, and the floor was covered with a carpet. The highlight was that the quilt on the bed was very large, and when spread out, it was even bigger than the entire bed. Chang Lu curiously walked to the bedside, reached out to touch it, and just a gentle push made the thick quilt sink down. The outer cover felt very comfortable as well. Chang Lu was somewhat amazed. She didn't know what materials her third brother had used, but it was clearly not silk cotton. Silk cotton couldn't be this soft and fluffy. After being attended to by her maid, Chang Lu finished washing up and prepared to lie on the bed. As soon as she lay down, she felt as if she sank into the soft mattress, and the quilt covering her felt almost weightless. So comfortable. Moreover, the pillow was not a hard one. It had good elasticity, but also provided support. Third brother has so many good things here. Just this bedding, I think. If sold for several tens of thousands of coins to those noble families, someone would definitely buy it. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, followed by a gentle voice. Your Highness, are you asleep? It's Yang Anning. Chang Lu immediately thought of the woman that Li Ke had brought back, and she frowned slightly but still spoke. I'm not asleep. Xiao Mei let her in. As she spoke, Chang Lu lifted the quilt and sat up, then took a piece of clothing from the nearby rack and draped it over herself. It was already March, but it was still quite cold at night. Please. With Xiao Mei's voice, soon Yang Anning and the maid holding the lantern entered the room, helping Chang Lu light the lamps, while Xiao Mei stood aside. Greetings, princess, Yang Anning said, slightly bowing as she held something in her hands. Xiao Mei, you can go out now and close the door, Chang Lu said. Yes, your highness. Xiao Mei immediately turned and left the room, closing the door behind her. You were redeemed by my third brother from the Huanyu Tower? Chang Lu asked in a neutral tone. Yes, Yang Anning lowered her head, feeling somewhat apprehensive. The princess had given her a task, but Chang Lu clearly did not seem as easygoing as she had been in the evening. You should know what kind of person my third brother is better than I do. He has a gentle temperament and treats servants and us without distinction. However, as the saying goes, rice raises kindness and stone raises enmity. I hope you do not take this casualness for granted. If you do, even if it means my third brother getting angry, I will still punish you severely. Chang Lu spoke in a calm tone. Your highness, the servant does not dare. Forgive me for being bold. I grew up in a brothel and have seen too many people and things. Only the Prince of Shu treats servants with such equality. So even though my status is lowly, I am willing to repay the princess's kindness with my life, without regrets, Yang Anning said softly, but her tone was firm. Changla looked at her in surprise and then nodded. It's good that you have this awareness. I see that you are beautiful and have a good figure. Since third brother called you to the residence to host us, he must trust you. So, in the future, third brother may take you into his household. Remember what you said today. A blush flashed across Yang Anning's face, and she hurriedly replied, Princess, rest assured, I will always keep this in my heart. Well, my third brother's wife will definitely be a political marriage. Perhaps before the wedding, my third brother and the other party will not even meet. You know my third brother. And I know him too. He doesn't like this kind of thing, but some matters cannot be avoided in the royal family. My third brother can be my talisman, risking being punished by father for my sake, but he may not be able to become his own talisman, because Sangu has people like you around him. You understand his character. Those who follow him, he doesn't want you to be implicated. Therefore, with just one imperial edict from the emperor, he can force Sangu to comply. What I mean by this is not anything else, but to tell you that if in the future you are truly taken into Sanji's household and have a son or daughter, as long as you can remember today's words, if anyone bullies you, I will stand up for you. Changla said coldly. Thank you, Your Highness. Yang and Ning took a deep breath, not expecting that this seemingly calm and gentle Princess Chang Lu had such a strong inner conviction. Indeed, there are no simple people in the royal family, and the princess is no exception. All right, I've said what I needed to say. What does Sangu want you to do? Chang Lu waved her hand and spoke. It's a type of women's underwear developed and produced by Your Highness. Yang and Ning said softly. What? Chang Lu was somewhat taken aback. It's the kind of clothes that women wear close to their bodies. Yang and Ning repeated softly, lowering her head. Chang Li's calm expression instantly vanished, a blush creeping from her neck to her ears, and then to her face. How could Sangu? Chang Lu couldn't continue, thinking it was a matter that should be kept within a woman's chamber. Why was Sangu involved in this? Your Highness, Prince Shu said that the current women's underwear in the Tang dynasty is not good for the body, which is why he created this type of clothing. It is indeed much more comfortable for daily wear and also beneficial for one's figure. Yang and Ning spoke softly, explaining that Prince Shu called them here to teach the young ladies how to wear it. Oh, then what should we do? Chang Lu stammered, completely different from her previous cold and noble demeanor. Your Highness, please take off your clothes first. Yang and Ning immediately said, I need to measure your size first. Then I can confirm. Your Highness said this type of underwear is different from other clothes. It needs to fit well to be beneficial to the body. Chang Lu didn't resist taking off her clothes. After all, she had been served by maids since childhood, and Yang and Ning was also a woman. After a cup of tea, Chang Lu finally changed into the appropriate size. How does it feel, Your Highness? Yang and Ning asked with a light smile. It's very comfortable, and the material is also very nice. Chang Lu was somewhat surprised as she felt the underwear on her body. Although it is similar to sports underwear, it is different from real sportswear. It is primarily used in the military, thus providing a certain body-shaping effect and can be worn for a long time. But why is it all this green color? Chang Lu looked at the underwear, feeling somewhat helpless. There are many sizes, but only one color. Your Highness said this material can only come in this color. I see. Then I will take my leave first. I still need to visit the other princesses. Go ahead. Chapter 62. Li Jing's visit. Unlike the younger sisters like Qing He who are under 10 years old, some of the 12 or 13-year-old princesses have already started to develop. So Li Ku prepared for them. The next morning, after waking up, Li Ku, who had at least 20 to 30 years of modern experience, immediately noticed that Chang Lu and the others were wearing them, and their figures were noticeably more upright. When they saw Li Ku, the older sisters shyly greeted him. How was it? Did you sleep well last night? Li Ku smiled and asked. He certainly wouldn't bring up that topic. Little girls are shy. And although historically Chang Lu would already have a son at this time, in modern times, she is still in high school. Comfortable. Sangu, your bed here is so comfortable. Xingyang jumped up. That quilt is light, soft, and warm. Can I take it back? Of course, you can. Since Sangu has brought it out, it is for you to take back. Li Ku smiled. These are all goose-down comforters. Of course, they are comfortable. After all, their enterprise can be considered a state-owned enterprise, and the benefits and treatment are definitely very high. Wow. Sangu, you are amazing. But I don't want to go back. Can I stay here? Xingyang quickly said. All right, you can stay as long as you want. Li Ku waved his hand with a smile. Today Sangu will take you to tour the farm. Although there is everything in the palace, such as various gardens, it is still just a park-like enclosed area, while here, there are different landscapes, which will undoubtedly improve the mood. Now you go have breakfast. Li Ku said with a smile. Huh, we just had dinner. Is there breakfast too? Gao Yang asked curiously, as the Tang dynasty also had a two-meal system. Only breakfast and lunch. Breakfast is around 7 or 8 o'clock. Lunch is between 2 and 4 in the afternoon, and there is no dinner. When Li ShiMin ascended the throne, the Tang dynasty experienced frequent natural disasters, and to save food, Li ShiMin led the change to 2 meals. If you are hungry at other times, you just have some snacks. That's the emperor's helplessness. Does it really matter how many meals the emperor eats? The food saved by Li ShiMin wouldn't even support one household of disaster victims. And although he sets an example, Will the families of the world follow suit? No way. The rich families' wine and meat stink, and the bones of those frozen to death on the road will not disappear. So that topic comes up again. What use is that emperor? Every day he is being watched, and if he acts a little willfully, the historians wouldn't know how to criticize him. Of course, here at Sanji's place, there are 3 meals a day. Li Ku, accustomed to 3 meals, wouldn't change it in his own home. No one has the right to say anything. After breakfast, Li Ku originally wanted to take Chong Lu and the others to visit the farm, but then Tian Ming came. Your Highness, Duke Dai requests an audience. Li Jing is here? Quickly invite him in. Li Ku was taken aback for a moment, but quickly understood that this was an instruction from Li ShiMin. He was here to deliver someone. Li Ku immediately became eager. Although he didn't want to be emperor, he still needed to prepare necessary contingencies. A carefree prince must have enough strength to be carefree, otherwise, he would just be a leek's prince. In the main hall, Li Ku soon met the gray-haired Li Jing. It's hard to believe that Li Jing is already 64 years old this year. Yet he is still leading troops to fight and helping the Tang dynasty resolve many external threats. I have met Duke Dai. Li Ku proactively stepped forward and seriously bowed to Li Jing. I, Li Jing, have met His Highness Prince Shu. I dare not accept such a courtesy. Li Jing quickly replied. The 24 ministers of Lingyan Pavilion are all quite capable. For instance, Li Jing had intended to resign at the beginning of this year, citing issues with his foot. Li Jing had been injured in the leg, and he does have some trouble with his foot. But it doesn't affect his ability to lead troops. As for why he wants to resign, everyone understands. However, Li ShiMin hasn't agreed yet. But it is estimated that after some time, Li Jing will have to resign again. It will be the 3rd time, and at that time, Li ShiMin will surely agree. But he will probably still have to employ him in the end. Duke, you are too polite. As a pillar of the Tang dynasty, you and all the soldiers of the Tang dynasty are the backbone of the nation. Without you, the common people of the Tang dynasty, including myself, would not be able to stand tall. Li Ku spoke seriously. Your Highness, you flatter this old minister. Li Jing humbly replied. But the flush on his face clearly showed that he was very pleased. Who said that His Highness Prince Shu can't speak? Look, he speaks very well. Duke Dai, did you come today because of my father's instructions? Li Ku asked. Exactly. Here, I must first thank Your Highness Prince Shu on behalf of these soldiers. Li Jing stood up and bowed to Li Ku again. This time, Li Ku did not dodge but accepted the bow calmly and then asked. May I ask how many retired soldiers are there near Chang'an now? This number is a bit large. Li Jing felt somewhat embarrassed. How many? Li Ku asked again. Less than 5,000. Li Jing shyly stated the number, which seemed low but was actually quite substantial. As many soldiers had already been sent home and could farm for themselves. The remaining soldiers had indeed made contributions. But their merits were not significant enough to justify sending them home directly. The court needed to arrange for them to sit with an official, but they all had disabilities. That's it. Li Ku was somewhat astonished. He had expected there to be over 100,000, but it turned out to be less than 5,000. However, upon reflection, it seemed that 100,000 was not very appropriate. In ancient times, the casualty rate in cold weapon warfare was not particularly high for 2 main reasons. First, minor injuries healed quickly and did not affect combat. Some injuries might look severe, but as long as they did not involve bones or tendons, they could be treated without significant impact. Second, medical conditions were so poor that amputees who could survive in modern times had at least a 70% chance of dying in ancient times. Considering that the Tang army maintained a total of around 600 to 800,000, 5,000 with disabilities was already quite a lot. And that was without accounting for those who were officially assigned. Li Jing asked, that's it? What do you mean by that? Do you think it's too few? Li Jing was stunned. 5,000. Just feeding and caring for these people would be a huge expense, a bottomless pit. Indeed, Li Ku nodded. Sir, with all due respect, I understand your intentions, but these people are mainly foot soldiers without any special skills. They can only help with some labor and maintaining public order. And their physical conditions limit their ability to do hard labor. Therefore, their wages and living expenses will cost a lot of money. Although I don't want to say it. This is a bottomless pit. Your Highness must not be careless because if in just a year and a half, you find it difficult to support them, it would be better not to take them on at all, Li Jing said earnestly. Li Jing's words were for Li Ku's own good. Taking them on was a good thing, but if after a year and a half he had to return them to the court, not to mention how Li ShiMin would view it, there would surely be many in the court who would criticize him. At the very least, Changsun Wuji would label him as someone who treats the court's major affairs as a joke. Chapter 63. Just 5,000 people naturally, Li Ku appreciated Li Jing's words. Ha. Duke of Dai, please rest assured, since I have accepted them, to exaggerate a bit, as long as I, Li Ku, have something to eat. They will have something to eat, Li Ku said, patting his chest. People in ancient times didn't understand that talent is the greatest wealth. Can't create value? How can they not create value? Once they come, Li Ku has plenty of tasks waiting for them, and once they finish their work, he would have to pay them, right? After paying them, Li Ku could research and develop good products, then earn back their wages. Perfect. With Li Ku's attitude, Li Jing felt a bit worried. Mainly because Li Ku didn't seem very reliable. However, since both the emperor and Li Ku were willing, and the court was truly unable to arrange anything, this was the best choice. When should I have them gather here? Li Jing hesitated for a moment, but decided not to say much more. The Prince of Shu was a bit young, but this was indeed a good thing. A year and a half was just a year and a half. Besides, the Prince of Shu had some ability to make money. He had heard of the Li commercial firm. How could he not? The steward had taken a lot of copper coins from his house, and that money had all been used to buy things from Li Ku. If possible, they can come tomorrow. Li Ku thought for a moment. He needed to start arranging some things, so it would be better to have them start tomorrow. Good. Li Jing agreed readily, but after a moment's hesitation, he spoke again. Your Highness, some of them are missing arms and legs. If it's not possible to arrange for this part of the people, it would be better to return them to me. After all, Your Highness has arranged for most of them. We can handle the rest. Don't worry, let them come. Take as many as you need. Li Ku waved his hand. He needed a lot of manpower for the work ahead, and 5,000 was just a drop in the bucket. In modern times, 5,000 might seem like a lot. But in ancient times, in industries primarily reliant on human labor, 5,000 was hardly many. Moreover, what Li Ku was doing was a monopolistic industry. After discussing with Li Jing, he then bid farewell. Li Ku did not try to retain him. There was no need to build relationships. People like Li Jing were very shrewd and would not get too close to any prince. Such military generals rarely behaved that way. Only Hou Junji followed Li Changqian. And in the end, he was killed by Li ShiMin for treason. He was one of the few meritorious officials executed by Li ShiMin. Even Changsun Wuji understood the need to avoid suspicion. He had once resigned from his official position, but later Li ShiMin repeatedly requested him to return. After Li Jing left, Li Ku thought for a moment and directly summoned Tian Ming. Your Highness, is there enough grain in the granary? Li Ku asked. How many people do you need to feed? Tian Ming replied with a question. Tomorrow, 5,000 elite soldiers from the Tang Dynasty will arrive. They will certainly require more food than ordinary people, so prepare in advance, Li Ku stated. Li Ku nodded. Our regular grain supplies will be enough for 5,000 people. We don't need to touch the reserve grain. Tian Ming nodded. Continue purchasing grain. The number of people we are responsible for is not just a mere 10,000. The number of refugees and beggars is quite significant. Li Ku shook his head. The day before, Tian Ming had briefly reported to Li Ku while Yang Anning was educating Chang Lu and the others about undergarments. Li Ku had not expected that there were nearly 1,000 beggars in Chang'an City alone, and this was just for children under the age of 12. If all beggars were counted, the number would be around 2,000, and with the addition of refugees, the number skyrocketed to nearly 13,000. Moreover, this number was increasing daily. In a city with a population of 1 million like Chang'an, an extra 10,000 refugees might not seem significant. But the public order issues they brought were quite serious. Those who couldn't afford food would resort to desperate measures. And many of those who came to Chang'an would know some people. If not handled well over time, it could incite civil unrest. Additionally, the living conditions of the refugees were poor. They often congregated in groups, and if someone died and was not dealt with promptly, it could easily lead to an outbreak of plague. In this era, plagues were not so easily managed. Thus, refugees had always been a major headache for the counties of Wanyan and Chang'an. Considering how many issues arise in a modern city with 1 million people, let alone in ancient times? Yes, Your Highness, rest assured. The Tang Dynasty has had consecutive years of good harvests, so grain prices are stable. And purchasing grain is not difficult. I instructed the Li commercial firm to start buying and transporting grain to Chang'an from various grain-producing regions more than 10 days ago when you discussed this with His Majesty. Tian Ming respectfully replied. Well, let the merchants from the grasslands and the western regions pay attention as well, without affecting the situation in those two areas. Buy more sheep to send to Chang'an, Li Ku instructed. Yes, it must be said that the Li commercial firm, which was unintentionally established at the beginning, had helped Li Ku tremendously, saving him a lot of time. By the way, how is the gathering of blacksmiths and bricklayers going? Li Ku asked again. They have all been gathered, Tian Ming replied. Here, take this. Li Ku took out a map from his pocket and handed it to Tian Ming. This is a distribution map of mineral resources in Shaanxi province for future generations. In reality, Shaanxi is a resource-rich province, and many resources have yet to be discovered in this era. For example, within the jurisdiction of Xianyang, which is 150 kilometers from Chang'an, there is a coal mine with reserves as high as 5 billion tons. Even if the technology of this era cannot fully exploit it, extracting just the surface portion would be sufficient. Similarly, iron ore and copper can also be found near Chang'an. However, the detection technology of this era is not advanced. But for future generations, these mineral distribution maps are securely stored in the national strategic reserves, including both mined and unmined resources. When Tian Ming received the map and opened it, he was completely stunned. There are maps in this era, but compared to modern professional maps, they are miles apart. What is this, Your Highness? Tian Ming was dumbfounded. Fortunately, the administrative units on the mineral distribution map are not as densely packed as on ordinary maps, but they still indicate many issues. Thankfully, although some terms differ, as a province with a rich cultural heritage, many place names in modern Shaanxi are actually the same as in ancient times. These characters are simplified characters I developed for confidentiality. This map is absolutely classified, and you should keep it to yourself. It has mineral annotations, so please do not leak it. Li Ku instructed. Tian Ming is undoubtedly a loyal minister. He is likely the type of fanatic follower of Li Ku, believing whatever Li Ku says. I understand, Your Highness. Tianming took a deep breath. I will remember this map and compare it with the terrain near Chang'an. Well, the main objectives are twofold. First, to find a large iron mine, as we are about to start smelting iron and steel. Second, to find a limestone mine, as these are the two most important minerals. Of course, if copper mines and the like are easily exploitable, we will buy them as well, Li Ku instructed. Yes. Chapter 64. This wave is invincible. Tianming went to get busy, and Li Ku was left with some leisure time. The importance of iron mines is unquestionable. He did not ask Li ShiMin for the standard armor of the Tang army, not because of the grandiose reason Li Ku stated that it should be taken for combat, but because Li Ku looked down on it. He had perfected steel-making technology and naturally wanted to forge his own equipment. The limestone mine is related to two industries. The first is cement. Even traditional cement cannot do without limestone, and it also requires iron or slag from smelting iron, or can simply be ground into powder. Compared to modern high-strength professional cement, it cannot be compared, but in this era, it is still a miraculous item. As for professional cement, don't even think about it in the short term, as the grinding equipment and temperature control required are monumental problems for this era. Originally, he had planned to take his sisters out for fun today, but since he had taken on a task, Li Ku decided to work for a day first. He first greeted Yang Anning and the others, then told Chang Lu and the others that he had something to handle and asked them to have fun. Only then did Li Ku call for the guards and leave. The destination was prepared by Tianming, a large open space and a temporarily built wooden house. It was far from the farmland area and on a sunny hillside. This location was chosen to test whether the photovoltaic panels in his space could still be used. After having the guards stationed outside, strictly prohibiting anyone from approaching, Li Ku began to transport and disassemble the photovoltaic panels inside the makeshift warehouse. After taking out the panels, Li Ku conducted a careful inspection and found no issues, but he couldn't test them now. He set the photovoltaic panels aside and took out the uninterruptible power supplies. The first two uninterruptible power supplies he moved out. When he turned them on, he realized they were broken. Something inside had burned out, but he didn't know what was damaged. He didn't disassemble them, but placed them in the warehouse, waiting for a later opportunity to see if any parts could be replaced. If not, he would find a chance to throw them into the iron smelting furnace to burn. After moving out all the uninterruptible power supplies, Li Ku was pleasantly surprised to find that two sets were functional and usable. Seeing these two sets of power supplies, Li Ku had some guesses. These two sets were not dismantled, but were the two spare sets from logistics. This meant that during his crossing, all operational equipment was damaged, but the equipment that was not powered on remained intact. To verify this idea, Li Ku quickly found other devices to test. Sure enough, the laptops he found in the office that should have been in use were all broken. However, he found an old laptop that had been buried at the bottom of someone's cabinet that successfully booted up, though the battery was low, only at 2 power. No problem, as long as it works. At least he could try to put together some high-end products, but unfortunately, just 1 or 2 pieces of high-tech equipment were of no use in this era. Moreover, Li Ku did not dare to share them with anyone. Next came the assembly. Li Ku first moved out all the photovoltaic panels and then called over the guards to help arrange them. Although the guards were surprised by these panels, they were not overly curious, as they saw them as a strange combination of glass and iron plates. Although they didn't know what they were for, they didn't understand the internal workings at all. The photovoltaic panels were quickly arranged in a large area. The total area of the 20 kilowatt panels was not very large. Li Ku connected all the cables according to their original configuration, then connected them to the backup inverter and other devices, and finally fed the power into the uninterruptible power supply. Since the uninterruptible power supply has a built-in battery, it could be charged first. After finishing these, Li Ku pressed the start button, and when the flashing indicator lights lit up, he couldn't help but let out a cheer. Beautiful. This meant that he could use some important electrical appliances, which could give him unimaginable advantages in this era. Huagang. Li Ku walked outside and said in a deep voice, "Your Highness." A guard dressed in bright armor walked over to salute. He is the captain of Li Ku's guards and one of the first to be personally indoctrinated by Li Ku. Back then, Huagang was still very young. Deploy 1,000 guards to completely surround this area, prohibiting anyone from entering. Anyone who trespasses will be executed. Li Ku said solemnly, in this era, mere kindness is not enough. Yes, Huagang was momentarily taken aback. Li Ku had never given such an order before, which indicated that what was here was very important. After entrusting the guard duty to Huagang, Li Ku returned to the house. By the time he returned, it was already evening. Although this task sounded simple, just arranging and organizing the photovoltaic panels took Li Ku a lot of time. This was still because time was frozen in his space. Sengu, have you eaten? I haven't seen you all day. When Li Ku returned, his little sister Jinyang ran over to ask. Third brother has already eaten. How about you? Was it good? Li Ku smiled and patted Jinyang's little head. It was delicious. The food here at Sangua is the best I've ever had. Jinyang nodded vigorously. Clearly Long Lu and the others didn't know what to do, but little Jinyang's appetite was still conquered. Sengu, are you very busy with things here? If you're busy, I can take them back tomorrow. Long Lu also walked over to ask. What are you going back for? Won't you just be idle in the palace anyway? You can play here with me. Has His Majesty set a time for you to return? Li Ku replied. Not really. Long Li shook her head slightly. Then just wait here. There are good things for you to play with in the next few days, Li Ku said directly. He had indeed prepared a lot of things, and now that his group of younger sisters was here as promotional ambassadors, he could let them try it out first. As long as they approved, he would have another profitable product in the Tang dynasty. All right, Long Li thought for a moment and agreed. After all, there was nothing much to do in the palace, mainly fearing that staying here would delay Li Ku's important matters. Since Li Ku had no issues, they could stay. However, Li Ku wouldn't have time to take care of them tomorrow, so they could just entertain themselves. The next day, Li Ku got up early. When Li Jing left yesterday, he had already arranged for all the soldiers to gather at the construction site by the Wei River. According to Li Jing's speed, the army was likely already there by the time Li Ku arrived. Chapter 65. Start with teaching. Sure enough, when Li Ku arrived, Li Jing had already gathered the troops. All the soldiers had formed a huge square formation. We have seen His Highness. A total of 4,723 soldiers are all present. Almost the strength of one prefecture. Li Jing cupped his fists and saluted Li Ku. You're too polite, Duke of Dai. Li Ku nodded. The Tang dynasty adopted the system of prefecture soldiers, and the strength of one prefecture was divided into small, medium, and large levels, roughly around 1,000 to 4,000 people. The prefecture's chief officer was called Zhicheng Du Wei, a fourth-grade official. Each prefecture had a regiment, also known as a camp, with officers called Xiao Wei. Within a camp, there were teams led by team leaders, and beneath that, there were squads led by squad leaders. Each camp had 5 teams, each team had 3 squads, and each squad had 5 section leaders, each leading 10 soldiers. The camp was the basic unit of the Tang dynasty. Your Highness, this is the Du Wei of these prefecture soldiers. Zhangxi. Li Jing introduced the Zhicheng Du Wei behind him to Li Ku. We have seen Your Highness. Zhangxi cupped his fists and saluted Li Ku. From today onward, they will be handed over to Your Highness because they have retired and are no longer soldiers of the Tang dynasty, so no military token is needed. Li Jing explained to Li Ku. Understood. Then this prince will not see you off, Duke of Dai, Li Ku said without courtesy, directly issuing an order for Li Jing to leave. Li Jing was a bit taken aback, but still nodded and said, Then I will take my leave. After seeing Li Jing and the guards off, Li Ku looked at the soldiers below. Some had numb expressions, some were curious, and many had no expressions at all. Zhangxi, Li Ku called out. At your service. Have them squeeze together and sit on the ground. Come closer. Li Ku pointed to a high platform not far away. Though it was called a high platform, it was only about a meter higher than the ground and had an area of about 2 square meters, not large. It looked like a giant stool. With over 4,000 people, if they squeezed tightly, each would need about 40 centimeters square, which is about 16 square meters. 4,000 people would occupy just over 700 square meters, around 27 meters square. Li Ku stood in the middle, and everyone could hear him speak. In the army, there were usually orderlies, meaning that when someone on the platform spoke, soldiers further away would loudly repeat the message to ensure everyone could hear it. However, with the current number of people, it wasn't too troublesome to squeeze a bit. Zhangxi was somewhat bewildered, but still commanded everyone to huddle together. Li Ku's guards hesitated but ultimately did not argue and obediently followed Li Ku's instructions, surrounding the platform in a circle. These soldiers were not carrying weapons and were only dressed in plain clothes, so there should be no safety issues for His Highness. Li Ku stood on the platform, looked around at everyone, and then spoke in a deep voice. Hello everyone, I am Li Ku. I believe that many of you have heard of the reputation of His Highness the King of Shu, even if you are in the army. You should have heard some things, such as being a rough man, having muscles in his head, being impulsive, etc. Li Ku's words elicited laughter from many soldiers below. The reputation of His Highness the King of Shu was known not just in this region, but throughout the Tang dynasty's border troops. With Li Ku openly acknowledging this, the atmosphere relaxed considerably. But I, Li Ku, am not someone who knows nothing. Li Ku's tone suddenly became serious. From now on, no one is allowed to move. This is the final military order. Li Ku declared loudly. Yes, came the unified, fierce response. The reason I asked Duke Dai to leave first is that you are no longer soldiers. But there is a saying, once a soldier of the Tang, always a soldier of the Tang. You have paid a heavy price for the peace of the Tang, and here, I first represent my father, represent myself, and represent all the common people of the Tang to express my solemn gratitude to you. After saying that, Li Ku directly cupped his fists and bowed to all the soldiers. The soldiers below were momentarily stunned, and Zhangxi and some Xiao Wei instinctively wanted to rise to return the salute, but remembering the military order just given by Li Ku, they held back. After Li Ku bowed to the soldiers in all 4 directions, he stood upright again and spoke loudly. Next, I represent my father, represent my Li family royal family, to apologize to you. It is my Li family that has let you down. After saying that, Li Ku bowed again. This time, Zhangxi and the others were shocked. But they still held back, as military orders were like mountains. Although Li Ku was not the emperor, he was a prince. How many times in history have you seen an emperor apologize? While Li ShiMin once issued a self-criticizing edict. That was due to natural disasters in the 3rd and 4th years of the Jingguan era, which he had no choice but to do. Li ShiMin might occasionally admit mistakes to people like Wei Zhang, but who were they? They were military households, prefecture soldiers. In simple terms, they They were commoners. How many nobles have you seen apologize and bow to farmers, let alone a royal family? All the soldiers remained still, no one made a sound. But their emotions were somewhat stirred. Everyone said that His Highness the King of Shu was a rough man, but he truly cared for them. Otherwise, how many princes would treat them like this? Bowing to them. People of this era were that pure. Soldiers are willing to die for those who understand them. In this era, that is not an empty saying. Looking at the soldiers below, Li Ku thought of the Anxi army of the later Tang dynasty. As the Anxi protectorate of the Tang dynasty, by the end of the Tang dynasty, they had almost lost control over the entire western regions. The last batch of defenders held the lonely city for 50 years, and in the end, the city was filled with white-haired soldiers. Li Ku straightened his body. You fought for the country, paying a heavy price. The Tang should have provided you with the best arrangements, allowing you to return home in glory, telling your fellow villagers and your descendants that the wounds on your bodies were left for the Tang. But our Li family has disappointed you, and the Tang has disappointed you. The court has been overburdened for years and cannot support so many of you. But as one of the princes of the Li family, I cannot stand by and do nothing. So I will take on the task of supporting you. Because I know that you have few demands on the Tang dynasty, on the court, and on His Majesty. In fact, you only want to survive. To find a job that can support your family and allow you to live a stable life. That is all. This demand of ordinary people has never changed for thousands of years. Li Ku spoke solemnly. But all the soldiers below were silent and moved because Li Ku spoke to their hearts. But never has a prince, or anyone for that matter, thought so deeply about them. The nobles certainly would not. They did not expect that Li Ku understood them. Zhang Shi and several captains were not exactly commoners. But they came from small families, and they knew that what Li Ku said was right. However, what they never expected was that Li Ku actually understood these things. Do you want to know? Why does the court earn over 10 million yuan every year, yet still cannot support you thousands of people? Li Ku smiled and asked. Zhang Shi opened his mouth. He didn't know why Li Ku was smiling, but that smile made him feel as if it were about to pounce on someone. Chapter 66. A line to die for His Highness. Everyone's expressions were somewhat bewildered. These ordinary soldiers had not received an education and could not read, needing others to explain profound truths to them. So how could they possibly understand what Li Ku was saying? To address this issue, we must first analyze the social classes of the entire Tang dynasty. Li Ku began to speak lightly. In other words, who is the cause of all this? This is the primary and fundamental question, and this question must start from class. What are the classes in the Tang dynasty? I believe everyone knows: scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants, nobles, and common people. But in reality, these are shackles imposed on everyone by some people. The first class is the aristocratic families. They represent the main controllers of society and are the greatest opposition to the rise of ordinary people, especially the large aristocratic families, who steadfastly stand against social and national progress. Why? Because they control the social resources of the entire country, control the books that allow ordinary people to change their fate, and control a vast amount of wealth. Therefore, they absolutely do not allow anyone to disrupt this system. If someone stands up, they will spare no effort to eliminate that person. The second class is the ordinary petty bourgeoisie. What is the petty bourgeoisie? It is a family with some assets, but not enough to control social resources. However, they live somewhat better than most ordinary people. This group prefers to go with the flow. They have little desire to change the status quo, but if someone is willing to change, they are also willing to follow. The third class consists of countless ordinary people. You are all part of this group. Your families have no wealth, but you are willing to sacrifice your lives for your livelihood and for the country. However, you will never have the opportunity to change your class in your lifetime. And if your family encounters misfortune, you may have to sell your most significant asset, your land. At that time, without the land of perpetual ownership, you will fall into another abyss, becoming non-registered or low status, and become slaves to the noble families. Everyone's eyes were shining. They had no education. But when Li Ku spoke in plain language, everyone understood. They reflected on the circumstances around them, easily realizing that what Li Ku said was correct. Zhang Shi felt a little uneasy. What was His Highness trying to do with these words? At this moment, someone might ask, what about the emperor? The greatest noble of the Tang dynasty? Is he not also the culprit? Li Ku then casually dropped a bombshell. Everyone was stunned. This was quite disrespectful. However, no one spoke, and everyone listened attentively. No, you are wrong. Because the emperor of the Tang dynasty, the royal family, stands together with all of you. Strictly speaking, the royal family belongs to the ordinary class. Li Ku began to shift the concept. The soldiers below were somewhat dazed. The emperor is with them? Because whether it is me or my father, we hope that all of you ordinary people will live better and better. Because the better everyone lives, the more solid the Tang dynasty's foundation will be. With a solid foundation, the royal family will naturally be more stable. What does the Tang rely on to conquer the world? It is you. It is the countless common people. Therefore, my father implemented the equal field system to ensure that all common people receive perpetual ownership of land, allowing everyone to have land to cultivate, clothes to wear, and schools to attend, where everyone can take the imperial examination and become the pillars of the state. Although I am a prince, I have always had a dream rooted in the Tang dynasty and among you ordinary people. I dreamed that one day, this country will become stronger and stronger. We'll command respect from all corners of the world, without marrying off daughters, without paying reparations, without ceding land, without tributes. The Son of Heaven guards the national gate, and the king dies for the state. I dream that one day, outside the city, in tea houses, in brothels, princes can sit on the ground with common people, just like you and me, sharing brotherly bonds and discussing state affairs. I dream that one day, everyone will have books to read, land to farm, clothes to wear, houses to live in, can eat their fill, and stay warm, where families thrive and everything flourishes. I dream that one day, my descendants, Li Ke's descendants, will live in a country where social status and wealth are determined by their talents and character, not by their birth. I dream that one day, girls can walk on the streets just as openly as boys, contributing their strength for the prosperity of the country and the happiness of the people. Instead of spending their whole lives in the boudoir, only to support their husbands and raise children, becoming a man's appendage. I dream that one day, the Tang dynasty can truly achieve that wherever the sun shines and the rivers flow, it is all Tang land. I, Li Ke, will strive throughout my life to establish a heart for heaven and earth, to establish a destiny for the people, to carry on the teachings of the sages, and to open peace for all generations. As Li Ke's words became more passionate, the crowd around grew more excited. Even Zhang Xi's emotions became agitated. Everyone raised their heads to look at the figure on the platform. He was so tall at this moment. After Li Ke finished his last sentence, almost all the officials and soldiers stood up from the ground, and even Zhang Xi was no exception. Everyone directly knelt on one knee and shouted loudly, "Willing to die for His Highness the King of Shu! Willing to die for His Highness the King of Shu! Willing to die for His Highness the King of Shu!" The unified roar echoed across the banks of the Weishui River. But the only ones who could hear it were the craftsmen responsible for building the infrastructure in the distance. Hearing these shouts, the craftsmen scoffed and said, "Willing to die for His Highness the King of Shu? Is it your turn? We haven't had our turn yet." Humph. Li Ke let everyone vent their emotions before pressing down with his hand, waiting for everyone to quiet down before continuing. "Our strength is still weak. I am not afraid to tell you that even if my father wants to eliminate the control of the aristocratic families over the state, he cannot do it. Even though I am a prince, it is even more so. Therefore, we must develop in secret. Our ideals may not be known to the public. The cause we want to achieve may not be prominent for the time being, but it will always exist. Just like a spark, although small. A spark can still start a prairie fire. Each of our common people may be just a drop of water, but when the strength of all the common people combines, it becomes a raging tide. I, Li Ke, will do my best to ensure that each of you lives a good life. As long as I have one mouthful to eat, everyone will have one mouthful to eat. I hope you can spread my ideals because it is not just my ideal, but the ideal of all ordinary people in the world. I know that none of you have read books, but that's okay. I will assign you a team and dispatch a political commissar. His task is to help you understand your ideals, assist you in reading and writing. If you encounter any difficulties, you can speak to him. If there's anything you can't comprehend, you can also discuss it with him. As long as the political commissar can do it, he will definitely help you. If he can't, there are his superiors, and if his superiors can't, there's me. If I can't, then we will work hard together. Thank you, Your Highness." Everyone shouted loudly in response. After finishing the speech for these retired soldiers, Tianming immediately began to arrange their next steps. First, their overall organization would remain unchanged, and they would initially be managed according to the Tang dynasty's militia system. In addition to assigning a political commissar to each team, they would temporarily reside in the area of the industrial park where Tianming had already instructed the construction of large barracks and subsequent work sheds. For now, they would train here, but every day there would still be someone to teach them some lessons. Over the years, the Yueli commercial firm has cultivated many lecturers. After leaving, Huagang hesitated and asked, "Your Highness, are we just leaving like this? Although I believe in their loyalty to the Tang dynasty, I'm worried that there might be hidden aristocratic families among them. If your words get out, those aristocratic families, or people like Changsun Wuji, will inevitably impeach you before His Majesty." "Don't worry," Li Ke smiled. "Aristocratic families? There are some things Huagang doesn't know, to say nothing else. If any of those aristocratic families in Chang'an take any action, Li Ke will know immediately. As long as I don't monitor them, first of all, they don't even have that concept. Secondly, it's very difficult for them to hide anything from me now. I'm not underestimating them. It's just that those people have always looked down on these martial artists, let alone these ordinary soldiers. They can't even comprehend the loyalty and contributions these soldiers have for the Tang dynasty." Li Ke turned to glance at the soldiers who were beginning to line up for housing assignments and softly said, "At most, these words will only reach my father's ears. It's unlikely that anyone else will know. Is it okay if His Majesty knows?" Huagang was somewhat taken aback. Li Ke's previous words were somewhat disrespectful. If pursued, it could be construed as Li Ke inciting rebellion. What problem could there be? I dare to speak about rebellion and changing the crown prince in front of my father. What's the big deal? Don't take it to heart. Li Ke waved his hand. This is the result of giving someone a psychological expectation. If the other party expects 100 from you, and you only deliver 60, then they won't care much about it. However, The reason Li Ku was taking these soldiers in was because they were also related to many of his plans. Although he was not interested in the throne, he did not want the emperor to manipulate him at will. Historically, Li ShiMin passed away in the 23rd year of the Jingguan period, which means his father could still reign for another 14 years. 14 years is enough time for Li Ku to gather a force that would allow him to live freely for the rest of his life. That Li Ji kid is actually not bad. It's just that Wu Zetian is a bit troublesome. If it comes to it, Li Ku can deal with Wu Zetian beforehand. Yes, Huigang stopped speaking. The prince is a person with deep thoughts. Outsiders cannot see through his inner depths. Only Huigang knows how ambitious and talented the prince is. As for these soldiers, although they are all soldiers, who among them doesn't have a few comrades? Let them connect with their comrades and help their comrades' families, influencing each other. With the militia of over 600 prefectures in the Tang Dynasty, Li Ku can influence a large portion. These more than 4,000 militiamen come from various places across the Tang Dynasty, mainly from the extermination of the Eastern Turks and the infantry left over from the attack on Tian. They are elite troops drawn from different regions of the Tang Dynasty. After leaving, Li Ku returned to his Shuang manor. He is still under house arrest, so he cannot leave casually, but coming here is obviously not a problem. On the way back, Li Ku thought about some things he should prepare. After returning, he would look for some printers to see if any were usable. He had previously moved 3 spare printers from the logistics department and was unsure if they would work. First, he needed to make the exchange vouchers. When it came time to recruit refugees and beggars, these vouchers would come in handy. In the evening, after dinner, Tian Ming quickly walked into Li Ku's study. "How is it?" Li Ku asked as he looked at Tian Ming. "Replying to your highness. Only the Zhechong Dui Zhang, she submitted a report to the city. There has been no other news." Tian Ming replied seriously. "Good." Li Ku nodded in satisfaction. He knew that the aristocratic families didn't look down on these soldiers, let alone consider recruiting them as undercover agents or any high-level operations. Moreover, aside from the Changsun family, others had no grievances with Li Ku, so how could they send people to monitor him? In their minds, they thought that Li Ku didn't need to be watched. In their hearts, Li Ku was the type of person who could see through everything at a glance. In the Lidian Hall, Li ShiMin had just finished handling state affairs. Although he held court once every 5 days, the large volume of accumulated state affairs still required his personal attention. Many matters he couldn't make a decision on right away, so he could only keep postponing them. "Report, Your Majesty, Zhechong Dui Zhang, she has a memorial to submit." The guard outside spoke. Present it. Li ShiMin immediately perked up. Today, about 5,000 disabled soldiers were handed over to Li Ku, and Zhangxi had previously been selected by him as an unreliable general. The original thought was to have him investigate some intelligence, but since Li Ku wanted him, he simply transferred Zhangxi over. He wanted to see how Li Ku would arrange things. The guard outside quickly delivered the report. Li ShiMin waved his hand, signaling the guard to step back, and then directly lowered his head to examine it. However, as he flipped it open, the more he read, the more peculiar his expression became. Upon reaching the end, Li ShiMin couldn't help but slap the table and exclaim, "Good." Not far away, Chong Lin was somewhat astonished. Did the Prince of Shu really make His Majesty say good? This is the first time. Could it be that the Prince of Shu discovered some auspicious omen? After reading through it once, Li ShiMin paused for a moment and then flipped back to the beginning for a second read. This time, he read even slower. It wasn't until he finished the second reading that he let out a long breath, thought for a moment, and directly handed the memorial to Chong Lin. "Chong Lin, come take a look." Chong Lin paused, then bowed and accepted the memorial with both hands. Once he understood the contents inside, his face changed dramatically, displaying a kaleidoscope of expressions that were quite bizarre. Is this what the Prince of Shu said? The problem is not that the Prince of Shu said it. Zhangxi couldn't possibly say such things either, as he is a rough man who hasn't even read books for many days. "Have you finished reading it?" Li ShiMin couldn't help but ask as Chong Lin finished. Replying to Your Majesty, "I have finished reading." Chong Lin hurriedly replied, "This is my son, Li ShiMin." There was a hint of pride in Li ShiMin's tone. To establish a heart for heaven and earth, to establish a destiny for the living, to continue the teachings of the ancients, and to open peace for all generations. The Prince of Shu has great aspirations, Chong Lin quickly flattered. Chapter 68. Great aspirations. The more these 4 sentences are read, the clearer the ambition becomes. Li ShiMin was somewhat excited at this moment. Although if these words were to spread, it would probably cause a stir among the ministers, who would accuse Li Ku of plotting rebellion. To be honest, Li ShiMin felt a bit of admiration in his heart. This kid, seemingly silent, has some tricks up his sleeve. Just with a few words, he managed to win people's hearts, something Li ShiMin felt he couldn't do. "By the way, bring me that memorial. You can give me some references from the side." Li ShiMin thought of something and spoke again. After retrieving the memorial and placing it in front of him, Chong Lin stood beside him, and Li ShiMin began to read it again, this time focusing on the first half. "What do you think of this class analysis?" After carefully reading the earlier part a few times, Li ShiMin couldn't help but ask. Chong Lin was following along beside him, and after pondering Li ShiMin's question, he became increasingly shocked. "Your Highness, the Prince of Shu, hit the nail on the head." Chong Lin paused for a moment before giving his evaluation. "Precise, too precise." This statement pointed directly at the essence of the matter. peeling back the social chaos to reveal the entire composition of the country's personnel and class structure. Li ShiMin commented, "But I have a feeling that this kid is not done yet. Changlin, Your Majesty, are you still not satisfied with this? If this word gets out, do you believe countless aristocratic families and ministers would impeach the Prince of Shu? If they fail to impeach him, they might resort to underhanded means. This is precisely because the Prince of Shu is not the crown prince. If he were the crown prince, he would have offended everyone. If someone else said this, you'd probably accuse them of great disrespect. Although the royal family has been excluded from this, Changlin always had a feeling that it was because Li Ku himself was a prince. If he weren't, this would likely be even more radical. To be honest, these words, though ordinary, are enlightening for me. They have allowed me to see many things clearly, and moreover, the implication in this kid's words is probably to clarify whom he intends to unite with and whom to oppose. Li ShiMin saw this very clearly. Since Li Ku wants to win the hearts of these soldiers, it means he stands with them, and clearly analyzing these classes is not just for show. And what about his dreams? Do you think they can be realized? Li ShiMin paused for a moment and asked again, Your Majesty, with your diligence and governance. It can certainly be done, Changlin said earnestly. Don't comfort me. From the disasters in the 3rd and 4th years of Jingguan to this year's 9th year, it seems the world has been peaceful and the disasters have passed, but in reality, many common people are still not well fed. Li ShiMin sighed bitterly. Although he was an emperor, he couldn't claim to know everything about the world, but he was still aware of many things. The civil and military officials boast that we are in the prosperous era of Jingguan, but have the people of the Tang Dynasty all had enough to eat? No, Your Majesty, governing a large country is like cooking a small fish. Your position is different from others, and this cannot be rushed. The Prince of Shu is merely young and passionate. Everyone has dreams, but realizing them requires immense effort. Changlin immediately spoke up. Alas, Li ShiMin sighed again, and then looked back at the memorial on the table. This kid, Li Ku, seems I still don't understand him well enough. Being able to say these things indicates he has read well. It's just that his personality is too reckless, overshadowing these strengths. However, it's good that he has some awareness. If he were to say this recklessly outside, with his character, he would eventually be played to death. Changlin opened his mouth, looking somewhat strange. The emperor is right. But he always had a feeling that, as an observer, he thought carefully. Has the Prince of Shu ever suffered losses? It seems that aside from being scolded by the emperor, he hasn't suffered any setbacks. Moreover, even when being scolded by the emperor, he still achieved his goals. It was just the emperor, unable to contain his anger, ended up hitting the Prince of Shu. So can we say the Prince of Shu has lost? However, Changlin dared not say this. Put this memorial away and strictly prohibit anyone from reading it. Li ShiMin handed the memorial to Changlin. Yes. Changlin quickly reached out to take it. As Changlin went to put away the memorial, Li ShiMin looked outside, lost in thought. Smiling as he shook his head. This brat, I want to see what you can stir up. By the way, arrange it so we can observe him outside the city tomorrow and travel discreetly. Now, Li ShiMin suddenly wanted to see Li Ku very much. Inside the Prince of Shu's residence, Changlu was wandering in the garden. Upon reaching a corner, she suddenly overheard 2 maids discussing. Have you heard? The Prince of Shu has come out with a new article. I have to write it down. What article? Tell me. It's what the workers at the construction site said. The Prince of Shu said, to establish a heart for heaven and earth, to establish a destiny for the people, to continue the teachings of the ancients, and to open peace for all generations. And then, what else? This is so well said. Although I don't quite understand what it means yet. I need to find some time to ask the teacher for clarification. The Prince of Shu also said, we ordinary people should all have enough to eat, have books to read, and have warm clothes and houses to live in. The Prince of Shu also said, he hopes that one day the Tang Dynasty can achieve this. Without marrying into other families, without paying reparations, without ceding land, and without tribute, with the Son of Heaven guarding the national borders, and the king dying for the state. Wu Prince of Shu, he is so good to us servants. This is why I strive to protect the Prince of Shu. I must hurry back to write it down. I want to write it down too, to pass it on to my descendants. The Prince of Shu speaks so well. Let's go together. The 2 maids hurriedly left. Promotion is a very important aspect, and this was known back when Li Ku was studying in that organization. Thus, Tian Ming and others naturally had a set of promotional systems and plans within Li Ku's sphere of influence, with some people specifically tasked with promoting these ideas. Their job was exactly that. Tian Ming trained many talents. They often acted as lecturers, teaching newcomers. After the maids left, Chang Lu, who was standing at the corner, was left dumbfounded. She stood there in a daze, murmuring to herself, so this is your ambition, third brother? But third brother, you have your own thoughts, but have never mentioned them to others. At this moment, Princess Changlu, Li Lizzie, suddenly had a strange idea. She looked down at her delicate little hands, and an irresistible thought emerged in her heart. Is it too late for me to learn from my aunt, Princess Pingyang? Thinking of her aunt's heroic demeanor, although she was only 2 years old at the time and had no memory, she had heard many stories about her aunt's grace, the object of admiration for countless women in the Tang Dynasty. Chapter 69. The birth of the exchange voucher. Li Ku naturally didn't know Chang Li's thoughts. After arranging for his sisters to sleep, He ran to the place where the solar panels were located. In fact, there were diesel or gasoline generators in the warehouse in his mind, but those needed fuel, although there were reserves of fuel in the warehouse. Because this was an important storage area, the fuel storage was quite far away. In an absolutely safe place in the storage area, there was a small internal gas station. However, Li Ke didn't even know if he could unlock that place. The fuel stored in the building was only what was in the generator's fuel tank, which wouldn't last long. On the other hand, solar panels had no restrictions, and as long as the power source wasn't cut off, they were much more convenient than generators. Both sets of uninterruptible power supplies are fully charged, and Li Ke took out the 3 standby printers he had prepared. The 3 printers are not too large, all being office-use laser printers, with one capable of printing in color while the other 2 can only print in black and white. However, Li Ke had no intention of printing in color. He first opened his old notebook and started designing. In fact, there was not much to design. He simply created several denominations based on the size of the 10 yuan paper currency from the future. First, he found a flower pattern from the system's built-in designs to use as a background, specifically a peony, which is favored by the people of the Tang Dynasty. And then he began to write on it. Special exchange voucher for the Shuang mansion in the Tang Dynasty. Next, he set the denominations at 1 guan, 10 guan, and 100 guan, without creating any larger denominations since most expensive items had already been purchased by everyone. He wrote not only in Chinese characters, but also included Arabic numerals, which were already learned by all the accounting staff in the Shuang mansion, including the double-entry bookkeeping method. As for outsiders, it didn't matter if they didn't recognize it. They would quickly learn about money, and besides, there were Chinese characters. He also added a note in the lower left corner stating torn or altered is invalid. Another line of small text read, "This voucher is only valid for consumption exchange at the Shuang mansion." Li Ke didn't bother with stipulations like if the damage area reaches 60, it can be exchanged for the full amount, as this wasn't currency, right? After finishing the design, Li Ke used the built-in camera of his notebook to take a picture of the characters on his stamp, replacing them on the voucher. As for how it looked, Li Ke didn't care. He adjusted the size so that 6 vouchers could fit neatly on a sheet of A4 paper before stopping. He then took the special currency paper from the warehouse, manually cut it into A4 size using a paper cutter, and began printing. When the first voucher came out, Li Ke picked it up and examined it. Not bad. The quality was excellent. The paper quality was self-evident as it was anti-counterfeiting. Since no one else could produce paper of this quality, even in modern times, over 1,000 years later, there were very few countries in the world capable of making paper specifically for currency. Most countries outsource their currency production, and China has manufactured a lot of currency for many smaller nations, such as Laos and Thailand. Ideally, double-sided printing would be better. But Li Ke was too lazy to do that. The efficiency was too slow, and single-sided was sufficient as no one in this era could replicate it. Not to mention, even the text printed by the laser printer itself served as an anti-counterfeiting mark, and the peony pattern beneath the text could also serve as a security feature. Once the black and white vouchers were printed and confirmed to be fine, Li Ke began printing in bulk. This was probably the first time Li Ke stayed up late in the Tang Dynasty. Before this, he usually went to bed shortly after dark. He worked until nearly midnight before shutting everything down, and in that room, a large number of vouchers had been printed. These were all money. After rushing back to his estate, Li Ke was indeed tired after a night of fussing around, mainly because just sitting there watching the printing was too boring. That old notebook was incredibly slow. It was good enough that it could connect to the printer, but it could do nothing else. The next day, Li Ke rarely woke up late, and by the time he got up, Chang Lu and the others had already finished breakfast. After breakfast, Li Ke had Tianming take people to that room. He had already set aside the vouchers printed yesterday. He instructed them to cut the vouchers one by one. Li Ke pointed at the vouchers and said that he had also brought out a few manual paper cutters. Yes, Tianming was a bit curious. He didn't know where His Highness got these things from, but it didn't matter. His Highness had so many magical items. A person as strong and talented as His Highness, with extraordinary wisdom and elegance, was bound to have many remarkable individuals following him, so having such magical items was normal. By the way, after cutting, please tally them up. Li Ke reminded him again. Yes, unfortunately, no one else could take over this printing work. Otherwise, it would have been much easier for Li Ke. However, he thought he should find some wires from the inventory and pull them to his study, so he could work directly in the estate and just check on it occasionally. The reason he didn't let others take over was not that he didn't trust them. These people would not leak any of Li Ke's secrets. In their eyes, Li Ke was probably no different from a deity. The main reason was that if something went wrong and they didn't understand it, it could easily get damaged. Li Ke only had these 3 machines available to use, so it was better for him to operate personally. Cutting was relatively easy because that kind of manual paper cutter could cut dozens or even hundreds of sheets of paper at once, as long as it was aligned. As for the edges of the vouchers being slightly trimmed, it didn't matter. It didn't need to be that precise. Around noon, Tianming returned. Your Highness, all the vouchers have been cut, and I have already counted them. There are a total of 238 vouchers of 100 guan denomination, 568 vouchers of 10 guan denomination, and 572 vouchers of 1 guan denomination, Tianming reported. Li Ke hadn't counted while printing yesterday, but now that Tianming had done the tally, Li Ku mentally calculated that since one sheet yields 6 vouchers, he had printed about 563 sheets yesterday. Oh, only this much paper? The currency paper stored in the warehouse is all large sheets used by industrial printers, and the Part 1 cut is just a small fraction of A4. And these papers amounted to about 250,000 guan. The life of printing money is so simple and unadorned. Ah, boring. Too boring. Although it couldn't be used as money yet. There would come a day when it could be. Ming launched that membership plan tomorrow to encourage everyone to deposit money into the membership accounts at the Shuang Mansion. Directly give them these exchange vouchers. Li Ku said with a grin. Yes. Ming immediately nodded in agreement. However, Your Highness, what if the other party is unwilling to join our membership system? Ming hesitated for a moment. Are you silly? First, tomorrow post an announcement in the Shuang Mansion, stating that a few days ago, a son of a duke bought something but didn't bring enough money. When we went to collect the money at his residence, he regretted it and wanted to return the goods, claiming our items were too expensive. Therefore, from now on, we will only accept cash for purchases. Furthermore, the Shuang Mansion will no longer accept silk and other substitutes because our silk production technology is very advanced, and we look down upon those silks. Therefore, we will only accept copper coins. After posting the announcement, the next day we will start recommending guests to join our membership system. Anyone who joins will enjoy a 5% discount on shopping, as well as home delivery and free returns. To join the membership, a minimum deposit of 10,000 guan is required. Li Ku rolled his eyes. He had so many tricks up his sleeve. Such marketing strategies from the future could never have been seen by the people of this era. Li Ku simply gave Ming a lesson. After Ming finished listening, his gaze at Li Ku was like looking at a deity. In the Tang Dynasty, the deity referred to as the Jade Emperor of Heaven. Although in later times this term came to represent a foreign religious figure, it actually originated from China. Your Highness, you are amazing. I think if you had been in business all these years, all the merchants in the world would starve. Ming flattered him. All right, you understand. Hurry up and get busy. By the way, what are my sisters doing? Li Ku thought for a moment and asked. Your Highness, they are playing in the garden. Ming quickly replied. Today I'm in a good mood. Take my sisters out for a spring outing. I remember the grass by the way river is green, right? Li Ku asked. Yes. Let us go. Today we're going for a spring outing and a barbecue. Li Ku waved his hand. I'll have someone prepare it. Ming ran off quickly. Li Ku had already figured out barbecuing a long time ago, but previously the flavors were not as good due to a lack of seasonings. Now, however, he was generous, as the kitchen capable of serving thousands had enough supplies to last him a long time if he only provided for himself. Ming went to prepare in the back kitchen, while Li Ku naturally went to see Chong Lu and the others first. You all get ready. Today third brother is taking you out for a spring outing. Li Ku waved his hand. Wow, that's great. We're going out to play? The little girls Jin Yang, Chung Yang, and Gao Yang were the happiest. At their age, they loved to play, and usually had to stay in the palace. After coming to Li Ku's place for 2 days, they were overjoyed. Having seen many things they had never seen before, and tasted many delicious foods they had never eaten, now third brother was taking them for a spring outing. How could they not be happy? The weather today was very nice, and the temperature was just right, estimated to be around 18 or 19 degrees. The winter wheat in the nearby fields had turned green again. It must be said that the Chinese people have a deep-rooted connection to farming, as many systems from the Tang Dynasty are still used in later generations. For example, the crop rotation system for winter wheat allows fields near Chang'an to be planted with winter wheat, achieving 2 harvests a year. The same goes for the Hunan region. At this time, some farmers had already started planting spring cabbage in their small fields. Therefore, the scenery outside was quite nice. The Wei River plain was almost covered with a green carpet, and spring had begun to awaken. On the way to the spring outing location, most of the little girls were still very happy. Although they were bumping around in the carriage, a few older princesses chose to ride horses, such as Chong Lu and Yu Zhang. At this moment, Chong Lu was riding alongside Li Ku, looking at him with a strange expression. Li Ji, what's wrong? Li Ku asked, somewhat puzzled, wondering if there was something on him. It's nothing, but I have a question for you, third brother. Chong Lu thought for a moment and said, Go ahead. Li Ku nodded. Third brother, do you think I can learn martial arts? Chong Lu asked a question that Li Ku had never considered. Learn martial arts? Li Ku was taken aback. The usually gentle Chong Lu suddenly asked such a question. Yes, I want to learn martial arts. Do you think it's okay, third brother? Chong Lu blinked her big eyes and asked. It's fine. But learning martial arts is tough. If you can't stick with it, it's okay. Just think of it as getting stronger. You spend every day learning things like needlework, which is a waste of your eyesight. In the future, do less of that. Let the embroiderers make your wedding dress. How many princesses actually embroider their own wedding dresses? Li Ku smiled and said straightforwardly. Indeed, third brother's perspective was always so different. Is this third brother's open-mindedness? He never thought that women should learn from the Book of Women or that they should stay in the boudoir or focus on family and raising children. He always thought of things that others could not. I want to try. Chong Lu thought for a moment and then said seriously. Li Ku choked for a moment, then looked a bit dazed. What's wrong? Do you think I can't stick with it? Chong Lu raised her eyebrows. No. Third brother was just thinking about how many beatings he would have to take to calm father down. Li Ku was lost in thought about his own way out. True kings always think ahead to prepare excuses. Puffed, Chang Lu couldn't help but laugh out loud. As expected of third brother. He never thought about problems in a conventional way. Chang Lu playfully said, "Third brother, it's me learning martial arts. Why would father beat you?" "Because this thought of mine came about after I came to you. So father will definitely think you were influenced by me, and I can't avoid being punished." Li Ku said with a frown. "Ha ha ha, then thank you very much, third brother." Chang Lu laughed heartily and cupped her hands to Li Ku. "You shouldn't be feeling sorry for third brother." Li Ku pretended to cry out, "Yu Zhang, Dong Yang, come help me judge." Yu Zhang and Dong Yang, who also chose to ride horses, were drawn to Chang Li's laughter. After all, in their eyes, Chang Lu was always gentle and kind, even when she smiled. It was usually quiet and graceful. Such a hearty laugh was something only seen in childhood. "Third brother, what is wrong with sister?" The two girls immediately came over. Li Ku quickly recounted what Chang Lu had just said. "Huh, then third brother, you should be more tolerant. After all, you have thick skin." Dong Yang laughed mischievously. While Li Ku was joking around with his younger sisters, outside the city at the residence of Prince of Shu, a group of cavalry quickly arrived here. The emperor, Li ShiMin, who had gotten off his horse at the entrance, had already met Tian Ming, who had come in response to the noise. Tian Ming would still have to enter the city, so he naturally could not follow Li Ku, but he never expected that the emperor would actually come. After returning the greeting, Li ShiMin waved his hand. "No need for formalities. Where's Li Ku?" "Reporting to your majesty. His highness has taken the princesses out for a spring outing." Tian Ming hesitated for a moment and cautiously replied. Originally in a good mood, upon hearing this, Li ShiMin's anger immediately flared up again. "You rebellious son, is this how you interpret house arrest? I work tirelessly every day in the palace reviewing memorials, managing the Tang Dynasty, just so you can eat, drink, and have fun. Take me to find him." Li ShiMin shouted angrily. What could Tian Ming do? He was also quite flustered. Chapter 71. This life is like a deity's. Li Ku and the others arrived at their destination smoothly. The scenery here was nice. A piece of uncultivated land that couldn't be farmed but could grow wild grass. The newly sprouted spring grass made the area green, and the surrounding willow trees began to sprout green buds, continuously stretching their branches. Upon arriving, some guards immediately began to set things up, such as assembling wooden tables and chairs that could be put together, and unloading 2 iron stoves made by the blacksmith from the carriage. Jin Yang and the others naturally also got off the carriage. The Wei River here was relatively gentle and accessible. "You all keep an eye on the little princesses. They can play by the river, but they must not go into the water." Li Ku instructed the guards nearby. "Yes, sure enough." As soon as they got off the carriage, Jin Yang and the others cheered and started running around excitedly. Cheng Yang and Gao Yang, being younger, were just as enthusiastic. Although Chang Lu and the others didn't run around, it was evident that the surrounding environment also made them feel refreshed. The scenery might not be particularly beautiful, but this wilderness gave a very pleasant feeling. "Third brother, this place is so beautiful." Qinghe suddenly spoke, boldly not far from Li Ku. Li Ku was somewhat surprised. Qinghe rarely initiated conversation. Her personality was cold, and he once thought she might have autism, but later realized it was likely due to some matters in the palace that shaped her character. During the past 2 days of staying here, Li Ku noticed that Qinghe had relaxed her demeanor somewhat. After all, she was just a little girl of 8 or 9. "Well, this isn't much. Our Tang Dynasty is vast. To the east is the boundless sea, an endless expanse of water where there are whales larger than ships. To the north is the vast grassland, with green grass that looks like a green carpet. And to the west are the towering snow-capped mountains, from which the Yangtze and Yellow rivers originate, formed by the melting snow from the western mountains, eventually converging into great rivers." Li Ku said with a smile. "The Yangtze? What's that, third brother?" Qinghe asked, somewhat puzzled. "Oh, the Yangtze is just a river." Li Ku nodded with a smile. "It's called the Yangtze because it's so long. And I think there will be more great rivers in the future, so it's better to have a name to distinguish them." "Oh, I see. Third brother is knowledgeable," Qinghe said, her big eyes nodding in agreement. In the Tang Dynasty, the term Yangtze River didn't exist, the Yellow River did. But it was only gradually recognized during the Tang Dynasty. The name Yangtze only referred to one river, while historically, river was specifically used for the Yellow River, with other rivers simply called water. For example, the Weihe River is officially referred to as Weishui. However, now many rivers are also called rivers, while Jiang still specifically refers to the Yangtze. "Third brother, you said there are fish in the sea bigger than ships, is that true?" Jin Yang, who had been nearby, immediately ran over with curiosity. "Of course it's true," Li Ku nodded with a smile. "Haven't you heard of Zhuangzi's free and easy wandering? There's a fish in the North Sea called Kuan. It's so big that one pot can't hold it." "Third brother, don't teach nonsense." Chang Lu, who was beside him, pouted. "Cough, I misspoke." Li Ku coughed lightly, and then said seriously, "Actually, this kind of fish is called a whale." "Third brother, does it taste good?" Jin Yang immediately asked with shining eyes. "That question stumps me. I've never eaten whale," Li Ku replied. "Oh dear, you're so silly, Jin Yang. Think about it. If the fish is bigger than a ship, how could anyone catch it? So, no one has eaten it." Gao Yang exclaimed nearby. "Then we can build bigger ships. Ships bigger than the royal palace." Jin Yang gestured with her hands to illustrate a supersized ship. That makes sense. Indeed, children speak the truth. Gao Yang said. But we still can't catch them. They can swim away. Gao Yang rolled her eyes. All right, you two stop arguing. Let's go fly kites, Wang Ling said with a smile, pulling the two little ones along. When they arrived today, third brother had prepared many beautiful kites for them, and the little ones were very interested in them. Watching Jin Yang and Gao Yang being taken to fly kites, Li Ku sighed in relief. Phew, too many questions from kids can be overwhelming. Gao Yang, you all sit tight. Third brother will go prepare some barbecue for you. Li Ku went over to the guards to set up the grill. The grill wasn't too much different from modern ones. It was simple to use. Although he brought charcoal, lighting it was a bit tricky. Fortunately, there were no restrictions on making fires in ancient times. With the guards starting the fire and preparing the charcoal, it should be ready by noon. Although it was after Qingming and not hot, the midday sun was still quite strong. To prevent sunburn, several guards had already set up a large silk canopy for shade. Many people from the south, when they went north and found it cool, often neglected sun protection, thinking it was unnecessary. However, in the north, even if it feels cool, if the sun is strong on a clear day, sun protection is still necessary to avoid sunburn. The carpenters who came along had already assembled the disassembled wooden lounge chairs. These chairs were designed with mortise and tenon joints for easy transport. Li Ku had prepared them for outings, so they were ready. In addition, Yang Anning and others who came with Li Ku had taken out a guqin, guzheng, pipa, and flute for people with 4 different instruments. Since Li Ku had taught them about arrangement, they had been working on it, expressing different parts of a piece with different instruments for a more complete feel, rather than just simple ensemble playing. They had made some progress over the past few days. The 2 chefs who had come along had already lit a fire and placed a kettle on it to boil water, starting to brew tea for everyone. Leaning back in the lounge chair, basking in the warm sunlight, Li Ku felt drowsy. The fragrant tea on the wooden table wafted into his nose, accompanied by the sound of Yang Anning and her group playing music, and the laughter of Jin Yang and Gao Yang filled the air. The distant sound of the guards' horses, though somewhat chaotic, added to the lively atmosphere. This is life. It's so enjoyable. With his eyes closed, Li Ku hummed a little tune. This life is so comfortable. Haha, this life is great. I wouldn't trade it for being an emperor. Li Ku lazily declared from his chair, surrounded by familiar faces. Feeling carefree. Chapter 72. What the heck? Li Ku was lounging in the chair, carefree. But he didn't see that Li ShiMin had already dismounted from his horse with a dark expression. It wasn't that no one had warned him. It was just that they were approaching a small slope. When Li ShiMin came, he had brought few people, leaving most of the guards behind for protection. So they didn't need to come close. When Li ShiMin reached the front, he didn't let his horse gallop. By the time he crossed the small slope and saw the people wanting to bow, he was already stopped by Li ShiMin. On the way there, Li ShiMin wasn't that angry. When he ordered that brat to be confined to the Shuwang Manor outside Chang'an, he never expected him to behave himself. However, upon arriving at the scene, he was furious. Mainly, he thought to himself, I saw your good performance yesterday and wanted to come see you today. But here you are, lounging around. How can I tolerate this? Your Highness, the Emperor has arrived. Yang Anning, beside Li Ku, couldn't he help but remind him. Impossible. My father is still in the palace, dealing with political headaches. How could he have time to come here? Li Ku waved his hand dismissively. Father, Jin Yang and Gao Yang, who were playing, immediately shouted as they rushed over. Hee, you 2 little ones are trying to trick me, aren't you? Li Ku laughed as he sat up from the chair. Li Ku. A furious roar from Li ShiMin rang out. Uffed. Li Ku was choked by his own saliva. And in a panic, he scrambled to get up from the lounge chair. However, it was a bit awkward to rise from the chair, and in his rush, he tripped over his own feet and fell to the ground. Giggle, third brother, you're so clumsy. Jin Yang and Gao Yang burst into laughter at his awkwardness. Getting up from the ground, Li Ku immediately saw the scowling face of Li ShiMin, but the laughter from Jin Yang and Gao Yang suddenly reminded him. All right, with so many younger sisters here, what am I afraid of? Humph, it's just my old man, Li ShiMin. What is there to be afraid of? Oh, Dad, you're here, Li Ku said casually, greeting Li ShiMin with a relaxed expression. Li ShiMin squinted his eyes. Something was off with this kid. Just a moment ago, he was in a terrible state, and now he suddenly seems so confident. Who gave him the courage? Li Ku, I put you under house arrest. And this is how you abide by it. Li ShiMin said sternly. Oh, Dad, I'm sorry I forgot. I'll go back right now. Everyone pack up. Let us go home. Li Ku shouted loudly. Dad. The 3 youngest, Jin Yang, Gao Yang, and Sheng Yang, ran straight to Li ShiMin. Hey, Dad is here. Li ShiMin's face immediately broke into a smile, especially when Sizai ran the fastest. His little legs were short, but he was quick. Li ShiMin hurriedly squatted down and picked Sizai up. Dad, don't keep third brother under house arrest. Third brother is so good to us. Yeah, Dad. I want third brother to play with me. Gao Yang immediately chimed in. Dad, I really like you, and I also really like third brother. But if you keep third brother under house arrest, you'll be a bad person. Xing Yang followed up. Dad. Hong Kong and Xinxing, who were just a year older than Gao Yang and Xing Yang, also ran over. In an instant, Li ShiMin was surrounded by 5 little girls. Dad, you can't be a bad person. If you're a bad person, Sizai won't like you anymore. The 2-year-old Jin Yang, the boldest, reached out to tug at Li ShiMin's beard. Oh no, No, Dad, one to be a bad person, one to be a bad person. Although Li ShiMin was saying oh no, he couldn't help but smile. Ha! Seeing this scene, Li Ke laughed uncontrollably in his heart. Old Li, you have your day now? Sending me sisters, huh? Do you think 14 sisters can make me feel overwhelmed? Ha ha. Old Li, you underestimated me. From now on, I, Li Ke, have 14 bodyguards. Hands on hips. Awesome. I knew Dad was the best. Hee hee. Moi, Jinyang, despite being small, was the most charming. She complimented Li ShiMin and then hugged his neck, giving him a kiss on the cheek. Moi, Gaoyang, Xingyang, Onkong, and Xinxing immediately followed suit, each planting a kiss on Li ShiMin's face. Old Li was so delighted that he nearly doubled over with laughter. If it weren't for his body not being what it used to be, he probably could have lifted all 5 little girls at once. Ha ha. Li Ke was so pleased, standing there more and more proud, his expression increasingly arrogant. Changle and Yuzhong, watching Li Ke's smug demeanor, nearly burst out laughing. Even the princesses and the maids, including Yang Anning, were all suppressing their laughter, heads down. Mainly, Li Ke's expression was too annoying, to put it bluntly. He was typical of someone who relied on others' power. Finally, Changle couldn't hold back anymore. She took a couple of steps forward, then lightly kicked Li Ke's foot and whispered as he turned around, "Third brother, tone it down a bit." Cough, cough. Li Ke immediately snapped back to reality. Almost got caught by Old Li. Luckily, we have 14 little guards. This is safe and secure, covering all bases. Old Li. Oh, Old Li, you've been caught, huh? Hee hee, this is just 5. You still have 9 of your little cotton-padded jackets yet to unleash. Come on, you little ones, let go of Dad. Let Dad sit down and rest. With that thought, Li Ke straightened his expression, quickly took a couple of steps forward, first picked Xingyang up and set her aside. Then took 2 more steps in and helped Li ShiMin up. Li ShiMin raised his eyelids to glance at Li Ke, not bad, recognizing the situation, understanding when to advance and retreat. He didn't seem that angry anymore. Li ShiMin thought for a moment and, following Li Ke's actions, reached out to pick up the youngest, Jinyang, then stood up and said with a hint of annoyance, "All right, stop pretending. What is there to go back for?" Hee hee, thanks, Dad. Li Ke thanked him directly, grinning as he followed. Li ShiMin walked over to the lounge chair where Li Ke had just been sitting and simply sat down with Jinyang in his arms. "Dad, let me down. I want to fly a kite." Jinyang, seeing that Li ShiMin had set her down and wouldn't let Li Ke go back, immediately lost interest in Li ShiMin's embrace and quickly said, "You little Sizai, getting tired of Dad so soon, huh?" Li ShiMin pinched her little nose. "How could that be? Dad, you will always be the best in my heart." Jinyang tossed out a comforting remark to Old Li and decisively turned and ran off to fly her kite. Li ShiMin leaned back in the wooden lounge chair, swaying gently. This kid really knows how to enjoy himself. This must be something he invented. Come on, continue the music and dance. Li Ke waved his hand and shouted loudly, looking more professional than Changlin, completely acting like a sycophant. Chapter 73. Quietly stunning everyone, Li Ke's demeanor made Yang Anning and the others stifle their laughter again before they returned to their seats. And the gentle music played once more. "Dad, have some tea." Li Ke ran over with a cup of brewed tea. Li ShiMin nodded in satisfaction and took the teacup from Li Ke's hand. "Changlin, Your Highness, you've taken my job." But what else could he say? He could only honestly stay by the side. Li ShiMin took a sip of tea, the slightly bitter flavor lingered. And soon a unique fragrance of tea remained on his lips. He looked at Li Ke in surprise. "Is this the stir-fried tea you made?" "Yes, Dad. This is the proper way to drink tea. I think the way we drank tea in the Tang Dynasty before was too rough." Covering up the original flavor of the tea, Li Ke nodded rapidly. The previous way of drinking tea in the Tang Dynasty was hard to describe. It was somewhat like the Mongolian milk tea of later generations, where the tea leaves were boiled in water, then milk and salt were added, throwing various things in. That taste. Forget it. Li Ke had only tried it twice and never drank it again. "Not bad. Send a few pounds to the palace." Li ShiMin nodded. Li Ke. "Oh, Dad, although this isn't expensive, but a few pounds is too much." However, he didn't dare to refute. He thought it over. Well, spending money to avoid disaster. Looking at it from another angle, after Old Li drinks it, he will surely let his ministers try it at some point. Old Li is basically a spokesperson. Thinking like this, "Dad, I think a few pounds isn't enough. How about this? I'll send you various kinds of tea. I've developed green tea, white tea, red tea, yellow tea, oolong tea, etc. Black tea is also good, but it's a bit complicated to make, and the older, the better. Next year, there will be better ones. I'll let you try them all, each with its own characteristics," Li Ke generously said. "Oh, so generous today?" Li ShiMin raised his head to look at Li Ke. "Look at what you're saying. You're my dad. It's only right for a son to honor his father," Li Ke said casually. Li ShiMin took a sip of tea. The taste was indeed much better than the previous tea. "This chair is also your invention?" Li ShiMin asked, looking at him. "Yes, how is it? Not bad, right?" Li Ke grinned, pulling another lounge chair over from the side and placing it next to Li ShiMin, then lying down as well. The two faced the Weishui River, gazing at the scenery in the distance. In the distance, several older princesses gathered together. "Sister Changlu, third brother is so amazing. He doesn't even fear father hitting him." Lin Chuan said in a low voice. "You don't understand this, do you? Third brother is afraid of everything, but probably not afraid of being hit. Once he's not afraid of being hit, then what else is there to be afraid of? Baling pouted. Baling is right. I saw third brother get beaten once when I was young, and he cried out so miserably at that time, I was really scared. Who knew that just when third brother was fine, he stirred up trouble again and got beaten by father again? Puan still felt a lingering fear when talking about this. Changla secretly laughed to herself. Miserable? You guys don't understand third brother at all. The more miserable third brother cries, the less it hurts. When the beating is the hardest, third brother doesn't even make a sound. Changla couldn't help but think of the scene when Li Ku ruined her marriage. She was there at the time, and Li Ku's outer clothes were already stained red with blood, but he didn't say a word, and she cried terribly at that moment. Hee. Actually, third brother is still amazing. I was just about to go up and act cute. Dongyang chuckled and said, all right, let's see how things go in a while. I wonder why father suddenly came today. Changlu also lowered her voice and said, MHM, MHM, MHM. Several people nodded frantically. It's so much fun here with third brother. How could they let him be locked up? What were you thinking yesterday? Li ShiMin took a couple of sips of tea, reclining in a lounge chair, looking at the green fields in the distance. What do you mean? Those words? Li Ku asked knowingly. Yes. Li ShiMin nodded. I didn't think much about it. Dreams can only be dreams. Li Ku said indifferently. Some things haven't been realized even 1,000 years later. How many people's efforts is that? What qualifications does he Li Ku have? Li ShiMin. Li Ku always has a way of making him angry. It's a shame he was just reading what you said yesterday, feeling all fired up. And then you tell him that dreams can only be dreams? He thought of countless words to comfort you, and you tell him that dreams can only be dreams. However, Li ShiMin held back. After all, as emperor, he couldn't incite Li Ku to do such things. Then why do you think that way? Li ShiMin asked again. When I was inspecting around Chang'an, looking towards Chang'an from Tongguan, I could see the hard-working common people and suddenly had some insights. Li Ku sighed. Oh, tell me. Li ShiMin was somewhat surprised and became interested. Peaks and ridges like gatherings, waves like fury, the road to Tongguan within the mountains and rivers. Looking towards the western capital, my thoughts are hesitant. Sad is the place where Qin and Han passed. All the palaces and halls have turned to earth. Prosperity brings suffering to the people. Demise brings suffering to the people. Li Ku's voice was not loud, and his mood was not high. But what he said sounded like a heavy hammer to those around him. Li Ku was not trying to show off in front of Li ShiMin. But after being in Tang for so many years, he truly felt the sentiments Zhang Yanghao had when he wrote the poem Champiyong, Tongguan Huaigu. That was something that could not be experienced in 1,000 years later. Just like those few cruel words written in historical books. For example, in the recently revised book of Jin by Fang Xianling and others, there is a sentence, Chang'an City is completely empty, and all have scattered in 2 or 3 years. There are no travelers in Guangzhou. That is Chang'an. One cannot understand that kind of cruelty without experiencing this era. And this sentence will be passed down with the book of Jin. What kind of insights will people 1,000 years later have when they read this sentence? It is far less shocking than what Li Ku has seen with his own eyes, and this is still during the flourishing era of Jingguan. So when it is not the flourishing era, how will the common people survive? A phrase like prosperity brings suffering to the people. Demise brings suffering to the people left Li ShiMin stunned, Chang Lin stunned, Yang Anning and Lu Qinchan stunned. And even the princesses like Chang Lu not far away were stunned. Li ShiMin fell silent. These 8 words were the greatest satire on the rulers. Yet, Li ShiMin had no way to refute it because he always knew that many people in Tang were still starving, or rather, they had never been full. Hee father. Don't I seem very compassionate towards the world, like a literary master? Li Ku suddenly chuckled and smiled at Li ShiMin. Li ShiMin. He was about to say something when Li Ku stood up from the lounge chair and ran towards Jin Yang in the distance, imitating a wolf's howl. Ooh. Little one, the big bad wolf is coming to catch you. Jin Yang's laughter soon came. Chapter 74. Listen to my cunning. Awaken my alertness looking at Li Ku playing around with Jin Yang. Li ShiMin suddenly felt that he seemed to have never truly understood this son. Chang Lin silently watched Li Ku and then Li ShiMin. He knew that His Highness the Prince of Shu had once again hit the soft spot of His Majesty. But what the Prince of Shu said resonated with Chang Lin because he was born into an ordinary peasant family, and he deeply empathized with Li Ku's words. The princesses, including Chang Lu, also had their own feelings. They had all studied, but had never had thoughts like Li Ku's. However, just those 8 words had a significant impact on them. It was something hard to articulate. There was a glimmer of light in Chang Li's eyes. After playing with Jin Yang for a while, seeing that the chefs and guards had already set up 2 roasting grills, Li Ku walked directly over. He had played with grilling skewers many times, so he naturally wanted to do it himself. Going out to play and not getting hands-on would lack soul. The other grill was naturally left to the chefs. These chefs had been personally trained by Li Ku and were naturally very skilled. Watching Li Ku's movements, Li ShiMin originally wanted to stop him. After all, he was a prince of the Great Tang, and what was he doing in the kitchen? Holding a large handful of skewers of lamb, Li Ku placed them on the grill in front of him, and as he watched the skewers sizzling over the charcoal fire, he felt a bit dazed, as if he hadn't crossed over. However, when he looked up, everything around him reminded him that it was the year 635 AD, the 9th year of the Jingguan era of Tang. skillfully grabbing a handful of chili powder and sprinkling it on the lamb skewers, smelling the familiar aroma. Li Ke couldn't help but loudly remind, "You over there, grill some without chili. Jin Yong and the others are still young and can't eat spicy food." "Yes, Your Highness," the chef on that side responded. Seeing this scene, Li ShiMin also walked over. Watching Li Ke's familiar demeanor, Li ShiMin knew that this kid often played around. This kid is actually quite talented. At least the poem he just wrote was pretty good. But all his thoughts were spent on eating, drinking, and having fun. "Ah, father. Are you going to educate me about how a gentleman stays away from the kitchen?" Li Ke directly spoke up when he noticed Li ShiMin's expression was off. "What does that have to do with a gentleman staying away from the kitchen?" Li ShiMin frowned and asked Li Ke. Li Ke was a bit confused. "Doesn't a gentleman stays away from the kitchen mean to keep me away from the kitchen?" Li ShiMin. Chong Lu and a few from Yuzhong are sitting not far away, and hearing Li Ke's words, they couldn't help but laugh, and they laughed joyfully. "Isn't that right?" Li Ke looked at Chong Lin in confusion. Li ShiMin's face darkened. He had just praised you for your studies being good. Chong Lin's mouth twitched for a moment before he explained. "Your Highness, a gentleman stays away from the kitchen comes from the Mencius. The original meaning is that King Xian of Qi saw the common people killing cattle for sacrifice and felt a bit reluctant. So he ordered the common people to release the cattle and to kill sheep instead. When Mencius advised King Xian of Qi to practice benevolence, he said this, 'A gentleman cannot bear to see the death of these flying and walking creatures, which is why he stays away from the kitchen.' Li Ke, it's all the fault of many people in later generations who always take things out of context." "Well, I certainly know that. I'm just giving a reminder to father." Without a second thought, Li Ke began to argue back. "What a joke. My Lord Prince of Shu could never be wrong. If I am wrong, then it must be the world that caused my mistake, meaning the world is wrong." Li ShiMin narrowed his eyes. "Keep talking. If you can't explain yourself, then you won't get to eat this meat today, and I'll punish you by making you starve for a day." "Humph, is that all?" Li Ke scoffed. "As a contrarian from the 21st century, am I afraid of this?" Chong Lu and the others also gathered their attention, curious about how their third brother would continue to reason. "Father, what do you think is the reason for my recent mistake?" Li Ke asked. "Obviously, apart from you not studying properly and being half-hearted, what else could it be?" Li ShiMin's face darkened. "How dare you ask me this? Father, what do you think is Qin Shi Huang's greatest achievement for Huaxia?" Li Ke asked another unrelated question. Of course, it was unifying the 6 states, making Huaxia a great unified dynasty again, ending the chaos of the feudal lords, and allowing the people to recuperate. Li ShiMin replied, "That makes sense. But I believe the greater achievement was standardizing the script, unifying the axle lengths, weights, and measures, which laid a solid foundation for later people to establish a unified dynasty. This is also why many nomadic tribes surrounding Huaxia entered, but were continuously assimilated." Li Ke said. Li ShiMin raised an eyebrow. "You have a point. But what does this have to do with you?" "It has a lot to do with me. Throughout history, due to the underdevelopment of ancient papermaking technology, books were inscribed on bamboo slips, so to save space to the maximum extent, even though punctuation was invented, it was not used. Most of the time, punctuation was not used. Punctuation existed very early, but hardly anyone used it because everyone got used to it. This leads to a serious consequence, taking things out of context. That's why reading is difficult now and requires teachers. It's because many articles lack punctuation and ordinary people cannot understand their meanings without teachers. Therefore, popularizing punctuation is very important. I think you should treat this matter as an important policy of the Tang Dynasty, requiring everyone to use punctuation in writing to clarify sentences, which can reduce the difficulty of reading for future generations and, importantly, prevent people from taking things out of context and misinterpreting the original author's meaning. Li Ke spoke earnestly. Li ShiMin. He was about to say something when Li Ke jumped in. "Father, don't doubt it. The simplest sentence," the master said, "the people can be made to follow, but they cannot be made to know." Confucius's original words had no punctuation, so how many ways can later generations read it? I just read it one way. There is also, the people can, let them follow. They cannot, let them know. A third way, the people can be made to follow, but they cannot be made to know. A fourth way, the people can be made to follow, they cannot be made to know. The fifth way is the people can follow. No, they can be made to know. Father, you tell me, with Confucius's one sentence, there are 5 different ways to punctuate. And the meanings of these 5 ways are completely different, many even completely opposite. If such a situation appeared in government orders, in your imperial edicts, or in important historical texts of the Tang Dynasty, what do you think would happen? Li ShiMin, Chong Lin, and the princesses were dumbfounded. It was just a gentleman staying away from the kitchen. Was it really that serious? The problem is that Li Ke's words made Li ShiMin realize the seriousness of the matter, or rather, as someone from a noble family who has always had teachers to guide them, they did not understand the severity of the issue, or even if they did, they would not articulate it. But as a ruler, Li ShiMin instantly understood the benefits of using punctuation. If all books had punctuation, it would mean that people could learn to read by themselves, unlike now when they need a teacher. He raised his head to look at Li Ke, his expression becoming incredibly strange. "So, can you argue your way into a beneficial national policy?" "Father, all right, try this." Li Ke casually handed over a few skewers of lamb. Li ShiMin instinctively took them. After receiving them, Looking at the skewers, Li ShiMin became angry. You give me meat for such an important matter? Meanwhile, Li Ku had already taken a skewer and stuffed it into his mouth, exclaiming, delicious. This is the taste. The sheep in this era are all free-range. Many lambs in later generations have a strong gamey taste because they are raised in pens. Pen-raised lambs have a strong smell. And those who have visited Inner Mongolia can tell that the lamb there has a much lighter gamey taste. Seeing Li ShiMin holding the skewer, his corner of the mouth twitching, Li Ku's heart sank. Oh no, I was careless. The old man doesn't like such casualness when discussing serious matters. No, this bad habit needs to be changed. Ah, father, you better eat. It's going to get cold and won't taste good. Li Ku pretended not to see and directly held a skewer of meat to Li ShiMin's mouth. Li ShiMin hesitated for a moment looking at the skewer. It seemed somewhat inappropriate to get angry at his son's good intentions. Moreover, this kind of close interaction with his son hadn't happened since they were children. After a pause, he opened his mouth and bit the meat, while Li Ku swiftly pulled, and half of the skewer went into Li ShiMin's mouth. Not bad. A unique fragrance blossomed in Li ShiMin's mouth, and he was somewhat surprised. He had never had such delicious skewers before. However, soon after, a special spiciness burst on his tongue, and Li ShiMin instantly hissed in a breath of cool air. What is this? So spicy? Ah, chili, I forgot. Father, drink some water. Li Ku was stunned for a moment. Oh, I forgot. The Tang dynasty had no chili, only prickly ash. But prickly ash's spiciness is incomparable to chili. It's quite different. He quickly handed over a cup of water, and Li ShiMin gulped it down. Chong Lin beside him. Your Highness of Shu, you really. Father, how does it taste? Li Ku asked with a grin. It's all right. After drinking the water, it was not as spicy. After all, he had eaten prickly ash before, so he had some tolerance for chili. However, looking at Li ShiMin's wide-open eyes, it seemed he was about to speak, and Li Ku would not give him that chance, immediately shouting, Jinyang, Gaoyang, Qingyang, Ankong, and Xinxing, come eat meat. The meat is ready. Qinghe, Lonling, Jinan, you all come too. Sangua, I'm coming. Jinyang ran the fastest, although she ran slowly. Hearing that food was ready made her extremely happy. Seeing his daughters running over, Li ShiMin's words were cut off. Come, here you go, these don't have chili. Li Ku distributed all the meat without chili to his sisters one by one, then said to Jinyang, Zizi, quickly feed some meat to father. Jinyang, holding a skewer of meat, first took a bite herself, then smacked her lips with her eyes squinting, and when she heard Li Ku's words, she stretched the skewer towards Li ShiMin's mouth. Father, eat meat. This little one was also learning to call him father like Li Ku. Ah, Zizi is really good. Li ShiMin immediately beamed with joy, squatting down to catch the meat skewer that Zizi offered. Chong Lin admired Li Ku with great respect, realizing that His Highness the King of Shu had indeed grasped the Emperor's soft spot. With these more than 10 younger sisters, the King of Shu would have a much easier life ahead. I eat this. Qingyang also hopped over, watching Li ShiMin coaxing his daughter. Li Ku chuckled, and then shared the meat skewers in his hand with Qinghe, Lanling, and the other two. These three little girls were a bit older and held the skewers, unsure how to eat them, mainly because their usual etiquette didn't allow such behavior. However, to Li Ku's surprise, it was Qinghe who tentatively picked up a skewer and directly brought it to her mouth. How about trying? This feels different from the palace. Since we're out, we should be happy and free. Li Ku boldly began to teach his younger sisters. Lanling and Jinan exchanged glances and also took skewers for themselves. Seeing this scene, Li ShiMin immediately raised his eyebrows. He felt a surge of anger. Although Li Ku was only next to his daughter, Li ShiMin still suppressed his anger. However, Li Ku was quite cunning. After all these years of being beaten, he certainly knew what kind of state Li ShiMin was in. He truly didn't understand why Li ShiMin was so angry every day. He suspected it was definitely because of Wei Zheng. Hey Dad, isn't it nice to be happy when we're out? Look at how harmonious our family is. Opportunities like this are rare. Think about it. When was the last time you could go out with all 14 daughters? And consider that Chong Lu and Yu Zhang are not young anymore. You've been eager to marry them off, and I've stopped you. If I hadn't, they should have been married off long ago. It's not easy for you to see them, and in situations like this, can you still experience it? Li Ku poked at Li ShiMin's heart with a small knife. To be fair, Li ShiMin did have some daughter-slave attributes, so he paused. Looking at his daughters Chong Lu and the others who were chatting sweetly and obediently, he fell silent, realizing that there wouldn't be many more opportunities like this. Oh, forget it. This is good. Li ShiMin sighed. His anger came quickly and left just as fast, and Li Ku's words were quite reasonable. Come on, Dad, let us sit here while the chefs roast the skewers. By the way, Chong Nashi, you should eat too. Li Ku handed some skewers to Chong Lin. Thank you, Your Highness. Chong Lin did not refuse. As an excellent head of the inner servants, he knew when to do what. Since Li ShiMin was no longer angry, he naturally followed Li Ku's example and moved 2 chairs to sit beside them. Li Ku then called Chong Lu and the others to come and sit down as well. The younger girls preferred to play by themselves, like Jin Yang and the others who gathered around the grill waiting for food, and the maids were taking care of them, so Li Ku didn't need to worry. After everyone sat down, Li ShiMin suddenly realized, am I being manipulated? Just looking at the several daughters sitting in front of him, Li ShiMin comforted himself a few times. Forget it, forget it. With my daughters here, I'll find an excuse later to give Li Ku a beating, and that will be that. What you just said does have some merit, but there must be a standard for this. Regarding punctuation, we need to find someone to design a suitable set of symbols. Li ShiMin sat down and resumed the previous topic. This is simple. I'm a professional, Li Ku said boldly. The punctuation of later generations has been validated over many years. I can just invent it. Chapter 76. Third brother's mouth is really sharp. You? Li ShiMin looked at Li Ku with a strange expression. Of course. I brought this up, so I know how to do it. Isn't that reasonable? Li Ku casually replied and began demonstrating with a stick on the ground nearby. This is a comma, indicating that a sentence is not finished. This is a period, and this is a semicolon. Li Ku introduced all the commonly used punctuation from later generations. Surprisingly, he realized that there were quite a few of them. Li ShiMin and Chong Lin thought Li Ku was just casually boasting, but now they saw that this kid actually had something. Even the concept of quotation marks had been researched, and it made a lot of sense. When Li Ku first proposed this, Li ShiMin thought it was just about placing a dot to separate sentences, but after hearing Li Ku's explanation, he realized there was actually quite a bit of knowledge involved. Chong Lu and her sisters looked at Li Ku with admiration. While Chong Lu often interacted with Li Ku, some of the other sisters didn't, and now they realized how impressive third brother was. He indeed had talent for governance. Well done. You've finally done something useful. Write a memorial about this, and I'll lift your house arrest, and you can bring this up in court. Li ShiMin said with a smile, feeling pleased. Li Ku's eyes darted around. My goodness, you've only lifted my house arrest after just a few days? Dad, absolutely not. Li Ku suddenly became serious, his expression stern. As the emperor, your word is worth 1,000 gold. I can write the memorial for you, but let us drop the house arrest order. If you lift it so casually, what will Duke Qi think? The conflict between me and Duke Qi is our business. For you, Duke Qi has a bond with you from humble beginnings, has merits in governance, and has family ties with mother. You've punished Duke Qi by reducing his salary for half a year. If I'm under house arrest for just a few days and you lift it, how would you feel? Although it wouldn't necessarily create a rift between you, it would certainly make it seem like you favor your own son and are not handling things fairly. Over time, this will lead to a rift between the ruler and his subjects, which is not beneficial for the court, the country, or your relationship with mother. Everyone looked at Li Ku with strange expressions. Since they were sitting side by side, Li ShiMin looked at Li Ku with a sidelong glance. I suspect you just don't want to attend court and want to enjoy yourself outside the city, but I have no evidence. The problem was that Li Ku's words were reasonable and convincing. If it were any other prince, Li ShiMin would have been pleased and thought it was an uncommon insight, well considered and not easy to come by. But if it were Li Ku, there would be According to his previous introduction, a question mark here? Chong Lu admired her third brother immensely. Among these people, if anyone claimed to understand Li Ku, Chong Lu would say she was first, and no one would dare claim second. Firstly, girls are naturally detail-oriented, easily noticing subtleties. Secondly, Li Ku did not hide his true self in front of his sister. Thus, Chong Lu's understanding of Li Ku was absolutely unmatched. At least more than what their father and mother understood. She truly believed that if third brother were to work in the Honglu Temple, specifically handling diplomatic affairs, he would definitely leave a mark in history. He was so strong. Everyone was misled by third brother's reckless character, thinking he wouldn't speak well, but in reality, third brother was incredibly eloquent. He could turn the dead into the living with his words. If third brother were Zhao Gao, the idiom of pointing at a deer and calling it a horse would not exist today. Perhaps that horse would be called a deer now. What made third brother strong was that no one could rival his ability to argue, and his points were quite reasonable, making it impossible to refute. It was truly baffling where third brother learned all this from. Logically speaking, he shouldn't have had the opportunity, as he always relied on force to persuade others outside. When did he ever discuss reason? If Li Ku knew Chong Li's thoughts, he would probably happily tell her, jokingly, that after so many years of intense debates on various online forums and Weibo, isn't this just basic operation? Those internet trolls, with their peculiar angles and unreasonable reasoning, make you question your life. Li Ku, at least, is invincible in debates. All right, you have a point, but you need to write this memorial as soon as possible. Li ShiMin waved his hand, too lazy to distinguish whether Li Ku really didn't want to attend court or if it was for this reason. As long as he got the job done, that was enough. Father, there's actually something else I want to discuss with you, Li Ku said. What is it? It's about the marriage of Chong Lu and Yu Zhang. Li Ku stated straightforwardly. As soon as Li Ku's words came out, his several younger sisters felt a bit shy. They had never experienced their father or brothers discussing their marriages in person. Most of the time, it was their mother who spoke to them about it. Are you going to cause trouble again? Didn't you agree with the Changsun family? Li ShiMin raised an eyebrow. Actually, what I'm talking about isn't that. I'm referring to the issue of consanguineous marriages, Li Ku said, a reason he had thought about before but later rejected. The reason was simple. Li Ku wasn't a medical professional, and no one would believe what he said. In this era, consanguineous marriages were quite normal. In fact, even in ancient times, there were restrictions on consanguineous marriages, but they mainly limited direct blood relatives on the paternal side. Marriages between cousins were not restricted. Li Ku didn't know if the ancients understood this, but one thing was clear. There are issues with consanguineous marriages. and investigating them requires a lot of data comparison and evidence, which is unrealistic in the Tang Dynasty. Two factors contributed to this. First, the vast manpower and resources required for extensive investigations were unimaginable in this era. The court's finances were limited, and it was impossible to spend a lot of manpower and resources on this matter. Small-scale investigations were useless due to the insufficient sample size. Due to the differences between the eras, people in later generations didn't think much of it. But in this era, consanguineous marriages were considered abnormal. Don't joke about it. In the early years of the liberation, because of insufficient salt, many children suffered from goiter in the 1960s and 1970s. Tell me, in ancient times, didn't that count as abnormal? Besides, in this era, for example, polio, which has vaccines in later generations, did not exist back then. Likewise, there were too many cases of deformed babies caused by insufficient nutrition during pregnancy, excessive labor, etc. If you dared to investigate, wouldn't you believe that the data would show far more deformities and diseases than those caused by consanguineous marriages? Moreover, the ancient people's attitude toward this issue was straightforward. If a child died, they would just have another. The 5 surnames and 7 clans married among themselves to maintain pure bloodlines and did not marry outsiders. They cared about their descendants? No, they cared about their ruling status. In their eyes, women were merely for childbirth. If one couldn't do it, they would have several more, as long as one could inherit. Thus, due to the differences in eras, people's perspectives were different, and many beliefs were fundamentally unchangeable. In fact, there was another way, which was to find an authority to speak on the matter. And the only person in this era who could be considered an authority was Sun Simiao. Chapter 77, Dad. There's really a lot of will here. But Sun Simiao wasn't easy to meet. Li ShiMin had summoned him to the palace right after taking office, but in reality, Sun Simiao only arrived in Chang'an about a year later, as he had been living in various mountains and forests for a long time, searching for herbs and traveling around the Tang Dynasty to compile effective remedies. So the way to find Sun Simiao was to notify the local officials first to see if there were any sightings of him, and then invite him to the mountains. However, many times, by the time the officials received the news and went to find him, Sun Simiao would have already left. In ancient times, communication was extremely difficult, making it hard to find someone. Li Ku had long wanted to meet this legendary figure. There has always been controversy over how long this person lived in history, with ages ranging from 101 to 165 years. The problem is that starting at 101 years is simply ridiculous. There aren't many people in later generations who live past 100, let alone in ancient times. Moreover, even if he found Sun Simiao, getting him to cooperate with the promotion would be difficult. Sun Simiao dedicated his life to medicine, never holding an official position. Therefore, he had a very rigorous attitude towards medicine. If you told him there were issues with consanguineous marriages, he would need to investigate and gather evidence before he would listen to your claims. He wouldn't just accept whatever you said, especially since you, Li Ku, are not a medical master, right? No, he doesn't know anything about medicine. Li Ku isn't even clear on first aid. He knows about artificial respiration and chest compressions, but what is the frequency? How to operate it? He really doesn't know. So Li Ku's plan was to take action first, to prevent the marriage, and after it was done, he would tell Li ShiMin the reason. That way, Li ShiMin would consider it. Even if the matter was false, Li Ku would indeed have a genuine reason for not allowing Changlu to marry, rather than saying it up front. Words alone carry no weight. No one believes them. In later generations, when people go to the hospital for treatment, there are always many elderly people who don't trust the doctor's diagnoses, let alone in ancient times. Consanguineous marriage? So what? The Tang Dynasty has always strictly prohibited consanguineous marriages. Li ShiMin looked at Li Ku with some confusion. Actually, what I meant was that cousins are also considered close relatives. Li Ku said helplessly. Li ShiMin instantly understood what Li Ku was trying to say and glared at him. Aren't you still trying to talk about the Changsun family? This is why Li Ku was unwilling to discuss this matter. No one would believe him. Father, have you ever heard a saying? Li Ku said somewhat helplessly. What is it? The prejudices in people's hearts are like a mountain. Li Ku sighed. Li ShiMin raised an eyebrow. Are you saying that I wronged you? Li Ku shook his head helplessly. Father, let me ask you, if this was said by the medicine king Sun Simiao, would you consider it? Of course. Can you compare with Master Sun? Li ShiMin glanced at him. Li Ku. All right, this statement is indeed from Master Sunday. My merchant group happened to encounter Master Sun once, and I inadvertently overheard him say that there is a significant probability of children born from 3 generations of consanguineous marriages suffering from hereditary diseases or even deformities. The so-called hereditary diseases mean that if parents have any diseases, the children are very likely to inherit the same diseases, or even more severe ones. Later, my merchant group transmitted this statement to me. To be honest, I was also half convinced, but this is Master Sun. I'm not afraid of 1 in 10,000. So I worked hard to prevent Chang Lu from marrying Chang Sun Chong, even if there's only a 1 in 10,000 chance. I wouldn't want my future nephew to have issues. Li Ku lied directly. But Chang Lu and Chang Sun Chong are fine. What hereditary issues could the child inherit? Li ShiMin looked at Li Ku. Li Ku. All right. Unless he gives Li ShiMin a lecture on genetics and biology, he won't be able to explain it clearly. Anyway, this statement is from Master Sunday. If you don't believe me, you can summon Master Sun to the palace and ask him. It doesn't matter if you don't believe me. At least you believe in Master Sun, right? Forget it, since you don't believe it. And you don't care about the safety of your future grandson. I'll just work hard myself and earn a dowry for Changlu. Li Ku activated his technique of stubbornly insisting on his point. The reason Li Ku was doing this was not just for Changlu, because of Chang Li's marriage. Her younger sisters had not married either. Even if Li Ku solved Chang Li's issue, many of the younger sisters still ended up marrying close relatives. In fact, consanguineous marriages had little impact on the parties involved. Chang Li's early death was related to having children too young, but Li Ku needed to find a reason. When did I not care about my grandson? When you can't argue, you start acting foolishly? Li ShiMin immediately got angry. Since you're not listening anyway, I might as well just get things done, Li Ku muttered. Father, please don't be angry. Yu Zhang, who was nearby, rolled her eyes and ran over to hug Li ShiMin's arm, starting to act cute. In fact, the daughter didn't want to give birth to a sick child with her future husband either. It's just that, Father, Qingyang doesn't want that either. Qingyang, who had been playing nearby, didn't know what he had overheard and ran over to start acting cute as well. And Gaoyang doesn't want that either. And Zizi doesn't want that either. Jinyang also ran over. Father, Changlu secretly rubbed her eyes to make them red. Then looked at Li ShiMin pitifully and called out, Father. All right, Changlu, don't cry. Father isn't angry. How could father not care about you all? I was just upset by your third brother. Li ShiMin instantly forgot about being angry. After saying this, he kicked Li Ku and said, apologize to your sisters. It's all your nonsense. Father, how can you blame third brother? What he said makes sense, and it was Master Sun who said it. Changlu said softly. Yes, father. Dong Yang and Lin Chuan also joined in. Li ShiMin said, your third brother is not wrong. It's all your father's fault, okay? He immediately looked at Li Ku. But when he did, Li Ku stood there looking wronged and honest. Great, it's hard to pick a fight now. This kid is getting craftier, Li ShiMin thought. This matter hasn't reached a conclusion yet. If it doesn't work out, I'll invite Master Sun to Chang'an. Li ShiMin sighed. What else could he do with more than a dozen daughters? Father, you're so good. I knew you would definitely feel sorry for us. Lin Chuan hurriedly ran behind Li ShiMin to start kneading his shoulders. Father, don't be unhappy. How about this, you call Master Sun here. And I'll find a way to help you keep him in Chang'an, Li Ku quickly said. You have a way? Li ShiMin's eyes lit up. Of course. Master Sun's wish is to save the world and help people. Not to brag, but your son has the latest technology to produce paper in large quantities and print. I can help Master Sun publish all his works, making them known throughout the world, so that every county has his books circulating. Don't you think he would stay? Li Ku said quickly. Good. I'll issue an edict after I go back. Li ShiMin instantly became energetic. Who wouldn't want to keep Sun Simiao around to treat patients? By the way, I might need some scholars on my side. Your national academy must have many impoverished scholars who want to become officials but can't take the imperial examination, right? Just send them to me, Li Ku said. I'll have them help Master Sun compile books. This will test their abilities and help you keep Master Sunday. That's simple. I'll have someone from the National Academy give you the relevant information. Li ShiMin agreed without hesitation. Great. Li Ku almost snapped his fingers, having achieved 2 goals. As for the National Academy, once Sun Simiao arrived, it wouldn't take long to win him over. Chapter 78. Am I being controlled? By the way, there's one more thing. Li Ku suddenly remembered something. What is it? Li ShiMin frowned. Please don't learn from those emperors and eat elixirs. Li Ku rolled his eyes, feeling annoyed at the thought. You know, anyone who can become an emperor isn't stupid, yet they all end up eating that kind of stuff. What's wrong? Many people eat them. Li ShiMin looked puzzled. You didn't eat it, did you? Li Ku became nervous. Li ShiMin was strong in his youth. However, he was definitely not a long-lived person, and his death was significantly related to the mental blows he suffered. Aside from the early death of his beloved Empress Changsan, he had also experienced the early deaths of several princesses, such as Chang Lu and Jin Yang. He had gone through the pain of losing loved ones, which naturally took a toll on his spirit. However, it definitely had a lot to do with him eating those so-called elixirs. I tried it once, but it didn't seem to have any effect, Li ShiMin admitted. That stuff is toxic, Li Ku said bluntly. Toxic? Li ShiMin's face instantly changed. And Chang Lin's expression also changed. I discovered it by accident. Father, you know they add mercury to those elixirs, Li Ku said directly. He didn't believe that these emperors were unaware of the materials in the elixirs. For the sake of survival, they swallowed elixirs. Whether it was Qin Shi Huang or Li ShiMin, how could they not inquire about what materials were used? Yes, but only a little bit, Li ShiMin nodded with a frown. You know I need mercury for my mercury mirrors, so I discovered by accident that mercury is toxic. Although a small amount doesn't have much impact on the body, it cannot be expelled from the body. When it accumulates to a certain level, it can have fatal effects, Li Ku said seriously. If you don't believe me, you can find a small amount of mercury and give it to a death row inmate, then you'll know. Li Ku picked up a cup from the table, poured in a little water, about 3 or 4 milliliters, which was already very little, at least in terms of visual perception. Just this much? Li ShiMin looked at the water inside and found it to be very little. Yes, Li Ku nodded. Chang Lin, remember this, Li ShiMin instructed. Chang Lin immediately walked over to take a look at the cup, then poured the water into his hand to examine it before nodding. If you only ate one, then it's fine. In fact, those alchemists don't really know whether these things are toxic. If it's just a tiny bit, the body won't be affected at all, so they don't notice anything until it's too late when they start feeling bad. Li Ku explained a bit for those alchemists. Li ShiMin was not the type to casually implicate others. I understand, Li ShiMin said noncommittally. Third brother, is father really okay? Chang Lu asked with some concern. Yes, fine, don't worry. Talking about toxicity without mentioning dosage is just playing tricks. For example, arsenic is a highly toxic substance, but it can also be used in medicine. It's the same principle. Like 100-year-old ginseng, if consumed in excess, it can also lead to death. Mercury is similar. A tiny dose is fine as long as there is no further intake. Li Ku reassured Chang Lu and the others. Hearing Li Ku say this, Chang Lu and the others felt much more at ease, and Li ShiMin didn't take it to heart. After calming down oldly, the upcoming outing became much more interesting. Li Ku even took Li ShiMin to experience what barbecuing was like. Surprisingly, Li ShiMin didn't reject it at all. He had never done such things before. Although he had fought battles, he was also from a noble background, so these tasks were naturally beneath him. Chang Lin was also somewhat astonished. He didn't expect Li ShiMin to be willing to do these things. But looking around, aside from Li ShiMin, it was just his children, and it had indeed been a long time since Chang Lin had seen Li ShiMin like this. It wasn't until close to evening that everyone packed up and headed back. Li ShiMin was going directly back to the city, while Li Ku and the others naturally returned to the Wang family estate. By the way, you mentioned papermaking and printing techniques earlier. Have you improved them? Li ShiMin asked Li Ku. Yes, it's already done. I've started building the paper mill and have begun acquiring some materials from around Chang'an. Printing is actually quite simple, so large-scale printing of books can be implemented soon, probably starting in the second half of this year. Li Ku said after thinking for a moment. Well done. These technologies are related to the national policies of the Tang Dynasty. What reward do you want? Li ShiMin asked him. Can you give me some titles? Li Ku asked. What do you mean? Li ShiMin looked somewhat confused. Some honorary titles will do. No need for any real power. I want to use them to reward the craftsmen who improve these technologies, Li Ku said. Li ShiMin frowned. This matter is not easy to handle. It's not that he cares about these titles, but once he opens this door, it means touching the largest cake of the gentry class. This is a bit difficult. You should know the reason. I need to think about it, Li ShiMin said after some thought. Li Ku mumbled, I'm not saying you, but what's the point of you being emperor? Glancing at Li Ku, Li ShiMin rarely got angry and instead asked, then how do you think an emperor should act? Of course, it should be at will. I want to do whatever I want. Why bother thinking so much? Li Ku irresponsibly replied, knowing that this was nonsense, but he said it on purpose. Come on. Give me an idea on how I can do it like you. Li ShiMin laughed in anger. So simple. You issue an edict, and if they disagree, kill them. If one person doesn't work, then the whole family. If the whole family doesn't work, then 3 clans, Li Ku said lightly. Get lost. Is that your solution? With your way of killing, how many ministers will be left in the court? In less than a month, the Tang Dynasty will collapse, Li ShiMin cursed. Dad. As long as you maintain all the common people and protect this basic foundation, the Tang Dynasty won't collapse, Li Ku smiled. Li ShiMin paused, then waved his hand. Get lost, talk like a human. Well, if you don't give me a title, that's fine, but if I create these industries one day, and you want to take them back for the court, then you have to give me a title, Li Ku said. What do I want your things for? Li ShiMin looked at Li Ku with some curiosity. You don't want things, but if all the court officials want your things, can you refuse? Li Ku curled his lips. He had seen through Li ShiMin long ago. All right, I'll remember what you said. If you really have the ability to make the court officials want my things, how about I give you a title? I'll specially create a title for you to reward these craftsmen. No limit on the number. Li ShiMin was both angry and amused by Li Ku. I don't even want important resources like iron mines and salt. How can I compete with you for things? You underestimate me too much. A gentleman's word is hard to chase. Li Ku extended his hand. Li ShiMin paused for a moment, feeling something was off. But he still reached out and slapped hands with Li Ku. Hey, by the way, Dad, who sent those scholars to me? Is it still the Duke of Dai? Li Ku asked. Sometimes I want to kick you to death. You don't care about such big matters in the court? Last winter, the Tang Dynasty went to war with Tuyuan. Li Jing led the army, but due to the new year and unfavorable weather, they didn't move, and he just returned. After sending you the soldiers, he has already set off again for Tuyuan. This year, there will definitely be a clear outcome, Li ShiMin said proudly. Didn't you say I wouldn't dare to take action against Tuyuan? Look if I dare. Oh, Li Ku had no reaction. Li ShiMin, after discussing these matters, both sides basically separated. After riding a distance, Li ShiMin turned back to look at Li Ku and the others who hadn't started their return yet. And he couldn't help but ask, Chang Lin, am I being manipulated? Chapter 79 Various means Chang Lin, who was riding behind Li ShiMin, remained silent, pretending he hadn't heard. The sound of hooves was continuous around them, and the emperor's voice was not loud, so he assumed he was just talking to himself. It wasn't that he wanted to evade Li ShiMin, but he simply didn't know how to respond. Li ShiMin pondered for a moment. Your Majesty. What did you say? I didn't hear. Chang Lin rode forward a couple of steps and asked. Forget it, it's nothing. What do you think of today's matter? Li ShiMin asked. Chang Lin, you didn't mention any matter, so how can I know what you think? Mainly, you and His Highness the Prince of Shu talked quite a bit. His Highness the Prince of Shu has a heart of a child, Chang Lin said. Oh, Li ShiMin did not comment. His Highness the Prince of Shu has a straightforward personality. He doesn't bother to hide anything. He expresses everything on his face. For some people, he likes what he likes and hates what he hates, never concealing his feelings, Chang Lin said. Isn't that just not wanting to hide? Does he have that kind of depth? Li ShiMin felt a bit helpless. Does your majesty not think such feelings are rare? I see you were quite happy today. Chang Lin smiled. It is indeed rare, but being born into the royal family. Li ShiMin sighed. He rarely reveals his inner thoughts, but with Chang Lin, there was nothing to hide. Li Ku's personality is quite good, but being born into the royal family may not necessarily be a good thing. Isn't your majesty there to protect them? You are strong and healthy. Naturally, you can shelter them, Chang Lin said with a smile. Yeah, I'm the one who is exhausted handling state affairs every day, while he is carefree. Speaking of this, Li ShiMin shook his head. No wonder this kid likes to be an easygoing prince. After a whole day, Li ShiMin suddenly felt that this kind of leisure was something he wanted too. Li Ku had already returned to the manor with his sisters, and Tianming and Chang'an City had begun to command everyone to start operations. Did you remember? Tianming asked the employees in front of him. Remembered. Very good. This relates to His Highness's strategy, and no one is allowed to make mistakes. Understand? Yes. The next day, Chang'an City was as bustling as usual, and as the new nobility of Chang'an, Yujian Mall had recently become the talk of everyone in Chang'an. There was no way around it. The things sold in Yujian Mall were too novel, especially in the eyes of the powerful in Chang'an. If someone was not wearing silk clothes produced by Yujian Mall, that would be too embarrassing. Moreover, if you haven't been to Yujian Mall, you can't claim to be a top noble in Chang'an, because the products from Yujian Mall represent the finest products in Chang'an. Did you not see that even the emperor, the various princesses, concubines, crown princesses, and the wives of all ministers are using products from Yujian Mall? So many people, even if they cannot afford the expensive products, still come to see them, and Yujian Mall also has performances every evening. It is said that the music is composed by His Highness the Prince of Shu. But no one believes this. Can His Highness the Prince of Shu really compose music? Don't joke. A new song became popular in Chang'an, sung by the young ladies of Huiyue Tower, but the entire Huiyue Tower had already been bought by His Highness the Prince of Shu, and he strictly prohibited any harassment of these young ladies. Listening to the music is fine, but there must be no verbal harassment. What? You say you just want to do this? Fine, try it. Although His Highness the Prince of Shu is under house arrest, you can give it a shot. Chai Lingwu had an appointment today, meeting with Tang Shanshi, the son of Duke Tang Jian of the state of Zhu. The two met at the entrance of Yujian Mall and naturally headed inside. They were not there to buy things. They had already bought what they needed. They were there to eat. The food at Yujian Mall is just too delicious. In Chai Lingwu's view, this is far more tempting than silk and such. Welcome. As soon as Chai Lingwu entered, 2 rows of beautiful women at the entrance bent and bowed. Chai Lingwu and Tang Shanshi were stunned for a moment. This was not the case before. What is this? Chai Lingwu asked. In response to Chai Langjun, Yujian Mall is dedicated to providing the best service to customers. You can instruct me on anything, and today the mall has launched new services beneficial to customers. Would you like me to introduce them to you? A maid smiled and spoke. Oh, you see, the Yujian Mall is offering a prestigious membership service. You can join as a member and enjoy convenient shopping services, with a 5% discount on all purchases in the mall. Of course, for you, Lord Chai, the discount is not the most important thing, but there are many other services for members. Oh, what does being a member mean? Chai Lingwu asked, uninterested in the discount. His father was Chai Xiao, and his mother was Princess Pingyang, so he certainly didn't lack money. Being a member means you are one of the most esteemed guests at Yujian Mall. Here, you will receive priority service. For example, if both a member and a non-member want the same item, we will prioritize the member. His Royal Highness the Prince of Shu has stated that if you are a member, even if both you and His Majesty want something at the same time, the Prince will prioritize you. Additionally, some of your requests will be accommodated, such as reserving seats for performances in advance or reserving private dining rooms for you. The maid explained with a smile. Upon hearing this, Chai Lingwu's eyes lit up. The Prince of Shu is impressive. He dares to say he will prioritize members even over His Majesty? Wow. But knowing the prince's character, he could actually follow through. I absolutely have to join. The nearby Tang Shanshi also looked excited. This is amazing. However, neither of them would have considered that while the statement was true, they were merely members. Could His Majesty not be one as well? Moreover, the key point was that Li Ku truly dared to do this. But would the members dare? But those who heard this did not think that way. They only felt that His Royal Highness the Prince of Shu was remarkable. How do you join this membership? How much does it cost? Is 10,000 guan enough? Chai Lingwu asked, highlighting what it meant to be a member. It does not charge any fees. The maid smiled and shook her head. What? How can there be no charge? If you don't charge, doesn't that mean anyone can join? Chai Lingwu immediately became anxious. This is such a good membership. What does it mean if you don't charge? Doesn't that mean everyone can join? What is the point? Of course not, Lord Chai. As per the Prince's instructions, to facilitate our customers, while there is no fee to join, you need to pre-deposit a certain amount of money at Yujian Mall. Since the items in the mall are quite expensive, it would be inconvenient for customers to carry so much cash while shopping. Therefore, the Prince specially introduced the pre-deposit service for the convenience of our valued customers. The maid explained with a smile. Pre-deposit? Chai Lingwu was somewhat puzzled. It means you deposit money in advance at the mall. The requirement to join as a member is 10,000 guan. If you pre-deposit 10,000 guan, you can become a bronze member of the mall, the maid said while taking out a voucher from her body and handing it to Chai Lingwu. After you pre-deposit, the mall will register your information and provide you with this voucher, which can be used as currency within the mall, eliminating the hassle of carrying heavy coins. Chai Lingwu blankly accepted the voucher. He understood the words, but he was still a bit dazed. So, this pre-deposit means putting money with Li Ku first? Then purchases would directly deduct from that? He could roughly understand this. He wasn't afraid of Li Ku taking his money. His Royal Highness the Prince of Shu might be reckless, but his credibility was extremely high. When he took the voucher, at first, Chai Lingwu thought it was just a regular piece of paper. He was initially wondering if the prince was not worried about someone counterfeiting this voucher. But soon he realized something was off. The quality of this paper was too good. Although it looked ordinary, it was extremely white and of high quality. He even felt that it might not tear unless he pulled it hard. What amazed him even more was the exquisite peony drawn on one side of the paper. No, he didn't know what technique was used, but this peony was too delicate. It looked almost real, especially the colors and lines. He was in awe. Moreover, the strokes of the characters were all uniform, almost perfectly straight, with no differences in thickness. This was incredible. When he touched it, the characters seemed to be engraved into the paper, not written with ink. This, a counterfeit? Chai Lingwu quickly shook his head. This paper was not something anyone could counterfeit. At least, he had never seen any paper of such quality, and the characters and that peony were impossible to replicate. Are you saying we can use this to spend 100 guan in the mall? Tang Shanshur was also astonished by this voucher. Yes, not only in this mall, but 2 more Yujian malls will soon open in Chang'an, located in the East and West markets. Your voucher can also be used in those 2 malls. Furthermore, if you happen to be out and don't have cash but need money, you can directly exchange this voucher for currency in a nearby Yujian mall. The prince is just safeguarding it for you. However, when exchanging for cash, since there is wear and tear in safeguarding currency, the prince will charge a 1 handling fee, meaning 1 guan for every 100 guan, the maid explained with a smile. You can also use it in the other 2 Yujian malls. Chai Lingwu and Tang Shanshur exchanged glances. For them, living closer to the West Market, this was incredibly convenient. I just heard you say that with a pre-deposit of 10,000 guan, I can become a bronze member? Are there higher levels? Chai Lingwu asked tentatively, mainly because the word bronze conjured many images. Of course, a pre-deposit of 100,000 guan gets you the prestigious silver membership, and a pre-deposit of 500,000 guan gets you the top-tier gold membership. However, there are only 99 gold memberships available. Once there are 99 members, no more gold members will be added. If a new gold member wants to be added, they must receive the consent of over 50 existing members. As a gold member, you have the right to purchase unique items like silk and mercury mirrors from Yujian Mall at cost price in bulk and have rights to operate them in other regions of the Tang Dynasty. The maid said with a smile. Chai Lingwu and Tang Shanshur exchanged glances. This was too tempting. Even a fool would know how much these items could sell for if taken to Luoyang or other places in the Tang Dynasty, or even to the western regions. Lord Chai, do you want to join the membership? The maid asked with a smile, while the other maids looked at the two with eager expressions. Feeling the gaze of the maids, Chai Lingwu suddenly thought that if he said he wouldn't join, it would be too embarrassing. Join. I'll take a silver membership. Chai Lingwu gritted his teeth and said directly. He could come up with 10,000 guan, and besides, this money wasn't he spent. It was just pre-deposited with His Royal Highness the Prince of Shu. He could get it back anytime, and the only loss would be a handling fee of 1, which meant only 100 guan for 10,000 guan. As soon as Chai Lingwu said that, the maids immediately turned to Tang Shanshur in unison, their movements as if they had been trained. Suddenly being stared at by so many maids, Tang Shanshur felt a bit nervous. He hesitated and said, I'll take a bronze membership. He wanted to say he would also get a silver membership, but he just couldn't afford it. His father was not one to save money, and the Tang family didn't have much money. The 10,000 guan he could use was already his limit. Due to the limited availability of memberships, the two individuals can only join after they transport the money over. We sincerely apologize. As the vouchers can indeed be used like cash, and since His Highness the King of Shu is not here, we, the servants, dare not make decisions on our own. A maid respectfully spoke up, asking Lord Chai and Lord Tang to be understanding. Chai Lingwu initially wanted to say that they should handle the membership first, and he would bring them money later, but since the maid had said that, they suddenly felt it was inappropriate to make things difficult for a servant. They were both sons of dukes, and it would be too shameful to trouble a maid. Upon reflection, these maids truly did not have the authority to decide. This was not a matter of just a few coins, but tens of thousands. Selling these maids hundreds of times would not be worth that much money. Let's go back and get the money, Chai Lingwu quickly said. Let us go. Tang Shanshur nodded decisively. Joining this membership was essential. Otherwise, if they came back here and were asked, and they weren't even members, wouldn't that be too embarrassing? The two turned around and left the mall, heading straight home. Tang Shanshur's home was closer, and he went directly to the accounting room. However, for the Tang family, 10,000 coins was indeed not a small sum. It wasn't that they couldn't produce it, But Tang Shanshi simply didn't have the ability to take such a large amount from the accounting room casually. Taking out dozens or hundreds of coins was fine, but when it came to tens of thousands, the steward naturally didn't dare and promptly informed Tang Jian. What do you need so much money for? Tang Jian glared at Tang Shanshi as soon as he saw him. Tang Shanshi did not hide it and immediately explained the membership system of the Yujian Mall to Tang Jian. Naturally, Tang Jian was aware of the Yujian Mall, and after hearing about the membership system, he hesitated. It was the place of His Highness the King of Shu. Wouldn't he not joining the membership be disrespectful? Of course, whether or not to give face to His Highness didn't matter. The King of Shu was quite interesting. As long as you didn't provoke him. Whether you gave him face or not, he wouldn't cause you trouble or hold a grudge, making him easy to get along with. However, the items in the Yujian Mall were truly fantastic, and the Tang family could not avoid needing to make purchases. If they went to buy things in the future without a membership, wouldn't they be ridiculed by their peers? Chapter 81. Done. Did His Highness the King of Shu say? Can it be cashed out at any time? Tang Jian asked again. Yes, father. Also, His Highness's vouchers are extremely exquisite. You'll understand when you see them. They can't be replicated, and the vouchers are made of paper, which is easy to store. Just think about it. You can keep that paper anywhere, and if you go to Yujian Mall to cash out, no one will know if you spend it elsewhere, Tang Shanshi said quietly. He knew his father's soft spot was his mother. Of course, it wasn't that he was afraid of his mother. The most feared wife in Chang'an was the wife of Duke Wei, Xinling. But if his father went to listen to music or visit a brothel, his mother would always make a fuss, claiming that his father was dissatisfied with her. So every time his father would be annoyed, and now with this item, there was no need to ask the accounting room for money, making it much more convenient. Ahem. Well, you make a valid point. In that case, go apply for 3 memberships. You and your mother should apply for copper memberships. And I'll apply for a silver membership, Tang Jian said, clearing his throat. Yes, Tang Shanshi immediately rejoiced. The main reason Tang Jian was able to make this decision was that Li Ku's mall didn't require their money. They could cash out at any time. So the money essentially remained theirs. Although there was a one handling fee during the exchange, this fee was negligible for them. It was quite good to have a membership qualification. Tang Shanshi immediately had someone prepare a cart and began to collect the money. It would be impossible to transport such a large amount without a cart. Looking at the money loaded onto the cart, and recalling the vouchers he had seen at Yujian Mall, Tang Shanshi suddenly felt that this money was indeed inconveniently heavy. After bringing the money to Yujian Mall, Tang Shanshi didn't wait for Chai Lingwu. When he arrived, he directly approached the maid and said he wanted to apply for 3 memberships. Just so Lord Zhu and Lord Tang know, while His Highness the King of Shu does not limit the amount you can cash out, the copper membership has no restrictions. But the silver membership must maintain a minimum balance of 10,000 coins in the account, the maid said with a smile. What does that mean? Tang Jian, who had followed, asked curiously. It means that if you deposit 100,000 coins, you will have the qualification for His Highness's silver membership. But you cannot directly cash out the entire amount at once. You must keep at least 10,000 coins in your account. This money still belongs to you, and you can use it for purchases. Of course, you can cash out all of it if you want. His Highness does not stop you. But if you cash out the entire amount, your membership will be revoked, the maid explained. The reason for such a requirement was to prevent someone from merely paying a handling fee to enjoy the silver membership benefits, which would be unfair to the esteemed clients who truly applied for a silver membership. His Highness the King of Shu said that fairness was paramount in his dealings. The maid spoke earnestly. Oh, so that is how it is, Tang Jian instantly understood. Upon further thought, this was quite reasonable. The requirements for a gold membership must be even higher. Otherwise, if someone brought over 500,000 coins and cashed out, a one fee would only be 5,000 coins, but being able to obtain the opportunity to distribute the world's unique silk, what was 5,000 coins to him? He could easily produce that. Keeping 10,000 coins here was just a matter of storage, and besides, they weren't asking for his money. He could continue to spend. And he could cash out, but just lose the qualification afterward. It was just like keeping it with His Highness the King of Shu. Presumably, His Highness wouldn't care about his 10,000 coins. Done. Tang Jian waved his hand. Thank you, Lord Zhu and Lord Tang, for supporting the membership program of Yujian Mall. Yujian Mall is honored to have 2 members, and all members of the mall are always at your service. If you have any requests, you can let the mall know. Additionally, if any new products arrive at the mall stores, we will send personnel to your residence to present them to our esteemed members. All the surrounding maids immediately bowed. Tang Jian nodded in satisfaction. Their attitude was indeed quite good. Very well, then I'll head back now. Tang Jian waved his hand. He had other matters to attend to. We welcome you back. And Yujian Mall cordially invites Lord Zhu and your family to visit the Yujian Mall Shanhang store in 2 days, to thank the first batch of members. There will be a special performance gala in 2 days, the maid said with a smile. Understood, whether I come or not will depend on the situation at that time. Tang Jian waved his hand casually. We bid farewell to Lord Zhu. All the maids bowed again, their attitude completely transformed. Tang Jian left gracefully. Chai Lingwu's situation was similar to Tang Shanshi's, but his father, Duke Chao Chai Xiao, also applied for a silver membership. Chai Lingwu and Tang Shanshi were among the first batch of members to join. but neither of them felt anything special. They were both a bit amazed when they received a stack of vouchers, as these vouchers were all identical regardless of their amounts, with no distinction at all. Achieving this was incredibly difficult. They also learned that the vouchers came in 3 denominations: 100 coins, 10 coins, and 1 coin. Chai Lingwu also received news about the special gala to be held in 2 days. Li Ku was extremely focused on the first day of the membership launch, but he couldn't be on site, so he could only wait for Tianming to notify him. What Li Ku didn't expect was that within just half a day, Tianming had already sent someone back to inform him that the quantity of exchange vouchers was insufficient and that he needed to print more urgently. Li Ku was a bit stunned. He thought he had printed twice, totaling 1 million guan. Was that not enough? As for the gold membership, Li Ku had never considered that anyone would apply for it. However, since Tianming mentioned it, it meant that the nobility of the Tang dynasty had a surprisingly high acceptance of this membership. Upon reflection, it was definitely related to the ability to withdraw cash at any time. What else was there to say? Hurry up and print money. This was all money. The 3 printing machines started up again, and this time Li Ku simply increased several denominations. The largest denomination was raised from 100 guan to 1,000 guan. Then he added denominations of 50 guan and 5 guan. This time, Li Ku took breaks in between and printed out a total of 10 million guan. He couldn't believe that anyone would be able to exchange all of that. Of course, among this 10 million guan, the quantities of 1 guan, 5 guan, and 10 guan were the most, while the quantities of 50 and 100 were similar, and the quantity of 1,000 guan was the least. However, the 1,000 guan denomination accounted for half of the total, a full 5 million guan. Tianming rushed back in the morning, partly to take away the printed exchange vouchers and partly to report to Li Ku. Your Highness, yesterday we exchanged about 1.2 million guan. Tianming brought back a number that Li Ku found hard to imagine. Are you kidding me? Li Ku was a bit bewildered. 1.2 million guan. Although this wasn't his money, it was stored here by others, but such a high number still exceeded Li Ku's expectations. In Li Ku's mind, the initial 1 million guan in exchange vouchers should have been enough, considering it was only the first day. Chapter 82. It's all a trick. Li Zhan, the eldest son of Jinzi Guanglu Dafu Li Shiji, applied for the first gold membership for his father at Yujin Mall. Tianming said seriously. Li Shiji? Li Ku was a bit confused. Li Shiji was actually Li Ji. Li Ji changed his name after the death of Li ShiMin to avoid using his name. He had little interaction with Li Shiji, who had not yet been granted the title of Duke of England. Their relationship was merely a nodding acquaintance. Moreover, Li Shiji did not come from a powerful family. His background was from the Longxi Li clan, just like Li Ku. Although Li Shiji's origins were ordinary, he had lived through the reigns of Emperor Gaozu, Emperor Taizong, and Emperor Gaozong of the Tang dynasty, and had managed to avoid the various purges by Wu Zetian against Tang officials. It could be said that although Li Shiji was a military general from humble beginnings, he possessed considerable political wisdom throughout his life. The problem was that Li Ku was a bit confused. Did he think highly of himself? The current requirement for gold membership was to maintain an account balance of no less than 50%. Forget it, since he had taken on this gold membership. He couldn't let these gold members down. Last time his father mentioned that Li Jing had gone to attack Tiahan, Li Ku's thoughts were a bit chaotic. He remembered that Tiahan was not destroyed until the late Tang dynasty, but since they were attacking now, it was impossible for them to return without results. The early Tang dynasty hardly faced any failures in warfare. Li ShiMin's reputation as the Heavenly Khan was not just for show, but earned through actual battles. So it was possible that the leader of Tiahan had surrendered. Just like the Eastern Turkic Khaganate, although it was destroyed, the Turkic people still existed. They had simply submitted to the Tang dynasty and acknowledged its sovereignty. In fact, these nomadic tribes, in the current time of inconvenient transportation, were like wolves that could not be tamed. As soon as you show weakness, they would immediately bite back. However, it must be said that the Tang dynasty's deterrence against nomadic tribes was very strong, at least during the late Tang dynasty. Many loyal subjects still remained among these minority tribes, which was quite remarkable. This is the difference between historical records and reality. History only records the results and the general process, but what happened in between is unknown to anyone. However, if he remembered correctly, the royal city of Tiahan seemed to be along the shore of Qinghai Lake, because that was a grassland, a lush land for the nomadic Tiahan. Since the royal city was near Qinghai Lake, it wouldn't be far from Shaka Salt Lake. Accessing Shaka Salt Lake meant a massive supply of salt, and the solar evaporation method similar to that of later sea salt could be used. The solar evaporation method for sea salt first appeared in the northern Song dynasty, but due to technical limitations, they still used boiling methods, making salt production in this era difficult and costly. The successful solar evaporation method truly emerged only in the late Qing dynasty. However, for Li Ku, this was naturally not a challenge. He had a complete set of books on solar evaporation methods for sea salt and lake salt, as well as how to produce refined salt. This way, it seemed possible to achieve multiple benefits. Li Ku stroked his chin, considering having his business collaborate with Li Jing, Li Ji, or Ho Junji, along with local troops to produce a large quantity of salt. A massive supply of low-cost salt would surely bring incredible profits. Thus, the Tang dynasty would have reasons and financial resources to station troops in Tiahan, and part of the profits, whether cooperating with Li Ji, Li Jing, or Hou Junji, would ultimately benefit the lower-ranking soldiers, which meant he would have won over a batch of grassroots soldiers. Many ancient Chinese dynasties defeated nomadic tribes. But the reason they often couldn't maintain control was not that these dynasties didn't want to station troops, but because at that time, the cost of stationing troops was too high, and various dynasties could not afford it. However, a single Shaka Salt Lake could provide enough resources for the Tang dynasty for several hundred years. And the salt from Shaka Salt Lake was also a rare high-purity sodium chloride lake, unlike other salt lakes and sea salt, which would contain various other salt components after evaporation, and removing these in this era was very difficult. There is a distinction between salt lakes and salt lakes. Many salt lakes, while salty, aren't even sodium chloride. For example, the Lop Nur, which had not yet dried up in this era, was also known as the Peacock Sea, and was a potassium salt lake. Although potassium salt is also edible, converting it into edible potassium salt requires many processes that did not exist in this era. No. I helped Old Li solve his troubles, and I need to ask him for some benefits later. 2 days later, Yang Anning and her 3 companions were returning to Chang'an. And today's evening party could not do without them. You are very important today. I will have Tianming find some people to act as intermediaries and give you tips. Others will inevitably follow, and you can just accept it. This money is your own income, Li Ke said. Your Highness, we Yongli originally wanted to say that you've already given enough, and we don't need this income. However, halfway through her sentence, Yang Anning tugged at her clothes and then smiled, saying, Thank you, Your Highness. At Yujian Mall's Shan Hifeng store, many people received invitations today. Without exception, all members came, as the Prince of Shu had stated that today was a performance for them, the members. Moreover, since money had been spent, they naturally wanted to see the difference of this membership. Likewise, the number of non-members present today was even greater. In fact, since the establishment of Yujian Mall, although the products attracted many people, the food and nightly performances at Yujian Mall attracted even more. There weren't many entertainment activities in this era, otherwise, Pinkong Fong wouldn't be so popular. And after Li Ke's adjustments, the songs performed by Yang Anning and her group attracted too many people. As these compositions were very novel and completely different from the music of this era, especially the music played by the entire band, which was grand and impressive. Other brothels may want to imitate, but this era is different from later generations. If you want to imitate, first you need to see who your model is. Secondly, if no one teaches you, the threshold for this thing is not that low. This has resulted in the evening performances at Yujian Mall being even more popular than the original Huiyue Tower. At this moment, Ashel adjusted his makeup and arrived at the entrance of the mall. He is now a merchant from Deshur, here to do business in the Tang dynasty. No one knows that he is actually already a person of the prince. Years ago, when his tribe was slaughtered by another tribe, after his mother was taken away, he managed to escape and was taken in by the prince's people. Since then, Ashel seems to have entered a whole new world. He has never felt life so bright before. Before that, he believed in the eternal sky, but after that, he only believed in the prince. Today, he has several important tasks, such as personally inviting many merchants from the western regions and some nobles from the 36 countries of the western regions to come here. Naturally for the money they hold, to make them willingly offer their wealth to the prince, adding bricks to the prince's cause. It is for their own good. Otherwise, would they have the honor to witness the prince's business methods? As several maidens respectfully welcomed him, Ashel entered the hall. Upon reaching the performance venue, he saw many of the merchants he had invited, as well as some who were not invited, had already arrived. As soon as he entered, several maidens in the hall immediately bowed respectfully, and the leading maiden spoke loudly, Honorable Ashel, may I ask if you will be seated in the hall or in a private box? All the merchants and envoys from the various countries of the West showed surprise. Why were these maidens so respectful to this merchant? It should be noted that the Tang dynasty is a celestial empire. When these nobles from the western regions came here, the maidens never looked at them twice. But it was different for this person. The hall, Ashel said. The leading maiden immediately guided him to the front row of the hall, the best position for viewing the performance. That position was already filled with many Tang nobles, but they had been turned away earlier by the maidens, who told them it was reserved for someone. And now it was actually a merchant. All the Tang nobles were instantly furious. In the Tang dynasty, unlike later generations, even a common person on the street would look down on these people. This was during the Jingguan era, by the time of Emperor Gaozong. It would truly be a time of nations paying tribute. Why does he get to sit here in the best position? A disciple from a gentry family voiced his dissatisfaction loudly. In response to your question, he is a distinguished silver member of Yujian Mall. Prince of Shu said that here. In Yujian Mall, he and other members are the most honored guests because they trust the Prince of Shu. The prince said if you have any questions, you can argue with him, the maiden replied softly. Argue with the Prince of Shu? Forget it. The gentry disciple decisively sat down. Although he was unhappy, arguing with the Prince of Shu was not worth it. He didn't notice that the merchants sitting in the corners were getting more and more excited. Of course, these merchants could not fathom the meaning behind it all, but at this moment they had only one thought. The Tang dynasty is a celestial empire. They came here with a sense of reverence, but there was a problem. These people actually held significant status in their own countries. Even someone like Ashel, disguised as a pure Hu merchant, was included. In the 36 countries of the western regions, or even further away into Shur, Persia, etc. The status of merchants was not the same as in the Tang dynasty. Moreover, in these countries, those who could be merchants often had very high status behind them, typically being great nobles. However, some Hu merchants who had gone bankrupt in the West took risks to enter the Silk Road, and there were quite a few of them. But for the most part, those who successfully arrived in the Tang dynasty were of high status, because only these great merchants could afford to hire bodyguards. The smaller merchants had already been wiped out by bandits and Turkish tribes. After arriving in the Tang dynasty, these merchants felt a psychological gap on the streets. Even an ordinary vendor would dare to spit at them in disdain, but they didn't dare to retaliate against these people, because the Tang dynasty was too powerful. They couldn't afford to provoke it. But did they feel wronged? Yes, but even if they felt wronged, they had to endure it. If ordinary people in the Tang dynasty felt this way, how much worse was it for them when facing the true ruling class and gentry? And those who came to Chang'an with political missions had even more grievances, so they were seething with anger. At this moment, in Yujin Mall, a place where all the Tang nobility would come, this mall established by the third prince of the Tang emperor, these Hu people actually received the greatest respect? Even the third prince didn't give face to those from the gentry. Oh right, he didn't need to. After all, it was the Prince of Shu. And they all understood that. Now, at the Prince of Shu's place, they could actually regain the face they had lost. Many Hu merchants were preparing to apply for a membership tomorrow. Although they couldn't afford the silver membership, they could manage the bronze membership. Those who could stay in Chang'an were definitely wealthy, and the Tang dynasty, being newly established, treated these foreign political personnel well. At least their food, drink, and accommodation were free. Although the Hu merchants were not free, they had money. Moreover, many of the products in the Prince of Shu's place were incredibly appealing to them. These items could earn them big money when taken back home. No matter what, they had to apply for a membership. However, what these Hu merchants didn't know was that those gentry members had long reached their limits. Damn it, they usually looked down on these Hu merchants. And now these Hu people were riding on their heads. How could they endure this? Tomorrow, I will go apply for a silver membership. And you all can just obediently squeeze over there. Although they couldn't cause a scene, as a silver member, I could also claim that position as long as I arrived early enough. The rest could continue staying where they were. But today, that was definitely impossible, at this moment. It was also not possible to run home for money. Today, they could only watch this Hu merchant flaunt his power before them. Li Jun came today on behalf of his father. As a gold member, he naturally received the best treatment. If he wished, the best position in the hall below was his. However, Li Jun always followed his father's teachings to be low-key, even more low-key. So he quietly entered a private room instead. Even though he entered the box, the treatment was the best. For example, the people below had no idea what performances were taking place today, but he had a program list here. He knew what performances were coming up next. Moreover, fresh fruits were placed beside him, as well as a special juice that seemed to be made from fruits, which was very delicious, and all of these were free. It should be known that Li Jun had never seen these things. If placed in a tavern, they would definitely be of considerable value, especially the fruits. In spring, southern fruits couldn't be transported over, and how did these grapes come? This wasn't grape season. In the Tang dynasty, even in summer, you could only eat fruits that were in season, and he actually had grapes in spring. Even the emperor might not have access to that. I have to say, this feeling is incredible. The design of this private room is extremely clever. In front of him is a layer of glass, allowing him to see the people below and hear their arguments, while the people below cannot see him. At this moment, amidst the arguments below, Li Jun suddenly began to vaguely understand something. This performance today was not specially arranged by His Highness, was it? At least Li Jun felt that with this argument happening below, there would definitely be fewer people applying for membership tomorrow. However, in the Shu King's presence, everyone was just verbally debating a bit, and soon the performance for today began. The ladies, including Yang Anning, who had not appeared for several days, made their appearance once again, and as they did, they sang a little song said to be written by His Highness, titled Tan Chuang, which contained a small story that everyone could understand. At least, His Highness said he heard it from elsewhere, and although no one knew who the song was about, it did not prevent everyone from cursing the unfaithful man after hearing it. As the song ended, several literati below hadn't even begun to praise it when the one sitting in the best position, a Hu merchant named Ashalu, shouted loudly, "Good reward." Ashalu's voice was so loud that it drowned out everyone else's, and many literati who were holding back their elegant words were abruptly interrupted. This time, Ashalu truly aroused public outrage. But before anyone could start cursing, he directly pulled out a stack of vouchers from his pocket, took out 2, and tossed them into the flower basket held by a nearby maid. The maid who received the 2 vouchers immediately exclaimed, "Silver member Ashalu has rewarded the ladies 200 guan." With just this one sentence, the literati below fell silent. The number 200 guan is not small, but it's also not insignificant. Some literati could afford it, while others could not. The problem is, who among those who can afford it can carry 200 guan in copper coins? 1 guan is 1,0001. And in Kaiyuan Tongbao weighs 2 for grams, which is exactly 1 qian, and 1 qian just happens to represent 1 won. 10 when weigh 1 liang, so 1 000 when weigh 6 Gene 4 Liang, who can carry 200 Gene of stuff when going out. All the literati wanted to spit blood, these who merchants. They do not follow the rules. Although they sometimes gave large rewards, those were typically in brothels, and usually, after rewarding, they would have their servants bring it over. In fact, some people would enjoy themselves at that moment, but wouldn't acknowledge it afterward, though the numbers were not high. But here with His Highness, it doesn't work that way. They are throwing down cash, and you're just empty-handed. It's frustrating. It's frustrating. They wanted to show off, but couldn't. It's uncomfortable. Chapter 84, Heart in a Pinch, Body Helpless, Part 2. These second-generation scholars were feeling very uncomfortable. Although they did not understand the term showing off only to be humbled, they experienced this feeling firsthand. One word describes it: frustrating. The problem is, they weren't even being provoked. They were just rewarding. What? You don't like it? If you don't like it, come at me. Still the same question. No one would bring that much money to reward, and besides, even if you did bring that much money, would you go to reward with a big basin of coins? It's not as persuasive as those 2 light pieces of paper. Even though they are just 2 pieces of paper, they represent 200 guan. In the Jiujian Mall. This is money. Go, reward the ladies 1,000 guan. Do not reveal my name. Li Zhen, sitting in the best private room above, suddenly found it very interesting. Too interesting. This feeling of watching the clouds rise and fall can be summed up in one word: refreshing. He waved his hand and directly rewarded 1,000 guan. The maid who received Li Zhen's reward turned around and ran off, while below, Yang Anning and the others were still expressing their thanks. His Highness's intention was not hidden from Yang Anning and the others. This open and candid approach made them even more moved. So they naturally put in a lot of effort. If it were usual, they would probably just say a simple thank you, and that would be the end of it. 200 guan is quite a bit, but they didn't care at the moment. However, since it related to His Highness's plan, that was different. As courtesans, they were all maidens, but they had all professionally learned how to stir the emotions of these scholars. Once again, thank you to Ashaloo for the reward. And thank you for supporting the Jiujian Mall. Ashaloo is truly filled with the masculinity typical of most grassland men. I, a little girl, am genuinely in admiration. Yang Anning performed a lady's courtesy and smiled as she spoke. Yang Anning's words immediately displeased the surrounding scholars. Although this was not directed at them, as they had also rewarded, it was expected to say something nice, but for some reason, they just felt uncomfortable. Ladies, I reward you 500 guan. Have someone come to my residence tomorrow to collect the money. One scholar could not stand it anymore and stood up to shout loudly. Yang Anning smiled slightly and immediately turned around, her face displaying a gentle smile as she said, "Thank you to this gentleman for the reward, but I, a little girl, am truly lacking in talent and of lowly birth, and I fear I cannot go to the gentleman's residence. I have had such experiences before, where the next day someone came to collect the money, but the maid was sent back by the lady of the house. I do not mind suffering some verbal insults, but my poor maid was left with a lifelong disability. Therefore, I cannot accept the gentleman's reward. It truly cannot be. I ask the gentleman to take back this statement. I know this is not your fault. It is just that I do not have such fortune." Yang Anning spoke softly and pitifully, her words not targeting this gentleman. But they all seemed to target him. The scholar was momentarily speechless. He really wanted to say, "This is the Shu King's mall. Who would dare to owe the Shu King money?" But then he thought, asking the Shu King to collect 500 guan for a courtesan seems even more embarrassing. So he couldn't say that either. I, Ashaloo, admire the Emperor of the Great Tang, respect Great Tang culture, and have traveled thousands of miles to learn from it. Yet I did not know that the Great Tang also has such despicable people. Untrustworthy and even resorting to underhanded tactics. It is truly laughable. Although we from the grassland tribes are ignorant, we are still men of honor, and we keep our word. Whatever we say, we must fulfill it even if it means kneeling." Ashaloo quoted a famous saying of His Highness. Then he directly pulled out 3 vouchers and said, "Reward 300 guan to Anning's maid. Anning thanks Ashaloo for the reward on behalf of my maid." Yang Anning turned to Ashaloo once more and bowed. All the scholars of the Great Tang were extremely angry at this moment, but they were helpless. They couldn't refute it. The facts were right there. However, these people secretly decided to investigate and see which morally bankrupt person tarnished the reputation of the Great Tang scholars by doing something so deceitful and untrustworthy. They would make him pay for it. Just then, a maid suddenly ran over and loudly announced, "The esteemed gold member rewards Yang Anning and the other ladies 1,000 guan. Gold member?" Upon hearing this news, the entire hall erupted in an uproar. It takes a deposit of 500,000 guan to become a gold member. Who is this? So generous. 500,000 guan. That is no small number. This is indeed no small number. Li Zhen knew that they had nearly emptied their family fortune to gather this much money. His family was not a prominent family. It was only through his father's contributions to the Great Tang in recent years, along with the Emperor's rewards, and the fact that they had also gathered some merchant families that had come to rely on them, that they had this portion of wealth. But the 500,000 coins had basically drained their family's cash reserves. Fortunately, what was left at home was enough for daily expenses. So they didn't touch the 500,000 coins. Young lady Yang Anning, along with all her sisters, thanked Lord Xiejun. Yang Anning, accompanied by all her maids and the entire band, stood up together and bowed in salute towards the private box where Li Jun was seated, as did the maids attending others around them. This scene instantly stirred everyone present, but Li Jun, sitting above, had a different feeling. If it weren't for his father giving him a stern talking to before coming, this would have probably made him feel a bit lightheaded. But it also proved that his father's words were correct. Prince of Shu certainly had something. Even if the Prince of Shu had nothing, he had talented people around him. Though they didn't come out, everyone could tell which box they were in, and for a moment, everyone was discussing this. It wasn't just the people in the hall below. There were quite a few in the surrounding boxes as well. They were all silver members, but never expected that someone would actually become a gold member. Was this person foolish? A gold membership required a deposit of 500,000 coins. Just this number alone limited a lot of people. Not to mention that gold members had to maintain a minimum of 50% of their deposit, or they would lose their membership. Who would have thought someone would actually sign up? But thinking about it, if a gold member really got the exclusive agency rights for the products in the Prince of Shu's box, what would it matter if they gave the 500,000 coins to the Prince of Shu? Moreover, it was a deposit that could be spent here. The many scholars in the hall below suddenly lost interest for some reason. They debated back and forth, but a gold member's status instantly overshadowed all of them. And suddenly everyone felt a bit envious and jealous. Chapter 85. His Highness gives you an opportunity. Yang Anning and her group performed many pieces today. Aside from the new piece presented by Li Ku, the rest were old songs that had been rearranged after discussions with some music experts from the Li Ku residence, which were quite heartfelt and naturally received much acclaim. Moreover, it wasn't just the four of them. Many of the sisters from Huiyue Tower also took the stage to sing, receiving a lot of attention and tips. Especially under the leadership of Ashel, many scholars who had signed up for membership began to tip as well. At least Yang Anning sneakily saw quite a few frustrated scholars who hadn't signed up borrowing money from those who had to give tips. In His Highness's words, these people were potential customers for membership tomorrow. Finally, the Yujian Mall ended its performance before the curfew. After all the members left, Tianming began to quickly organize the earnings from the mall that night. Meanwhile, Yang Anning and her group went to rest. However, before Yang Anning could even rest, Tianming came back to find her. Miss Anning, could you help me write a list? Tianming got straight to the point. What list? A list of the more famous courtesans in the brothels of Chang'an City, Tianming replied. No problem. Yang Anning instantly understood. His Highness wanted to help find some sisters for her. Although these sisters had previously been competitors, once they were in the presence of His Highness, they were all one family. Tianming brought pens, ink, and paper, and Yang Anning quickly wrote a list for him. The night in Chang'an City was very quiet. Aside from some criminals, the streets were only patrolled by watchmen and soldiers. However, those who returned home at this moment were anything but calm. For instance, Li Jun, who returned home, honestly told Li Shiji everything that happened today. After listening, Li Shiji couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. While people said the Prince of Shu was reckless, they didn't know the prince's brilliance, judging by today's events. A significant number of people in Chang'an City would surely apply for this membership tomorrow. Li Shiji picked up the voucher on the table and looked at it. The craftsmanship of the voucher was unprecedentedly exquisite, and they were almost identical, indicating they were not handwritten but rather printed, likely produced in bulk like modular craftsmanship. The Tang dynasty had only just begun to develop printing technology, but it was not widespread due to the poor quality of paper. But he never expected His Highness to have such high-quality paper. In fact, the reason Li Shiji decided to apply for the gold membership was not because he understood Li Ku well, but because Li Ku had accepted 5,000 soldiers from the Tang dynasty who could not be settled. And he had also heard that Li Ku planned to gather the homeless and beggars in Chang'an City. So after careful consideration, he made this decision. Compared to other ministers, he came from a humble background. Although his family was part of the gentry, they were not a prominent family, making them almost indistinguishable from ordinary people. His current position was due to the emperor's favor. Although his family had some wealth now, these things were not brought into life or taken away in death. As long as he, Li Shiji, was around, money would not be lacking, and it was a good thing to spend some appropriately. Thus, he made this seemingly absurd decision in the eyes of other ministers, effectively sending 500,000 coins to His Highness. Though he had no real intention of spending that money, he thought that the soldiers under His Highness and those homeless people and beggars might be short on funds, which is why he came up with this idea. The money was sent to His Highness, but in reality, this favor was for the emperor. He felt that the bond between Li Ku and Li ShiMin was stronger than most people imagined. And even if it wasn't, the emperor would certainly see his intentions and would thus be more assured. So spending 500,000 coins wouldn't be a big deal. However, after Li Jun returned and spoke, Li Shiji felt as if he had misunderstood something. Observing the methods of the Prince of Shu, it didn't seem like he was short on money. But it didn't matter. The money was spent, and it couldn't lead to anything bad. Compared to the reactions from various families, Li Ku remained much calmer. Today's events were orchestrated by him, and he certainly knew what the consequences would be. The subsequent days would certainly see a surge in membership growth. He estimated that it was unlikely for all 10 million coins of vouchers in his possession to be redeemed, but half of that should be no problem. As expected, on the next day, The Yujian Mall saw a large number of scholars coming in carts loaded with money to sign up for membership. The threshold for bronze membership was low, and there was no minimum reserve requirement. So many scholars came to apply for bronze membership. The first wave of peak applicants included many Hu people and Hu merchants. Among these Hu people and merchants, there were 8 silver members and even more than 20 bronze members, bringing in over 1 million coins in funds for Li Ku, most of whom had not withdrawn their money yet. Only 1 or 2 people directly withdrew their money, but Li Ku did not stop them, allowing them to withdraw. Although bronze members were not restricted by the amount of retained funds, a symbolic amount of 1 coin had to be retained. But what use was 1 coin to those coming here? It would be gone before they could even spend it. The consumption in Yujian Mall was quite high. At this moment, in a large conference room in Yujian Mall, Ashil proudly addressed the 8 Hu people before him, saying, "Gentlemen, I am here on behalf of His Highness. Currently, the Prince of Shu is under house arrest by the Emperor, so he cannot come in person. However, His Highness has said that you 8 can open a store in Yujian Mall." The eyes of the 8 Hu merchants immediately lit up. These members were somewhat powerful, and they certainly knew how high the profits would be if they could open a shop in the Yujian Mall. Although His Highness had already opened many shops, apart from restaurants, he mainly had advantages in silk, tea, and mercury mirrors, and he had not ventured into other areas, while these Hu merchants had plenty to offer. For example, gemstones from the western regions, fruit wines, grape wines, various vessels made using different techniques, and most importantly, Hu women. In fact, these were all they could bring to the table. Besides this, you could also choose to do business with His Highness. I know that you are mainly merchants from the western regions, and you have the support of some nobles from the west behind you. So His Highness has decided to bring you a fortune, Ashil said lightly. What do you mean? One of the Hu merchants spoke Mandarin with a slight accent, but his attitude was very respectful. We are buying a large quantity of white cotton, linen, and silk, Ashil smiled and replied. A large quantity? The Hu merchants were a bit confused. The Tang dynasty was already a major producer of these raw materials. How much could the western regions produce? White cotton is suitable for production in the western regions, such as in the countries of Gaochang and others. If you have cotton and linen, His Highness will also buy them. Additionally, sheep wool will be purchased at the price of linen, but you will need to transport it to Jincheng, modern-day Lanzhou, yourself. If you do not transport it, the shipping costs will be deducted, Ashil smiled and said. Chapter 86. Really damn rich. Ashil's words made these Hu merchants' eyes shine with excitement. Sheep wool? The Turkic people on the grasslands throw it away as garbage except for their own use. Now, not only is there money to be made, but it's also being bought at the price of linen. That price is not low at all. For them, giving a little money to those Turkic people would easily get them the wool. How much profit could this yield each year? White cotton, suitable for large-scale planting in the western regions, would also be a tremendous wealth. Indeed, these memberships were not given for free. These Hu merchants had significant influence in the western regions, making it easier for them to do business there. Li Ku did not mind shifting part of the profits to them. After all, how much money could one make alone? When Tianming and others began executing their plan, Li Ku also received a report from Tianming. To be honest, without looking at this document, Li Ku had no idea how wealthy the nobles of the Tang dynasty were. Now, the Yujian Mall had received approximately 3 million guan from new memberships. The bulk of this came from 2 gold members. Yes, 2. One was Li Shiji, and the other was not an official but the head of the Dunhuang branch of the Longxi Li family, Li Zhang, who had someone handle the membership for him. The Longxi Li family could be considered Li Ku's maternal family, consisting of 9 branches, with the 4 most powerful being the Dingzhu, Wuyang, Guzhong, Dunhuang, and Danyan branches. Li ShiMin's family comes from one of the branches of Danyan. Previously, Li Ku thought it was a case of opportunism because during the rebellion at the end of the Sui dynasty, if one did not have a larger noble family to back them, no one would follow them. The relationship of Li Yuan's ancestors was not very clear, meaning whether Li Ku's ancestors were part of the Longxi Li family was questionable. Of course, now that the Tang dynasty has the surname Li, even if it were not true, the Longxi Li family would acknowledge it, and the Li family would claim it as well. Others would naturally not dare to refute it. Why did Li Zhang suddenly appear? Li Ku was not sure, but he felt that the other party should have some understanding of the Yulai Trading Company. In the western regions, the Yulai Trading Company has always been called the Yulai Trading Company and has not changed its name. If one wanted to investigate their relationship with the Yulai Trading Company, it would not be difficult. However, without deep involvement and being local, one would not know the influence of the Yulai Trading Company. The 2 gold memberships brought in 1 million guan. Additionally, the 8 Hu silver members contributed 800,000, along with many bronze members, adding up to about 200,000 guan, totaling another 1 million guan. With so much stimulation received by the Hu merchants, the total from the Tang dynasty's nobles reached over 3 million guan, which now seemed not much at all. Li Ku did not expect that just these people would generate half of the Tang dynasty's treasury income. He suddenly gained a profound understanding of the wealth of Hishun in later generations. And this was just the tip of the iceberg. The 5 surnames and 7 influential families were incredibly deep, and no one really knew how much money these families that had been passed down for hundreds of years possessed. So damn rich. From this perspective, Li Ku suddenly felt a bit sympathetic towards his father. No wonder it was so difficult to deal with the noble families. There were simply too many things that money could do throughout history. Li Ku sighed, while Li ShiMin appeared somewhat confused. Are you saying that he just got a membership and received at least 5 million guan? Li ShiMin's tone was one of shock. Yes. Your Majesty, a general in special official attire replied softly. Li ShiMin exclaimed, he really wants it. 5 million guan. I've been building the Daming Palace for years and haven't spent this much money. The key was that when he spent money to build a palace, whether it was Wei Zheng or the court officials, they kept nagging him every day, and Li ShiMin was almost driven mad. Now, the Daming Palace was almost finished, but it was half the size he originally envisioned. If he wanted to continue expanding, he didn't know if he would have that kind of money in his lifetime. Now, suddenly hearing that Li Ku had managed to gather 5 million guan, how could Li ShiMin not be shocked? Where did this rascal come up with these ideas? How did he think of this membership? And it turned out that someone really gave him money. Li ShiMin was baffled. This is strictly His Highness's money, technically. It is the membership fees that these members have deposited with His Highness, and he certainly cannot spend it recklessly, the general added. Li ShiMin knew this principle well, but knowing it, and seeing real gold and silver in front of you, who wouldn't be tempted? Moreover, do not underestimate the thinking of ancient people. Perhaps their limited experiences constrain their thinking, but if you establish certain models, these ancient people can quickly grasp the cleverness behind it. Li ShiMin was no exception. As the emperor of the Tang dynasty, his political insight was naturally sharp, and he quickly figured out how Li Ku managed to achieve this. That membership event was practically saying to those nobles, are you going to participate or not? If not, don't come here to show off. The stimulation was immense. In addition, he could roughly imagine the benefits of Li Ku's approach. It was equivalent to pre-selling his goods, right? Those fees deposited with him certainly had people withdrawing. But for these nobles, the best things to buy were all in the Yujin Mall, so they would naturally spend their money there. Since they were spending here, why would they need to take the money out? Wouldn't it be tiring to carry it around? As for whether Li Ku was being shady or not, they had never considered it. The royal reputation and Li Ku's own reputation were quite effective. Of course, the most important thing was that Li ShiMin was backing him. After all, he had previously given Li Ku permission to change the certification labels on those plaques to royal ones. This kid is too cunning. Li ShiMin felt a bit annoyed. He had unknowingly fallen into this kid's scheme and lost a lot. If he had known, how could he have casually allowed that character to be changed to royal? He should have asked for 1 million guan in return. Wait, Li ShiMin suddenly realized. This kid must have had this idea all along, and then had himself grant him a special title for craftsman, right? No, this won't do, but Li ShiMin felt displeased. He suddenly remembered the situation of the students from humble backgrounds in the Guozijian, and those people must not have been sent to Li Ku yet. He needed to find a way to ask him for some benefits. Although his Daming Palace had been completed, the furniture and other items inside were still lacking. Why not ask him for a batch? This kid is definitely a genius when it comes to enjoyment. After all, having the court's craftsmen create those items would cost the court money. Yes, let's do it. Li ShiMin immediately had Chang Lin summon the head of the Guozijian. The Guozijian of the Tang dynasty was a management institution, somewhat like a modern educational bureau. When the head of the Guozijian arrived, Li ShiMin explained the situation to him. Upon hearing this, the head thought it was manageable. Although this move might seem like selling those scholars, how could one say that about scholars? This was His Majesty allowing His Highness to fulfill his filial duty. He immediately hurried off to relay the message. Outside the city, Li Ku soon met this official. When he heard the message from the official regarding his father's intentions, Li Ku was ecstatic. Wow, isn't this the Royal Special Supply brand? Father, you really care about me. Chapter 87. The arrival of scholars. I can't show it. I can't show it. Li Ku warned himself twice in his heart before reluctantly speaking up. Well, actually, honoring my father is the right thing to do. But the furniture used in the entire Daming Palace is not a small number. Li Ku's face showed difficulty. Your Highness, this is not something I can decide. This is what His Majesty said Fan Liangyi, the head of the Guozijian, helplessly. He was an obscure official in the Tang dynasty, and he certainly could not afford to offend Li Ku, but he could not offend His Majesty even more. He had come here with the intention of achieving merit. I can agree to this, but Fan, the Guozijian manages the results of the students in the Taishue and some international students. And there are definitely many who are unable to enter officialdom. I wonder if I could get a list of these people. I'd like to have them sent to me, Li Ku said with a troubled expression. That's right, during this era, the Tang dynasty had many international students. From the establishment of the Tang dynasty until its decline, it established diplomatic relations with over 400 countries, which is why it was called the true gathering of all nations. At that time, almost all countries took pride in being able to study in the Tang dynasty. For example, neighboring Japan, Korea, etc. If Li Ku remembered correctly, there were historical examples of Japanese students studying in the Tang dynasty who eventually became regional officials, which demonstrates the Tang dynasty's open attitude. Li Ku also had no ulterior motives. He simply wanted to meet a few Japanese people. Don't get me wrong. He had no interest in the women from there, because the Japanese of this era were incomparable to those of later generations, and they were extremely backward, essentially transitioning from a slave society to a feudal society. He was merely interested in the silver and gold found on that island. Although Japan's island resources were scarce, some mineral resources were very rich, such as silver, gold, and coal, which was also decent. However, coal was useless, while silver and gold could be valuable. In this era, having more silver and gold could allow for the establishment of a gold and silver standard system. No problem. Fan Liangi hesitated for a moment but agreed. Many of these people would only end up as minor officials or scribes, so it was no big deal for Li Ku. To be honest, arranging these people was indeed quite difficult. And give me those down-and-out sons of noble families as well. I don't mind offending people. I just need them to be literate, Li Ku said quickly. That is fine. Fan Liangi breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't excessive. Also, give me the addresses of some scholars who have returned to their hometowns. I'll send people to recruit them. Li Ku added. All right, then it's settled. You go back and tell my father that I've taken care of all the furniture for the Daming Palace, including some palace glass. I'll take care of that too, Li Ku said with a smile. Then I shall take my leave. Fan Liangi didn't want to stay here any longer and quickly took his leave, feeling that Prince Shu was too frightening. After Fan Liangi left, Li Ku was somewhat pleased because now he had a large number of scholars at his disposal, roughly 500 to 600 people. With these scholars, he could implement some of his promotional plans. Old 7, Li Ku called out loudly. Your Highness. A middle-aged man in his 30s appeared silently. When Tian Ming was not around, he was in charge here. This man was also saved by Li Ku, who had almost died of starvation with his son back then. His surname was Sun, and he was called Old 7 by Li Ku. Arrange accommodations and meals for 600 people, first at Shu Wangzhuang. Then prepare relevant equipment in the welfare industrial area. We can start recruiting the homeless and beggars. Yes, he had previously received the task of collecting these homeless people and beggars from Li ShiMin, but had not yet started executing it. In the eyes of the Tang people, this was perfectly normal. There was no choice, productivity was low, and efficiency naturally couldn't be high. Li Ku could prepare and gradually start the work within a month, or even 2 or 3 months, which Li ShiMin thought was reasonable. For someone used to a modern fast-paced life, being thrown back into ancient times would probably lead to boredom. The reason work hadn't started was mainly due to the shortage of literate individuals. Li Ku actually had quite a few under his name. But these people were spread across the Tang dynasty, and they all had important jobs. It was possible to reassign them, but if there were free ones, why use one's own? Li Ku had great use for these homeless and beggars in the future, and their information also needed to be registered, which required a large number of literate individuals. The next day, just before noon, Li Ku finally waited for the people he had been looking forward to. There was no way. These scholars had walked here, and it was impossible to provide enough horses for them to ride. And they also did not have such high discipline among themselves. Thankfully, the scholars of the Tang dynasty were relatively fit. After Fan Liangi handed over the list to Li Ku, he turned and left quickly, as Li Ku had already heard many people in the crowd cursing him. Clearly, they were very unhappy with Fan Liangi for handing them over to Li Ku, believing they were the next great statesman of the Tang dynasty who would save the world. Li Ku glanced at the list in his hand. It wasn't as many as he had expected, only 422 people. These individuals were originally studying in places like the Taishua. To say they were studying was because they had not been assigned positions, and they had already learned what they needed to learn. For these scholars, the approach he used with the soldiers would not work. While it wouldn't be completely ineffective, it required a long-term process rather than a short-term solution. With ordinary commoners, you needed to talk about treatment and welfare, but with these scholars, you had to discuss ideals. Because the Tang dynasty treated these scholars quite well, providing free food and lodging, they had no survival pressure. Silence. Li Ku clapped his hands and spoke loudly. Although these scholars were picky, they did not dare to act recklessly in front of Li Ku. On one hand, while the status of scholars in the Tang dynasty was not low, it was not that high either. Just look at Cheng Yaojin, Yu Qigong, and Li Jing. They completely ignored people like Changsun Wuji, and you would understand this point. If it were only because of this, these scholars wouldn't be so obedient. The second reason was naturally due to Li Ku's own deterrent power. His Highness the King of Shu's name. I dare not say it stops the cries of children in Chang'an. After all, Li Ku is not an evil person. However, he can certainly make all the headstrong people in Chang'an shut their mouths. Don't believe it? Once, the eldest son of the Changsun family was just as headstrong. But now he doesn't even dare to appear before His Highness the King of Shu. Chapter 88. It's not easy being a life mentor. Everyone fell silent. And only then did Li Ku calmly speak. I believe you all know who I am. The reason I have summoned you here today is to work for me. I know you feel uncomfortable, but you probably understand better than I do what kind of person I am. I have always said what I mean. So your presence here indicates one thing. Li Ku's voice rose. That is, no one thinks highly of you. Li Ku's voice reached another pitch. The scholars below were momentarily stunned, but they quickly fell silent. You people, some come from humble backgrounds, some from fallen families, and some have offended others. Therefore, in the court, or in places like the Hongwen Pavilion and various government offices, no one respects you. So, you can only linger in places like the Taishua under the guise of studying, but in reality, you are like the leftovers thrown into a stinking ditch. No one cares about you anymore. The expressions of these scholars turned grim. Did they really lack self-awareness? They all knew their own situations and, having read books, understood many principles. Therefore, they knew that Li Ku's words were true. But in reality, I want to even compare you to those high-ranking court officials. Just look at those of similar age who are already holding positions in the court, perhaps even your former classmates. Are you worse than them? No. Someone in the crowd shouted loudly. Exactly, we have a supporter here. This is the biggest difference between these scholars and soldiers. The way to stir their blood is different. Soldiers won't speak easily without orders, but these younger scholars are different. The scholars who could come here today are not very old. The oldest among them is only 26 or 27. In the Tang Dynasty, 26 or 27 is already not young. Many people in their 30s are already grandfathers. But these scholars, aged 26 or 27, have been studying in places like the Taishiwa and have never suffered the harsh realities of the court, and they have read books, believing themselves to be scholars responsible for the world. So they can be said to be very naive. But you don't have that opportunity. If I, Li Ku, hadn't summoned you here today, you would have continued to languish in places like the Taishiwa under the pretext of studying, and your ambitions would never be realized. Until you reach middle age, you suddenly look back and find that you have wasted your life. And while you certainly have knowledge, you have no place to apply it. And in the end, due to various reasons, you might only be able to become a low-ranking official or even sell calligraphy and paintings on the street, unable to support your own wife and children. Li Ku's voice struck them like heavy hammers. And those who had been unwilling to believe it were because they thought they had opportunities, and no one had pointed out this harsh truth to them. But now Li Ku clarified it for them. Who is Li Ku? He is the third prince of the emperor of the Tang Dynasty, His Highness the King of Shu. What he says already counts as a semi-official stance. Do you want this? I believe you do not want it, so I have summoned you here. Upon hearing this, many of the scholars who had been lowering their heads suddenly raised them, all showing expectant looks towards Li Ku. Yes, His Highness the King of Shu called them here. He must not be here just to ridicule them. Whose responsibility is the current situation in the Tang Dynasty? Whose responsibility is it that there are no scholars from humble backgrounds? The current sage wishes to strengthen the imperial examination system and provide a pathway for scholars from humble backgrounds to rise, but has repeatedly been thwarted. Whose responsibility is that? Li Ku asked 3 questions in succession. No one answered, but everyone knew. But if today's situation is not broken, the Tang Dynasty will, like all previous dynasties, ultimately decline. By looking at history, one can understand the rise and fall. And to establish an immortal dynasty, a reasonable talent replacement system, a recommendation system, and the effective use of talent are indispensable. What is the most important thing in the Tang Dynasty? Talent. And you are the talent. But is it difficult to establish such a system? Yes. And I have summoned you here today for this great goal. However, I am just a prince of the Tang Dynasty. I have obtained a lot of work from my father, but these tasks may initially be trivial little jobs, perhaps ones that a literate person can do, but I hope you will do them. Why? Mencius said, when heaven is about to confer a great responsibility on a person, it will first temper their will and labor their bones. You have read more books than I have, and you understand this principle without needing me to explain it. What I want to say is that true knowledge is found in the details. If you can't even sweep a room, how can you sweep the world? If you can't even do small tasks well, how can you execute your ambitions? So these tasks, is there anyone who does not want to do them? If you don't want to do them, you can say so now. I will not force you. Li Ku smiled as he asked, Your Highness, what work do you have? Even if it's teaching children the basics, we will do it. A scholar said through gritted teeth. Although Li Ku's words were blunt, they struck a chord with them. Because the work Li Ku offered, regardless of size, was utilizing them, while the court did not. Very good. You have this spirit, so I can rest assured. Because I have a plan coming up. A plan that will allow you to still influence the court and the national policies of the Tang, even if you are not in the court. My idea is simple. To ensure that scholars from humble backgrounds and those who feel unfulfilled have books to read, words to express, can participate in national policies, can reach the heavens with their voices, and can speak their minds freely. Most importantly, they can yell at those who think they control the channels of advancement in this era. FCK off. Li Ku's voice rose an octave at the last curse. All the scholars were taken aback, but after regaining their composure, they felt inexplicably invigorated, because they knew who Li Ku was referring to. Now, do you want to express your anger against this injustice? Shout with me. FCK off. Are you brave enough? Li Ku shouted with a flushed face. But it was inexplicably uplifting. FCK off. Someone in the crowd shouted along with Li Ku. FCK off. Soon, with the first person taking the lead. All the scholars became passionate, their faces flushed, each one shouting loudly. FCK off. At this point, Li Ku no longer needed to lead the rhythm. They quickly formed a huge wave of sound. The synchronized curses echoed throughout the sky. The guards stationed outside were stunned. Had these scholars lost their minds? Didn't they usually look down on us for being vulgar? How come they curse harder than we do? Chapter 89. This prince does not just make promises, he delivers. Watching the crowd of agitated scholars below, Li Ku nodded in satisfaction. The effect was good. Being a life mentor for a large group of people boils down to a few key points. First, understand human needs, wealth, sex, and reputation. Secondly, utilize the psychology of conformity. When the people around hold the same opinion, it is easy for individuals to be influenced and believe in that viewpoint, thus establishing a sense of security and making it hard to think independently. Slogans and a sense of ritual serve this purpose. Thirdly, Play the emotional card. Certain close relationships can affect people's judgment. By using persuasive language, one can evoke their emotional resonance and stand with them. Fourthly, instill a sense of fear. Everyone has varying degrees of fear, whether due to money, social status, or feelings of helplessness regarding their environment. By belittling and exaggerating prospects, one can amplify their anxiety and then provide a vision. Though I won't just offer empty promises, I will deliver real results to quickly gain their agreement and dependence. Fifthly, environmental isolation. Place them in a relatively independent environment. Give them enough tasks to occupy their time, rob them of their leisure time, reduce their self-reflection time, and instill a belief in a shared and beautiful future. Sixthly, target the right group. Pay attention to key needs. This is very important. Seventhly, use strange logic. This isn't necessary for Li Ku, as his logic is impeccable. Other aspects include maintaining high excitement in conversations, a high pitch, fast, and clear speech, allowing their brains to absorb information without enough time to think it through. Additionally, maintain a certain air of mystery, leaving them with nothing to verify. So, this isn't brainwashing. Li Ku is instilling the right concepts in them, helping them establish correct beliefs. However, there are truths that Li Ku has not deceived them about. He has indeed prepared a very good position for them, but this position requires gradual guidance to achieve. Once the emotions of the scholars below have calmed down, Li Ku spoke again. Tomorrow, I will begin to gather the refugees and beggars of Chang'an City, and your main task will be to help register these refugees and beggars. At this point, Li Ku paused. Although he had already prepared them, this task seemed a bit too simple. He needed to add some burden. On the surface, this is a very simple job. Li Ku continued after a moment, and the scholars below immediately perked up. The Prince of Shu has something to say. In reality, this job is not simple at all. You have another very important task. That is to observe. While registering, you must unobtrusively use your verbal skills to gather information, to prevent any ill-intentioned individuals from blending in among these people. Of course, another purpose is to train your language skills because, whether in the court or elsewhere, you can easily fall into the enemy's verbal traps and find yourselves in a passive position, Li Ku said solemnly. All the scholars felt a chill in their hearts. They had all studied, and many loyal and righteous individuals in history have been captured and harmed due to a careless word. The prince truly considers everything. Secondly, during your conversations with them, you must remember the ways ordinary people communicate, how they chat and express themselves. This greatly differs from you scholars. As the saying goes, no investigation, no right to speak. Without a deep understanding of these grassroots individuals, you cannot grasp the fundamentals of a nation. Your ideal is to serve the people. If you do not understand the people, how can you serve them? Therefore, start by understanding the common people. And these grassroots citizens are very sensitive, so when talking, set aside your lofty attitudes. Because you scholars are not that remarkable, think carefully. If you look down on these ordinary people, aren't you just like those who look down on you? Do you want to share the same disdain? No. The crowd immediately let out a roar of anger. Good. Everyone is already quite skilled. There's no need for a leader, which means they are in the zone. All right. Remember your attitudes. Remember your thoughts. After working hard tomorrow and learning carefully, when lying in bed at night, ask yourselves, compared to their lives, what are you lacking? What have you learned? And starting today, you have a special task, which is that soldiers will take you to exercise. Simple martial arts training. Do not refuse. Physical health is the foundation of revolution. Without sufficient physical strength, how will you fight the enemy? Why could Confucius travel to various countries? It was because he had a strong body and remarkable swordsmanship. Gentlemen, 6 arts. How many can you master? If you can't even follow Confucius's words, what is the point of reading? So, any objections? Li Ku asked loudly. None. Good. Such training will be tough, but it will only be hard for the first few days. The intensity will soon decrease, and you will quickly adapt. If you can't even endure this little hardship, then I think your ideals are worth nothing. They are even less valuable than the waste in a toilet. At least that waste can fertilize the fields and increase production for the next year, feeding more people. Li Ku said with a grin. Your Highness, you can insult us because we are indeed good for nothing and currently only know how to read. But you cannot insult our ideals. Compared to helping the world and saving the people, and seeking a future for the impoverished scholars, this little hardship is nothing. A scholar in the crowd spoke loudly. Oh. Li Ku looked at that scholar with some surprise. Having such awareness is a talent. Good. I hope you all become the next Bai Li Shi. Come here. Li Ku said loudly. Yes. 10 guards stepped forward from behind Li Ku. Take them to adapt to physical training. Yes. Watching those scholars leave with the guards, full of excitement, Li Ku couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. This is the passion of youth. They are even more innocent than modern university students. For now, deal with these scholars, and Li Ku turned his horse toward the industrial area. When Li Ku arrived, all the garrison soldiers had already assembled. Compared to those scholars, these soldiers are much easier to manage. Provide them with food, drink, and wages, and they can quietly train here. First, gather Commander Zhang Shi and the captains and political commissars of each battalion for a meeting. Now I give you an order. For these people, Li Ku did not hold back and spoke directly. Chapter 90. First, gain control of part of Chang'an City. No one spoke. Everyone had a solemn expression. Zhang Shi, present. Select the least disabled individuals by battalion to enter Chang'an today. Select 5 battalions to take action against all the so-called young ruffians in Chang'an City. Strike the leader hard and kill him with a club. The rest, I'll capture them. I want you to control all the thugs in Chang'an City within 3 days and eliminate some of the illegal gangs in Chang'an City. Can you do it? Li Ke said in a deep voice. Yes, Your Highness. Dealing with these people won't take 3 days. Zhang Shi sneered. They are just a bunch of young ruffians. 3 days? You overestimate them. There are quite a few young ruffians in Chang'an City. Such people have existed from ancient times to the present. After all, their ancestors could become founding emperors. In the Tang Dynasty, there were many such people, but ordinary citizens generally did not dare to provoke them, and reporting them had little effect. It's not that the government doesn't care, it's just that gathering evidence is very difficult. Even in ancient times, officials couldn't just deal with people without evidence. In fact, the number of ruffians during the Jingguan period was not that many. Such people often appear more in prosperous times. However, there are quite a few in the current Chang'an City. I require you to avoid being caught by the authorities and secretly deal with these people. Can you do it? Li Ke asked. Zhang Shi was somewhat confused. Why can't we let the authorities catch us? We are not breaking the law. The composition of ruffians in Chang'an City is very complex. Historically, ruffians can be categorized into a few types. The first type is beggars. In order to survive, these beggars are willing to do almost anything, as living is already difficult. Do they care about breaking the law? The second type is the floating population, somewhat similar to beggars. In dynasties like the Tang, the floating population includes local people coming to Chang'an for temporary work, as well as many who have fled disasters, effectively becoming non-registered residents. In the Tang, non-registered residents lived a life worse than death, so anyone with a choice would not want to become one. Since they have chosen this path, it is not surprising that some take risks. Then there are idle people, who come from various backgrounds, including the useless offspring of merchants and aristocrats, and even second-generation members of noble families. The second-generation troublemakers were relatively rare during the Jingguan period because Li ShiMin had just ascended to the throne, and the court officials mostly followed him. These people are very shrewd and know how to educate their children, so this type is relatively rare now. Generally, it takes a few generations for this to appear. Idle people with a bit of background mostly come from minor noble families, or those who do small businesses in Chang'an but have some family wealth, like those from the Zhang Guanxi type, who are often useless offspring but have some connections. Do you think you can catch all these young ruffians? Li Ke asked. Zhang Shi thought for a moment and then shook his head. It can't be done. That's right, everything has two sides. Just like there is light, there must be shadows. Where there is day, there must be night. Any city with bright and beautiful places will inevitably have places that harbor dirt and filth. These ruffians are the shadows beneath the light, so it is impossible to catch them all. This is like water management. It is better to guide than to block. The task I assign to you is very simple. Kill some, beat some, and win over some. Control all the young ruffians in Chang'an City under your command. Kill the most wicked ones. I have already had people investigate them, and I will have the evidence written up and handed to you later, totaling 45 people. For those to be beaten, they are also wrongdoers, but their crimes do not warrant death. However, they bully the locals, so beat them. The standard is at least 1 week in bed. Be careful not to kill them or disable them. Leave them useful. The ones to be won over are mostly those who mix with these people. They are not very bold, but they have little ability and somewhat of a sense of justice. Although they also bully others, they are not the main offenders and can be kept. Here is the map of Chang'an. Li Ke threw out a map of Chang'an. Each of your camps will divide their territories. Remember, you need to compete with each other. But let the people below fight. It is strictly forbidden to cause any fatalities. First, divide your territories. Be careful not to let the authorities know your identities. If you are caught by the authorities due to some conflicts, notify the inn in Chang'an, the commercial center, or directly find Tian Ming. I will come personally to help you handle it. But you must not reveal your identities. Do you understand? Understood. But why is your highness doing this? Zhang Shi was somewhat bewildered, scratching his head. You must remember that those in power often oppress the common people and commit crimes, especially some noble families, who disregard the national laws. However, they know how to avoid legal consequences, so they often find ruffians to do some illegal things. And whenever there are such people, remember to keep their evidence and send it to Tian Ming or other places for archiving. Li Ke said. Zhang Shi's heart trembled. He understood. He thought of the dreams his highness had talked about before. To realize those dreams, certain means are necessary. Good people do not live long. And to remove the obstacles to his highness's dreams, these means are essential. It turns out that his highness has been bearing such a heavy burden. Zhang Shi looked at Li Ke with admiration. Do you understand? Understood. Everyone shouted in unison. All political commissars, after you return, gather the brothers from each camp and explain to them the benefits, drawbacks, and pros and cons of our approach. Make sure they understand the reasoning. I understand. They may become ruffians in others' eyes, but remember, our hearts are in darkness, yet we yearn for light. We delve into darkness only to understand it, so that light can arrive sooner. Do you understand? Yes. All the officers were excited. The second matter is, besides the 5 selected to execute related tasks, Choose 10 more camps to go to various gathering places of refugees and beggars in Chang'an tomorrow to post notices, informing everyone about job openings in the industrial park. This task will be coordinated with people from Wanyan and Chang'an counties, as well as Jingzhou Prefecture. The gathering places for refugees are mandatory, and for beggars, there will definitely be many ruffians controlling them secretly for their own benefit. These people are part of the previous 5 camps tasks. Do you understand? Yes. As for the remaining camps, they will maintain order in the industrial area the day after tomorrow. By the way, Zhang Shi, after selecting the 5 camps, go change clothes with Huagang's people. Li Ku reminded again. Change clothes? Zhang Shi was somewhat confused. Yes, my guards' Mingguang armor will be given to them, but they cannot wear helmets. Li Ku waved his hand. Your Highness, absolutely not. Zhang Shi and the other officers were stunned. His Highness wants to equip everyone executing tasks with Mingguang armor for their safety. While touched, everyone was also shocked. Chapter 91. Beaten to death in the street. The reason Zhang Shi and others were shocked was that they were afraid of getting Li Ku into trouble. The Tang dynasty prohibited swords and guns, but it banned armor and crossbows. Especially private possession of armor is a serious crime, akin to rebellion. Later generations say that the armored rate of the Tang army is 60, but in reality, this number is inflated. Tang armor comes in several types, with iron armor, leather armor, and wooden armor making up the majority. The 60 rate includes leather armor and similar types. It is impossible to achieve with all iron armor. However, the elite troops of the Tang are fully armored in iron, and this type of iron armor is not for focused protection but has a very high protective surface area, effectively providing full body protection. This is why the Tang's external military has extremely strong combat effectiveness. However, as the Mingguang armor is the most complex to produce and has the highest coverage among iron armors, it cannot be equipped for all troops. But for the most important imperial guards and the guards of various princes, Mingguang armor is standard. The reason for strictly prohibiting private possession of armor is that without armor, even with swords and guns, facing a fully armed regular army would leave one too weak in combat. Your Highness, you want us to hide, yet also wear Mingguang armor. If someone discovers this, there will definitely be people who will impeach you. Even His Majesty might find it hard to speak for you. I know you want to prevent these soldiers from getting hurt again, but in war for the country, how can there be no casualties? If there is a prince like you who cares for your subordinates, we would have no regrets even in death. An officer spoke loudly. What if we wore a layer of clothing over it? Li Ku opened his mouth to ask, as he really didn't want anything to happen to these soldiers. Although these battle-hardened veterans could easily take on those young ruffians, street fighting was different from other forms of combat. No one could guarantee that nothing would go wrong. And these young ruffians were all armed with knives. Your Highness, wearing another set of armor not only looks bulky, but also leaves one exposed during a fight. Zhang Shi couldn't help but smile wryly, but he was very moved by these officers. In this era, there were few princes who valued the lives of ordinary soldiers so highly. All right, you all wait here. I will have someone bring over a batch of supplies shortly. Li Ku pondered for a moment. Street brawls were indeed not very dangerous, but there was still the possibility of accidents, since they couldn't wear the armor. Li Ku suddenly thought of a batch of specially made bulletproof vests stored in the warehouse security room. Although they were bulletproof, they also had the ability to resist knives and stabs. For Li Ku, these vests were actually useless, as firearms and ammunition couldn't possibly exist in this era. If they did, they would surely be in Li Ku's hands, so these vests were of no use to him. The protective capability against cold weapons was not as good as that of steel armor, so they were just left there. Moreover, there were quite a few of these bulletproof vests. He could give them to the soldiers leading the charge. Yes, seeing that Li Ku no longer insisted, Zhang Shi agreed. But you need to instruct them. What is the minimum number of people in your battle formation during wartime? Li Ku asked again. Your Highness, it's 5. Good. Instruct them to form groups of at least 5 in some of the more dangerous areas. Additionally, I will have someone equip you with sabers. Li Ku nodded. Yes. Zhang Shi naturally wouldn't refute this. Execute it. Li Ku waved his hand. The preparations for these matters had already been completed. Zhang Shi and his team could execute them as soon as they arrived. However, they still let Zhang Shi and the others go through a few days of political education to strengthen their faith and enhance their combat effectiveness. Li Ku dismissed the gathering, while Zhang Shi and these officers quickly began to allocate personnel, preparing to take over the 5 battalions of young ruffians in Chang'an City, ensuring to select the strongest and least affected soldiers. The others with slightly lesser abilities didn't matter, because in open operations, no one dared to attack these men. Amlifang, located right next to the southern city wall of Chang'an, was not far from Anhua Gate. At this moment, Li Si, who was selling noodles on a small street, looked painfully at a table of 5 customers. To call them customers was misleading. They were actually troublemakers. This group of people wore some leather clothing, with exposed necks tattooed with ink, and their large, muscular frames appeared exceptionally fierce. They were a gang of young ruffians who roamed Amlifang, often bullying ordinary shopkeepers like him. The leader was called Zhang Dao, reportedly a bloodthirsty hero. Bah, what kind of hero? They're just a bunch of thugs. Although the east and west markets of Chang'an were the most bustling, every neighborhood had small shops. The distance to the east and west markets was about a half-hour walk at a slow pace, and who would go there without a reason? Li Si hardly visited the east and west markets even once a year. But he didn't dare to provoke these people. Previously, a girl from a neighboring household, Wang, had reportedly offended this group and was subsequently kidnapped. Her fate remained unknown. Forget it, just consider today's business a loss. Li Si sighed, feeling helpless as an ordinary person. Just as Li Si was about to pack up and go home, he suddenly saw a dozen people turning out from the adjacent street. These people were dressed very plainly, but Li Si noticed them because they were all strong men, and their fierce expressions suggested they were not to be trifled with. After they emerged, they headed straight for his noodle shop. Li Si's heart skipped a beat. Surely nothing bad was about to happen? Zhang Dao and his crew, seated at the table, also noticed the dozen men. However, they had always been arrogant and used to being unchallenged, so they remained seated until the dozen men walked up to them and asked, "Are you Zhang Dao?" "I am Zhang Dao, what do you want?" Zhang Dao asked, squinting. "Fight." The newcomers said nothing else, their fierce eyes glaring, and uttered a single word. Accompanied by the dozen men, they suddenly drew long sticks wrapped in cloth from their waists and struck down on them without warning. These men were quick and ruthless, and they fought with remarkable coordination, each one targeting a different opponent. In just a brief moment, Zhang Dao and his followers were knocked down. "Who the hell are you? How dare you hit me?" Zhang Dao tried to put on a brave front, but soon, with a scream, he couldn't keep it up. These people were merciless, and in just a few strikes, Zhang Dao and his few lackeys were howling in pain. "Grandfather, spare me. I won't do it again," Zhang Dao cried out while screaming. Many people on the street stopped to watch from a distance, their faces displaying expressions of schadenfreude, including Li Si, who thought, hit them hard. "Even if my table and chairs are damaged, I won't make you pay." But as he watched, Li Si's smile faded, for after the dozen men had silenced Zhang Dao's followers, they dragged Zhang Dao out of his shop and into the street. A few others picked up several thick wooden sticks from the side and began to beat him mercilessly. The sound was real. At first, Zhang Dao could still weakly plead for mercy and scream, but soon there were no more cries. These men didn't stop, continuing to rain down blows from a distance. Li Si could even see blood splattering from Zhang Dao's body, and soon, he stopped making any sound. Did they kill him? But these men surprisingly did not stop. With a loud clang, a handful of coins was thrown onto the table, a sound that would usually be pleasant to hear, but at that moment, it sent a chill down Li Si's spine, for the one who threw the coins was the fierce man who had taken Zhang Dao's life. "Here is the money for your table and chairs." He dropped the words and walked away directly. Li Si and the surrounding neighbors were left in stunned silence. The brutality of these men was too much. Zhang Dao had been beaten to death on the street. He was dead beyond any doubt. From a distance, Li Si could see that Zhang Dao's head had been deformed, and blood had stained the entire street. It was a miracle if he wasn't dead. Faced with such thugs, how could he dare to voice any objections? These men came and went like the wind, leaving no information behind before disappearing entirely. By the time the soldiers from the Jinwu Guard arrived, the people were long gone, leaving only Zhang Dao's lifeless body. The soldiers knew who the deceased was, as they were well aware of the characters in the area. Although Zhang Dao's head had been smashed, his face was still recognizable. After inquiring around, the soldiers hurriedly took the body away. On the same day, 45 murder cases occurred in 45 different locations in Chang'an, with the Jinwu Guard responsible for handling them. However, the Jinwu Guard only had the authority to arrest, not to enforce the law. So all the bodies in related cases were transferred to the county magistrates of Wanjian and Chang'an. Suddenly receiving reports of so many homicides, the county magistrates were taken aback. While occasional murders happened in Chang'an, they had never encountered such brutal and violent cases. Murders in the street did occur, but being beaten to death in broad daylight was unheard of, and to have dozens of such incidents happen in a single day, this had never happened before. However, once they figured out the identity of the deceased, the magistrates of the two counties breathed a slight sigh of relief. These people were not worth mourning. How could the county magistrates not know who they were? It was just that without the common people reporting the crimes, they could turn a blind eye. Whenever someone got killed, they would simply handle it casually. They just didn't expect the deaths to be so brutal. Several of their underlings were also taken away, but the ones who took them left no traces. The Jinwu Guard had inquired, but these people were unfamiliar to them. They only knew that their methods were swift and ruthless, suggesting they were well trained. Yet, there were no other leads. Could it be that these thugs had offended someone? Otherwise, why would the attackers only kill the main culprits? Frankly, with these people dead, the two county magistrates felt much lighter, and public safety under their jurisdiction was significantly improved. It was evident that no one reported the deaths. Even when the Jinwu Guard asked around, some bystanders seemed to conceal the truth, providing cover for the deceased. It was clear that these people died in vain. Not even their families reported the deaths. The Jinwu Guard merely discovered the bodies and brought them back. This matter could be big or small, but since this was Chang'an, under the emperor's feet, such incidents had to be reported. However, they did not have direct access to Li ShiMin and instead sent the report to the Tongshu Sharon of the Zhongshu province, who managed court audiences and communication, who would then pass it to the Zhongshu Sharon, and finally to Li ShiMin through a deputy minister or directly. When it reached Gao Jifu, one of the 6 Zhongshu Sharon, he opened the memorial and frowned. Did His Majesty need to be troubled with such trivial matters? Although there were indeed more dead than usual, they were all heinous criminals, clearly victims of private revenge, and no one reported the crimes. To trouble His Majesty with such matters was unnecessary. He directly reviewed the memorial and assigned it to the Ministry of Justice, ordering them to investigate thoroughly before handing it back to His Majesty for review. Thus, the matter was directly suppressed, or rather delayed. In modern terms, this would be considered extremely inefficient, but in the Tang Dynasty or ancient times, this efficiency was already quite high. It was precisely because Li Ku understood this system that he dared to act this way. Generally, Zhongshu Sharon would handle such matters directly, as there were always more significant issues to address. All memorials from across the nation were funneled here, not including the Wuhua. Wuhua refers to military and national affairs. First reviewed by the responsible Zhongshu Sharon, who would provide preliminary opinions, then discussed by 6 individuals, followed by additional comments, and finally handled by the emperor. This is the current deliberation system of the Tang Dynasty. Additionally, Zhongshu Sharon also had judicial functions. Many later historical texts and films mentioned the San Si Hui Shun, referring to the judicial authority of the Zhongshu Sharon in handling wrongful cases. This position may seem lowly, but the power is immense, and the knowledge required is high. With busy public duties, they wouldn't bother to understand the truth of matters. They would judge based on the severity of the situation. Thus, the perspective of the Zhongshu Sharon is crucial, and those who can hold office here are truly talented. Those who perform poorly would have long been demoted. Li Si thought the matter was over, but 3 days later, he unexpectedly saw that group of people again, this time openly walking down the street, seemingly unafraid of being reported. Although, in reality, no one had reported them. This time, they headed straight for Li Si's stall. "Gentlemen, would you like to dine?" Li Si quickly greeted with a smile. "Cut the small talk. From now on, this Anlifang will be managed by our Qingxi gang. Your shop's protection fee for this month is 31. The leader looked over Li Si's stall before speaking. "Once we collect the protection fee, we will ensure your shop is protected. Anyone who dares to disturb your shop will be dealt with by us, and we won't charge you any extra fees. If someone like Zhang Dao appears again, you can come to us." Li Si opened his mouth. 31 was not a small sum for ordinary folks. It wasn't that he couldn't afford it, but he feared it might turn into a bottomless pit. The other side spoke sweetly, but would he pay or not? The leader asked with a fierce look. "I'll pay." Li Si gritted his teeth and turned back to fetch 31 to give to them. He couldn't afford to offend these people. Even if he reported them for murder, who knew how many more were behind them? He couldn't bear the retaliation. Only 5 came today, but there had been more than 10 that day. He had seen it all. 5 bowls of noodles. After taking the 31, they immediately spoke, as they hadn't had breakfast. Li Si forced a smile but still prepared 5 bowls of noodles for them. However, to Li Si's surprise, after they finished eating, they actually left behind coins according to the noodle price. Looking at the coins, Li Si found it hard to believe. Was this not a free meal? They truly adhered to principles? Chapter 93. Intense training. The silent changes in Chang'an City went unnoticed by most people. Only those ordinary citizens closely related to these events could tell. At first, they displayed pessimism, feeling that they had driven away wolves only to have tigers and leopards arrive. But in just 2 or 3 days, they discovered that things were not as they had imagined. Most shopkeepers paid the protection fees, mainly because these people initially targeted small shops. Tianming was well aware of which shops had backgrounds. He had already figured out many matters in Chang'an City. For instance, the places where the garrison soldiers lived had already been purchased by the prince in various markets of Chang'an City long ago. These houses varied in size and location. And aside from Tianming and a few others, no one else knew. After the 5 garrison units entered Chang'an City, they publicly beat to death 45 people and reclaimed over 50 sets of houses. The families of these deceased were directly relocated to other markets to purchase new, smaller homes. However, none of these families caused any trouble, even though their relatives were killed. Clearly, they had been mentally prepared and were extremely compliant. They understood that these fierce individuals who could beat someone to death in public were not to be trifled with. Being obedient meant they could have a place to live. If they resisted, they might end up in a mass grave. The originally unruly thugs in these markets were even more compliant. When the garrison soldiers came to recruit them, these thugs were incredibly docile. Why wouldn't they be obedient? The people before them were capable of murder, and not just with a knife, but beaten to death. The horrific scenes of those who were killed circulated among all the rogues and thugs in Chang'an City. It was terrifying. The dead were beyond their means to provoke, let alone the ones who did the killing. They were even more unapproachable. So what could they do if they didn't behave? They all acted more obedient than good grandsons. As a result, the seasoned veterans from the 5 garrison units were somewhat bewildered. They hadn't expected things to go so smoothly. In fact, they couldn't be blamed. These disabled veterans were warriors who had fought on the battlefield against Turkic and other nomadic tribes. Those who appeared here had all achieved merit, and having merit meant they had participated in more than one war. There are indeed a few individuals among these young thugs and ruffians who have some martial skills, but when faced with these veterans, it's no different from having none at all. As for the rest who bully the weak and fear the strong, what can you expect from them? They will just obediently follow along, mixing with who isn t mixing. Although things went smoothly, they were at a loss about what to do next. As the Prince hadn't taught them anything, it was all left for them. these junior officers to handle themselves. I thought, since we have nothing to do every day, and these thugs are bound to cause trouble when idle, why not drill them? After all, they are assisting us, and their current combat effectiveness is too poor. It would be better to train them up a bit, so they can help the prince in the future. Finally, one junior officer proposed an idea. I think it's feasible. Although we have subdued these people, they lack discipline and are difficult to manage, so training them would also benefit our management. Anyway, we 1T feel sorry if we beat them to death. Who the hell dares to disobey? Another junior officer's eyes lit up. This is a good idea. And he expanded on it. Yes, that's right. The prince said that to win the hearts of the people is to win the world. Although it's somewhat inappropriate for us, since we want to control these markets, we must gain the trust of the common people. The previous strategy of collecting protection fees and then helping them was to win their trust. But it's not enough. If one day we can do some things that cannot be seen, and when the authorities come to investigate, these common people actively help us cover it up, then that would be enough. So I think we should start with small things, like helping the families in the areas we control. We don't need to go out of our way to help, just lend a hand when we see someone in need, like fixing their houses. The political commissar beside him immediately chimed in. What the political commissar said makes sense. Although we are helping the prince deal with these young thugs, there is still some discomfort in our hearts. But after the political commissar said this, I suddenly felt that what we are doing is very meaningful. Helping the common people is just helping ourselves, right? A junior officer nodded in agreement. Then let us take action. Let us train. Train them hard for me. The 5 junior officers gathered together and made a firm resolution. Gentlemen, I have another idea. Another political commissar spoke up. Please, go ahead. The junior officers were currently in awe of this political commissar. They seemed to have not read much. But they understood the principles well and knew what was on their minds. Their words were pleasant, and they understood many profound truths, earning the respect of many soldiers, who all felt convinced. You all surely want to help the prince, right? The political commissar asked. Of course. We are rough men. We don't understand the princess' grand ambitions, but we know that it's something earth-shattering. We may not be able to help in big matters, but we will do our utmost in small matters. A junior officer said seriously. That is good to hear, you see. This time we have 5 battalions coming to Chang'an to deal with these young thugs. If it were in the past, without Tian Ming's help, do you think we would have succeeded so smoothly? The political commissar said quickly. No way. The junior officers shook their heads. The intelligence provided by Tian Ming was too important. It almost clearly investigated who the thugs were, where they gathered, and who the bad ones were. They could just act directly. What is so difficult about that? They could pull any soldier from the garrison to handle it. So I think this intelligence is very important. Look, we now control all the low-level thugs in Chang'an, and the rumors and information among these people actually have many channels. For example, if any strangers come from outside the city, or if any refugees enter Chang'an, they would be the first to know. Plus, if we establish good relationships with the shops around, we can also gather information from them, and they might even proactively inform us. In that case, wouldn't we have all the happenings in Chang'an under our control? When the time comes, we can compile this information and hand it over to Tian Ming, so that all news in Chang'an, from top to bottom, cannot be hidden from the prince. The political commissar spoke earnestly. The political commissar is brilliant. Let us do it this way. However, we don't understand these things. If you political commissars do, it would be best to give us some guidelines. And we can just act. Great. I know some codes and ways to make contact. I'll teach you all when the time comes. It's a pity that I haven't learned the very clever Morse code, which can be transmitted by tapping fingers. This was in a military manual the prince gave us to study recently, called the Militia Training Manual. Unfortunately, I only learned part of it. The political commissar expressed some regret. The Militia Training Manual? I've never heard of such a name. But the military manual provided by the prince is certainly a divine book. Perhaps the prince is afraid we want to understand and has changed its name. You see, the Militia Training Manual is straightforward and clear. A junior officer thought for a moment and said, Indeed, let us not bother with what we don't understand. We'll just trouble the political commissar. No problem. Chapter 94, None Shall Escape. Li Ke naturally did not know that these people had already begun to take the initiative. But the young thugs in Chang'an were in for a tough time. Training these battle-hardened veterans was truly ruthless. Training in ancient times was much harsher than in later periods. Humanity? What is that? Moreover, these thugs had no rights. If they didn't want to die, they had to train. If they wanted to die, that was even better. No one is not afraid of death. Some tried to play tricks to get by, but these veterans were truly willing to beat them to death. If it were ordinary citizens, that would be one thing, but with these thugs, if a few died, they could just toss them somewhere. And no one would know or be able to investigate. The crime-solving rate in this era was already low. After the beating, if they could still move, they had to keep training. So there was no choice. They could only obediently train. On one side was death, and on the other was training. They had to figure it out. Suddenly, these thugs were in a pitiful state, almost every day sporting black eyes and swollen faces. Fortunately, after training for 2 days, good days were on the horizon. Li Ke's tasks arrived, so these thugs no longer had time to train. They had to complete the prince's tasks first. Remember, damn it, if anyone dares to delay this task and gets caught by the Jinwu guard, I'll make sure to take you down before I get caught. These veterans shouted fiercely. With the cooperation of these local ruffians, the troops entering Chang'an, along with the Yamen officials from Chang'an and Wanyan counties, plastered big posters all over the areas where refugees gathered in Chang'an. They knew exactly where the refugees and beggars were congregating. For the refugees, the order given was to force everyone to report to the industrial park within 3 days. Those who failed to report would be deemed unregistered and turned into slaves and would also face imprisonment and forced labor. However, if they reported, not only would the government provide meals, but they would also receive daily wages, and they wouldn't even be turned into unregistered individuals. Naturally, these refugees were thrilled to go for such good news. The reason they were refugees was that they were still ordinary people who couldn't survive locally, either due to disasters or having offended someone, and for various other reasons, they sought work in Chang'an. Now that Prince Shu had worked for them, they certainly would go, especially since they heard it included food and accommodation. Compared to the refugees, the beggars were harder to deal with. Many of them were quite young and had become orphans or beggars for various reasons. Most of them were indeed under some control, while others were left to wander the streets. In short, given a choice, no one wants to become a beggar. The eastern wall of Yuanfa Temple is located in Ani Fong of Chang'an, right next to the East Market. In a nearby dilapidated courtyard, several local ruffians were loudly banging on the courtyard door. Open up, you little brat inside. Come out and open the door quickly. Otherwise, I'll set this place on fire. Following them were 5 soldiers, and these ruffians shouted fiercely, mainly because they had been through harsh training these past few days and had no outlet for their frustration. Naturally, they took this opportunity to vent. The soldiers did not stop them. As long as their actions were within the rules, it didn't matter. If not, I'll chop him to death. With a creak, the dilapidated courtyard door was opened from the inside, and a small, messy head poked out. Upon seeing the people knocking, the little head immediately broke into a smile. Brother Foam, what brings you here? Is there something you need us to do? Get lost. Who is your brother? I'm now with the Spirit Snake Gang. Remember that. The Spirit Snake Gang is on business now, and His Highness the King of Shu has issued a decree to gather all the beggars. Come out now and listen to what His Highness has to say. The ruffian impatiently replied. His Highness the King of Shu? The little head was momentarily stunned. Of course, they knew about His Highness the King of Shu. It was said that he even dared to hit the crown prince, but he was good to the common people, with a great reputation in Chang'an. Moreover, His Highness's enterprises had helped many beggars like them, so they had a favorable impression of him. But they didn't know what he wanted them for. However, instinctively, he didn't want to go, mainly because these officials were always up to no good. They always wanted to send them somewhere, even making them slaves to wealthy households, and he didn't want to be a slave. What are you stalling for? Hurry up! The ruffian shouted. The little head hesitated but had no choice. The local ruffians were here, and if they didn't go, they would be beaten to death. They weren't afraid of the officials, but they couldn't afford to mess with these people. I'll go in and call them. The little head nodded and ran back inside. Soon, 8 or 9 children came out from inside, all skinny, with messy hair and tattered clothes, smelling foul, ranging in age from about 5 to 11 or 12. Who are you fooling? Your sister and a few little girls are still inside, right? His Highness said all of you. Hurry up and bring them out. If you don't listen, I'll call the Jinwei, and I'll kill you. The ruffian snarled. The little head that had just opened the door was a teenager. He struggled for a moment but turned back with the other kids, as there was no way to avoid it. In the vast Chang'an, there was no place for them to stay. This place was hard to find, and if the tooth shop sold it later, they would have nowhere to go. This area was close to Yuanfa Temple, and the East Market was just north, where they could find food every day, and they had nowhere else to go. Soon, the children who went and brought out 3 little girls, even smaller, probably around 3 or 4 years old, dressed similarly and dirty, hiding behind the older kids. Boss, there's no one left. The ruffian finally turned back with a smug face. What did you say? One of the 5 soldiers asked coldly. Nothing, the ruffian quickly replied. Let us go. The soldiers nodded in satisfaction. Soon, all the beggars were taken to a certain place. There, the little head discovered that many beggars had arrived, all from the vicinity, but there were no older beggars. The ruffians didn't dare to come close, but watched from a distance. While this place was guarded by the Jinwei, a notice was posted on the wall nearby, and a man in a scholar's robe stood beside it, loudly proclaiming, silence. When everyone quieted down, the man in the scholar's robe announced, You little beggars, listen up. I'm now announcing His Highness the King of Shu's order. His Highness, feeling pity for the plight of beggars in Chang'an, after consulting with His Majesty, is gathering all beggars to the industrial park outside the city. After you go there, you will receive free meals and free medical care every day. You won't have to work for a month, but if you are willing to learn, there will be people to teach you how to read and learn trades from some craftsmen, such as carpentry and blacksmithing, as apprentices. But you will be working for His Highness. If you are unwilling to learn, you can stay there, and after a month, if you want to leave, you can. But you can no longer be a beggar. You must find a job. Those willing to go, gather here at this time tomorrow. If you don't want to go, His Highness says you don't have to, but still, in a month, Chang'an will conduct a thorough investigation of all beggars, and those found will all be sent to the brothel. After the man finished speaking, the beggars were stunned. Then there was a commotion. All right, you can leave now. The scholar waved his hand, signaling the beggars to leave. Chapter 95. All calculations, the little head and the other beggars returned to the dilapidated courtyard and sat together. What should we do? Xiaojiu, are we going? Another little boy asked him. I want to go. My sister is sick. And I haven't gathered enough money to see a doctor. If we don't go, I'm afraid something will happen to her. Xiaojiu looked at a 3-year-old girl following him. His sister had been coughing lately, probably from a cold. It's not a big issue, but if left untreated, even a cold could be fatal. Although he called her his sister, she was actually a girl he had picked up just a few months ago. He had been begging for food bit by bit to raise her, starting when he was just over 5 years old. After raising her for several years, they had developed feelings for each other. However, the little boy hesitated. They beggars had no sense of security and felt insecure about everyone. But they had no choice. His Highness the King of Shu has a good reputation. I've heard he treats ordinary people well. If we go, we shouldn't be mistreated. If it really doesn't work out, we can run away. Xiaojiu thought for a moment and then gritted his teeth. Okay, if it doesn't work, we'll run, the little boy nodded. Mainly, if we don't go, there's no place for us in Chang'an. Didn't you see that Feng Matzi came today? He joined the Spirit Snake gang. Since they came looking for us today, if we don't go, they might catch us, Xiaojiu said with some concern. They weren't afraid of the officials, but they were afraid of these ruffians. They could evade the officials, but they couldn't escape the ruffians because they still needed to beg for food nearby. Moreover, among this group of children, there were little ones like his sister, who couldn't run fast at all. Although these little beggars were young, their years of begging had made them quite adept at reading situations and understanding the times. Knowing when they couldn't hide. The notices had been posted all over Chang'an, and almost everyone could see them. The key was that the ruffians were controlled by 5 battalions of soldiers, making it impossible for the refugees to miss them. However, Li Ke's attention was not on these refugees at all. If he set things up like this, and the refugees could still evade capture, then he might as well kick off Long Sun Chang's head and use it as a ball. Li Ke was currently holding a notice that had been posted all over Chang'an and was reviewing it, because this notice was printed. Overall, the effect was quite good. It used the Tang Dynasty's movable type printing technology and paper made in the Tang Dynasty. How many can we print in a day? Li Ke asked, looking at the notice in his hand. If we triple the current number of workers, we can print about 20,000 to 50,000 copies a day, Tianming said. What about paper production? Can it keep up? Yes, we have already purchased a large amount of wheat straw, reeds, and other types of straw for testing in various places in Guangzhou. We have reached agreements with some local families to help. So the collection of these materials is very fast. Plus, in a few months, winter wheat will be harvested soon, so paper production will definitely keep up. And we will have a large surplus. I have instructed to increase the cultivation of various coarse hemp plants in Henan, Jiangnan, Shannon, Huainan, Guanyi, and Hudong for paper production. Especially in Jiangnan, it is more suitable for planting. These areas can grow even in winter, Tianming quickly added. Li Ke nodded in satisfaction. The 10 circuits of the Tang Dynasty are quite different from those in later generations. For example, Henan corresponds more to the later Shandong region. Hudong and Hebei are similar to later Shaanxi and Hebei. Guanyi naturally refers to the Shaanxi and Ningxia area. Huangyu corresponds to the entire Heshi corridor, extending to the Yumen Pass and Yangguan. Huainan refers to the northern area of the Yangtze River in the middle and lower reaches, while Shannon is roughly the area of Luoyang and Hubei in later generations. Jiangnan, then, refers to the southern areas bordered by the Yangtze River, including northern Chongqing, northern Guizhou, Hunan, and Jiangxi, extending all the way to the coastal areas. The later Sichuan Basin and parts of southern Yunnan are Jiannan, while Lingnan includes the southeastern coast and Guangdong, as well as the areas extending to northern Vietnam and the plains near Hanoi. During this era, Guangxi, southern Guizhou, and eastern Yunnan still belong to various ethnic minority areas, nominally part of the Tang Dynasty but practically not under its control and have not yet been delineated. In fact, Lingnan is also suitable for planting, but the Tang's control over that area is relatively weak. Very well, first handle the relationship with the refugees, and then prepare to expand the scale of the paper mill. The printing factory will be built in 2 parts, with the part in Shuang village controlled by our own people. The paper mill will be inconsequential, in half a month. We will prepare for the issuance of our Tang Weekly, Li Ke said lightly. Is that so, Your Highness? Is there really no problem with this weekly? Tianming hesitated and asked. Just prepare the materials you need. I'm using this weekly to entertain my father. I want to see whether those court officials have the insight. If they do, they will definitely ask my father to bring this weekly back under Tang's ownership, Li Ke said with a chuckle. As for the Tang not having the concept of a week, it doesn't matter. If I, Li Ke, say it has, then it has. Anyway, they can adapt to it however they like. They have to get used to me, Li Ke. Speaking of which, is it easy for me to ask for a title for you craftsman? Tianming felt a little embarrassed, although this title had nothing to do with him. He thought that His Highness was completely looking out for the welfare of the people below. Well, Your Highness, why don't we keep a low profile? It would be better to have this weekly under our control, Tianming suggested hesitantly. No, if these court officials have good insight, they will definitely want this weekly back under the court's control. They can take it back, but in the end, they still have to obediently return it to me. Li Ke sneered. He could already guess that if Changsun Wuji didn't want this thing, it would be strange. But it doesn't matter, let them take it back first. Then ask my father for the title back, and then execute the second step of the plan. They will have to obediently return this weekly to me. At that time, I can ask for another wave of benefits. This weekly doesn't need to have as many words as those in later generations, so the technology of this era is sufficient. Let us not mention that Li Ku does not have large printing presses for newspapers from later generations. Even if he did, he wouldn't need them. Energy and the like are one aspect, but mainly, in this era, we need to use the machines of this era to upgrade little by little. This way, we can train a large number of employees and expand the labor force, giving wealth into the hands of the common people first. Only when the common people have money can they consume, and when the common people consume, the money will come back. In this cycle, naturally, Li Ku's money will increase. This is called, money hasn't disappeared, it's just multiplied. Simply perfect. In this process, no one loses. Everyone is winning, but this prince wins double, which is called a win-win. Chapter 96, Xiao Jiu's Observations, Part 1. Early the next morning, Xiao Jiu obediently took his sister and the other beggars from the yard to the place they went yesterday. Sure enough, when they went out, they saw that Feng Matzi had been waiting outside their door since yesterday. It seemed that he said yesterday he wouldn't care about them. But if they didn't go, the people from the Spirit Snake Gang would definitely grab them and take them away. Humph. Those Jinwu guards spoke nicely, letting these beggars choose, but they still didn't give them a chance to choose. He didn't know what the Prince of Shu wanted them to do. Hopefully, it wasn't to do some hard labor. He wasn't afraid, but his sister was too young. After they went out, Feng Matzi said nothing. Just watched them walk towards the place where the notice was posted yesterday. When they arrived, they found that the carriages were already waiting there, 2 in total. As other beggars rushed over, they quickly squeezed onto the 2 carriages. Xiao Jiu looked closely and saw that almost all the beggars around had come, including several older ones. Everyone squeezed into the 2 carriages. The smell was similar, and no one complained about the stench. Squeezing together was warmer, after all, as the morning weather was still a bit chilly. The carriages swayed as they headed towards the West City Gate. When they reached the gate, Xiao Jiu noticed that there was already a long line of carriages waiting to exit the city. These carriages were also filled with beggars like them. Once they exited the city, the line dragged on for quite a distance. With so many people together, Xiao Jiu was no longer afraid. As they neared their destination, Xiao Jiu saw some refugees with luggage appearing in the distance, but when they arrived at the industrial area, they split into 2 groups. From a distance, the coachman began shouting, "Get off, get off, get off," and then line up to the side. Xiao Jiu skillfully jumped off the carriage and then carried his sister down before walking towards the line beside them. There were government soldiers in uniforms maintaining order. Xiao Jiu noticed that they were divided into 6 groups, and everyone was walking forward slowly. In front of them were 6 large wooden houses, with some tables set up in front of the houses, behind which sat people doing who knows what. The line moved forward little by little, and when Xiao Jiu reached the table, he discovered that the person sitting at the table was a scholar in a scholar's robe. He had a bad smell, but the other party didn't seem to mind, and instead first assessed the 2 of them before asking, "What's your name?" "My name is Xiao Jiu," he answered honestly. "Surname?" "None." Xiao Jiu shook his head. "What about you?" The other party looked at the skinny little girl in front of Xiao Jiu. "Xiao Shi." The little girl answered, and then sniffed back the snot that had dripped to her lips. "What place are you from? Do you remember?" The other party looked at Xiao Jiu and asked, "I'm from Chang'an. I remember being from Chang'an. I found her when she was about 5 or 6 months old outside Chang'an City," Xiao Jiu replied. He paused for a moment while holding the pen, seemingly exerting some force, his knuckles turning slightly white, but he quickly returned to normal. Xiao Jiu didn't understand why he was like this. The prince said that if there were no surnames, he would grant you the surname Li. Would you be willing? The scholar raised his head and glanced at him, taking a deep breath before asking. Xiao Jiu was taken aback. Could he really share the same surname as the prince? He didn't mind. He could have any surname. But his sister was still young and couldn't be without a surname. "I'm willing. Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you, Your Highness," Xiao Jiu hurriedly replied. The scholar glanced at him again. "Still using honorifics? Your use of honorifics is quite good. Who taught you?" While asking, the scholar took out 2 wooden plaques numbered 86 and 87 from the side and began to write on them with a brush. "I heard it from others. Speaking nicely can help get more food. Otherwise I can't support her," Xiao Jiu said, feeling a bit shy as he scratched his head. As no one had ever praised him before, the scholar didn't ask further but silently wrote 2 names on the wooden plaques, Li Xiao Jiu and Li Xiao Shi. "This is your name, and this is Li, this is Xiao Jiu. Your sister Xiao Shi doesn't quite sound like a girl's name. So I changed it a bit to Xiao Shi, as in poetry," the scholar explained to Xiao Jiu while holding the 2 wooden plaques. "Oh, now I should be called Li Xiao Jiu. Xiao Shi, Li Xiao Shi, that sounds nice. Thank you, Your Excellency," Li Xiao Jiu said happily, quickly bowing in respect. "Thank you, Your Excellency," Li Xiao Shi followed suit and bowed with Li Xiao Jiu. "All right, take these 2 plaques, they have your names on them. Follow me to the back." The scholar nodded and pointed to the back, picking up the 2 wooden plaques. Li Xiao Jiu made an effort to memorize the characters on them. Besides the names just given to them, there were also 2 strange characters written in brush, but he didn't recognize them. Once they entered the wooden house at the back, he heard some screams, and Xiao Jiu was immediately startled. However, a middle-aged man was already waiting for him there. Seeing his expression, he smiled and said, Don't be afraid. They are giving you a bath inside. You have too much dirt on you, and if it accumulates, it can easily cause a plague. Is your sister sick? Yes, Li Xiaoju nodded eagerly. I'm a doctor, so she definitely needs a bath. This side is for girls, and you go this way. After you're done and have eaten, come to the clinic to find me. I'll prescribe medicine for you. Remember? If you can't find the clinic, just ask someone, or look for a red gourd. It's very noticeable, the middle-aged man said with a smile. The gourd has been a symbol of doctors since ancient times, just like the modern Red Cross symbol. Li Kun naturally used it directly, but painted it red, and their essay saying about helping the world with a gourd, which is how it originated. Ah, all right. But she is too young, Li Xiaoju hesitated. He had bathed before, but that was in a river outside the city, and he could only do it twice a year. Xiao Shi had bathed even less, only when he wiped her down when she was little. It's fine. There are maids inside to help her wash, the middle-aged man nodded. Li Xiaoju hesitated for a moment, but still nodded in agreement. Now that he was here, he had no right to resist. He bent down and explained a few words to Li Xiaoshi. Although she was only 3 years old, she had already experienced hardships and was very sensible. She obediently nodded and then walked through the side door. Li Xiaoju also entered the partition, and upon entering, he saw someone guarding the area. Take off all your clothes and throw them in this basket. Upon seeing him enter, the other person directly ordered. There were already quite a few worn-out dirty clothes piled up inside. He obediently took off all his clothes without feeling shy. There was nothing to be embarrassed about. He had even run around naked before when he had no clothes to wear. After throwing his clothes inside, he hesitated and asked, "What if I can't find my clothes later?" "His Highness is merciful. There will be new clothes for you soon," the person said cheerfully, cupping his hands in the direction of the Shu Wang Zhuang. "Thank you, Your Highness." Li Xiaoju cleverly followed suit and thanked Li Ku before walking inside. Once he got in there, he understood why he had heard screams earlier. Someone was scrubbing the backs of beggars, and they were using something that created a lot of bubbles on their skin. However, since they hadn't tea-bathed for a long time, their skin had formed scabs. And even with bubbles, they needed to scrub hard to get clean. Chapter 97. Xiaoju's Experiences, Part 2. After taking a bath, Li Xiaoju was scrubbed until he gritted his teeth in pain, but he had never felt so clean in his life. The thing called soap was quite good. When he came out from the other side, he received a set of his own clothes. To his surprise, the clothes were made of high-quality linen, and they even provided undergarments. After changing into a complete outfit, he walked out and was asked to wait for Li Xiaoshi. When Li Xiaoshi also came out in a new little outfit, Li Xiaoju suddenly realized that his sister looked quite good. He continued walking forward with her. And there was another large wooden house. Before he even stepped in, Li Xiaoju smelled a fragrant aroma, the smell of meat. "Brother, it's lamb." Li Xiaoshi, whose nose was evidently more sensitive, swallowed her saliva and said, Li Xiaoju nodded in agreement. "Come in," two people wearing white aprons at the door said. Li Xiaoju and Li Xiaoshi hurriedly followed in. At the entrance, one person handed them a wooden tray and a pair of chopsticks, which had some depressions, along with a large wooden bowl. Carrying the items forward, they soon saw a large wooden barrel from which the rich smell of meat was emanating. Upon seeing them approach, the cook said nothing but directly opened the lid of the barrel and used a large ladle to serve a bowl of lamb soup into Li Xiaoshi's bowl, with several pieces of lamb floating in it. He then served Li Xiaoju a bowl as well, which also contained meat. Walking to the next area, there were several huge steaming baskets. When the person opened them, Li Xiaoju's eyes widened in surprise. It was steamed buns, and not made from coarse grains. Although the dough was not white, it didn't have any bran mixed in. The buns were large, feeling even bigger than the big bowl on his tray. The person gave Li Xiaoshi half of a small bun and handed him one. "My sister eats a lot. Can you give her one?" Li Xiaoju tentatively asked. They hadn't eaten a full meal in a long time and wanted to get more food when they saw it. "It's not that we're stingy. It's just that the doctor said if you don't want her to die, don't let her eat too much. You've been eating insufficiently for a long time, and it's your first time eating such good food. If you overeat, it could be dangerous." The cook glanced at him and said. Li Xiaoju was taken aback. He suddenly thought of a previous companion who had found a food container from a wealthy family that was filled with delicious food, but didn't want any of it. And then he ate it all in one go, boasting to them about how he had the best meal ever. Then he fell asleep and never woke up again. When Li Xiaoju woke up the next day, his body was already stiff. "I understand. Thank you, sir," Li Xiaoju softly replied. The person looked to be in his 30s or 40s, so calling him sir was not inappropriate. You are lucky to have encountered the prince's mercy. You will have meals every day, so don't worry about not having enough to eat. Just remember not to eat too much at the first meal." The person instructed again. Li Xiaoju nodded, and then took Xiaoshi to a nearby table to eat. With a slurp, the two quickly finished the food in their bowls. When Li Xiaoju felt he was almost full, he still had half a steamed bun left. He restrained himself from eating it, secretly stuffing it into his pocket instead. He was afraid that if he ate too much, he might die from overeating. And then no one would take care of Xiaoshi. Xiaoshi, however, licked her lips and looked at him, saying, "Brother, it's so delicious. I can still eat." Li Xiaoju reached out and touched her belly, which had completely rounded out. "You can't eat anymore. You can't eat too much at once. Wait until the next meal," he advised. "Okay," Xiaoshi obediently nodded in agreement. After finishing their meal, They washed their plates as per each other's request and put them away before walking out. This time, people outside were already waiting for them. They were first taken to two large houses, which already had neatly arranged wooden beds, both upper and lower bunks. Not only were there beds, but each person also had a clean quilt. Here, Li Xiaojiu saw beggars from the same place as him, and they all seemed fine. You don't have anything to do today, just rest here for a while. Starting this afternoon, there will be a teacher coming to teach you literacy. If anyone wants to learn to read, you can go learn on your own. No one will rush you. How you do it depends on yourselves. The steward at the door said. Li Xiaojiu and the others exchanged glances, surprised that they could actually learn to read. Each of them had once dreamed of studying. They never expected that His Highness the King of Shu would actually send someone to teach them. Li Xiaojiu's biggest wish had always been to study, but he knew he had no opportunity. The scene before him was something he never even dreamed of. Xiaojiu, see. I told you His Highness the King of Shu is a good person. The little boy who came with him exclaimed excitedly. Yeah, Li Xiaojiu nodded heavily this time. And a thought emerged in his small head. What a pity that such a good king of Shu is not the crown prince. If he were the crown prince, when he became emperor, all the children like him could live such lives. By the way, I can't talk to you anymore. I need to take my sister to see a doctor. A doctor just asked me to find him. Li Xiaojiu suddenly remembered something and said hurriedly. Okay, you go quickly. Li Xiaojiu took Xiao Shi's hand and walked out from where they were staying. He looked around. It was a huge courtyard, and in the distance, he could see wooden fences and newly built wooden houses, while the ground was still the original wasteland. There were many houses here. And soon Li Xiaojiu found a red gourd on a flag hanging in front of one house. He took Xiao Shi there, but he didn't see the doctor from before. However, another doctor was present, who examined Xiao Shi and said she didn't have any major issues. Her cold wasn't severe. He told Li Xiaojiu to come back in the evening, and he would prepare medicine for Xiao Shi then. Feeling a bit happy, Li Xiaojiu returned to his own place. When he entered the room and looked at the somewhat messy surroundings, he suddenly felt a little emotional. He thought to himself that it would be great if this place could continue to exist. His Highness the King of Shu should ensure that it lasts, right? Yes, it definitely will. What Li Xiaojiu didn't know was that not far from his place, there was a place designated for settling refugees. The process for these refugees was similar to theirs, including bathing and eating. However, they didn't receive clothes. But the steward told them that as long as they worked hard, they would get new clothes. Those adult beggars who were relatively healthy were also arranged here. Of course, if they didn't want to work, they couldn't blame Li Ku for taking action. There were also lazy people in ancient times. And Li Ku was not as gentle as modern times. If you didn't eat the food, you would just have to face the military staff. The wage standards here were naturally communicated to these refugees by the steward. His Highness the King of Shu provided food and shelter. And the work lasted about 6 hours a day, with a laborer earning about 121 a month. Upon hearing this wage, all the refugees were in an uproar, as it meant that a laborer working for His Highness the King of Shu for a month could buy a stone of coarse rice. And they would also have food and shelter.